On May 22, 1980, they discovered a young woman handcuffed at the ankles, with bite marks, bruises, and bleeding. The man was identified as Richard Cottingham, who was 33 years old at the time of his arrest. He was charged with kidnapping, attempted murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated sexual assault while armed, possession of a weapon, and possession of controlled substances. He had a $350,000 bail set and he never made bail. The young woman was revealed to be Leslie and Odell. She was an 18-year-old runaway who had been working as a sex worker in Manhattan a few days before Cottingham had picked her up and taken her to New Jersey. She was tortured and sexually assaulted, and she started screaming when she thought her life was about to end. She would later testify that he, quote, said, "You have to take it. The other girls did. You have to too. You're a whore and you have to be punished." After his arrest, police went to the home he rented in Lodi, New Jersey, which he shared with his wife and 3 children. There, they found a room he locked from his family. In this room was jewelry and clothing from several women. Other items were also found in his car. Authorities started to take a look at Cottingham for other crimes. Richard Cottingham was born November 25, 1946, in the Bronx, New York. His family later moved to New Jersey. He graduated high school from Pasquette Valley High School in Hillsdale, New Jersey. After graduation, he worked at Metropolitan Life. He started in the mailroom, but after taking some computer courses, he became a computer operator. In 1966, he left that job to become a computer operator for Blue Cross Blue Shield Association. He was still working there when he was arrested in 1980. He lived with his parents until they moved away and he got married. He was known to be seen helping his mother around the house. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. On May 3, 1970, he married his wife, Janet, and they had 3 children together. In 1978, his wife filed for divorce. In the divorce records, his wife alleged that he had started leaving the family without the necessary funds for essentials, that he would come home in the early hours of the morning. He was known to frequent a swingers club in New York called Pluto's Retreat. She removed the petition for divorce when he was arrested in 1980, but they did get divorced after his 1981 conviction. During the investigation, they were able to tie Cottingham to a murder that had occurred in the same motel on May 5, 1980, 17 days before he was arrested. The victim, Valere Street, was a 19-year-old sex worker who was found under the bed by housekeeping in one of the motel rooms. She'd been naked, handcuffed behind her back. Valere had been strangled to death. They found a fingerprint on the handcuff that was matched to Cottingham. This would start authorities down the path of discovering a serial killer. In the next few months, other authorities, as well as New Jersey police, would tie Cottingham to some horrific crimes. In the months following his arrest, he would be tied to another murder that occurred at the Quality Inn Motel in Hasbrook Heights. On December 15, 1977, 26-year-old Marion Carr, an X-ray technician who had just celebrated her first wedding anniversary a few months earlier, was found by a fence in the parking lot outside the motel. She was found with a ligature still around her neck, with evidence she had been restrained with what might have been handcuffs and had tape residue over her mouth. She had small cuts and bite marks all over her body. She had last been seen at her apartment in Little Ferry, New Jersey, an apartment complex that Cottingham had lived in a few years earlier with his wife. Her apartment key was found in the lockbox of trophies found in Cottingham's home. In New York, he would be charged with the murders of 3 sex workers at 2 different crime scenes. On December 2, 1979, firefighters were called to a travel-in hotel near Times Square with reports of a room being on fire. When they arrived, they discovered 2 bodies in the rubble. When the blaze had been extinguished, they discovered 2 bodies that had been set on fire. Their hands and heads had been removed and were never recovered. After the fire had been put out, authorities found some of the women's clothes folded neatly in the bathtub. They had used these clothes and put them on mannequins from a nearby department store so they could hopefully use them to identify the women from the fire. They would eventually identify one of the victims as 22-year-old Didi Kadazzi. The other victim, believed to be around the age of 16, has never been identified. This killer was given the moniker the Torso Killer. On May 15, 1980, the body of 25-year-old Jean Rayner was found in New York's Civil Hotel. Her breasts were removed and put on the headboard, and the mattress was set on fire. June was working as a sex worker at the time to pay for a lengthy child custody battle with her ex-husband. For a time before DNA evidence, Cottingham seemed to be very thorough in cleaning crime scenes, leaving little to no evidence of himself. On June 12, 1981, Cottingham was convicted in New Jersey for the murder of Valera Street. In that same court case, he was charged with the kidnapping and sexual assault of 4 other women. All had survived various attacks. They even testified at the trial. This included the attack on Leslie and Odell. He'd been convicted of 3 and acquitted of 1. On October 12, 1982, he was convicted in the murder of Mary and Carr. In 1984, New York authorities extradited him for trial, where he was convicted on July 9, 1984, for the murders of Didi Girdassi and the unknown victim and Jean Rayner. He would serve his nearly 200-year sentence in New Jersey State Prison. Over the next 3 decades, detectives would visit Cottingham often, asking him about unsolved cold cases and always leaving out critical details of the crimes from Cunningham. In 2010, their persistence would finally pay off. One of the detectives was Detective Robert Ancelotti, who interviewed Cottingham over and over for 15 years. He would eventually get confessions that will lead to the closing of several cases. Cottingham never seemed to know the names of his victims, but remembered details of the crimes. In August 2010, Cottingham confessed and was convicted of the murder of Nancy Vogel. In his confession, he gave details only the murderer would know. Nancy Vogel was 29 years old and was killed on October 28, 1967. She was found in her car naked with her hands tied in front of her, with her clothes neatly folded underneath her. She'd been beaten, strangled, and sexually assaulted. Her husband had reported her missing after she did not come home. She had told her husband that she was going to go play bingo at the church in Little Ferry in Jersey. Nancy is Cottingham's first known victim. He would have only been 20 when she was killed, and he was still living with his parents at the time. In 2014, Cottingham confessed to Ancelotti 2 more murders he committed, again giving details only the killer would know. First was 18-year-old Irene Blaze, who was found strangled in April 1969 in the Saddle River in Hackensack, New Jersey. She had vanished from her home. The second was 15-year-old Denise Velasquez, who was abducted while walking to a friend's house in Emerson, New Jersey. She was found strangled on the side of the road near a cemetery in Saddlebrook, New Jersey. In 2017, he confessed to killing 13-year-old Jacqueline Harp in July 1968 while she was walking home at night after a band practice in Midland Park, New Jersey. She had been strangled with her bag. Though these were official confessions, they were never taken to trial, and Cottingham was not convicted of these murders. The families had agreed that he was already living his life in prison, and it was unnecessary now that they had answers. The facts of this, however, did not come to light until 2020 when the cases were officially closed. In 2017, Cottingham would get another visitor, Jennifer Weiss, the daughter of Didi Gorgazy, who had been given up for adoption and had gone looking for her mother only to find out in 2002 that her mother had been killed in such a horrific way. She had started writing to Cottingham, and she had decided she would try to be his friend and wanted information about her mother and where he had put her head. She figured the best way to earn his trust was to become his friend, and in 2017, she met him face to face after writing to him. Weiss said that she asked how he knew her mother in that first meeting. Jennifer has continued to visit him, and they have become friends. Weiss has talked at length about how Cottingham should confess before it's too late. On March 2021, Detective Ancelotti informed Cottingham that he was retiring and wanted him to give information on one last case before he did. It went back and forth, but on April 14, 2021, in a recorded interview, Cunningham went into detail about the murders of 2 young women. He even remembered their names. When asked why he remembered their names, he said, "Because I was with them for a couple of days." According to the transcript, he also said he got to know them. Lorraine Kelly was 16 and Mary Ann Pryor was 17. Cottingham had abducted them in Montville while they were on their way to the mall. He drove them to a motel and held them for 2 days, sexually assaulting them before he drowned them in a bathtub. He gave detailed accounts of what he did to the girls and the exact location where their bodies would be left in the woods. On October 27, 2021, he confessed to a judge and was convicted for the murders. In August of 2022, New York officials accepted and corroborated a confession that he had beaten and killed 26-year-old Lorraine McGraw on March 1, 1970. In June 2022, DNA evidence entered by the Nassau County Police on a 54-year-old cold case got a hit for Cottingham. His DNA had been entered into federal databases during his 2010 conviction. The cold case was that of Diane Cusack, a 23-year-old who was killed on February 15, 1968. She was a dance teacher who just finished class and was going to Long Island Mall to buy new dance shoes. She was found in her car strangled. This is the only case so far that has been tied to Cottingham through DNA. After the Nassau County Police interviewed Cottingham about other cold cases in the area, after a thorough comparison of facts and evidence to his confessions, they were able to connect him to 4 other cold cases. Mary Beth Hines, 21, was found in a creek in Long Island on May 20, 1972. She'd been strangled. Laverne Moy, 23, was a mother of 2. She was found in the same creek strangled on July 20, 1972. Sheila Hyman, 33, a mother of 3, was found by her husband in the Long Island home on July 20, 1973. Her cause of death was blunt force trauma. Her children were at summer camp at the time. For years, her husband had been the prime suspect. Lastly was 18-year-old Maria Nieves. She was killed on December 27, 1973. She was found with her hands tied behind her back and wrapped in plastic. On December 5, 2022, from his prison hospital bed, Richard Cottingham was convicted of the murder of Diane Cusack, and he had made a non-prosecution agreement for the other 4 murders. He was sentenced to 25 years running concurrently with the 179 years he is currently serving for his past crimes. Rickon Cottingham, now 76 years old, had been known as the Torso Killer and has been behind bars since his 1980 arrest. He's been convicted or officially confessed to 17 murders of women, and he might still have more victims. He has, in past interviews, stated that he's killed between 85 to 100 women. He will die in prison for his horrific crimes that span 13 years. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In May 2003, Tiffany Rowell and Rachel Colorutis, along with many others, proudly graduated from their high school. They were stepping into a new chapter of their lives with exciting summer plans alongside friends and family. Tiffany aimed to become a social worker, while Rachel considered joining the military. Tiffany's boyfriend of 3 years, Marcus, was also heading to college, and his cousin Adelbert, who had recently relocated to Clear Lake for a fresh start, had ambitious plans as well. Following the death of Tiffany's mother, her father remarried and moved away. Tiffany chose to stay in the house to avoid changing schools so close to graduation. The following 6 weeks were filled with parties at Tiffany's, juggling jobs, saving for college, and enjoying summer together before they all headed in different directions. On the afternoon of July 18, 2003, police received a call from 2 neighbors who had visited Tiffany. They entered her house and stumbled upon a shocking scene that no one could have foreseen. For people lay dead. The floor and walls were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had all been deceased for several hours already. It was a shocking sight for even the most tenured of police officers. The victims were 18-year-olds, Tiffany Rowell and Rachel Colorutis, Tiffany's boyfriend, 19-year-old Marcus Priscilla and Marcus's cousin, 21-year-old Adelbert Sanchez. Tiffany, Marcus, and Adelbert had all been shot to death. And although Rachel had been shot multiple times, she had died of blunt force trauma to her head, and her skull was completely shattered. There was no forced entry. The TV was still blaring, and the way the group had been found indicated it was a total ambush that had happened in a mere matter of seconds. Rachel was found on the floor with her hand near her phone. She had managed to hit the 911 buttons to try and call for help, but before any call could go through, she was hit over the head, likely with a gun, undied. There was a clump of hair in her right hand, and she had been shot at least 12 times. Tiffany and Adalbert were on the recliners, their legs stretched out while they had been relaxing watching television, and Marcus was found behind the seats on the floor. Over 40 bullets had been fired in the house, and there was a mixture of 2 different shell casings. No guns were found at the scene, but police could tell that one was a 9mm and one was a .38 caliber. So investigators felt confident they were looking for at least 2 people involved, maybe even more. As the media got hold of the story and news began to spread, Rachel's father George recognized the address on television and headed straight over with his wife. The cameras picked up the heartbreaking moment. He pleaded with the police to let him in, but as it was now a crime scene, it was simply not allowed. They both collapsed to the ground, waiting for someone to tell them something, but knowing deep down they wouldn't see their daughter alive again. It was disturbing and shocking that something like this could happen in broad daylight in a neighborhood where very little went on. Former classmates of Tiffany said that her home had quickly become known as a party house with drinking and drugs, and often lots of people coming in and out, especially now that it was summer break. So they wondered if maybe an alcohol or drug-fueled party had become really out of control. That's not what this particular day had been. The 4 were the closest of friends, and for all intents and purposes, it had just been a very casual afternoon for them, watching television and eating food. Friends, students, and neighbors gathered together for vigils, and a sense of unease hovered over everyone. 18-year-old Tiffany always had the biggest smile on her face. As well as wanting to go into social work, she was a talented actress and loved any chance to perform. Rachel Colorutis also loved the arts and creative writing, and was very popular in school due to her kind nature. People said that she, too, was always smiling, happy, and fun to be around. Marcus's stepfather said Marcus loved nothing more than working on his car and spending time with his family and Tiffany. He had been finishing a course for an automotive technology certificate and wanted to pursue a business degree. His cousin Adalbert had moved to Clear Lake to get away from violence on the north side, and had only been there for a couple of weeks before he was killed. He loved making music and planned to go to college to study computer technology. People could not believe that something this brutal could happen to them, and this seemingly random crime had rattled the community. Sadly, there really were no witnesses. No one had heard any gunshots. The houses were very separated, and police said lots of people had their air conditioning and fans on, which could have blocked out the noise. But a couple living nearby had seen something they thought might be relevant. They had seen a very young man and a woman walking down the street at about 2:30 p.m. that day, and to the best of their knowledge, they hadn't seen them before. They were dressed all in black. The woman was wearing a bandana, carrying a big black bag, and the neighbors described her as very pretty with big eyes. The witnesses gave the best description they could to the renowned forensic artist Lois Gibson, who worked with what they could remember, putting together a potential profile. But whether these people were in any way linked was really unclear. Just 2 hours later, Lois had completed the sketches. George, Rachel's father, started working non-stop to try and raise money so they could afford to put the sketches out on billboards, and spent most of his time going door to door handing out flyers. Early on, rumors began to swirl that Marcus had been involved in dealing drugs, and maybe this was behind the ambush. It was also alleged that Marcus's family had connections to the Mexican mafia, and perhaps the other 3 had been collateral damage to a completely unrelated thing. A close friend of Tiffany's said, "I know Marcus was messed up with some bad people." But Marcus's aunt said, "He struggled, but he succeeded. No matter how hard he was trying, he was doing the best to do good." One detective said they were all very young, very immature, and on their own for the first time. The May 4th have exercised bad judgment at times, but certainly didn't deserve what happened to them. Officers simply couldn't find anything to solidify the claims about the mafia, and this theory was eventually ruled out. Police did wonder, however, if drugs were involved somehow, but they just didn't have anything yet that pointed to that, as both drugs and cash were found at the scene in plain view. So why hadn't they been stolen? The attack had been so ruthless and felt so personal. Police then started to wonder if it was someone close to the group. Amongst her multiple shots, Rachel had been shot in the crotch area, and psychiatrists wondered if this was a sign of sexual envy or jealousy. But they were ruling people out at a rapid speed rather than adding any suspects to the list. There was simply no one they could link to the group that would have any motive to do this. Time was slowly ticking by, and investigators, the first was Christine Paolilla, and the second was Chris. The tipster had met Christine in rehab as she was battling a heroin addiction. She had recently split from this mystery man called Chris and was seemingly trying to turn her life around. While in rehab, she made a comment about her ex-boyfriend shooting up a house and killing a group of people, and she had also participated. He didn't know if the story was true or if it was the drugs talking, but after seeing the billboard for himself, he decided to call in. A look into the name Christine Paolilla told the police a lot. It turned out that Christine had gone to Clear Lake High School alongside Tiffany and Rachel, and the connections started to be made. Those in Christine's life said that she had had a tough time in school and was subjected to relentless bullying and attacks from classmates. Her mother and stepfather said that she had been diagnosed with alopecia when she was very young and began wearing wigs, which were frequently ripped off her head by other students. Her mom, Lori, said she had poor vision, so she had what I guess most folks would know as Coke bottle glasses. This, as well as her wearing wigs, meant she faced ridicule on a daily basis. Her mother said that one day Christine came home from school and said, "Mom, I made 2 new friends who were the sweetest girls I ever met, Rachel and Tiffany." None other than Rachel Kolarudis and Tiffany Rowell. People said that the two almost took Christine under their wings, forming a genuine and tight friendship. Rachel and Tiffany started looking out for her, trying their best to protect her from the bullying. Christine's mom said she couldn't speak highly enough about them, how much fun they were, how loving they were, how they had so much fun. Every minute they spent together was lively and fun, and they laughed all the time, and I saw such a change in her personality. Rachel's father also knew of Christine and said Rachel was the kind of person that always looked out for the underdog, always tried to help others. Rachel even kept a photo of Christine in her purse. On the back of the picture, Christine had written, "Damn, we've had some crazy memories. I love you." The 3 teens would often write notes back and forth to each other in class, and Lori recalled that Christine trusted them both so much, she felt okay without the wig on, which is not something she did with many of her friends. The trio would spend hours after school doing each other's makeup and trying on different wigs, having fun, but also making Christine feel comfortable and confident. The girls pushed Christine to try new things and find her creativity. And with this, Christine's confidence began to grow, and she was really coming into her own. She got a huge boost when she was voted Miss Irresistible by the student body at Clear Lake High School. She finally felt like she was leaving her past behind. Christine soon met Chris Snyder. He was 2 years older than her, and the pair struck up a friendship. Lori said she immediately disapproved of this, but said her daughter wouldn't hear anything bad said about him. Chris ended up serving time for armed robbery, and when he got out, he went straight back to Christine, who was now 16 years old. Christine said that she felt bad because nobody wanted to be associated with him, and knowing how this felt, she stood by him. They soon became romantically involved, and Christine had become more and more distant from her family. Lori said Christine clung on to him for reasons she didn't understand, despite him often joining in with the bullying. Chris was using a lot of drugs at the time, and before long, so was Christine. Her parents spoke to lawyers and the police, even trying to get a restraining order against him, but Christine was now almost 18 years old and was making her own decisions. Her stepfather said she felt she was going to be able to fix him no matter what he did, but others said that the toxicity came from both of them, with people often seeing Christine hitting him and shouting and fighting in public. Although this relationship was already on a downward spiral, 2 people that seemed to be constantly positive and have good energy in her life were Rachel and Tiffany, who stayed just as close to her throughout her relationship with Chris. On the day the group were found dead, Lori said Christine had come home in floods of tears, crying through most of the night. She said she was so upset, she couldn't attend their funerals. So, with the police knowing all of this, it begged the question, why would someone that was so close to the victims do something like that? How could Christine possibly have been involved? The only person that could answer that question was her. and officers started searching for Christine Paolilla and Chris Snyder. The hunt for Chris proved harder as he was not living at his last known address. But thanks to ATM and bank records, Christine and her husband, Justin, were located. They were hauled up in a San Antonio motel, having lived there for almost a year. When officers announced themselves and entered, they walked into what they described as one of the most disgusting things they had ever seen. Used needles, rubbish, food, vomit, and drugs littered the floor. Blood and bodily fluids covered the walls and furniture. They said the smell was unlike anything, and the state of Christine and Justin was quite shocking. Wearing blood-stained clothes and covered in track marks, just before noon on July 19, 2006, Christine Paolilla was placed under arrest. Police said it was clear that the pair were so deeply in their addictions, it was likely a matter of time before they died. For the last 9 months, they had been living in the same room, spending every bit of Christine's inheritance money on drugs. Christine told police she was living off of crackers and spending around $500 a day on heroin, but this amount sometimes reached over $1,000. Justin said Christine hadn't left the room once. Christine's police interview began just before 3 p.m., and over the next few hours, the detective begged her to tell the truth. She admitted to driving Chris to the home that day, but said the murders were all his idea. The plan was to buy drugs from someone inside. Christine said she waited outside in the car before they both drove away. But when Chris said he had forgot something, the pair went back. She initially said that again. She stayed outside hearing no gunshots and seeing nothing wrong. She said she only realized something had happened when he came out holding a gun. After this happened, they drove off and she clocked in to start her shift at Walgreens just 30 minutes later. But the police weren't convinced that this was down to just Chris. Neither were the experts that had analyzed the crime scene. They were still standing by their theory that this was a jealous rage or something to do with sexual envy on Christine's part. Although Rachel and Tiffany had befriended Christine, it was still entirely possible that maybe she didn't believe they were being genuine and wanted to punish them, or her anger at being treated so badly in school had poured over and she had taken it out on them. Officers were trying to get as much information out of her as they could, but as the interview drew to a close, Christine started to grow weaker and more sick. She was transported to Santa Rosa Hospital where she informed doctors that she was used to taking heroin every 10 to 15 minutes and that she hadn't had any since that morning. After she had been given methadone and morphine, they carried on the interviews inside the hospital, but Christine was still pointing the finger at Chris. She was then put on a plane and flown out to Houston before being placed in a jail cell. A final videotaped interview commenced just before midnight. Her story had now changed. She then said she watched in horror as Chris beat Rachel to death. And according to Christine, he had threatened to do the same thing to her and her family if she told anyone what had happened that night. Police were satisfied that she had finally at least placed herself at the scene. They were still looking for Chris and visited his last known address, his parents' house. They told his family that there was a warrant out for his arrest. They began a search of the property. In his father's bedroom was a little safe which contained 2 guns. Both matched the 2 types that they were looking for. But by this point, no one had seen Chris in over a week. Detectives looked at his MySpace page and phone records, which led them to Greenville, South Carolina. But Chris had already learned about the manhunt before police could even find him. Testing the guns soon linked them back to the crime scene. But before they could place Chris under arrest, his decomposing body was found in some woods. He had taken an overdose of pills. It is thought that someone had tipped him off about the pending arrest and he had taken his own life before they could find him. There was now only one person left to talk to, and that was Christine's husband, Justin. He said that Christine had inherited some money after her father passed away, and the couple had bought a small condo with it. Soon after they started living together, a news story about the anniversary of the unsolved murders came out. Christine called Justin in to watch, asking if the billboard picture looked like her. He said Christine broke down and admitted to going to the house to steal money and drugs. She said she was a willing participant, and when Chris started shooting, she didn't hesitate to join in too. Justin also said that Christine had told him that it was her who beat Rachel to death with the gun, not Chris. He said that Christine told him Rachel was crying, asking why over and over, but she didn't stop until she was sure Rachel was dead. Justin said he was completely shocked and scared, but the couple moved out of the condo and went on the run. It later turned out that the anonymous tip that had been made to Crime Stoppers was actually Justin himself. Christine Paolillo was charged with first-degree murder, and she entered a plea of not guilty. In a pretrial hearing, Christine's defense team moved to suppress all 3 recorded statements. Although she had been advised of her Fifth Amendment rights before each interview, they argued that her statements were technically involuntary because of the medication she had taken and because she was suffering from opioid withdrawal. But this motion was denied, and the court later said Christine was lucid and capable of understanding the warnings given to her and the nature of her statements. A couple of years later, the now 22-year-old's trial got underway. The defense advised that Christine did not testify. They showed her confession tapes reiterating Christine's statement, saying that it was Chris that had killed the group while she hid. The jurors watched her videotape statement in which she told police that Chris was responsible for everything and that she was afraid of him. But the prosecution fired back saying, over 1,100 calls are made from her to him and him to her. If you are so deathly afraid of someone, what are you doing on the phone with them? For over 1,000 phone calls. Dr. George Glass, a psychiatrist testifying for the defense, said that her heroin addiction could not be overlooked. She was in withdrawal at the time she spoke to the police and was saying anything she could to get drugs to relieve the pain. Her lawyer said, "She's upset. She totally understands the grief of the families, her friends, the ones who were killed. She only wishes they could understand that she didn't want any of it to happen, but she understands their grief." Rachel's mother disagreed and said, "I couldn't take my eyes off her. I really hoped to see something in her eyes in the way of remorse. And it was unbelievable, you know. She never shed a tear unless it was for herself." The prosecution said there was plenty that pointed towards her being involved directly, and the fact that she had started her shift at work just half an hour after the ordeal, instead of phoning the police, showed that she was no victim. Her statements were inconsistent, and she had already admitted to 2 people, one of which was her husband, that she had actively taken part of her own accord. The prosecution called her denials and blaming everything on Chris a tired and pathetic tactic. Their star witness was actually her husband, Justin. But the defense argued that Justin's account could not be trusted. They said he was focused purely on money, staying with Christine for her inheritance, and cashing in on the Crime Stoppers' reward by making up a lie. But the jury disagreed. After just 3 hours of deliberations, Christine Paolillo was found guilty. She was 17 at the time of the murders, which meant she would not face the death penalty. She was, however, sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 40 years to serve. She will be eligible for parole in 2046, when she will be 60 years old. More than 5 years after the murders back in July 2003, the families of the victims said that they felt the guilty verdict would finally allow them to begin moving on with their lives. Christine has filed many appeals since her conviction, but all of them have been denied. Houston Police Sergeant Brian Harris said that he believes that Christine still does not own her part in the crime. For her to truly come to grips with what she has done, she has to acknowledge that there's a darkness in her soul, he said. Christine's stepfather Thomas said, "I'm very sorry for these families and their loss. The guy who did this is dead. He was very, very bad. He was a predator. My daughter is paying for someone else's sins. My daughter doesn't deserve this. My daughter is a victim too. It's hard to know exactly what happened that fateful afternoon and why it did. Police say there were 6 people at the scene. 5 of them are now dead, and 1 of them isn't talking. So with this, it is likely that the full truth will never be fully known." The aftermath of that awful day is still widely felt, with Rachel's father calling it an earthquake for the families and community. Marcus's stepfather said, "Our lives are very different now. We see things differently than before, and we know that we will never again feel the sense of hope that we used to feel." In 1959, 62-year-old Pearl Kongsley had been a widow for a decade. Her late husband, Captain Guy Kongsley, was a veteran Puget Sound master mariner and had served as the Deputy Commissioner of the United States Maritime Commission in Seattle. The couple had no children. In 1955, Pearl bought a newly built brick 1-story duplex in West Seattle, situated in a quiet neighborhood near Lincoln Park within a large retirement community. On September 2, 1959, she dined at the Alki Homestead restaurant with her next-door neighbor, 54-year-old Alberta Bowman, who had recently lost her husband. Alberta suggested that they skip dessert after their early dinner, mentioning that she had baked an apple pie to take home. Around 8:45 that evening, Alberta walked over to Pearl's house with the freshly baked pie. As she climbed the stairs to Pearl's front door, she noticed a brown paper quart-sized liquor bag with a straw sticking out of it at the top of the walkway. Initially intending to pick it up, she opted instead to inform Pearl about it. One of Pearl's friends, Edith Friedman, was also visiting and was in the living room when Alberta arrived with the apple pie and the news of the mysterious bag. Pearl went outside to investigate. After looking at the bag for a moment, she began to lean down to get a better look at it. Edith called out to Pearl, warning her not to touch it, but Pearl picked up the bag. When she did, the bag exploded violently. The explosion was strong enough to create a foot-wide crater in the cement, buckle the home's roof, and shatter the windows in nearby houses. Alberta had still been on the front porch when the explosion occurred. She and Pearl were both knocked off their feet. Alberta was able to crawl inside to the telephone to call for help. She and Edith, who had been inside, suffered flash burns and injuries from broken glass. Pearl was killed instantly due to extensive and catastrophic injuries to her entire body. Pearl is believed to be the first civilian to be killed by a booby trap in the history of Seattle. A massive investigation quickly began. The Seattle Police Department had 16 detectives work on the case full-time. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover made the FBI laboratory, as well as FBI agents, available to the Seattle Police Department. Army explosives experts from Fort Lawton also aided in the investigation. However, they had difficulty determining the components of the bomb. Their strongest theory was that the bomb had been made with nitroglycerin extracted from dynamite. They could not identify a triggering device amongst what was left of the bomb. An expert from the ATF who reviewed the case in 2016 described the device that killed Pearl as a victim-operated, electric-initiated bomb made from dynamite. It is believed that when Pearl picked up the paper bag, she initiated a mercury switch, which caused the bomb to detonate. Both mercury and dynamite were relatively easy to acquire in 1959, so the known components of the bomb did not narrow down the potential suspect pool. Pearl had no known enemies, and investigators struggled to identify potential motives for the murder. However, there were doubts that Pearl had been the bomb's intended victim at all. Pearl had just sold her house and was scheduled to move out less than a week after she was killed. This raised the question of if the killer struck while they still knew where Pearl lived or if the next owner was the target. A 1949 Chevrolet with 3 young men riding inside of it had been seen speeding away from the scene just after the explosion. This raised concerns that the bombing was meant to be a youthful prank, with the perpetrators not realizing just how powerful their bomb was, or an act of random violence that would make identifying the killers almost impossible. However, the bomber would have had to carry the bomb a minimum of 50 feet from the street and up a flight of stairs to reach Pearl's house, making it a poor choice for a random target. Pearl was also not the only occupant of her home. She had a 54-year-old boarder named William J. Myers, who had not been home at the time of the bombing because he had been admitted to the Veterans Administration Hospital because of a heart condition. He owned a golden retriever, and other residents of the neighborhood complained that the dog was always barking. The dog's chain was just long enough for the dog to reach the spot where the bomb had been placed. Explosives arriving at a Kongsley family home within 6 months. Her brother-in-law, Elmer Kongsley, lived on Lake Serene in Snohomish County, Washington, with his wife. Their daughter, Charlotte, lived nearby. On August 13, 1959, almost exactly a month before Pearl's murder, Charlotte discovered 3 sticks of dynamite scattered throughout her parents' front lawn. Sheriff's deputies searched the rest of the property but never found any other components that could have been used to set off the dynamite, and its origins were never discovered. This incident occurred just 4 months after the unexplained deaths of Elmer's oldest daughter, Betty Jean, and her husband, Major Robert Douglas Baker. The couple had died within 3 hours of one another at Madigan Army Hospital in Fort Lewis on April 25, 1959. Pierce County Coroner Frank James determined that Betty Jean and Robert had been poisoned. Their deaths had originally been attributed to botulism. The couple had recently returned from a trip to Mexico and brought various foods back with them. However, botulism was ruled out after an investigation by the Food and Drug Administration and the Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department. All of the food products in the baker's home were analyzed and tested on animal subjects, but nothing was discovered. Additionally, none of Betty Jean and Robert's 3 children, who also lived in the house, ever fell ill. Samples of the couple's brain tissue and stomach contents were examined at Walter Reed Army Hospital and Letterman Army Hospital, revealing that the lethal substance could have been any one of more than 5,000 compounds. Like Pearl's murder, the deaths of the Bakers remain a mystery. Despite hundreds of interviews and polygraphs, along with thorough scientific examination of the available evidence, Pearl's murder is one of Seattle's oldest and coldest cases, despite the efforts of cold case investigator detective Mike Cisinski. Wayne Gravett spent much of his life working in the food and beverage packaging industry, either working for manufacturers or repairing equipment as a self-employed machinist. His work required him to travel a lot. But in 1996, 42-year-old Wayne was looking to use his extensive knowledge to start a business that will be very close to home. Wayne and his wife Diane had purchased more than 100 acres of property in Moffat, Ontario that summer. There was a spring on the property, and Wayne had plans to refurbish a barn on the property so that he could start a business bottling water from the spring. The couple's 2 children, Justin and Danielle, also lived on the property. On December 12, 1996, 21-year-old Justin brought in the family's mail. There had been a package addressed to his father in the mailbox. Since it was so close to Christmas, this did not seem unusual. Justin brought the package inside to the family's living room. His sister was not home, but his parents and his uncle were there. Justin gave the package to his father. It had been packaged inside a wine bottle box and contained a letter and a rectangular Duracell floating lantern flashlight. The letter claimed to be from someone looking to do business with Wayne and had a postscript reading, "Didn't realize you had moved, had some trouble finding you, have a very Merry Christmas, and may you never have to buy another flashlight." While his father opened the letter, Justin grabbed the flashlight and tried to turn it on, but no light came from the flashlight. He tried to open it, but it appeared to be glued shut. Wayne took the flashlight to look at it and then put it down. When he picked it up again, he pressed the button to try to turn it on again. The flashlight exploded, killing Wayne instantly. His body absorbed the majority of the force of the bomb, and the living room was not a fully enclosed space as it was open to other parts of the house. As such, even though Wayne's son was sitting next to him, he received only minor burns. Wayne's wife and brother had been across the room but were not seriously injured. The flashlight had contained a homemade bomb filled with a mining explosive and roofing nails. The explosives would have created a large enough blast to kill Wayne even without the nails. The killer was clearly a coward, as they had killed Wayne from a distance, and cruel, as they did not care if anyone else got hurt in the explosion. Police did have a lot of evidence to investigate. The flashlight obviously did not survive the explosion, but the wine bottle box it was mailed in and the letter that accompanied it did. The UPC had been cut off of the box, making it difficult to track, but the letter provided several leads. While the letter named people Wayne did know, it had been signed with a fake name and provided a fake address. The letter had been typed on a Manual Smith Corona typewriter with a rare font type, which was only used on 2% of that particular model. There was also a distinctive flaw on the daisy wheel of the typewriter used to type the note that left a small slash after every period it typed. Investigators hoped that this would help them track down the specific typewriter used to type the note, but it did not. Hairs were found in the packaging materials used to send the bomb, but police have not publicly disclosed if DNA testing of these hairs has been attempted. A month before Wayne was killed, 2 men had gone to the post office in Acton, Ontario, inquiring about Wayne's new address. Composite sketches of the men were created, but they have never been identified. In the years since Wayne was killed, investigators, journalists, and Wayne's family have identified a number of potential motives for the murder. Wayne previously had a bitter falling out with a former business partner. He was obviously considered as a potential suspect. He also claimed that a number of customers Wayne had worked for after they parted ways had told him that Wayne had overcharged them or otherwise treated them unprofessionally. There was a lot of interest in developing spring water companies in Canada at the time, so Wayne may have been killed to eliminate new competition in the industry. Wayne's family also learned after his death that he had engaged in a number of extramarital affairs. Filmmaker and journalist David Ridgen, working on a piece for the CBC, interviewed an anonymous source who claimed that the bomb had been arranged by a local outlaw motorcycle club. Despite the large number of potential leads and an extensive investigation, Wayne's killer has never been identified. Police have not narrowed their focus and continue to pursue all available avenues of investigation. Wayne's family still hopes that anyone with information will come forward so that they may finally have answers. They have remained active in their own efforts to solve the case. Bill Walker and Javier Martinez Adame never met, but the two men had a lot in common. They lived just a few miles away from each other, each just outside of Moses Lake, Washington. They both loved their families and did whatever they could to help them. They were both loving fathers and grandfathers. Both of them were known for helping anyone in need and for being skilled with their hands. Bill, a retired electrician, could fix just about anything, and Javier had a green thumb as well as a knack for playing musical instruments. While Bill and Javier had only these broad connections, their lives became mysteriously intertwined in 2008. On August 2nd, Bill's extended family was in town for a baby shower for his granddaughter, Heather. Heather was having a boy, and Bill was looking forward to teaching him how to fish. Bill's wife had left that morning to go antiquing with some family members before the baby shower, while Bill stayed behind to put her around in his workshop. At some point that morning, Bill found a boat battery charger somewhere on his property. The exact circumstances of him finding it are unknown. What is known is that Bill took it inside his shop and plugged it in. When he did so, the charger exploded, tearing a hole in the workshop's wall and killing 69-year-old Bill instantly. He died of extreme trauma to his chest and neck. Just 10 hours later, another explosion rocked a home less than 6 miles away. Javier's girlfriend had found a police scanner in a grocery bag in the driveway earlier in the day and had brought it up to the porch. On August 3rd, just after midnight, Javier brought it inside and placed it on his kitchen counter. It exploded. Javier was able to use his body to shield his girlfriend from the blast, saving her life. He died of extensive wounds to his chest and stomach. Javier was 53 and had grown up as the fourth of 9 children. He had been injured in a car accident many years before his death, which left him unable to work long shifts. He, therefore, mainly worked odd jobs where he could control his schedule and pain levels to support himself and his family. For many years, he owned and operated an appliance repair company. The FBI, ATF, and explosives experts from the U.S. Army were all involved in the investigation and processing the scenes. The boat battery charger and police scanner had both contained improvised explosive devices. Both bombs were clearly intended to kill. The 2 pipe bombs were so sophisticated that investigators believed they had to have been made by the same individual. However, they have never been able to find any connection between Bill and Javier, much less one that would lead to them being targeted by the same person. This fact has led investigators to conclude that Bill Walker was simply a victim of mistaken identity, and that the bomb that killed him was not intended for him. They do not believe Javier could have been the man killed by mistake because he had a criminal record. However, Javier's family is upset by this conclusion. He was arrested for drug possession in the late 1990s, but never for manufacturing or selling drugs. He never had any ties to gangs or other such criminal enterprises in the drug world. His associates were instead the neighbors he hosted at his famous barbecues and friends he welcomed into his home when they had nowhere to go. He also had no history of making or working with explosives. Javier and Bill's families now have the desire for justice for their loved one and ongoing fear in common. Members of both families report feeling anxiety when packages are delivered to their homes, viewing that they too may be killed by something seemingly so innocuous. They all hope that anyone with information about the case will come forward so that the murders can finally be solved. The haunting and tragic story of Susan Eigen and her son, Richard, highlights how darkness can intrude even in seemingly perfect environments. Born in 1942, Susan Eigen experienced a turbulent life. As her marriage to Al Eigen fell apart, she found the courage to take decisive action and separate from him. She embarked on a new chapter, striving to rebuild her life with her 3 children, Richard, Karen, and Michael. Their fresh start began at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in Long Island, New York, where she nurtured hopes for a better future. Amidst her peaceful surroundings, she gradually assimilated into the community, forming connections with her neighbors. Her efforts to start afresh seemed promising, and visitors from the neighborhood occasionally graced her home, giving her a sense of belonging. Little did she realize that the semblance of a normal life she had worked hard to establish was soon to be brutally shattered. It was February 26, 1984, and the innocence of a typical Sunday was soon to be turned into a nightmare for 11-year-old Michael Eigen as he returned home from a neighborhood hockey game. Instead of the warmth of his mother's presence, he was met with a chilling and gruesome scene. Susan Eigen, his mother, lay lifeless in the hallway, her body savagely beaten and strangled, an unimaginable sight that would haunt the young boy for years to come. He immediately ran to a neighbor's house begging for help. Upon receiving the distress call from Susan's downstairs neighbor, whose name was not made public, the Nassau County Police Department arrived at the scene. As they entered the house, their eyes were met with the lifeless body of Susan lying in the second-floor hallway right in front of the master bedroom. The police knew from their first glance that she had been a victim of assault. However, the darkest revelations were yet to come as the officers ventured into the master bedroom. When the police stepped inside the bedroom, they found Susan's 17-year-old son, Richard, also dead. After ensuring the area was secure, Officers Otto Kallmeyer and Ed Carter of the Nassau County Police Department requested backup. Detective Herb Daub arrived at the crime scene and commenced a comprehensive investigation of the crime scene. The forensic team recovered a white bedsheet stained with blood found in close proximity to Susan's body. Additionally, they collected hair strands from the bandana that had been used to strangle her. Bodily fluids were also found inside the home and collected as evidence. The bedroom exhibited signs of being ransacked, resembling a typical scene from a botched robbery. Dresser drawers were left open, and the contents of a pocketbook were scattered across the bed. During the crime scene investigation, the forensic team discovered 2 latent fingerprints. The first one was lifted from a bank receipt found amidst the scattered items on the bed, and the second one was recovered from the plastic bag used to suffocate Richard Eigen, which was still covering his face. Subsequently, the collective evidence was sent to the laboratory for further analysis and processing. With this theory in mind, investigators speculated that Richard had unexpectedly arrived home during the attack on his mother. Having witnessed the crime, he was murdered to prevent him from talking. While the initial evidence seemed to support this theory, actually proving it would be another challenging task. In 1984, the field of forensic analysis lacked the advanced and sophisticated techniques available today. This limitation made it significantly more challenging to obtain definitive and conclusive results from the collected evidence. Investigators had to rely on conventional methods and technologies which might not have provided as precise and detailed information as modern forensic techniques do. In August 1984, Detective Charlie Costello from the Fingerprint Division of the Crime Lab was performing tests on the latent fingerprints that were collected from the bag used to suffocate Richard and another from the bankruptcy collected from Susan's purse. Believing that these fingerprints might belong to the intruder, Costello ran the prints through the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, or AFIS. However, despite his efforts, he was unable to find a match in the system. Since the murderer had no previous criminal records on file, the detectives decided to broaden their search by collecting fingerprints from individuals in the local area with a history or background in burglary. The idea was to compare these fingerprints with the ones found at the crime scene, hoping to identify a potential match or lead that could help them narrow down their suspect list. This method, though time-consuming, aimed to cast a wider net in their investigation and increase the chances of finding a connection to the perpetrator. Despite their diligent efforts and months of testing numerous fingerprint samples from potential suspects, the investigators were unable to match the fingerprints found at the crime scene. As time passed, they brought in as many samples as possible, but none of them yielded any results. Sadly, after nearly a year of exhaustive investigation, they had run out of new fingerprints to test, and without any viable suspects or leads, the case eventually went cold. After 18 years, on January 22, 2002, Detective Charlie Costello decided to try his luck once more and ran another fingerprint through AFIS, hoping for a breakthrough. To his immense relief, this time he obtained a positive result. Costello successfully matched the fingerprint found on the evidence to a fingerprint submitted on a school bus driver application. The applicant's name was Louis Tulisai. Upon discovering this match to Louis Tulisai, investigators learned that he was 42 years old at the time of the crime and had a history of drug possession. With Louis Tulisai identified as the prime suspect, the cold case detectives exercised caution and patience, deciding to gather more concrete evidence before making an arrest. In February 2002, DNA Analysis McCarthy employed an ultraviolet beam to detect bodily fluid stains on the evidence that were collected from the crime scene, which were otherwise invisible to the human eye. Successfully collecting the fluid, McCarthy extracted a partial DNA profile from it. Armed with this partial DNA profile, the detectives knew they were getting closer to solving this case definitively. The only missing piece now was a sample of Louis Tulis DNA to compare with the extracted profile and confirm the match. It was finally time for them to find Louis Tulisai. On May 10, 2002, the task of securing Louis Tulisai's DNA fell to Detective Tony Graziano, a skilled and well-organized undercover agent from the Nassau County Police Department. His mission was to discreetly obtain a covert DNA sample from the suspect without alerting Tulisai to the ongoing investigation. At 11 a.m. on May 10, 2002, Detectives Graziano and Sergeant Guido initiated their operation by conducting a walkthrough of Louis Tulisai's residence. The purpose of this walkthrough was to familiarize themselves with the layout of the house and gather any potential information that might be useful during their interaction with Tulisai. Following the walkthrough, Detective Graziano took the lead in establishing a rapport with Tulisai. Building rapport is a crucial skill in undercover work as it helps gain the trust and confidence of the suspect. Over the course of their interaction, Graziano engaged Tulisai in casual conversation, discussing various topics to create a comfortable and friendly atmosphere. The detectives knew that they had to approach the situation delicately, ensuring that Tulisai remained unaware of their true purpose. Their goal was to gain Tulisai's trust enough to obtain a covert DNA sample without raising any suspicion. As Detective Graziano and Sergeant Guido continued their walk through of Tulisai's home, they maintained a casual atmosphere with Tulisai smoking a cigarette during the conversation. Subsequently, they stepped outside onto the street, where Tulisai eventually discarded the cigarette but without suspecting anything amiss. Their orchestrated plan was progressing as intended. After Tulisai left the area, Sergeant Guido discreetly collected the discarded cigarette butt. Detective Graziano and Guido wasted no time and immediately made their way to the crime lab. In the crime lab, the analysis carefully isolated the saliva and epithelial cells from the filter of the cigarette butt. The DNA present in the sample was extracted and purified, ensuring the removal of any potential contaminants. With the DNA profile from the cigarette butt now prepared, it was time to compare it to the previously extracted partial DNA profile obtained from the crime scene evidence. As expected, the moment of truth arrived, and the comparison revealed an undeniable match between the two DNA samples. The results confirmed that Louis Tulisai was indeed the killer, linking him conclusively to the crime scene and the murders of Susan and Richard Eigen. After building a solid case with concrete evidence against him, Louis Tulisai was finally arrested on June 5, 2002. Law enforcement officers took him downtown for questioning. In the Nassau County interviewing room, Louis Tulisai was confronted with the evidence collected by the detectives, including the crucial fluid sample that linked him to the crime scene. Tulisai, displaying his cunning nature, quickly latched on to a potential defense strategy. He acknowledged knowing Susan and cunningly claimed that he had a physical relationship with her. According to his statement, this explained the presence of his bodily fluid inside Susan's home, suggesting that it was not related to the murders. Tulisai further stated that at the time of the murders, He lived in Brooklyn and had been introduced to the Eigans by friends who lived next door to them. Subsequently, Tulisai had met the Eigans on several occasions in the past. However, the detectives asserted that on the day of the murder, he was not an invited guest. The cold case detectives didn't believe Tulisi's statement, but they knew the potential complication Tulisi's statement might introduce during the court proceedings. They understood that handling it with precision was crucial. Nonetheless, they held one last decisive piece of evidence, a trump card that if presented skillfully would leave Tulisai with no escape route. On July 3, 2002, DNA analyst Terry Melton took possession of 2 strands of hair that were recovered from the bandana used to strangle Susan Eigen. Melton then extracted a DNA profile from the hair samples. The crucial step was to compare this newly obtained DNA profile with Louis Tullis' existing DNA profile and with DNA analysis of the hair strands from the bandana matching Louis Tullis' DNA profile. The final piece of the puzzle was completed for the cold case detectives. After the completion of the investigation and the compilation of a strong case against Louis Tulisai, the Eigen double murder case was handed over to the Nassau County District Attorney's Office. The District Attorney's team reviewed the evidence and prepared for the trial. The case was put on the court docket and trial proceedings began. Assistant DA Robert Biancavilla painted a picture of death Tulisi fashioned for Susan and Richard Eigen. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Louis Tulisai remained unwilling to confess to the murders. His defense attorney, Michael Washer, put forth a defense strategy to create reasonable doubt in the jury's minds. Washer claimed that Tulisai was attempting a family gathering on the day of the murders, suggesting an alibi to counter the prosecution's case. In an effort to cast doubt on Tulisai's involvement, Washer also proposed the possibility that other individuals who knew the Eigens may have been responsible for the crimes. During the trial, Louis Tulisai took the opportunity to briefly speak in court. He expressed his deepest condolences to the families of Susan and Richard Eigen, acknowledging the profound loss they had suffered. However, he also maintained his stance, asserting that he was innocent of the crimes he was accused of committing. Michael Eigen, Susan's son, addressed the court and shared a haunting memory that had stayed with him since the murders. He recounted an incident that occurred 4 years after the tragic events when he and his teenage friend found themselves on a boat with Louis Tulisai. Michael revealed that Tulisai's cousin lived next door to him, leading to this unexpected encounter. According to Michael's testimony, Tulisai appeared to be in a state of distress, consuming alcohol and smoking while talking at length about himself and his perceived misery in life. With poster-sized photos of his beloved mother and brother displayed behind him in the courtroom, Michael continued to address the jury. He shared how deeply he had been affected by the defense's portrayal of his mother during the trial. Louis Tulisai's defense attorney had attempted to create reasonable doubt by suggesting alternative scenarios and other potential suspects. In doing so, they had painted an unflattering and distorted picture of Susan Eigen. In a powerful and emotional courtroom scene, 3 other relatives of the victim also addressed the court during the sentencing phase of the trial. Al Eigen, Susan's former husband and Richard's father, turned toward Louis Tulisi and directly expressed the magnitude of the devastation caused by his actions. He described the murders as the most horrific crime imaginable, one that had torn apart a family. Al Eigen acknowledged that no sentence could ever fully compensate for the loss they had endured. Still, he urged the judge to impose the maximum penalty upon the convicted murderer. His words carried the weight of a grieving father seeking justice for his beloved ex-wife and son. Similarly, Eugene K., Susan's brother, tearfully addressed the judge, struggling to find words to convey the deep pain inflicted by Tulisai's callous actions. Through tears and deep breaths, he asked the judge to consider the profound cruelty and heartlessness displayed by the defendant as they determined the appropriate sentence. In an emotionally charged moment during the sentencing, Karen Eigen, the daughter and sister of Susan and Richard, was unable to attend in person. Instead, her best friend, Wendy Woods, read a heartfelt statement on her behalf. The statement conveyed the profound impact that the murders had on Karen's life, revealing that she had effectively lost her childhood on the day of the tragic events. Karen's statement expressed her bewilderment and disbelief that someone capable of committing such heinous crimes could still maintain their innocence. During their trial, Assistant District Attorney Robert Biancavilla presented a compelling case against Louis Tulisi. He charged that Tulisi had a specific intent to rob the Eigans in order to support his cocaine habit. According to the prosecution's theory, Tulisi broke into the Eigans' home with the intent to steal valuable items and money. However, the burglary took a horrifying turn when he encountered Susan Eigan inside the house. In the course of the robbery, Tullis assaulted and ultimately murdered Susan in a brutal act of violence. The situation escalated further when Richard Eigan unexpectedly entered the home during the burglary. The prosecution contended that fearing his crime would be exposed and unwilling to leave behind any witnesses, Tulisi made the chilling decision to kill Richard as well. With the overwhelming evidence gathered by the cold case detectives and the prosecutor's compelling case during the trial, Louis Tulisi had no viable defense. The evidence pointed unequivocally towards his involvement in the brutal crimes, leaving him with no way out of the situation. Tulisi was finally charged with second-degree murder, kidnapping, burglary, and aggravated assault. During the sentencing hearing on June 2, 2004, Michael Eigan, the son and brother of the victims, addressed the court once again. In an emotional statement, he expressed the profound impact that the murders had on his life. Michael shared that the loss of his home, his mother and his brother were among the many things stolen from him by Tulisi. In recognition of the devastating losses suffered by the Eigan family and the heinous nature of the crimes, Nassau County Court Judge Joseph Calabrese handed down the sentence to Louis Tulisi. The judge sentenced him to 2 consecutive 25 years to life prison terms for the 1984 murders of Susan and Richard Eigan, the Oceanside mother and son. Judge Joseph Calabrese made it clear to Tulisi that he saw no reason to show any leniency or mercy towards him. The judge emphasized that the method by which Tulisi had murdered his victims was deliberate and intended to cause maximum pain and suffering. Furthermore, Calabrese pointed out that Tulisi had demonstrated no remorse for his actions throughout the entire trial process. Michael Eigan, after the sentencing, spoke to reporters and expressed his thoughts on Louis Tulisi's continued insistence on his innocence. He stated that Tullis' refusal to admit guilt was consistent with a pattern of behavior in his life. Michael implied that his behavior might be indicative of Tullis' unwillingness to take responsibility for his actions. With the knowledge that Tulisi would be behind bars for at least 50 years due to consecutive life sentences, Michael acknowledged that a certain portion of his mind found ease in knowing that the perpetrator would face the consequences of his crimes for a significant portion of his life. Michael was ready to begin the process of moving beyond the tragedy that had haunted them for so many years. In 2005, a year after being sentenced for the murders of Susan and Richard Eigan, Louis Tulisi passed away while serving his prison sentence. His death marked the end of his life behind bars, cutting short this sentence imposed upon him by the court. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. One of Mandy Steingasser's favorite pastimes was spending time outdoors with her father, Richard. They enjoyed going fishing and camping together. During one of their camping trips, Mandy discovered a ground squirrel and picked it up to cuddle. Instead of complying with Mandy's intentions, the ground squirrel bit her. This response was not out of character for Mandy. When she came across snakes on other camping trips, she would pick them up and pet them, rather than run away from them. These incidents reflected Mandy's personality very well. She was brave, loved animals, and did not let their perceived dangers or flaws influence how she treated others, both animals and people. She had a wide variety of friends and was very loyal to all of them. She did not judge anyone, which led her to befriending some individuals other people would have stayed away from. When her decision to associate with these friends was questioned, Mandy would say that they were her friends and that was important above all else. In the fall of 1993, 17-year-old Mandy was a senior at North Tonawanda High School outside of Buffalo, New York. She did not yet have any solid plans for her career, so she planned to begin her collegiate studies at Niagara County Community College after graduation. According to her parents, Mandy was a good kid. She had her flaws and was not a straight-A student, but she cared about protecting the environment, loved and respected her parents, and was a good friend. Like many teenagers, Mandy liked to go to parties and experiment with drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes. According to one of her close friends, with whom she would go to parties, Mandy liked to push her limits but was not a problem drinker and did not let herself get out of control. Mandy's parents were concerned about her partying, but they also trusted their daughter's character and decided to set up a system of rules around Mandy's social life rather than attempt to force her to stop going to parties. They would set a curfew for each evening Mandy went out, which Mandy agreed to. If something prevented her from arriving home on time, she would call her parents to tell them why she was delayed and when she would be home. Mandy also had to wake her parents up when she arrived home so they would know she had safely returned. She and her parents had a standing agreement that should she ever find herself in a bad situation, she could call them and they would come get her. Mandy adhered to her parents' set of rules. However, she did not do so on September 18, 1993. That Saturday night, Mandy spent the evening with her friend Stacy, Stacy's boyfriend Brian, and Brian's friend Wayne. Stacy would be sleeping over at the Steingasser house, and Mandy had promised her parents that they would return by midnight. Stacy was Mandy's age, but Wayne and Brian were a few years older, meaning they could buy alcohol and Wayne had his own apartment. That evening, the group went to a liquor store to buy whiskey and rum before heading to Wayne's apartment on Ironton Street in North Tonawanda. Around 9 p.m., they got into Wayne's car and drove to Buffalo. The group was planning on seeing a rock band play a set at a bar on Forest Avenue. However, Mandy and Stacy were both underage and were not able to get past the bouncer at the door. Brian and Wayne left with them, stopping at a friend's house party before returning to North Tonawanda and Wayne's apartment. By this time, it was clear that Mandy and Stacy were going to miss their midnight curfew. However, for some reason, Mandy deviated from her normal routine and did not call her parents to update them about where she was and when she could get home. At this time, according to Stacy, she and Mandy were buzzed but not overly intoxicated. There was a house party going on at a home on First Avenue, and Mandy, Stacy, Brian, and Wayne decided to walk over to it. However, while they were on their way, a group of men pulled up alongside them in a car. They began yelling at Brian and Wayne, accusing them of harassing a woman from the neighborhood. This had not happened, but the men in the car did not wait for Brian and Wayne to clear things up and instead got out of their car and attacked them. The fight did not last long as sirens were soon heard and the other men got back in their car and took off. Mandy and Stacy had gotten scared and walked away from the scene when the fight broke out. As they got away, they became separated. Brian had yelled for the two girls to come back when the men drove off. Mandy had been afraid that the police would soon be there and insist on driving her home because she was underage, which would have ruined her plan to try to sneak into the house without her parents realizing she had missed curfew. When Mandy did not rejoin the group, Stacy was upset because she thought Mandy had gone home without her. They called Mandy's name several times, but she did not come back to meet them. Mandy apparently began walking to her house, which was over a mile away. She walked north on Oliver Street until she reached a convenience store at the intersection of Fifth Avenue. Witnesses at the intersection saw a passing car make a U-turn in order to pull up next to Mandy as she was walking past the store. Mandy leaned into the passenger side window to talk to the driver, an acquaintance from school, for a few minutes before getting into the car sometime between 1:20 and 1:30 a.m. on September 19th. Mandy was never seen alive again. Mandy's mother, Lorraine, was awoken by a phone call at 2:30 a.m. The call was from Stacy, and Lorraine could hear male voices in the background encouraging her to ask if Mandy had arrived home. Lorraine knew that Mandy had not come home even before searching the rest of the house because Mandy had not come in to wake her up when she arrived, as usual. Lorraine's initial reaction was anger at the fact that her daughter had missed curfew and not called home. She was awake for the rest of the night waiting for Mandy, but she never arrived. In the morning, she began calling around to Mandy's friends, but no one knew where she was. One of Mandy's friends was the daughter of a police officer, and he sent a patrolman over to the Steingasser home to take a missing persons report. The North Tonawanda police quickly came to the conclusion that Mandy was simply a runaway. This frustrated Mandy's parents, who knew her well enough to know that even if she had run away on her own accord, she still would have called home to tell them so. A boy she had been dating had just moved to Florida, but without a call from Mandy saying she had followed him south, they did not believe that this was the case. The Steingassers, therefore, contacted the FBI, who also began looking into the disappearance. Just over 5 weeks after Mandy was last seen, on October 25, 1993, 2 men were hunting for mushrooms in Bond Lake Park when they came across a set of badly decomposed human remains near an embankment in a wooded area near Myers Lake. The remains would later be determined to belong to Mandy. Mandy's body was located less than 50 yards away from an area used as a local lover's lane. Police believe that her killer had tried to roll her body down the embankment thinking it would go into the lake, but it was caught on some bushes on the way down. Police did not immediately make Mandy's cause of death public beyond stating that she had extensive injuries to her upper body. It would later be revealed that she had been strangled with her own bra. She had also sustained head injuries, with the autopsy finding 2 brain hemorrhages and a skull fracture near her left temple. Police had become suspicious of the schoolmate whose car Mandy had last been seen getting into within days of her going missing, both because he was the last person known to be with her and because of his behavior after her disappearance. While they publicly discussed that they had a main suspect in the case, they did not publicly identify him. They collected evidence as part of their investigation into him, but the technology available in 1993 was not sensitive enough to tie him to the murder. As technology advanced in the following decades, the evidence was retested and authorities eventually had enough evidence to charge their prime suspect. On April 24, 2018, nearly 25 years after Mandy was killed, Joseph Belstaff was arrested at his residence as he returned home after work. The following day, on Belstaff's 43rd birthday, he was arraigned on a charge of second-degree murder. Mandy's parents never fully recovered from the death of their only child. They stored some old furniture in Mandy's bedroom, but otherwise left it untouched, with all of her belongings left in their place. Richard Steingasser passed away in 2015, 3 years before an arrest was finally made in his daughter's case. Belstaff, then 18 years old, had come into the North Tonawanda Police Detective Bureau 2 days after Mandy went missing, identifying himself as the person who had picked Mandy up at the corner of Oliver and 5th. He told police that Mandy had only been in his car for a few minutes. Shortly after she got into the vehicle and he began driving her home, she decided to go back to the house party she had planned to go to with Wayne, Brian, and Becky. He claimed he turned his car around and dropped her off in front of an old church at Oliver and 1st. When Mandy got out of his car, she walked up to a Puerto Rican man sitting on the church steps. Belstaff said that this was the last he saw of Mandy. Parts of Belstaff's story were confirmed by witnesses who saw Mandy get into his car, but some were not. Sisters Tanya and Rebecca Coughlin lived in an apartment at the intersection of 5th and Oliver. At the time Mandy got into Belstaff's vehicle in the early morning hours of September 19, 1993. Tanya was outside of their apartment, and Rebecca was watching her from inside through a window. They both confirmed that they saw a car drive past Mandy, then do a U-turn so it could pull up beside her at the intersection. Mandy and the driver spoke for a few minutes before Mandy got into the car and had drove away, turning to drive in the direction Mandy had been walking and the car had originally been driving. The sisters both recognized Belstaff as the driver of the car because they knew him from their old neighborhood, where Belstaff had also lived. Rebecca identified Mandy as the girl who got into his car that night because she recognized her from school. However, there was a key part of the sisters' story that differed from Belstaff's account. Rebecca remained at the window, looking out onto the street for 5 to 6 more minutes. If Belstaff had quickly turned his car around to drive Mandy back to Oliver and 1st, as he told police, she would have seen his car drive past her apartment. She did not see the car again, which she would have if Belstaff's statement was accurate. Furthermore, police were never able to locate witnesses who saw a Puerto Rican man near the church. Belstaff dropped Mandy off at the church or Mandy anywhere in that area. They did, however, locate 2 witnesses who reported seeing Belstaff cleaning both the inside and outside of his car at a 24-hour coin-operated car wash at 2:15 a.m. or shortly thereafter. On the morning, Mandy got into his car. Several of Belstaff's friends also came forward, admitting that he had asked them to provide a false alibi for him. One of these friends was Jerry Miller. Belstaff asked Jerry to tell police that they had gone to Canada together the night Mandy disappeared so he would stay out of trouble. Jerry initially did so but gave an accurate statement 3 days later. On September 18th, Jerry had gone to the police station in the city of Tonawanda with Belstaff, who was angry over 2 traffic tickets he had received there and wanted to contest them. When they left the station, Jerry did ask Belstaff to drive to Canada with him to buy beer. The legal purchasing age for alcohol was younger in Canada than it was in the United States. Belstaff declined, stating he was just going to drive around because he was still mad about the tickets. When he returned from Canada later on, Jerry drove past Bellestat's grandmother's house, where Bellestat had been staying, as well as his mother's house, but Bellestat's car was not at either location. Once he was confronted statements showing he had asked friends to lie for him and proving he had not gone to Canada that night as he claimed. Bellestat then said that after he dropped off Mandy near the church, he went to a donut shop and then returned home. Bellestat stopped attending the school where he and Mandy had both been students after she disappeared. Bellestat did come in to take 2 polygraphs during the time Mandy was missing. He walked out of the first one because he did not like the tone of the questioning he was subjected to. He completed the second exam, but he was found to be untruthful when he answered no to 2 questions, one asking if he was involved in Mandy's disappearance and the other asking if he was withholding information. After Mandy's body was discovered, police caught Belstaff in another lie. They asked him if he was familiar with the area where the body was found, and he claimed not to be and said he had never been there. However, authorities quickly found a young woman who reported that Belstaff had taken her to the remote location just weeks before Mandy was murdered. Forensic evidence could not prove Belstaff's involvement in Mandy's murder in 1993. A hair was found on Mandy's body, and while testing indicated that it could have come from Bellestat, it could not be conclusively proven to be his. Fibers found on Mandy's clothing were a match to the fibers from the carpet in the back seat area of Bellestat's vehicle, although this only confirmed that she was inside the car, which Bellestat did not dispute. Bellestat's car was seized and searched. It was during the search that the most crucial pieces of evidence were collected: 3 pubic hairs, 1 found on the front passenger side floor mat and 2 located in the back seat of the vehicle. According to Bellestat, Mandy had only been in the front seat of his car and only for a few minutes. Furthermore, the hairs still had their roots attached, which a forensic expert would later testify meant that they had been pulled from the skin with force. While the attached roots on the hairs would eventually mean that they could be tested for DNA, the technology to do so was not available in 1993. At the time, scientists could only state that the hairs were consistent with Mandy's pubic hair. The hairs were submitted for DNA testing in 2017, which confirmed that they belonged to Mandy Steingasser. This confirmation is what led to authorities finally charging Belstead with her murder in 2018. Police believe that Belstead had made sexual advances towards Mandy and reacted violently when she wanted the encounter to end, leading to a struggle. When Mandy's body was found, her pants were pulled partway down and had been torn. One of Mandy's fingernails had broken off. Based on the results of the autopsy, investigators argued that Belstaff struck Mandy in the head at some point during the struggle, and when he realized what he had done, he ripped off her bra, tearing out all of its hooks in the process, and strangled her with it. After Belstaff's arrest in April of 2018, dates for his trial were set, and then changed as a result of ongoing disagreements over pretrial evidentiary issues. On March 9, 2020, the process of jury selection for the trial finally began, and the selected jury heard opening statements and 1 day of testimony before Niagara County Judge Sarah Sheldon declared a mistrial on March 16th due to concerns that the COVID-19 pandemic would prevent the trial from successfully being completed. The trial finally began on October 25, 2021, 28 years to the day after Mandy's body was found. Belstaff's defense team relied heavily on the fact that traces of another man's DNA were found in Mandy's underwear during further testing in 2019. The DNA belonged to Mandy's ex-boyfriend, Christopher Palish, with whom she was known to have a sexual relationship. Police had investigated him back in 1993, but he had moved to Florida on September 17, 1993, the day before Mandy began her last evening out with her friends. The defense argued that this evidence was exculpatory and Belstaff should have been released as soon as it was found. The prosecution argued that the defense was using the DNA as a distraction as they were able to account for its presence and the person it belonged to was not even in the state at the time of the murder. During the trial, the defense presented Christopher as an alternative suspect in the case, presenting his criminal charges in Florida for domestic violence and cruelty to animals as supporting evidence. The prosecution presented documents and called witnesses to confirm that Christopher had already moved away when Mandy was killed. On November 16, 2021, the jury returned their verdict. They found Belstaff guilty. In a subsequent interview with the Buffalo News, one of the jurors stated that the jury had not taken the defense's theory that Mandy's ex-boyfriend was responsible for her murder seriously. They went through all of the evidence carefully to be fair to Belstaff and do their job thoroughly and ultimately found that they could not argue with the compelling scientific evidence. Bellestat's sentencing hearing was held on January 14, 2022. While Bellestat maintained his innocence and his lawyer argued that sending her client to prison for the rest of his life was not justice. Mandy's mother, Lorraine, asked the court to impose a lengthy sentence. "During the time Joe Belstaff has been living his life, my daughter did not," she told the court, adding, "He has been free for 28 years and he should be sentenced for no less." Bellestat was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. He plans to appeal his conviction. Niagara County District Attorney Brian D. Seaman believes the case was handled properly and Belstaff's conviction will be upheld upon appeal. When asked what he would say to Mandy if he could speak with her now, he stated, "Mandy, we did everything that we could here to try to bring some level of justice for you and your family. And I'd say that the detectives in North Tonawanda, the individuals that worked in the Niagara County Forensic Lab, they never forgot about you." Catherine Moroney was only 13 when she fell for Michael Moroney, a 21-year-old man. Michael had traveled from Ireland, seeking a brighter future in America. Despite their age gap, Catherine and Michael's hearts were deeply connected, and they chose to marry in 1923. They began their life together in a charming little apartment above a busy grocery store at 52100 Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, Illinois. Michael earned a reputation for his dedication and hard work in creating a better life for his family. When Catherine turned 17 on May 9, 1928, she became a mother of a beautiful baby girl with captivating light blue eyes whom she named Mary Agnes Moroney. The following year in 1929, another bundle of joy arrived, and they named her Anastasia Moroney. Just a year later in 1930, Catherine found herself expecting yet again, eagerly awaiting for her third child to join the family. The Moroney family with Irish roots faced tough financial times during that period, making life quite challenging for them. It was during the Great Economic Depression which began in the United States and affected the whole world. Many families and businesses faced financial difficulties, and the Moroney family was no different. Michael, the father, lost his job and earned only $15 a week by distributing handbills, which wasn't enough to take care of his family of 4. In a desperate attempt to find a better job and get some help, Michael placed an advertisement in the Chicago Daily Tribune. He hoped that someone would offer him a job or assistance to support his family during those tough times. During that period, newspapers had special sections where people and families could reach out for assistance from generous individuals, philanthropist groups, or organizations. The Moroney families placed the plea for help in the newspaper, hoping for a response. Unfortunately, 3 long weeks passed and they hadn't received any help yet. But then, on Wednesday, May 13, 1930, just after little Mary Agnes' 2nd birthday, a kind man named Edgar Gilpin, who worked as a male nurse and philanthropist, noticed their advertisement and responded to it. He was willing to offer his assistance to the struggling Moroney family. He offered Michael some help by giving him a suit and a pair of shoes to assist him in finding a better job. The Moroney family was overjoyed and grateful for this small but meaningful support. They accepted the offer through the agency, which meant their address was shared publicly with other families in need. Unfortunately, the Moroney family's address got into the hands of a mysterious woman, leading to some unforeseen consequences. On May 14, 1930, Catherine was at home with her daughters, Mary Agnes and Anastasia, getting ready to clean the house. While scrubbing the floor, suddenly she heard a knock at the door and she opened it. She was surprised to see a young and elegantly dressed woman with beautiful blonde hair standing there. The woman wore a fancy gray suit with blue trimmings, and her hat was adorned with gray lace. Catherine couldn't help but notice the stunning pearly necklace and jewel set watch the woman had on. It was the first time Catherine saw this woman. The woman told her that she was sent by a social worker named Mrs. Henderson to help the family with their situation. Catherine had never heard of Mrs. Henderson before, but she thought that maybe they were responding to the advertisement they had placed in the newspaper for help. Catherine genuinely believed that the woman was there to offer assistance, so she warmly welcomed her inside to have a conversation. The woman brought a lot of groceries, including fresh vegetables for the Maroney family that she had bought from the grocery store down the street from Maroney's house. She admired Catherine's cleaning skills and complimented her for being ambitious. Catherine invited her to sit and they had a long conversation. Catherine shared all about the family's struggles with the woman, who listened to her carefully and seemed friendly and eager to help. Catherine felt a sense of relief and comfort knowing that finally, someone was there to lend a hand to her family. The woman was kind and spoke in a gentle and sweet manner. She seemed smart and well-educated. While they were talking, the woman noticed little Mary Agnes playing on the floor, and her face immediately brightened with joy. It was clear that she found Mary Agnes to be an adorable and charming child. Even though both of Catherine's daughters, Mary Agnes and Anastasia, were at home, the woman's attention was focused solely on Mary Agnes. As they talked, the woman shared that she had sadly lost her own daughter last year. Catherine's heart went out to her, but then the conversation took a strange turn. The woman made an unusual request. She asked if she could take little Mary Agnes with her to California for a short time. She reassured Catherine, saying that Mary Agnes would come back looking quite different, as chubby as a little butterball. Catherine felt unsure because the woman was someone she didn't know at all, and California was quite a distant place. So, Catherine decided not to let her little daughter go with this stranger. But then the woman gave Catherine a $2 note and promised to come back the next day. Even though Catherine was still confused, she found the woman's behavior and presence compelling. So, she eventually agreed to let Mary Agnes go with her. Before the woman left, Catherine asked for her name, and after a short pause, the woman answered, "My name is Julia Otis." When Michael came back home from work, Catherine excitedly shared with him about the visit from Julia Otis. However, Michael quickly realized that Mary Agnes wasn't at home. He asked Catherine where their little daughter was, and Catherine told him that she allowed Mary Agnes to go with Julia Otis to California. Michael became worried for their daughter, but they decided to wait and hope for Mary Agnes's return the next day. That night, the Maroney family had a good meal, something they hadn't enjoyed in a while. The next day, on May 15th, 1930, Julia Otis returned with Mary Agnes, and as soon as Mary Agnes saw her mother, she rushed into her arms and hugged her tightly. Julia brought not only more groceries for the Maroney family, but also some exciting news. She revealed that she had managed to secure a better job for Michael. Adding to the joy, she carried a bag full of clothes for the upcoming baby. Catherine was elated. It felt like they were finally receiving the help they needed. Julia's kindness made Catherine trust her more, who seemed to genuinely care for their family's well-being. At that moment, Julia made another request. She asked Catherine if she could take Mary Agnes shopping nearby, as the little girl's clothes were looking worn and her shoes were in bad shape. Catherine, feeling grateful for all of Julia's assistance, agreed to the idea, thinking it was a thoughtful gesture. However, Mary Agnes seemed to resist going with Julia. She started crying and clung to her mother, not wanting to leave her side. Despite this, Catherine handed her daughter over to Julia, trusting that everything would be fine. They left for the shop, which was just a short distance away. Catherine believed they would be back soon. Unfortunately, after they left, neither Julia nor Mary Agnes were ever seen again. As the hours went by, Catherine became increasingly concerned about why they were taking so long. At first, she thought that maybe Julia had taken Mary Agnes out for lunch, but it shouldn't have taken such a long time. As more time passed, Catherine began to feel that something wasn't right. She started regretting her decision to let her 2-year-old daughter go with Julia. Later, when Michael returned home from work, Catherine explained the entire situation to him. They searched everywhere for Mary Agnes and Julia, but there was no trace of them. Feeling helpless, they made the decision to contact the Chicago Police Department and informed them that their daughter was missing. The police wanted a detailed description of Julia, but Catherine could only provide a few details. She mentioned that the woman appeared to be in her 20s, around 5 feet 2 inches tall, and weighed about 125 pounds. The most distinctive feature that Catherine remembered was that the woman had prominent teeth. The next day, on May 16, 1930, around 8:30 p.m., the Maroney family received a letter. This letter was written on a special paper and had a mark on it that showed it was sent out at 4:30 p.m. It was sent using a special delivery service, and inside the envelope there was a $5 bill. The letter read, "Please don't be alarmed. I've taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her. She didn't even cry a bit. She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll help all I can to get you on your feet, and don't worry about anything else. When you get this letter, we'll be on our way to California." Catherine hurriedly told the police about the letter, desperately wishing they could locate Mary Agnes. The police scoured every corner of Chicago's railway stations hoping for a sign of Mary Agnes getting on a train with the woman Catherine had described, but it felt like they had disappeared like a puff of smoke. The police got wind of a young girl with blonde hair, possibly Mary Agnes, had been seen on a train bound for Kansas, accompanied by a woman and a nurse. Yet, when the train pulled into Kansas, it seemed like all three had become invisible. The police weren't able to find any of them. As more people heard about the letter, witnesses came forward with their stories about a woman who seemed to match Julia Otis' description. A staff member at Goblet's department store located around 8 miles from the Maroney's home on Ashland and Chicago Avenue came forward. She mentioned that a woman like Julia had bought a bunch of baby clothes using a new $50 bill from the store. Interestingly, these were the very same clothes Julia had given Catherine for her upcoming baby. Another woman stepped forward and informed the police that on May 15, 1930, she witnessed an unusual incident in a store in downtown Chicago. She noticed a lady with a young girl, and it seemed like the lady was anxious while dictating a letter to an older woman. This was striking, as writing the letter was a task she could have done on her own. The police weren't able to determine the identity of the older woman. It's unclear whether Julia used the older woman to write the letter, possibly to disguise her handwriting, or if the older woman had some connection to Julia. On May 19, 1930, the Maroney family received another letter, this time from a woman named Mrs. Alice Henderson. She claimed to be the cousin of Julia Otis. In the letter, Alice explained that Julia had experienced a lot of loss recently. Her husband and child had both passed away in the previous year. Alice mentioned that Julia was feeling very lonely and was struggling emotionally, even on the verge of a breakdown. Her doctor recommended a trip to California to help her mental state. Julia had decided to take Mary Agnes with her because she saw her lost child in her. Alice thought this would provide Catherine some relief from childcare, allowing her to focus on a new baby. She assured that she would bring Mary Agnes back safe and sound once Julia felt better. Alice also mentioned that she would continue to provide assistance to the Maroney family. Catherine shared this letter with the authorities and also recounted an incident that happened on the day Mary Agnes was kidnapped. After Julia left, an elderly man who said he was a social worker paid a visit. Catherine thought he might have clues about Julia, but when she mentioned calling the police and asked him to wait, he quickly dashed away and vanished. It was a puzzling encounter that Catherine had forgotten about amid all the worries about Mary Agnes. The investigators found this sudden revelation intriguing, wondering why Catherine hadn't mentioned it before. She explained that in all the stress, she overlooked this peculiar encounter with the mysterious man. The police also found something unusual. 2 letters that looked like they were written by the same person were sent by 2 different women on separate days. This made the police curious. They began to suspect the Maroney family might be hiding something more serious. They thought the family could be making up stories to cover up a darker truth. They even considered the possibility that Mary Agnes might have been hurt or even killed by her parents, maybe by an accident. On May 20, 1930, the police took Catherine and Michael into custody and asked them about Mary Agnes' possible murder. However, the couple consistently stuck to their story about their daughter's kidnapping. After an hour of questioning, they were allowed to go back home. The police's search for Mary Agnes didn't yield any results, and as time went on, the progress in the case became slow with no new leads. But just when people in the community might have started to forget about Mary Agnes, something significant happened a year later in 1931 in Rockford, Illinois. This discovery brought a fresh perspective to the case. On Thursday, July 23, 1931, about 14 months after the kidnapping, people reported seeing a girl who seemed a lot like Mary Agnes in Rockford, Illinois. A Native American lady named Martha Thompson, who was quite old, was spotted pushing a cart. Inside the cart, there was a 3-year-old white girl, and they were both going towards the west. The police decided to question Martha about this. She explained that she was planning to join a circus. The little girl looked chubby and happy, and she didn't seem to be bothered by all the attention. She had a tan complexion, blonde hair, and blue eyes, just like Mary Agnes. Martha said that the little girl's mother, a woman named Florence Fuller, had abandoned her. Martha wanted to take care of the girl, but the authorities wouldn't allow it until they could confirm the girl's true identity. The authorities got in touch with the Maroney family to confirm if the baby was their missing Mary Agnes. Filled with hope, Michael and Catherine journeyed along 89 miles to Rockford to meet the little girl, hoping she might be their beloved daughter. But when they saw the little girl, Catherine began to have doubts. She closely studied the girl, examining her teeth and body, and something just didn't add up. She felt like something was missing. After careful consideration, Catherine concluded that this girl was not their daughter. One distinguishing factor was that Mary Agnes had a red mark on her arm, but the girl they met in Rockford didn't have that mark. This difference made it clear that she wasn't their daughter. This news broke Michael and Catherine's hearts all over again. Despite a lot of searching, the police couldn't find Mary Agnes. Over the years, various newspapers ran stories about the case, hoping to uncover new leads. But sadly, as time went on without any new information, the investigation came to a standstill and the case became cold. 22 years had passed since Mary Agnes vanished. During this time, Michael and Catherine had become parents to a big family with 5 boys bearing the names Michael Jr., Patrick, George, Harold, and William. They also had 2 daughters named Anastasia and Catherine. The media would occasionally share stories about Mary Agnes, especially when other children went missing, to keep her name in the public's attention. In 1952, a reporter named Edna Wright from the Chicago Daily News was working on a regular story about missing people in the city. While doing her research, she came across the case file of Mary Agnes' disappearance. After reading the file, Edna decided to meet with the Maroney family to get a recent picture of their children. When she looked at the photos, she noticed something important. All the family members resembled each other. This similarity caught her attention. Edna then sent copies of the family photos to a newspaper in California, hoping to find a woman who resembled the Maroney children. This woman would now be around 24 years old. Edna believed that this woman might actually be the missing Mary Agnes. The Oakland Tribune in California ran the story on February 24, 1952. In San Pablo, California, a young auto mechanic named Everett McClelland read the story and something caught his attention. Among the pictures of the 7 children, he couldn't help but be focused on Anastasia. He began to wonder how much she resembled his own wife, Mary Beck McClelland. Curiously, Mary Beck was also 24 years old and had grown up in Martinez, California. At the age of 16, after she got married, Mary Beck McClelland got a surprising revelation from a family friend that she had been adopted. Unfortunately, her father had already passed away by then. She went to her mother Nora Beck to ask her about it, but her mother denied it. In their quest for answers, they looked through courthouse records and uncovered Mary Beck's adoption papers. These papers showed that she was adopted in the 1930s, around the same time Mary Agnes had disappeared. This discovery led Everett to think that maybe his wife could actually be the missing Mary Agnes. Excited by the possibility, he reached out to the Oakland Tribune in California to share his thoughts about how much his wife resembled the Maroney family and how she might be the long-lost Mary Agnes. Back then, They didn't have the technology to do DNA testing like we do now, so they had to use other methods that were mostly based on theories. They collected blood samples from Michael, Catherine, and Mary Beck, and they did more than 124 tests on these samples. They also looked at their facial features and compared them. They even made models of the Maroney family's teeth and Mary Beck's teeth to compare them. They looked closely at their dental impressions. Experts in fingerprints also compared Mary Beck's fingerprints and palm prints to those of the Maroney family. All these tests and examinations showed that Mary Beck shared many family traits with the Maroney family, making it likely that she was indeed Mary Agnes. On September 4, 1952, Mary Beck traveled to Chicago to meet the family she had been separated from for a long time. Catherine, who was now 40 years old and had been hoping for her oldest daughter, Mary Agnes, to come back home. When Mary Beth and Catherine saw each other, tears filled their eyes, and the picture was taken as they hugged tightly. It seemed like the mystery was finally solved after waiting for 22 years. However, Nora, Mary Beck's adoptive mother, strongly believed that Mary Beck wasn't kidnapped, but rather adopted. Nora explained that she had been a foster mother and knew Mary Beck well before they officially adopted her. Another person Dr. E.W. Mary through, a doctor in California, claimed that he had delivered Mary Beck on November 17, 1927, and she spent her early 2 years in an orphanage before being adopted. Furthermore, an important detail that was missing came to light. Mary Agnes had a scar from a hernia operation on her belly button. This scar was not present on Mary Beck. Despite all the confusion and uncertainty, the Maroney family still embraced Mary Beck as a part of their family. Mary Beck and Anastasia quickly became close friends because they looked very similar to each other. They even dressed in similar clothes and had the same shoe size. Despite Catherine's positive opinion of Mary Beck, doubts lingered in her mind about whether Mary Beck was truly her lost daughter, Mary Agnes. In a newspaper interview, Catherine emphatically stated that Mary Beck was not the daughter she had been longing for. In 1957, Michael, who was 58 years old, passed away, carrying a heavy heart burdened by the loss of his cherished daughter, as he could never accept Mary Beck as Mary Agnes. Catherine too battled a haunting depression that lingered for years. Tragically, she left this world in 1962 at the young age of 49, marking the end of a journey filled with sorrow and uncertainty. As time passed, Mary Beck continued to stay connected with the Maroney family. She spent her life with them and eventually passed away in 2005, reaching the age of 77. However, throughout her life, she couldn't be certain if she truly was Mary Agnes. Then, 3 years after passing, her family decided to do a DNA test to finally settle the question of their connection to the Maroney family. The test results showed that Mary Beck's DNA didn't match the DNA of Catherine and Michael. This made it clear that Mary Beck McClellan was not Mary Agnes. Despite all this, the case remained open for the next 14 years. Finally, on June 10, 2023, a detective named Jose Rodriguez from the Cook County Sheriff's Office was given the task of investigating the Mary Agnes case. This was all part of a project led by Sheriff Tom Dart focused on finding missing persons. Dart and Rodriguez sat down to tackle the century-old mystery together. It was the oldest missing person case in the history of Chicago. To begin their investigation, they looked for the original police reports. They decided to create a family tree and trace down as many members of the Maroney family as possible. Rodriguez shared that he started searching for family members of Mary Agnes who were not on the family tree. They also took their search online, and eventually, he stumbled upon an online forum where someone had identified themselves as a Maroney and reached out for contact. The detective uncovered an interesting lead. Some Maroney family members had accounts with DNA testing companies like Ancestry, so they decided to ask these family members to send in their DNA samples. Surprisingly, the family agreed and willingly submitted the DNA for testing. In the test results, Detective Rodriguez was on the lookout for any unfamiliar names that could be connected to the Maroney family. Interestingly, he discovered Lori Hart, who turned out to be a third cousin of the Maroney family. When he got in touch with Lori, she revealed that out of her grandmother's 3 children, Terry Arnold was the only one who had survived. When Detective Rodriguez met Terry, he showed her the DNA results and all the evidence he had gathered, proving her connection to the Maroney family. Terry couldn't believe it. All along, she had been convinced that her grandmother's family came from Poland. She was quite sure the detective must be mistaken. However, after some consideration, she agreed to take a DNA test to find out the truth. When the DNA results arrived, Terry was truly surprised. They indicated that she was mostly Irish, which was unexpected for her. Even more intriguing, the results showed significant genetic links between Terry and many of the Maroney cousins identified by Rodriguez. This strongly suggested that Terry was indeed a cousin to the Maroney family. When Detective Rodriguez inquired about her mother's name, who could potentially be the real Mary Agnes, Terry disclosed that her mother's name was Jeanette Burchard. Born on April 14, 1928, Jeanette Burchard's life took some unexpected turns. Raised by her mother, Jeanette Sailrick Darris Anderson, and stepfather Frank Darris, she was brought up with strong Catholic values. Jeanette grew up well-educated and later spent more than 5 decades working as a dedicated nurse. Jeanette first married Edward Jennings in the 1940s, and together they had 3 children. Decades later, after experiencing life's ups and downs, she found love once more and married Earl Bouchard. Both of her husbands have since passed away. Alongside her daughter Terry Arnold, Jeanette was a mother to Barbara Joan Jennings and Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. Sadly, both of whom tragically passed away, adding another tragic touch to her story. Jeanette always felt a unique connection to Chicago as she occasionally visited the city, the place where her life's puzzle was partially hidden. In an intriguing twist, Jeanette's stepfather Frank Darris once hinted that the woman who raised her wasn't her biological mother, leaving a lingering question that was never fully answered. This mysterious comment perplexed Jeanette throughout her life. Sadly, she left this world in 2003 at the age of 73, never having a chance to reconnect with the family she had lost. Finally, after 93 years of waiting, the Cold Case Unit announced that the oldest case of Mary Agnes Maroney closed. After some time, Arnold, the daughter of Mary Agnes, and the Maroney family had multiple conversations. They expressed mutual delight in getting to know each other. Arnold even shared pictures of her mother with her newfound cousins. She strongly believes her mother would have embraced the idea of being part of this extended family, relishing in the sense of belonging. Arnold is convinced that if her mother were alive today, she would have eagerly connected with the Maroneys to share in the newfound connection and the joy it brings. On June 5, 1986, the Gutierrez family from Lexington County, South Carolina, spent their day working in the yard. After dinner, which included bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches, Deborah Gutierrez painted her 4-year-old daughter Jessica's nails. Jessica, who was called Jessie, asked her mother if she could sleep in her bed that night. Deborah had to refuse, as Jessie had already slept in her bed the previous night, and with Jessie's older brother dealing with an ear infection, Deborah wanted to keep an eye on him by letting him sleep in her room instead. Jessie, therefore, slept in the double bed she shared with her older sister, 6-year-old Becky, that night. She went in to go to sleep around midnight on June 6th. When her mother woke up for the day a few hours later, she found her children's room in disarray. Their school papers were scattered across the floor, and the curtains had been pulled from one window. In addition, the front door was open. Deborah realized that Jessie was not in the room with Becky. When she asked Becky where her little sister was, Becky replied, "She's gone. The man with the magic hat and the beard took her last night." In a panic, Deborah tore through the room, looking for Jessie under the bed and in the covers. She tore through the house, looking in every closet and room before going outside to look for her daughter there. She was screaming Jessie's name the entire time. When she came back inside, she asked Becky why she hadn't screamed when the man in the magic hat took Jessie away. The little girl had no answer for her, but she would later say that she had been too afraid to do anything, including go back to sleep, once the man in the magic hat came in her room. The authorities were notified that the little girl was missing, and the search for her quickly began. Suspects were quickly identified but could not be tied to Jessie's abduction. Jessie's mother had kicked her boyfriend out of the home just a few days before Jessie went missing because of his possessive behavior and abuse of alcohol. Deborah was sure he was involved in Jessie's disappearance, but no evidence supporting that theory could be found. Jesse's father was also investigated, but he was living in California at the time and was able to prove that he was still in that state when Jesse went missing. One major piece of evidence was collected at the crime scene. A fingerprint on the window. Authorities believed the kidnapper used digging entry into the home. It was submitted to the FBI, but no match to the fingerprint was found in any database at the time. Jesse's mother, Deborah, was certain this fingerprint belonged to the man who took her daughter because she cleaned the home's storm door and the windows in her children's room every night with Windex, meaning any prints on those surfaces would have gotten there after she went to bed the night before. A new potential suspect emerged several weeks after Jesse vanished. An acquaintance of her family who was living in the area stole a van and drove it to North Carolina where he raped a woman. He was subsequently charged with and convicted of this crime. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. At some point during this man's incarceration for this crime, his cellmate claims that he told him that he had abducted and killed a little girl in Lexington County, South Carolina, while wearing a cowboy hat. He allegedly said that he buried the little girl's body in a landfill. The cellmate reported these claims to the authorities, who followed up on the possibility that Jesse could have been the little girl the inmate had been discussing. They spent weeks searching a landfill near Jesse's home, but found nothing. The inmate was questioned and offered to talk in exchange for immunity, but authorities refused to make such a deal. Investigators evaluated the evidence they had against him, but ultimately determined they did not have enough evidence to prosecute this individual. A detective told Jesse's mother, Deborah, 2 weeks after the disappearance, that statistics showed that Jesse was almost certainly dead. While over the years, Deborah came to intellectually understand that her daughter was most likely no longer alive, she could never fully give up hope while there was still uncertainty over her fate. While she had to live with not knowing if Jesse was alive or dead, she did know that she would not give up on finding answers. "My baby's lost somewhere in the dark, and I'm not going to stop until I find her," she said in 2017. Jesse's case was reviewed in 2008 and in 2015 when it was transferred to the South Carolina Attorney General's office. In 2021, on the 35th anniversary of Jesse's abduction, a new age progressed image of her was released to the public. In September of that year, a team from the FBI came to Lexington County to work on the case alongside the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division at the request of Lexington County Sheriff Jay Kuhn. The renewed effort paid off. Just before 8 a.m. on January 6, 2022, 61-year-old Thomas Eric McDowell was taken into custody at his home in Wake Forest, North Carolina. He is being charged with murder, kidnapping, and first-degree burglary in connection with Jesse's case. A district judge in North Carolina ruled he would be held without bond while awaiting extradition to South Carolina. Bond has so far been denied in South Carolina as well now that he has been extradited, although he has so far only had one brief court appearance in that state. While McDowell is being charged with Jesse's murder, authorities have not located her body. Given the ongoing court proceedings against McDowell, authorities have formally only released a limited amount of information about the circumstances that led to his arrest. According to the arrest warrant, McDowell was being charged based on his fingerprint being a match to the one found on Jesse's window, a witness identifying him in a photo lineup, and his own admissions to the crime made to others. It is unclear based on the information in the warrant when the fingerprint was matched to McDowell, who made the identification, or when the identification occurred. Former Lexington County Sheriff James "Jimmy" Metz has confirmed to the State, a newspaper in Columbia, that McDowell is the previously publicly unidentified inmate alleged to have confessed to Jesse's murder. McDowell is a registered sex offender as a result of a March 1987 conviction for an offense which occurred in North Carolina. He also became an acquaintance of the Gutierrez family after his uncle married one of Deborah Gutierrez's cousins. McDowell had provided various alibis to investigators after his cellmate reported his confession, all of which were investigated and disproven. According to Jimmy Metz, he could never secure an arrest warrant for McDowell because prosecutors believed defense attorneys would be able to convince a jury that the fingerprint on the window had an alternative explanation. McDowell had previously done work at the property. Jesse's mother's claim that the window was cleaned daily does seem to be supported by the fact that McDowell's fingerprint appears to be the only fingerprint found on the window. The fingerprint was included as evidence supporting McDowell's arrest in the 2022 warrant. While Mr. Metz is overjoyed that McDowell has finally been arrested, he is also upset and embarrassed by the media coverage and statements from the current investigators that have not disclosed that McDowell had been identified as the prime suspect so soon after Jesse's disappearance. It made us look like we hadn't done our job. We had investigated assiduously, he told the state. According to South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, without this newly discovered information, our office would not be able to prosecute this case. It is currently unclear what new information allowed for authorities to finally arrest McDowell, and will most likely remain so until further progress is made in the court case against McDowell. Jesse's mother, Deborah, has described McDowell's arrest and the fact that he is being charged with her missing daughter's murder as bittersweet. "I'm glad God brought me to see it," she said after the arrest. "I prayed he would bring me through it, and we waited for this a long time." Deborah spoke at McDowell's first court appearance in South Carolina, asserting how important it was for him to remain in custody due to the threat he poses to the safety of the community. She and Jesse's sister, Becky, are also using the media attention the arrest has brought to Jesse's case to try to bring awareness to other cases and other families who have suffered as they have. While speaking in court and to the media afterwards, Deborah wore a face mask featuring a photo of Shelton Sanders, who disappeared in 2001. In addition to speaking about Jesse and her case, Deborah and Becky also spoke to the media about how important it is for cold cases, particularly those involving individuals of color, to receive attention from the media and involving individuals of color, to receive attention from the media and effort from authorities. While McDowell's arrest is a major development in Jesse's case, her mother still has further answers to find, which will hopefully be revealed as the court case progresses. "I intend to be revealed as the court case progresses. I intend to find my daughter, and I hope to do just that," she said after McDowell's first court appearance. On November 17, 1978, an individual was out looking for firewood near Lake of the Woods in the Wainema National Forest in southern Oregon. While they were doing so, they came across a gruesome scene approximately half a mile off of Dead Indian Road near Oregon, Route 140. They discovered the badly decomposed body of a young man. Members of the Klamath County Sheriff's Office quickly responded to scene. The following day, as they continued searching for clues as part of their investigation into the young man's death, they discovered the body of a young woman. Her body had also undergone extensive decomposition. The remains of a small dog were also found. The man and the woman had been haphazardly buried in separate shallow graves. Based on the callous way the bodies had been disposed of, authorities were able to immediately tell that whoever had placed the bodies there had absolutely no respect for the individuals. The male victim's wallet was found amongst his clothes, allowing authorities to quickly identify him as 19-year-old Kirk Leonard Weiss Weissman. The female victim was soon identified as his girlfriend, 17-year-old Cynthia Lynn Freyer. Their autopsy showed that they had both been shot in the head multiple times with a .22 firearm and that Cynthia had been raped. The couple lived in Sepulveda, California, a neighborhood in Los Angeles that has since been renamed North Hills. They had been missing since September. The couple had been in Everett, Washington visiting family along with their brown and white terrier, who traveled with them in a carrier. They left Everett on September 23, 1978 to slowly make their way back to California and took a flight from Seattle to Eugene, Oregon. Kirk and Cynthia were known to hitchhike regularly, and witnesses were found to support the theory that they had been hitchhiking around southern Oregon prior to their murders. After arriving in Eugene on 23rd, they hitchhiked to Roseburg and spent the night in a motel there. A witness came forward, reporting that they had then picked the couple up hitchhiking and dropped them off at a restaurant in Grants Pass. The couple had plans to visit Crater Lake at some point during their travels before they returned to California because it was somewhere Cynthia had always wanted to visit. She had traveled in the area with her family the year before, but bad weather had forced them to cancel their plans to visit Crater Lake and made Cynthia even more determined to see it. One of the few items that was discovered along with the victims' bodies was a sign that read K Falls. The couple may have used the sign while hitchhiking, looking for a ride to Klamath Falls. Investigators came to believe that the couple had been killed by someone who picked them up hitchhiking either while they were traveling from Ashland to Klamath Falls or while they were traveling back to Ashland after visiting Klamath Falls. They were never able to find evidence confirming that the couple had made it to Klamath Falls. Carl Burkhart was a detective with the Klamath County Sheriff's Office in 1978 and one of the first investigators to respond to the scene when Kirk's body was first discovered. He eventually went on to become the sheriff of Klamath County. He maintained his interest in the case until he retired in 2001. Several other investigators would work on the case for the next 2 decades. With the collective technology to isolate and process DNA evidence became more commonly used by law enforcement decades later, the evidence was still available for forensic examination. Investigators began looking at the case and exploring the possibility of DNA evidence being found on some of the preserved items in 2011. However, it would not be until 2019 that the crime lab was able to identify DNA on any of the pieces of evidence. DNA from an unknown male was located on pieces of Cynthia's clothing that had been submitted for examination. The items were sent to another lab to confirm the findings of the crime lab. The second lab produced the same results. The DNA profile was run through criminal databases, but no match was found. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy and worked with Marshall University to prepare a sample to submit to Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia. Parabon used this sample to attempt to identify a suspect based on the amount of DNA the sample had in common with individuals who had submitted their DNA to a genealogy database. They ultimately were able to identify a potential suspect in a report they generated during the summer of 2021. Authorities learned that the potential suspect had died in Texas in 1996, making it more difficult for them to confirm it was his DNA found on Cynthia's clothes. They then turned to the man's ex-wife and children. While they were upset by the idea that he was a murderer, they agreed to cooperate with the investigation, prioritizing Kirk and Cynthia's family's need for answers over their own discomfort. They provided samples of their DNA, which helped confirm that it was the suspect's DNA found on the evidence. They also provided additional information important to the investigation during interviews. They confirmed that the suspect had lived in the Klamath Falls area from 1976 and Cynthia's bodies were found, stating that they had gone camping with the suspect in that area regularly and had routinely driven through the area on the way to visit family friends as well. At a press conference on January 6, 2022, authorities announced that the suspect whose DNA had been found on Cynthia's clothing was Ray Mason Whitson Jr. He did not have a criminal record. According to Klamath County District Attorney Eve Costello, the DNA evidence was strong enough for Whitson to be prosecuted based off of it, had he not died before it was discovered. Detective Dan Towery met with Kirk and Cynthia's loved ones prior to the press conference. Both families requested that he publicly express their gratitude to Whitson's family for their willingness to cooperate with the investigation and bring them answers and some measure of closure, despite the emotional toll doing so took on them. While Whitson cannot be prosecuted or found guilty in a court of law, the investigation is formally being suspended as prosecutors and investigators believe they have identified the only individual responsible for Kirk and Cynthia's murders. With the case formally closed, several personal items that belonged to the victims that had been held as evidence for more than 4 decades can now be returned to their families. These items include postcards, jewelry, and an unmailed letter addressed to Cynthia's parents, written shortly before Cynthia was killed and found with her body. The letter described how much fun she and Kirk had in Washington State and detailed some of their hopes and plans for the future. The letter will finally be delivered to Cynthia's mother, more than 43 years after Cynthia wrote it. In 1985, 63-year-old Helen Brooks lived in a 2-bedroom apartment at the Apple Valley Garden Apartments in Apple Valley, California with her small dog. She had gotten a divorce from her husband Bill a few years earlier and was the mother of 2 adult daughters. Helen was a hard worker who had been employed at San Bernardino Valley College in the food services department for 20 years. In 1985, she was working 2 jobs, one as a bookkeeper at the bowling alley across the street from her apartment complex and another as a saleswoman at a fashion boutique called Lolo's inside the nearby Apple Valley Inn. According to the manager of the inn, Helen looked more like 40 rather than 63. This was in part because Helen lived such an active lifestyle and swam in her apartment complex's pool every night. Helen had a very sophisticated and stylish air about her that helped Lolo's. She was regularly a model in the annual fashion show the boutique hosted. According to both her neighbors and her co-workers, she was very easy to get along with. She was very well-mannered and never raised her voice at anyone. She lived a quiet life, exercising and sewing in her spare time. On Friday, July 5, 1985, Helen was scheduled to open Lolo's. She did not arrive at work, which was highly unusual. Her boss Dolores was also concerned because she had tried to call Helen all throughout the previous day but never received an answer or a return call. She tried calling a friend of Helen's, and ultimately, the sheriff's department was notified. When deputies arrived at Helen's apartment, they found her front door unlocked. Inside, they discovered Helen's body. No one who knew Helen could think of any possible motive for someone to want to kill her. Furthermore, Helen was a very cautious person, especially because she lived alone. She would always lock her door, even if she was just stepping away to speak to a neighbor for a moment. She also regularly reminded her neighbors of how important it was to keep their doors locked. Authorities did not immediately release Helen's cause of death, but 2 months later, they did disclose that she had been strangled with a nylon stocking. DNA evidence was recovered from Helen's body, but the exact nature of that evidence has not been disclosed. In the following years, numerous interviews were conducted and several polygraph examinations were administered in connection to Helen's case, but her killer remained unidentified. Cold case detectives looked into the case again in 2009 and submitted evidence for forensic examination in hopes that DNA would be found on it. The effort paid off and a male DNA profile was identified. It was run through CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System, but no match was found. In 2021, cold case investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Detail partnered with the FBI's Riverside office and reopened the case. They requested additional analysis of the DNA evidence through what they described as additional investigation and advancements in DNA technology. They identified the individual whose DNA was left at Helen's crime scene. On January 24, 2022, almost 37 years after Helen was killed, it was announced that the suspect in Helen's murder was Robert Eugene Wertman. Wertman could not be prosecuted, however, because he had died in prison in 1995. At the time of his death, he was serving a 22-year sentence for a rape he committed in 1990. On Halloween of that year, he met a 49-year-old woman at a bar in Apple Valley. He drove her out to the landfill on Ukaloma Road, where he forced her to undress. He then raped her and forced her to perform oral copulation. He was convicted for this crime in 19. Wertman was also convicted of rape in Sonoma County in 1978 and had a false imprisonment conviction in San Bernardino County. In August of 1985, just a month after Helen was murdered, he was arrested on suspicion of attempted rape in Victorville, California. Wertman was interviewed in connection to Helen's murder early on in the investigation. He had met her a few days before she was killed. He denied ever being to her apartment or having any part in her murder. While authorities were suspicious of him at the time, they did not have access to the technology that would one day connect him to the crime. While the resolution of Helen's case did not lead to a conviction, it did provide an answer to the decades-old mystery. Diane Dawn was always a free spirit. Raised in New Jersey, she spent a year in Austria as an exchange student, which set her back a year in finishing high school. Despite being 4 years older than her sister Victoria, Diane and Victoria remained very close. Their high school years overlapped for a year because of Diane's extended time abroad. During that overlap, Diane not only assisted Victoria with subjects like music and foreign languages, but also helped her skip school for skiing adventures together. She was an accomplished musician who was skilled at playing the violin. Victoria moved to California, which separated her from Diane for several years. But Diane eventually followed, moving to California to be near her sister again. In 1988, 29-year-old Diane was living in an apartment complex on Graves Avenue in Santee, California with her 2-year-old son, Mark. Mark and Victoria's daughter, Christine, had been born only a few months apart from one another, and Diane and Victoria spent as much time together as they could with their children. Diane worked for the San Diego Transit Corporation, where she had become their first female radio repair technician. Diane failed to report to work on Monday, May 2, 1988. One of Diane's co-workers therefore went over to her apartment to check on her. When they entered the apartment, they found Diane, deceased, in a back room. She had been stabbed in the chest, and it would later be determined that she had also been bludgeoned. She was nude, but an examination of her body did not find any signs that she had been sexually assaulted. Diane's young son was found wandering in a nearby area of the apartment complex, thankfully unharmed. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department did not find any signs of forced entry into Diane's apartment, nor did they find a motive for anyone to want to kill Diane. Diane's son Mark was adopted by a family friend and grew up with two older brothers. He remained close with his birth mother's family and regularly saw his aunt, cousins, and grandparents. Even with a loving adoptive family and a strong relationship with his biological family, Mark still sometimes felt alone as he grew up, knowing he had lost his mother. As years passed without a resolution to Diane's case, her family began losing hope. "I didn't think anything was ever going to come of this. I thought I, myself, was going to go to my grave," not knowing Diane's sister, Victoria, would tearfully say years later. Investigators did not forget about Diane's case and tried to use new technology to solve it as it became available to them. Scrapings from under Diane's fingernails had been preserved, and in late 2000, they were tested in hopes of developing a DNA profile of Diane's killer. A profile was developed, but when it was uploaded to a national criminal database, no match was found. A hair follicle had also been found in Diane's hand, and a new technology was used to process it in the summer of 2010. However, when a DNA profile was developed, there was still no match to it in any database. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy as a possible avenue for finally solving the case in May of 2020. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department utilized genealogy databases that give users the option of making their DNA profiles available for comparison to law enforcement. Close relatives of the killer were not in the database, which meant the process was very labor-intensive for investigators as they created family trees of his more distant relatives trying to identify him. Investigators contacted numerous individuals they believed to be distantly related to the killer, asking for information about their family histories, and ultimately constructed 9 family trees containing over 1,300 people related to the killer, either by blood or marriage. The massive and detailed effort did eventually identify a potential suspect, but he had passed away since the murder. His children agreed to provide samples of their DNA. Testing on these samples confirmed that their father was the individual whose DNA was found under Diane's nails and in her hand. On March 16, 2022, authorities announced the identity of the suspect, Warren Robertson. Robertson, along with his wife and several other relatives, had lived in the same apartment complex as Diane in 1988. Authorities have not been able to determine if he and Diane knew each other prior to the murder. They both enjoyed racing and attended local stock car races at the nearby El Cajon Speedway. Robertson was never a suspect in the case prior to his DNA being matched to the DNA from the crime scene, thanks to genetic genealogy. He was not mentioned in any reports from the initial investigation, and he does not appear to have been questioned in the initial canvassing of the apartment complex in 1988. Robertson was a native of Arkansas. He worked as a tow truck driver at the time of Diane's murder. He did have a criminal record, but only for low-level property crimes, not for any other violent offenses. Robertson and his family moved away from the apartment complex shortly after Diane was killed to Lakeside, California. They then moved again the following year, this time to Indiana. Robertson died in a house fire there in 1999 at the age of 39. At the press conference announcing Robertson's identification, Diane's sister recounted memories of her beloved sister and thanked members of law enforcement for never giving up on the case. She said that the day she learned a suspect had finally been identified was the best day of her life, aside from the days her children were born. Diane's now adult son, Mark, provided a video statement played at the press conference. While he was too young at the time of her death to have many strong memories of his mother, he stated that everyone who had ever spoken to him about his mother told him how good of a person she was. He likes to think he inherited those positive traits from her and tries to be a good person, to be like his mother. The answers that my family received, it's closure. And closure is everything, even after so much time has passed, Mark said in the video. And now I have a story to tell the world and tell people who cross my path. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. In 2007, 18-year-old Anita Knudsen was a freshman at Minot State University in North Dakota, where she was studying elementary education. In addition to attending classes, she also worked at a local hotel and was making a variety of new friends in her new city. While she had left her family home in Butte, North Dakota, approximately an hour's drive from Minot to attend school, she remained very close with her family and was in regular contact with them. According to Anita's younger sister Anna, Anita could make whoever she was speaking to feel as though they were the most important person in the world. Over the first weekend in June of 2007, Anna was at the North Dakota State baseball tournament with her father to watch her brother Daniel play. While at the tournament, Anna and her father realized that neither they nor Anita's mother had heard from Anita all weekend, which was strange. They had all tried calling Anita as usual, but they realized that she had returned no one's calls. Anita's family grew even more concerned when they learned she had not reported to work on Saturday, June 2nd, which was unheard of for Anita, who was responsible in all things, including her job. Anita's worried father, Gordon, therefore, drove to Minot that Monday, June 4th, 2007, to check on his daughter at her apartment. He saw Anita's car parked outside, but she did not answer the door when he knocked on it. The door was locked, so Gordon walked around to his daughter's bedroom window. The window was open, and the screen was missing. Looking through the open window, Gordon could see Anita lying on her bed. He reached out to her through the window but found that she was cold when he touched her. Gordon then rushed to find Anita's landlord, and he was ultimately able to convince her to open the door to the apartment using her copy of the key. When he finally got inside and to Anita, he confirmed that his daughter was dead. Anita had been stabbed twice in the chest. A pocket knife with dried blood on it was found in the apartment. Some reports state that the knife was found in a bathroom sink, but a later affidavit of probable cause states that it was found on Anita's bed. Anita's valuables, including cash, her laptop, digital camera, and cell phone, were all still in the apartment. Examination of her body found no signs of sexual assault. Anita's time of death was placed in the early morning hours of Sunday, June 3rd. Analysis of Anita's phone showed that she'd been texting a friend just before 5 a.m. The friend sent Anita a text message at 4:43 a.m., and Anita responded to it at 4:48. The friend sent another text at 4:53. According to cell phone records, Anita never read that text message, and she made no further communications using the phone. This raised a lot of questions about Anita's whereabouts on Saturday and why she had abruptly stopped speaking to her family and inexplicably skipped her shift at work. Investigators interviewed numerous individuals, some of whom knew Anita and some of whom had connections to the area where she lived but could not locate enough evidence to make an arrest in the case. Billboards were put up throughout the area asking for tips but did not result in critical information being reported. Years passed and the case went cold. Anita's death was devastating for her family. Her brother, Daniel, in particular, struggled with Anita's death and was never the same after her murder. He took his own life in April of 2013 at the age of 22. What haunts me the most about the death of my sister is that whoever killed her also took the life of my brother that very day. After she was killed, he was never the same. I just don't think this person or monster knew the pain he would cause our family and friends. Anita's sister Anna would later tell Dateline. It would be nearly 15 years before a suspect was charged in Anita's case. On March 16, 2022, Minot Police Chief John Klug announced at a press conference that an arrest had been made in the case that afternoon. At 3:25 p.m., 34-year-old Nicole Rice had been taken into custody without incident at Minot Air Force Base, where she was employed in a civilian position. She was being charged with murder in connection to Anita's death. Chief Klug attributed the new momentum in the case to the television show Cold Justice, which had recently come to Minot to look into Anita's murder. The program follows former prosecutor Kelly Siegler as she brings investigators to police departments around the country to assist them with their investigations into cold cases. A lack of staffing and resources had prevented Anita's case from receiving the detailed attention Chief Klug felt it deserved in the previous few years. Chief Klug said at the press conference, "Although most of the detectives who worked the original scene and investigation have retired, we have not forgotten about this case. We tried to actively investigate Anita's case for the past few years, and finally, with the help of cold justice, we were able to move forward and regain focus. Due to the resources, logistics, planning, and experts they were able to provide, we were able to obtain an arrest warrant." Nicole Rice had gotten married in the years since Anita was murdered. In 2007, she was still using her maiden name of Thomas. She was also Anita's roommate. This had made her a person of interest from the early days of the investigation, but authorities did not have enough evidence to charge her. According to Chief Klug, only a few new details had come to light during the more recent investigation, and the arrest was made largely due to a detailed examination of the facts of the case and the information already available to investigators. Chief Klug did not disclose the evidence against Nicole Rice at the press conference, but some of it was detailed in the affidavit of probable cause filed on the day of her arrest. A major detail that had pointed to Nicole's involvement in the case from the very beginning was the fact that the door to the apartment she shared with Anita was locked when Anita's father discovered her body. The lock on the front door was a type that had to be both unlocked and locked with a key. There was no way for someone to lock the door without using a key. Anita, Nicole, their landlord, and a maintenance worker were the only people who had keys. Anita's key was with her belongings inside, and the other 3 individuals were investigated. The screen to the window in Anita's bedroom had been slashed and then removed from the window, which was left open. This allowed Anita's father to be able to reach inside the apartment and touch Anita's body when he came to check on her. However, while the screen may have been removed and the window left open to make it appear as though someone had entered and left the apartment through the window rather than the door, evidence inside Anita's room showed that this was not the case. 2 fabric bins overflowing with items were located right below the window and had not been disturbed. There were no shoe prints or scuff marks near the window. Dust and cobwebs in the window were not disturbed, and the aluminum seam of the window showed no signs of it being bent under someone's weight. Nicole and Anita were roommates, but they did not get along. According to the affidavit, friends characterized Anita as kind, friendly, and likable, whereas they described Nicole as hot-tempered and reactionary. This led to tension between the roommates. Nicole told police after Anita was killed that she and Anita were best friends and that she had never complained about Anita to anyone. Numerous witnesses contradicted these statements. Furthermore, a friend reported that shortly before the murder, they heard Nicole tell Anita, "One way or another, I'm going to get you out of this house." Nicole was not home when Anita's body was found, and she told police that she had an alibi for the time of the murder. She claimed to have been at her family's farm since 7 p.m. on the night of Saturday, June 2nd. However, a witness reported being with Nicole in a bar in Rousseau on the evening of June 2nd into the early morning hours of June 3rd. As they were leaving the bar, Nicole told the witness that she was going back to her apartment in Minot to get some clothes. Following the murder, Nicole gave this witness several different stories and described Anita in derogatory terms using foul language. The same witness reported that Nicole told her details about the crime scene. These details should not have been known to Nicole. Nicole and her father have given accounts in which they both claim Nicole was at the farm from 7 p.m. on June 2nd onward. However, according to the affidavit, in their various statements to investigators, their various stories have changed and have been inconsistent and contradictory of each other, although the affidavit does not go into detail about these inconsistencies and contradictions. Investigators had long been aware of rumors that Nicole had admitted to the murder to someone, but they were not aware of who had heard the admission firsthand. In March of 2022, they identified that individual as William May. William had dated Nicole for several months in either 2008 or 2009. According to William, Nicole had attended a house party thrown by him and his roommates. Anita's murder came up, and some people began discussing theories about who the murderer could be. In response, Nicole became what William described as belligerently drunk. When they were going to bed, Nicole told William that she did it. He tried to get her to admit to the murder in more detail later when she was sober, but she would just become angry at the mention of the crime. Nicole Rice's first court appearance was made on March 17th, with Nicole appearing via video call from the Ward County Detention Center. The state argued that her bond should be set at $1 million, and her defense argued that such a high amount was not necessary because she was not a flight risk. The judge ultimately set her bond at $120,000 cash or $250,000 surety. She was able to post it by that evening. Nicole Rice is next due in court on April 21st for her preliminary hearing and arraignment. If convicted of the charges against her, she could be sentenced to life in prison without parole. The summer of 1992 was a difficult time for Nona Cobb. The 29-year-old was a widow and had lost custody of her 3-year-old son, Josh, 7 months earlier. Nona's sister, Vicky, and her husband had custody of the little boy. Nona loved her son very much and was very proud of him. She called her sister every day to check in on Josh. Nona was struggling with a drug problem. While her family did not support her drug use, they still loved her. She loved us and we loved her. Just because you do something wrong doesn't mean you stop loving her, her sister, Vicky, would later tell the Winston-Salem Journal. Nona was last seen alive on the night of July 6, 1992. She was seen getting into a truck with a man at the Welcome Center on Interstate 85 in Cleveland County, North Carolina, south of Kings Mountain. Her body would be discovered at 6:15 the following morning along the northbound side of Interstate 77 in Surry County, North Carolina. She had been strangled. There were few early leads in Nona's case. The first major suspect for her murder was identified in 1995. Sean Patrick Goebel was a truck driver from Asheboro, North Carolina, and was questioned about Nona's murder after a fingerprint tied him to another killing. He denied any involvement in Nona's case. Later that year, police were able to eliminate him as a suspect in Nona's murder based on DNA evidence collected from her body. Goebel was later convicted of killing 3 other women and is currently serving 2 life sentences plus 14 years in prison. Years later, it would be that same DNA evidence that would lead to investigators finally being able to make an arrest in Nona's case. In April of 2021, special agents from the State Bureau of Investigation's Cold Case Investigation Unit and investigators from the Surry County Sheriff's Office began re-examining the physical evidence in the case. Still unable to find a match to the DNA from Nona's body, they began working with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, the founder of Identifiers International. This effort ultimately led to the identification of a suspect in the case. On March 15, 2022, almost 30 years after Nona was killed, 71-year-old Warren Luther Alexander was arrested in Diamond Head, Mississippi, and charged with her murder. He is currently being held at the Hancock County Jail awaiting his extradition to North Carolina to face the charges. The investigation is ongoing, and authorities are not releasing any further information at this time. They are also investigating the possibility that Alexander is also responsible for other murders. Susan Jane Berman was born in Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA, on May 18, 1945, to David Berman and Betty Ewald. David Berman, Susan's father, was a significant figure in the Jewish American gang scene on the Las Vegas Strip and managed the renowned Flamingo Hotel during the early days of Vegas's development. He was often known as Dave the Jew and provided Susan with everything she needed. Well, almost everything. Growing up on the Vegas Strip, Susan didn't return home from school every day to do her homework. Instead, she practiced math by counting chips at the casino. While this unconventional routine suggested a perfect life, tragedy struck when Susan was just 12. David Berman reportedly passed away from a heart attack during a routine surgery to remove colon polyps. The mysterious and controversial circumstances of her father's death would have profound and lasting effects on young Susan's life. This double tragedy meant Susan had to leave Vegas. Susan's uncle Charles Chicky Berman took her to live with him and his family in Lewiston, Idaho. It was at a junior high school in Lewiston that an English and a history teacher discovered Susan's unmistakable talent for writing and inspired her to pursue a career in writing. Susan subsequently enrolled at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, to study sociology. During her final year, she met a graduate student who would become her best friend for life, Robert Allen Durst. Robert, or Bobby Durst as was his nickname, was at UCLA for a one-year master's program. Both students came from privileged backgrounds, and it seemed like they clicked almost instantly. Beyond a privileged background, Susan shared something else in common with her newfound friend. Both Susan and Robert had lost both their mothers at a young age. In 1969, Susan eventually went on to get a master's degree in journalism at the University of California, Berkeley. Susan was a part of a selection of 30 students for the graduate program in journalism at UC Berkeley. According to Elizabeth Moran, one of her classmates who became a national correspondent at the LA Times, Susan was simply exceptional. Of the select 30, none was short of talent and wits, but the aura of Susan made her stand out. She could engage any kind of audience and keep them hooked. Susan had all the ingredients to become a successful journalist, at least according to her classmates. That would prove to be true. Just 2 years after her graduation, she landed a job at the popular newspaper, San Francisco Examiner. She also wrote the famous 1971 college guidebook, The Underground Guide to the College of Your Choice. In the early 80s, Susan moved to New York, where she wrote for the New York Magazine, Cosmopolitan, and Family Circle. In New York, Susan met James Brady, an investigative reporter. James and Susan became friends as she began working on writing a memoir about her late father. Susan requested the criminal records and investigative reports about her father from the FBI and the Department of Justice. She was left stunned to see her father, David, had been linked to gangland violence, mob crimes, and several murders, many of which she and her mother were completely oblivious about. Her 1981 book, Easy Street, The True Story of a Mob Family, eventually became one of her most significant works, where she detailed her life as the daughter of a mobster. The book was such a success that Hollywood producers became interested in adapting the book into a movie. The movie rights were sold for $350,000. The book party was held at Sammy's Romanian Steakhouse on Manhattan's Lower East Side. The book party was hosted by Susan's ever-present best friend, Robert Durst. Susan would later get married to her heartthrob Christopher Margulies at the Hotel Bel Air in LA. Again, her ever-present best friend Robert Durst walked her down the aisle. In 1986, just 2 years after their marriage, Susan would lose the love of her life. Christopher Margulies died of a heroin overdose. By the mid-90s, Susan moved to West Hollywood. The 50-year-old writer was at the peak of her powers and had just been nominated for a Writers Guild of America award. In the late 90s, Susan moved to a rented apartment in Benedict Canyon, one of the main thoroughfares from West Hollywood to the Valley area. It was just 2 miles away from Rodeo Drive, one of the most expensive streets on the planet. Susan was one of the top journalists in the area. She had just began working on a project titled Sin City for Showtime TV. The project was reportedly Showtime's response to HBO's well-acclaimed TV series, The Sopranos. For Susan, this was the ideal neighborhood. No one knew Susan's biggest project yet would never hit the screens. After Susan moved to Benedict Canyon, she focused more on her upcoming work for Showtime. On December 19, 2000, a few days before Christmas, Susan Berman got on a call with her actress friend, Kim Langford. It was the first time in several years that Susan and Kim were not spending the holidays together. That call was quite unusual, and Susan seemed worried. The conversation that ensued scared Kim. Susan seemed to have some information that could change a lot of things. Kim was curious to know what this information was, but Susan didn't have it herself. But Susan assured Kim she knew where to get this information. Although Kim feared for her friend's life, Susan was a well-renowned journalist. So Kim presumed this big information was about one of her upcoming big projects. No one knew what exactly this big information was. At 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve 2000, LA police received a call to Susan's home on 15/27 Benedict Canyon Road. Her neighbors had become worried when one of her dogs was seen barking and running around loose. This came as a surprise since Susan loved her fox terriers and would never leave them unattended. Police arrived at the scene to find Susan's body murdered in cold blood, execution-style with a 9mm handgun. She was shot to the back of the head with a single bullet, and it was estimated that she had been dead for at least 1 day. Kim's fears were confirmed. Susan was dead. Trailing Susan's killer was not going to be easy. Her killer had at least a 1-day head start since the body was found a day late. Police found Susan's body lying on the guest room floor, dressed in sweats and a t-shirt with only 1 shell casing lying next to her body. The front door was unlocked, and a rear door was found ajar. Nothing was stolen. Police knew they were dealing with someone who had known the victim, as there was no sign of a forced entry, and there were no defensive wounds found on Susan's body. The motive for her gruesome murder remained unclear. The media began to drive the narrative that the murder was gang-related since Susan's father David had been a gangster and she had been killed execution-style. But the police noted that most of her father's associates and rivals were already dead, while Susan wrote a memoir about her father ruling out the possibility of a gang-related murder. The first major lead in the case came sooner than investigators expected. Just 2 days after Susan's death, this major lead, though, was shrouded in mystery. The Beverly Hills Police Department received a mysterious anonymous letter mailed to their office. The letter only contained Susan's address, 1527 Benedict Canyon, in a green pen on a white piece of paper with the word cadaver. Clearly, someone didn't want Susan's body lying on the floor for long. Police observed that there was a typographical error made by the writer of the letter with the incorrect spelling of Beverly as Beverly. Although this seemed insignificant at first, little did they know that this minute detail would rather prove to be a crucial piece of evidence aiding the investigators in the relentless pursuit to apprehend the perpetrator. Even though the police found Susan's body only a day after her death, her killer would not be found so soon. It would take 14 long years, a rather painful wait for the friends and family of Susan Berman. To end this wait, they had to find out who wrote this mystery note. Was it the killer or was it a witness? Investigators had to piece together a complex puzzle to catch the culprit. Susan was reportedly going to be questioned by the LAPD at the time of her death in connection with the disappearance of Catherine Durst, her best friend's wife who had gone missing without a trace. Like in many cases of disappearance of a spouse, her partner was considered the prime suspect. Upon further investigation, Robert Durst could not be eliminated as a suspect in the disappearance of his wife, Catherine, and neither could he be charged. All the evidence linking him to her disappearance was merely circumstantial. Since Susan was scheduled to be interviewed by police about what she knew of Robert Durst's possible involvement in the disappearance of his wife, police suspected Robert may have been involved in killing Susan to silence her, but there was no concrete evidence. After 15 years of this very twisted cold case, no one, not even investigators, could have imagined where the first big break would have come from. In the years following Susan Berman's death, Robert, the prime suspect in both cases, was villainized by the press. In an effort to exonerate himself from both unsolved cases, he worked with filmmaker Andrew Jarecki on the documentary The Jinx, The Life and Death of Robert Durst. The documentary featured 3 of Robert's most prominent alleged criminal activities: the 1982 disappearance of his wife, Catherine Durst, the 2000 point-blank execution of his best friend, Susan Berman, and the 2001 death and dismemberment of Robert's neighbor, Morris Black. Robert had claimed self-defense in the murder of Morris Black and was acquitted at the trial. The uncanny and wriggly Robert Allen Durst was born in New York on April 12, 1943 to Seymour Durst and Bernice Herstein. Robert Durst was the first son of a real estate mogul and the heir to the Durst family empire. When Robert was just 7, he claimed to have witnessed his mother, Bernice, jumping off the edge of the roof of their family home. Most investigators say her death was an accident, and the family acknowledged that Bernice took her own life. In a March 2015 interview with the New York Times, Robert's brother Douglas Durst claimed no one witnessed the event. Why Robert claims to have witnessed his mother's death remains unclear. This conflicting report was just one of many blows and counter-blows of a fearsome sibling rivalry like no other. At age 10, Robert visited his psychiatrist to counsel him on this newfound sibling rivalry. The psychiatrist reported that Robert had personality decomposition and schizophrenia. He attended the Scarsdale High School, where his classmates described him as a loner. He He obtained his bachelor's degree in economics from Lehigh University in 1965. Later that year, he met Susan Berman at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, where he enrolled in a doctoral program, but eventually withdrew from the school and returned to New York in 1969. At this time, Robert had no interest in his father's company, Durst Organization. He preferred to start something of his own. So between 1970 and 1971, he opened a small health food store in Vermont. In 1970, Robert met Catherine McCormick, a dental hygienist, and in January 1972, the pair began living together in Vermont. In 1973, on the advice of Robert's father, they returned to New York so Robert could work with the Durst Organization. And on April 12, 1973, on Robert's 30th birthday, he officially got married to Catherine. Although to many friends of the couple, they appeared to have a fairy tale life. A closer look at their lives in the weeks leading to Catherine's disappearance shows there was more to it than meets the eye. A few weeks before her death, many signs pointed to foul play. Catherine had been treated for facial bruises inflicted on her by Robert just 3 weeks before her disappearance at Jacob Medical Center in the Bronx. She never pressed charges. A few weeks before her mysterious disappearance, she had asked Robert for a $250,000 divorce settlement. Robert was not interested in parting with so much money and instead offered $100,000 to Catherine. Before Catherine could review the offer, Robert had grown impatient. He canceled his wife's credit card, removed her name from their joint account, and stopped paying her tuition fees at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. He also reduced his divorce payout offer to $15,000. On January 31, 1982, a few months before she earned her degree in pediatrics from the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York City, Catherine Durst simply disappeared into thin air. Catherine was last seen at a dinner party organized by her friend Gilbert Nozami in Newtown, Connecticut on the eve of January 31st. Catherine and Robert were known to have fought that evening. Catherine's cottage was found ransacked shortly after she was declared missing and 3 weeks after her disappearance. Police found her possessions in the building's garbage compactor. Catherine was declared legally dead in 2017, but her disappearance in the exact circumstances remain a mystery even to this day. Once before Susan was killed, the NYPD had been asked to reopen the investigation into the disappearance of Catherine at the request of Westchester County District Attorney Jeanine Pirro. The investigation was publicized and friends urged investigators to contact Susan Berman for an interview since she was close to Robert. Susan Berman had managed Robert Durst interviews with the media after the disappearance of his wife. She reportedly knew much about the disappearance. While his wife's disappearance remained a mystery and his involvement in Susan's death a mere suspicion, Robert's next act was more clear-cut. On October 9, 2001, he was arrested in connection with the death of his elderly neighbor, Morris Black. Morris's body parts were found dismembered floating in Galveston Bay in Texas. After being released on bail amounting to $250,000, he failed to appear for a court hearing scheduled on October 16, resulting in a warrant being issued for his arrest due to bail jumping. Then, on November 30th, Durst was apprehended at a Wegmans supermarket in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, where he had attempted to shoplift Band-Aids, a newspaper, and a chicken salad sandwich. Some suspicious items were found in his rental car when he was apprehended: $37,000 in cash, 2 guns, marijuana, Black's driver's license, and directions to Gilbert Najami's home in Connecticut. While evading authorities, Durst disturbingly used his time to stalk his own brother, Douglas, even going so far to visit the driveway of his residence in Cadona, New York, while armed. He was eventually extradited to Texas for trial. In 2003, Robert Durst stood trial for the murder of Morris Black. His defense attorney Dick DeJurin argued Robert had acted in self-defense and the weapons discharged as they both struggled when Morris threatened him with a .22 caliber pistol. Robert admitted to having dismembered Morris's body with a knife, saw, and axe before dumping his remains in Galveston Bay. Since Morris's head was never found, Robert's claim of a struggle and location of the gunshot wound could not be confirmed or dismissed. On November 11, 2003, the jury acquitted Robert Durst for lack of forensics to prove capital murder. He, however, received a 5-year sentence for tampering with evidence and jumping bail. He was paroled in July 2005. The terms of Robert Durst's parole required him to stay near his home and seek authorization before making any trip. Robert Durst made an unauthorized trip back to the crime scene where he had killed Morris Black. On his Defiant Crime tour, he ran into an unexpected but familiar face. Galveston County District Court Judge Susan Criss, who had presided over his murder trial. They were both shocked to see each other. With this unauthorized trip, Robert Durst violated his parole terms and was returned to prison. He was then released in March 2006. Robert was naturally the heir of the Durst organization, but in 1992, his father decided to pick his younger brother Douglas Durst to take over the Durst organization, another stern choice in the already heated sibling rivalry. His father said that his choice of Douglas was due to Robert's inappropriate conduct, but Robert was having none of that. He believed he was the rightful heir to the Durst organization, and after returning from prison, he decided to sue his family. The lengthy lawsuit finally ended in 2006, and Robert Durst was bought out for a one-time payment of $65 million. This lawsuit brought a more tumultuous twist to the relationship between Durst and his family. The jinx was supposed to clear the air, but it turned out to be an actual jinx for Robert. During the filming of The Jinx, Susan Behrman's stepson, Sareb Kaufman, uncovered a letter Robert had written to Susan in 1999, a few months before her death. The typographical error was the same in both Robert's letter and the anonymous letter sent to the police. The handwriting was almost indistinguishable. When the director of The Jinx, Uretsky, saw the letter, he showed Robert Durst the spelling of the word Beverly from both letters and asked which one Robert didn't write. But the enigmatic millionaire could tell and was rather left stunned. On March 14, 2015, a day before the airing of the final episode of the HBO series, The Jinx, Robert Durst was arrested by the FBI in New Orleans and charged with the first-degree murder of his best friend, Susan Berman. Robert made a few checks to his voicemail box, enabling investigators to trace his location. He remained stunned. Investigators were able to trace him to the Canal Street Marriott, having checked in with the false name, Everett Ward. A fake Texas ID was also found, a .38 caliber loaded revolver, a new phone, a flesh-tone latex mask, maps of Louisiana, Florida, and Cuba, and over $200,000 in cash were found with Robert. According to bank transactions, he had withdrawn over $315,000 in the last 5 to 6 weeks. Investigators speculate he was planning to flee to Cuba since they have no extradition treaty with the U.S. After a lifetime of circumventing the law, Robert Durst would finally come face to face with justice. Robert Durst initially received an 85-month sentence for his firearm charges while he awaited trial in the Susan Berman case. The trial was delayed due to Robert undergoing surgery and the prosecutors seeking more evidence to finally put the elusive killer behind bars. In October 2018, Judge Mark Windham of the Los Angeles County Superior Court finally decided there was enough evidence to charge Robert Durst with the murder of his best friend, Susan Berman. On March 2, 2020, after much delay, Robert Durst finally appeared in court to begin his trial. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the trial was postponed to May 17, 2021. During the trial, Robert's defense team asked for a mistrial and a halt to the trial at least 3 times due to Robert's ailing medical condition. But the jury decided to proceed with the trial each time. Robert Durst was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Susan Berman. On October 14, 2021, he was finally sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He was incarcerated at the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. On November 1, 2021, after almost 40 long years, a New York grand jury finally indicted Robert Durst for the murder of his wife, but he would never stand trial. On January 10, 2022, Robert died of cardiac arrest just 3 months after his sentencing, aged 78. After Robert's sentence was read, one of Susan Berman's cousins, David Berman, said he visited Susan Berman's grave and told her she could rest easy, that justice has been done. Ellen Strauss, a friend of Catherine Durst, was happy that Susan's family would finally get justice, but then hoped that Catherine would get justice too before Robert died. According to California law, Robert Durst's death renders moot the murder charge filed against him for the death of his wife. Douglas Durst said this of his brother Robert's death: "Bob lived a sad, painful, and tragic life. We hope that his death brings some closure to those he hurt." Robert Durst used complex schemes to evade justice for his heinous crimes. His final act in this deceitful plan exposed how he betrayed both his wife and his friend Susan Berman. Could Susan Berman have known about Catherine Durst's disappearance? Was her death a result of Durst's fear that she might disclose what she knew to the authorities? As one FBI agent noted, "God allows criminals to make mistakes, but it's up to us to find them." Do you think the jinx was that crucial mistake? Share your thoughts in the comments. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. On December 14th, 2005, Yasser Macias and his wife, Rosalia Lopez Martinez, celebrated the birth of their first child, a son named Salvador, at the Mexican Social Security Institute 45 clinic in Guadalajara. Unfortunately, their joy was short-lived. A woman, whom the couple thought was a nurse, entered their hospital room and inquired if the newborn had been fed. Later, she returned to guide Yasser out of the building, stating that visiting hours had ended. She then reappeared to Rosalia, saying she needed to take the baby to another room to feed him. She never returned with the newborn. Instead, the woman, who was not a nurse, left the hospital, taking baby Salvador with her. The official search for Salvador went on for months without success. His parents never gave up on finding their son, even as years passed without progress. Officials eventually told the couple that the case was no longer being investigated, but this did not weaken their resolve. They went on to have 2 more children and were determined that they would one day meet their older brother. Salvador's case received renewed public interest in August of 2021 when another newborn was kidnapped from a hospital close to the one where Salvador was born under similar circumstances. Unlike Salvador's case, this case was quickly resolved when the abducted baby was found abandoned in the stairway of a nearby apartment building. The woman who kidnapped the baby, however, remained unidentified. The renewed interest in cases of infant abductions from hospitals led to the Jalisco Institute of Forensic Sciences generating an image of what Salvador Macias may have looked like as a teenager. This image was released to the public and resulted in the tip that finally led to Salvador's disappearance being solved. A tipster called in, reporting that a teenager who resembled the image was living in El Salto with a couple claiming to be his parents. They were able to provide important information about the teenager as well as pictures. Investigators spent months following up on this lead, and DNA tests ultimately confirmed that this young man was Rosalia and Yasser's biological son. On February 17, 2022, the couple was reunited with their now 16-year-old son. Neighbors described the young man, now known to be Salvador Macias, as a polite and kind teenager who had lots of friends and never said anything rude. The man and woman they believed to be his parents were also polite and considerate. They never suspected that there was anything unusual about the family. The couple, Salvador grew up believing to be his parents, reportedly left home, leaving Salvador alone. The day before, authorities came to bring him back to his biological parents. There was a sighting of the woman acting as his mother at a neighborhood grocery store with several suitcases. This woman is yet to be located and questioned by authorities. Salvador Bernal, the man who she lived with, has come forward and been questioned. He claims to have not known that the baby he had believed to be his own had been kidnapped. He says his partner did not allow him to be an active part of her pregnancy or allow him to attend any ultrasound appointments. However, he did not question that she had given birth to his son when she returned home with a baby in December of 2005. So far, the woman remains at large and no criminal charges have been filed. Salvador's parents have stated that they cannot describe in words how happy they are to have finally found their son. In 2021, 37-year-old Li Jingwei was a father of 2 living in the Hunan province of China. This was not the location of his birth, however. Jingwei could not remember the name of the village where he had been born, the names of his parents, or his own birth name because he had been the victim of child trafficking. When Jingwei was just 4 years old, one of his neighbors lured him away from his home with the promise of taking him to see some cars. While Jingwei did not remember the name of the village, he did remember that it was very remote, and cars were not a common sight, so he went with the neighbor. The neighbor took the little boy to a road behind a hill where 4 other men were waiting with bicycles. Jingwei burst into tears. He was placed on one of the bikes and taken away from the village. He begged to go home, but his abductors refused to take him back. Within a few hours, the little boy realized that these were bad men and he would not be able to make it back home. Jingwei remembers being given new clothes and taken onto a train by a couple in their 40s. They rode the train for a full day and night. He was eventually sold to a family in the Hunan province who raised him as their son and treated him well. Jingwei did not remember the name of his village, but he remembered what it looked like. Over the following several years, whenever he felt homesick or sad, he would obsessively draw maps of the village. Before he was old enough to attend school, he would etch the map into the dirt with sticks, and when he was older, he would draw the map on pages of his notebooks at school. He spent years drawing the map every single day. It would be this map that would help reunite him with his biological family after more than 3 decades of kidnappings that occur in the country each year. The U.S. State Department estimates that approximately 20,000 children are abducted in China every year, with independent estimates being much higher. Abductions of boys are common for domestic adoption, a practice believed to be the result of the high value traditionally placed on having a son in China now that social media and DNA technology are more accessible. In recent years, there have been several high-profile cases of parents being reunited with their abducted children after decades of separation. It was seeing reports of these reunions that inspired Li Jingwei to search for his own family. He was further spurred into action by the realization that his mother and father would be getting older and could pass away before he found them. Since he could not remember details like his birth name or the name of his village, he could not simply return to the place of his birth and look for his family. After speaking with his adoptive family, he submitted his DNA to a database in hopes of finding his biological family. While it did not immediately identify his family specifically, it did give him a general idea of where he was most likely born. To help identify the exact village where he was from, volunteers Jingwei had been consulting with suggested that he make a post on social media featuring the map he had drawn thousands of times as a child and could still draw from memory. He did make such a video featuring the map and his story and shared it on the Chinese social media platform Douyin. The video was viewed tens of thousands of times within days of it being posted, and Jingwei received additional help from the Ministry of Public Security. The village in Jingwei's map was identified as one near Gaodong in the province of Yunnan, 1,000 miles away from where he lived with his adoptive family. There was a woman there looking for her missing son, who would be the same age as Jingwei and had gone missing around the time he believed his abduction occurred. Jingwei first spoke to this woman over the phone, and she asked him if he had a scar on his chin, which he did. A DNA test soon confirmed that this woman was, in fact, Jingwei's mother. They then spoke over a video chat, and Jingwei was shocked to see that they shared so many physical features, like their mouth and their teeth. He remembered his father's face well enough to know that they had similar foreheads and eyes. On January 1st, 2022, Jingwei was finally reunited with his family at a police station in Hunan. Overcome with emotion, he collapsed at his mother's feet when he first saw her and needed help from his brother and sister to stand and hug her. Both he and his mother were in tears, and she cried out, "I finally found my baby." Jingwei's father passed away before he was able to find his son. Jingwei planned to spend the upcoming Lunar New Year holiday, bringing his own children to visit his father's grave in Yunnan and be reunited with his extended family. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Janice Bullock was the mother of 4 children. After she and her husband divorced, the children remained with him, although court hearings involving the custody of the children were ongoing. Janice's children last saw her in 1974 and last heard from her in 1976 when she sent them a letter. In 1977, Janice was served with a subpoena, ordering her to appear in court for a custody hearing in Harrison County, Mississippi. When she was served with a subpoena, she was in Pearl River County, Mississippi. Authorities know she received the subpoena because she signed for it when she was served. However, Janice failed to show up for the court date, and her ex-husband was given full custody of their children. Later investigation would find that Janice had remained in Pearl River County for a time and worked as a waitress at Dickey's truck stop located on Highway 26 in Poplar after 1978. However, there was no record of her there. In a potentially concerning coincidence, around the time Janice was working at the truck stop, its owner killed his girlfriend and then himself. Janice's children began looking for her when they became adults, with their search efforts escalating in 2011. They submitted samples of their DNA and filed a report with the National Missing Persons Program. The program contacted the Harrison County Sheriff's Office in 2017, and they began their own investigation into Janice's disappearance. Once they were able to confirm that she had signed for the 1977 subpoena in Pearl River County, which was the last time they had any official record of her, they turned the case over to the Pearl River County Sheriff's Department in 2019. They subsequently determined that the last sighting of her was in 1978 when she was working at the truck stop. Her name and other identifying information had not been used since this time. Investigators followed up with known associates of Janice's, but none of them were able to provide solid leads. Then in December of 2021, a woman who had seen Janice's missing persons poster called in a tip that Janice had been working as a waitress in Raceland, Louisiana in the late 1970s or early 1980s. Authorities tracked down other individuals who had worked at the same diner around the same time, and while they remembered a woman who could have been Janice working there, they had not kept in contact with her and knew nothing of her current whereabouts. Mississippi Coast Crime Stoppers then shared a post about the case, which prompted another tip to come in. The individual who came forward knew a man, who was by then deceased, whose wife looked like Janice. She had been living under a different name, however. The couple's son was a man named David Streety, who was living in Goldways, Texas. An examination of his Facebook profile found photographs of a woman who bore a strong physical resemblance to Janice. In February of 2022, investigators traveled to Texas to meet with David, who told them that his mother was receiving care at a Fort Worth nursing home. The investigators then went to Fort Worth to meet with David's mother and confirmed that she was Janice Bullock. She had been living under her current alias since 1980. As if learning his mother was not who he believed her to be was not enough to process. Janice's son David also learned at this time that he was not his parents' biological child, as he had previously believed. Janice and the husband she had, while living under an assumed name, allegedly purchased David from his biological family for $1,000 when he was an infant. There are no formal records of his adoption. According to David, he had a good childhood and never had any reason to suspect he was not his parents' biological son. His mother always said she had no living relatives when asked about her family. Despite the shock he feels at the situation and how upset he is with her, David says he still loves his mother. He plans to submit his DNA to 23andMe in hopes of finding his biological family and getting a better understanding of the circumstances of his adoption. He also wants to meet Janice's 4 children from her first marriage. One of those children, Lynette, has spoken to her mother following her identification. She has not publicly spoken about the resolution to the case in great detail. She has stated that her mother is ill without specifying what illness she has and thanked investigators for their hard work, which finally brought her family answers. It's just so early. We've been looking for her for over 40 years. We're all in shock still, she told the Picayune item. Kim Wall was born on March 23, 1987, in Trollberg, Sweden, to Joachim and Ingrid Wall, both journalists. She had one sibling, Tom Wall. From a young age, Kim demonstrated exceptional intelligence and dedication to her goals. She pursued international relations at the London School of Economics, where she excelled. Her pursuit of knowledge continued as she enrolled in Columbia University's School of Journalism, known as the Oxbridge of Journalism, to earn a master's degree. Among her peers, Kim distinguished herself as one of the top students and graduated with honors. Her deep interest in people and their stories shone through in her journalism, as she was committed to going to great lengths to tell their stories and amplify their voices. Kim worked in Australia as a reporter for the Swedish Embassy, as a journalist at South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, and also worked for a European Union delegation in India. Her works were published in many international publications, including the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times. Although Kim shuffled between New York and Beijing, she spent most of her time in Copenhagen, where she lived with her boyfriend, Ali Staub, a game and interaction designer. The two were deeply in love and had great plans together. One of the plans they had was to relocate to Beijing, China, but life had its own plans. On August 9, 2017, Kim was at her parents' house in Trelleborg, Sweden, spending time with her family, so they could take their yearly summer picture. Her family had taken a family portrait every summer since Kim was a year old, which means they had 29 pictures before August 9, 2017. Kim was also eager to see Uli, so she was in a hurry to leave for Copenhagen. Kim and Uli had plans to host their friends at their apartment the following day to say goodbye before they left for China on August 16, 2017. Kim's mother, Ingrid, knew Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family picture, so she made sure they took the picture before she left. Even though Kim's brother Tom was sleepy because he had worked a night shift the previous day, unbeknownst to them, that would be the last picture they would all take together. On August 10, 2017, Uli and Kim readied their home for the house party. Soon friends gathered at their apartment, but before the merriment could begin, Kim got a call. The call was from Peter Madsen, a Danish inventor who built submarines. Peter and Kim had spoken on the phone briefly in the past about an interview. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a Wired magazine article she was writing. It was meant to be a very short interview to end her report, so she told Ole to let her be excused before the party started. Kim wanted to get the work done as soon as possible and get back to partying with her friends before it got too late. Kim apologized to her friends who were already gathered for the party and left for the interview. Peter Madsen was a well-known inventor who created 3 submarines. Not only that, but he had also built rocket ships and inspired a lot of people with his projects. Since the interview was about Peter's inventions, he invited Kim to ride with him on the UC-3 Nautilus, his submarine that was launched in 2008. Kim had a safe ride to the Copenhagen harbor, where Peter asked that they meet. By around 7 p.m., Kim was there. Peter was already waiting for her on the submarine, and Kim, who was initially scared to go on the submarine, found her courage and climbed gently onto it. By the time the gentle wind floated around her while standing by Peter on the tower of the submarine, she realized it wasn't a big deal. At 8 p.m., she texted Yule, "I'm still alive, BTW." She also texted Yule, "I love you, but I'm going down now." Not long after that text, Yule received another text from Kim that reads, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Although that was the last text from Kim, Yule didn't think there was a problem since he expected Kim to focus on her work. But soon, Yule started to get worried. Kim was supposed to be back early as promised, but it began to get later and later. When Yule could not reach Kim around 10 p.m., he started to panic. After calling everyone he could think of, he contacted the police at 1:43 a.m. and told them his girlfriend was missing. The Danish police began the search for Kim Wall, who was reported missing. They searched for the UC-3 Nautilus, the submarine that she boarded before she went missing, but Kim was not found. The members of the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, assisted the police in the search of the sea. All through the night, they searched far and wide looking for Kim. The divers covered a large dark part of the sea, going front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the sea while also using cadaver dogs. Around 5:31 a.m. on August 11, 2017, Kim's mother Ingrid got a call from Yule, who told her that Kim was missing. Both Ingrid and Joaquin panicked and could only hope that Kim was alive somewhere. The rigorous search continued, but the police would not find anything until around 10:30 p.m. At that time, a rescue helicopter found the sub in a bay southeast of Amager, near the Drogeden Lighthouse, at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen. The police also found Peter Madsen, but Kim was nowhere to be found. Peter told the reporters that were present at the search that the submarine sank due to a faulty ballast tank. He also said he saw a fisherman's boat nearby, and he swam to the boat to escape. Peter's story never mentioned Kim, so the police questioned him about Kim's whereabouts. He said he dropped Kim off at a nearby restaurant on the night of August 10, 2017, before the accident. The police lifted the submarine for inspection and they discovered something suspicious. They discovered that the faulty ballast tank was tampered with on purpose. They also looked inside the submarine and they found traces of Kim's blood and her personal belongings. They questioned Peter more and he changed his story. He told the police that there was an accident when he lost his grip on a heavy hatch door that fell and hit Kim's head. Peter said there was so much blood where Kim landed and that she had no pulse when he checked. The police knew immediately that they had to suspect Peter, but on what grounds? There was nothing tangible to hold on to. They were not even sure what really happened to Kim, since her body had not been found. 11 days after Kim Wall went missing, on August 21, 2017, a cyclist while riding across a beach south of Copenhagen made a grisly discovery. It was a human torso washed up onto the shore. The police department was called, and after examining the torso, they determined it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist that had been missing for 11 days. The torso had been stabbed about 14 times in a horrific manner, and the rest of the body was not attached to it. Friends and family of Kim Wall then knew that their beloved is no more, but they still needed answers as to what happened to her on August 10, 2017. The police kept searching for answers, but found nothing until October 7, 2017, when divers found plastic bags in Classy Bay, less than a mile away from where Kim's torso was found. The plastic bags had metal scraps attached to them to prevent them from floating. And when the bags were opened, they contained Kim's head and legs. Peter was confronted again after these findings, and he changed his story again. This time he said Kim Wall died from toxic fumes while on his submarine. With Peter's conflicting stories, the police knew that he was hiding something. He also remained the only suspect in the case, as he was the last person that saw Kim alive, and he was also unable to provide clear details of what happened when they were together. Since Peter never confessed to Kim's murder, and there was no real evidence to hold anyone for it, no one was arrested. However, the police could not work based on their assumptions, so they proceeded with their investigation. The autopsy on Kim's body revealed that there was no blunt trauma to her head, which contradicted one of Peter's stories about a hatch hitting her head. The autopsy also revealed that Kim was bound and stabbed. It also showed that she had asphyxia, which means she was either strangulated or stabbed in her throat. With this evidence, the police had reasons to take Peter in for further questioning. During the investigation, his phone was searched and the investigators found out that Peter watched a video on August 9, 2017 that detailed a young woman in pain as she was slowly beheaded with a small knife. His search history also showed that he searched for how to erase all photos on the iPhone. The investigators also found videos on Peter's computer showing women being murdered. And witnesses came in to testify that Peter was seen watching videos of decapitation and practicing asphyxiation. According to the investigation, no traces of Peter's DNA was found on Kim's body, but traces of bodily fluids were found in the underpants, which were secured from Peter Madison after the arrest. Under questioning, Peter denied finding pleasure while he was with Kim. Peter was born on January 12, 1971 to Annie and Carl Madsen. He spent his early life in Saby and Hong, Denmark. Annie was more than 30 years younger than Carl and had 3 other boys from 2 previous men. Allegedly, Carl abused his 3 stepsons and Annie left the marriage when Peter was 6 years old, taking with her all of her children. Years later, Peter returned to live with his father, with whom he shared an interest in rockets. While in school, Peter took a great interest in rocket fuel while studying physics and chemistry. He developed his first large rocket and launched it on March 3, 1986. He built it in his father's workshop and modeled it after the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper. The rocket did well, reaching a height of 100 meters before crashing. Fortunately, no one was hurt. In 1990, when Peter was 18 years old, he lost his father, but he never stopped experimenting and consulting engineers. He also joined the Danks Aim to Rocket Club, DRC Rocket Club in Copenhagen, but the other members gradually became disillusioned with him. DRC members claimed that saying his name would start the fire sprinkler system. He never finished any formal education, but took courses in welding and engineering to learn something about submarines. His enthusiasm yielded positive results as people, enterprises, and organizations saw promise in him and funded his lifestyle and work. He built 3 submarines, UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Kraka, and UC-3 Nautilus. The Nautilus was a privately built midget submarine launched on May 3, 2008 in Copenhagen, Denmark. Constructed over 3 years, it cost approximately $200,000 to build. On May 1, 2008, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen. In June 2014, he left the project. Peter was responsible for the launch systems, launch pad, and booster rocket engines. Peter was already popular with his inventions, and a good number of people took interest in him. Unknown to them that Peter was a different person on the inside. His true self was only exposed via Kim Wall's murder. On January 26, 2018, 47-year-old Peter Madsen was charged with murder, indecent handling of a corpse due to the dismemberment, and assault due to the stabbing. The prosecution accused Peter of binding, hitting, cutting, and strangling Kim on his submarine on August 10, 2017. Peter did not admit that he had killed Kim throughout the investigation. On March 8, 2018, Peter's trial began and he pleaded not guilty to the charges. The psychiatric evaluation showed that Peter was a narcissistic psychopath, but not delusional or psychotic. On April 25, 2018, Peter was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to life imprisonment. Peter was reported to have shown no remorse while in court. Instead, he occasionally stared at people in the courtroom to intimidate them. At one point, the Wall family was asked not to pass Peter in the courtroom because of the way he acted. While Peter admitted to dismembering Kim's body, he told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." He maintained throughout the proceedings that her death was accidental. Even if Peter failed to confess, this sentencing brought closure to the family and friends of Kim, who never believed that she would be killed in a very close location to where she lived. They all knew Kim to be a brave journalist that was not afraid to go to dangerous places to get the information she needed for her work. If they ever worried about her, it would be because she traveled far and wide to work. Unbeknownst to them all, Cam would meet her untimely death in Copenhagen, the city where she lived. After Peter was sentenced to life imprisonment, he tried to appeal the sentence, but it wasn't granted. His wife, who he got married to in 2011, divorced him after he was arrested and asked that her identity be kept from the public. In August 2018, he was also attacked by an 18-year-old inmate, which had him hospitalized with the fear of staying in jail all his life. He escaped in October 20th, 2020 by threatening prison staff with a fake gun and fake explosives he had made while inside prison. The police chased after him and surrounded him in a nearby residential area, not far from her Sylvester prison. But the police could not move closer to him because the police thought he was armed with explosives. The bomb experts were summoned, and the police waited till they arrived. When the experts got there, they found out that it was all a decoy. Then the police arrested him and took him back to the prison. For that offense, he had to go to court again, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an additional 21-month prison sentence for trying to escape. Although Peter was already serving life imprisonment, it looked like the extra sentence would not affect his jail term. The additional sentence, however, would play a role if a probation request were ever made. Peter maintained his innocence throughout the case, claiming the death was an accident, but in a documentary series, while Peter Madsen was secretly recorded, he reportedly confessed. According to the Danish newspaper, the series was based on more than 20 hours of telephone interviews with Peter from prison, which were taped without his knowledge. In one recording, when asked if he murdered Kim, he responds, "Yes." He also said, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." 3 years after Kim had been murdered, her parents, Joachim and Ingrid, who were also journalists, were determined to put out their daughter's story. They found writing Kim's story therapeutic and determined that the story would not reflect the moments of her death, but instead the person that Kim's family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be. Ingrid says, "The book is our way of telling the world who Kim was, a daughter, a journalist, and a human being." The book is titled A Silenced Voice, which is a tapestry of past and present, at once a joyful chronicling of a life well lived and a family's reckoning with a life being extinguished. It follows Kim as she leaps from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, and Beijing to Sri Lanka, collecting stories, bylines, and beloved friends as she goes. It also traces the hours, days, weeks after Ingrid and Joachim woke up to the news that their daughter is missing, and learned from the television that a stranger is being charged for the murder. Another thing that brought relief to the Wall family was the creation of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant created to support female journalists. Apart from the story written by Kim's parents, there are different TV presentations used to portray the life and death of Kim Wall. First is The Investigation, a Danish friends and interns that was being filmed to document his quest to launch a rocket ship into space, using his submarine as a command center. Ollie Stube, Kim's boyfriend, found it difficult to comment after the death of his beloved. But years after, he spoke about Kim and emphasized how much of a good human she was. The case of Kim's murder is a disturbing one that shows how much wickedness lies in the heart of humans. It also prompts us to think about how many women have been endangered while working in their various fields. What did you think about this case? Do you think Peter Madsen got what he deserved? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. The hobbies Sherry Black enjoyed in her youth played a key role in shaping her fulfilling adult life. With her parents owning a bowling alley, Sherry developed her bowling skills and became a proficient player. She participated in several competitive bowling leagues and traveled across the United States for competitions. During one of these leagues, she met Earl Black, who would become her husband. The couple married in April of 1965, and Sherry later combined their mutual passion for the outdoors and animals into a career as a docent at the Hogle Zoo in Salt Lake City, Utah. Sherry and Earl had 2 children, Heidi and Jason. Jason tragically passed away in 1989 at the age of 18. Heidi would go on to marry a man named Greg Miller and had 6 children, who were all adored by Sherry and Earl. Heidi raised her children in a home next door to her parents so that Sherry and Earl could be an active part of their grandchildren's daily lives. The fall of 2010 was a time full of changes for Sherry and her family. Sherry and Earl had 1 great-granddaughter, and their first great-grandson was due to be born in the spring. Their oldest grandson had just recently arrived in Chile, where he would be serving as a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Sherry and Earl's daughter, Heidi, had married into a prominent Utah family who owned numerous car dealerships, as well as the Utah Jazz NBA team. While the Blacks were much more low profile, they worked hard for what money they had, and they were eventually able to turn their interests into business ventures. Sherry had a lifelong love of reading and was able to build a business selling books. Earl worked making custom knives and pool tables. The growing space they needed for their businesses led to Sherry and Earl building a store connected to their home of almost 40 years, which was tucked back from a busy 8-lane highway in South Salt Lake, Utah. They worked alongside each other in the store they named B&W Billiards and Books. November 30th, 2010 started out as a normal day for Earl Black. However, his day and the rest of his life abruptly went off track shortly before 2 o'clock that afternoon when he arrived at the store he shared with his wife. When he went inside, he discovered Sherry's body. A pair of scissors was lodged in her chest, and there were lacerations on her head and her neck. She was partially naked, and later examination of her body would find signs that she had been assaulted after she was killed. In addition to being stabbed, she had also been beaten. A distraught Earl called 911, and authorities were sued on the scene. Earl was taken to the police station, where he met with for the rest of the day and most of the evening. The investigation into Sherry's death was stymied early on because no one could identify a motive for the murder. When police canvassed the neighborhood, everyone described Sherry as the ideal neighbor. She was quiet but very friendly and never caused any problems in the neighborhood. There were no signs of forced entry at the scene. Robbery did not appear to be the motive for the murder because cash was still in the register, but there was no way of knowing if any valuable books had been taken from the store. While there was a digital record of some of the books Sherry owned because she was offering them for sale on Amazon, there were no such records for the books she planned to sell directly. Sherry kept no records of the books she had in her collection, instead keeping her inventory in her head, which was a common enough practice, according to some of her acquaintances in the used book business. Sherry had been selling books for approximately a decade at the time of her death. A large part of her business involved sourcing used books at thrift stores and estate sales. Thanks to her lifelong love of reading, she had a talent for being able to discern which books were valuable and which ones were not worth reselling. She would sell used children's books and novels by listing them on Amazon.com. Most of the items Sherry sold online were not particularly valuable, with a notable exception being a hardcover edition of John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, which she had listed for sale on Amazon for just over $2,700 at the time of her death. Sherry was also involved in had stolen a valuable book. Sherry's bookstore did not run on a traditional retail model. She had almost no customers walk in off the street and almost exclusively bought and sold books at the shop by appointment. This allowed her to run personal errands or search for new books to sell during normal business hours. Sherry had an impeccable reputation amongst other booksellers and dealers of LDS literature, as well as with her customers. She was known for her integrity, and her customers would come back to sell to her again and again because she was always fair in her transactions. She cared about books and protecting the history they contained, but also about the people who trusted her enough to be her customers. Sherry was unknowingly involved in one criminal transaction, something she was horrified to learn of after the fact. In February of 2009, she paid a 20-year-old named Lauren Nielsen $20,000 for 14 rare books connected to the early history of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, including a second edition of the Book of Mormon. Nielsen had sold books to her before and had later purchased some of them back from her. Nielsen's father was a church president in a polygamous offshoot church. In March of 2009, he noticed that several of the books in his collection of rare LDS texts were missing. He reviewed his security footage and saw his son Lauren removing the books from his personal library on February 20th. Lauren had been at the home, which also served as a church meeting place, for a funeral that day. The elder Nielsen confronted his son about the books, and Lauren admitted to taking them and selling them at B&W Billiards and Books. He then threatened his father, telling him that he would not be happy with the chain of events that would unfold if he contacted the police. Lauren claimed this was because he was a member of a local gang. Lauren's father still called the police, who in turn contacted Sherry Black. She was very upset to learn that she had purchased stolen property. She told the police the approximate value of the book she had purchased from Lauren was $45,000, a figure confirmed by another book dealer. Sherry was fully cooperative with police when she learned about the theft. She had only sold one of the books, a first edition of the French version of the Book of Mormon, to another book dealer for $10,000. She returned the rest of the stolen books as soon as she was notified that they were stolen. Nielsen pled guilty to theft and theft by deception in April of 2009 and sentenced to 90 days in jail. This led to speculation that he may have killed Sherry in retaliation for her cooperation in the investigation into his theft. Nielsen was booked into the Salt Lake County Jail for violating his parole shortly after Sherry's murder, but police would not confirm if he was being investigated in connection with the crime. Sherry's killer had left behind his blood, palm print, and fingerprints at the crime scene. Police believed he had cut his hand when he was in the process of stabbing Sherry, resulting in his blood being found at the scene. Nielsen's DNA and fingerprints were not a match to this evidence, eliminating him as a suspect. Police had one other piece of evidence left behind at the scene: an Armani exchange belt. The belt, which may have been a knockoff, did not belong to anyone in the Black family. Its size indicated it would fit someone with a 36 to 38-inch waist. There was a sticker on the back of the buckle, printed with the number 323. Authorities hoped that this number was an inventory or thrift store number but could never track it down. Sherry's husband, Earl, was devastated by her death. He never slept in the home he had shared with Sherry for nearly 4 decades again after her murder, and he began missing the family events that had been so central to his life with Sherry. Sherry's grandchildren mourned the fact that their children would not grow up with Sherry. Sherry's killer to justice and to preserve her memory. They established the Sherry Black Foundation to educate police departments about emerging forensic techniques. They maintained a website with information about the case and regularly put up billboards asking for tips. The reward they offered for information in the case eventually grew to $250,000 million while police had the killer's DNA. They could not find a match to it in the FBI's national database. As years passed with no suspect identified in the case, they eventually turned to the novel DNA techniques advocated for by the Black family. On the 7th anniversary of Sherry's murder, the South Salt Lake Police Department held a press conference, at which they released composite images of what the man responsible for Sherry's murder may look like at different ages. The images were generated by Parabod Nanolabs using their DNA phenotyping technology, which uses DNA profiles to identify certain features that the contributor of that DNA may have. This was the first time the technology was used in a case in Utah. The effort did result in numerous tips being called in but did not lead to Sherry's killer being identified. Just a few years later, investigators turned to genetic genealogy to help them identify a suspect in Sherry's case. They were able to narrow down their suspect pool to a single family. They then contacted one member of this family, who agreed to meet with investigators and provide details about their family tree. This effort led to the identification of a potential suspect. He was then placed under surveillance and followed to a public place where police surreptitiously collected a sample of his DNA from a discarded item. The DNA was tested and found to be a match to the DNA found at Sherry's crime scene. On October 7, 2020, a direct DNA sample was collected from the suspect and submitted to the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services. The following day, they confirmed that it was this man's DNA found at the crime scene. On October 10, 2020, just weeks before 10th anniversary of Sherry's murder, this individual was arrested and charged with the crime. He was publicly identified as 29-year-old Adam Durbaro of Orem, Utah. Following his arrest and after he was advised of his rights, Durbaro confessed to Sherry's murder. He further stated that he had followed the case online and in the local media and had been aware that the DNA evidence had been recovered at the scene. Durbarox's fingerprints and palm print would later be matched to those from the crime scene. At the time of the murder, Durbarox had been just 19 years old and living less than a mile away from Sherry's home and store at the home of his biological mother. Durbaro's criminal record stretches back to his teenage years. In 2006, when he was just 14 years old, he was convicted of attempted rape and aggravated assault in Davis County Juvenile Court. It is unclear if Durbaro's DNA was collected after this conviction or if it was expunged from the database when he reached the age of majority. For either reason, it was not in the offender database when the samples from Sherry Black's case were run through the system in 2010. Durbaro was again convicted of a crime as a juvenile in 2008 at the age of 16 in Iron County. This conviction was for aggravated assault with weapon or force. Durbaro ended up at a juvenile facility in Salt Lake County, where he participated in a program which allowed him to complete his junior and senior years of high school while in the care of the juvenile justice system. On September 16, 2010, Durbaro shoplifted 2 CDs from a Shopko store in West Valley City. He pled guilty to a misdemeanor theft charge on October 27th. He was sentenced to 60 days in jail, but the judge suspended the sentence, and Durbaro was given probation. Just over a month later, Sherry Black would be killed. While he was now a legal adult, Durbaro was still in the custody of the Utah Division of Juvenile Justice Services, and following his shoplifting conviction, he was placed in a foster home under the jurisdiction of Pioneer Youth and Adult Community Services. It was while he was in one of these homes that he committed his last known criminal act. In January of 2011, he stole watches from a jewelry box in his foster home. He later told police he had taken the watches because he had caught 2 men he worked with smoking marijuana and dealing pills. They told him that he would be fired if he could not prove that he was not going to report them, so he took the watches to give to them as collateral so that he could keep his job. The watches were recovered and the man Durbaro had given them to was convicted of misdemeanor theft. Durbaro was sentenced to 6 months in jail, and he began serving that sentence at the end of March of 2011. Durbarox's only run-in with the law after 2011 was an infraction for failing to have insurance, which was ultimately dismissed. Durbarox's DNA was not entered in the criminal database after either of his theft convictions because he pleaded guilty to a Class B misdemeanor in each case. In the state of Utah, only individuals convicted of felonies and Class A misdemeanors are required to submit samples of their DNA. Durbaro formally pled guilty to aggravated murder in 3rd District Court on October 4, 2021. His sentencing hearing was then held on February 23, 2022. At that hearing, Durbaro's defense team asked the judge to sentence him to 25 years to life in prison, which would leave open the possibility of him one day being released on parole. They argued that Durbaro had cooperated by pleading guilty. They also argued that the murder had occurred because of the anger issues Durbaro had as a result of his difficult childhood, during which he endured things which they said no child should go through. This was presumably in reference to Durbaro's adoptive father, Joseph Durbaro. He was arrested in 2002 for child pornography charges related to his child modeling photography business. He would serve time in both federal prison and the Utah State Prison after being convicted of charges of child pornography and sexually abusing children. Adam Durbarox's lawyers argued that while this in no way excused his actions, it should be taken into account when he was sentenced. According to Sherry's family, she would have felt sympathy for Durbaro and his circumstances had he made different choices. She helped anyone she could, any way she could. Sherry's oldest grandchild, Courtney Hawks, told the court, "There's the real irony of all of this. She would have been an advocate for this perpetrator if only he'd chosen a different path. Instead, he preyed upon her. He brutally took out all his anger and frustration and rage on her like she was nothing, and she was not nothing." Numerous members of Sherry's family addressed the court during the hearing, providing stories of Sherry's life and how difficult the past 11 years had been without her. They requested that Durbaro be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. They had worried about him being free for the 10 years after the murder and prior to his arrest and could not move on if they knew he could be free to hurt someone else in the future. Before sentencing Durbaro, 3rd District Judge Randall Scanchi stated that he felt sorrow at both the loss of Sherry's life and the impact it had on her loving family, as well as the fact that Durbaro had no such support system. While he believed Durbaro was sorry for what he had done, he also believed that the crime was egregious and spontaneous. He sentenced Durbaro to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Sherry's family issued a public statement following Durbaro's sentencing. While this sentence delivers a sense of justice, no punishment imposed can heal the pain or fill the void created by Durbarox when he chose to take the life of our beloved Sherry. The statement said in part, although he took her life, he could not take her soul, which lives on and is part of the love, beauty, kindness, and talents that her husband, daughter, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will carry forward. Her legacy is a gift to future generations. The life she led and the influence she had can never be taken away. Crystalline Schartzer was born in 1980 to Doug and Mary Lynn Schartzer. Although details of her early years are sparse, her life changed dramatically when she met Damian Michael Arguello at age 16. They were introduced on a blind date arranged by mutual friends in Fenton in 1996. At that time, Crystalline was focused on her education, attending college with the goal of becoming a nurse, while Damian worked sporadically helping his uncle with carpet installation. On the day they first met, Crystal and Damian experienced an undeniable connection, leading them to tie the knot in 1999. Shortly after their wedding, they welcomed 2 children, Damian Jr. and Celeste, and soon their family was complete when the 3rd baby boy, Raven, came into their lives. However, the happiness in their lives began to slowly dissipate. While their family appeared to be functioning well on the surface, there were underlying issues that deeply troubled Crystal's family. Following a decline in their relationship, Crystal decided to live with her children at her parents' home in the city of Holly, Colorado. From June 2003, communication between Crystal and Damian dwindled, and their once strong bond began to crumble. The situation eventually escalated to the brink of divorce, and by mid-2004, the divorce proceedings were nearing completion. However, on August 3, 2004, an unexpected turn occurred when Damian visited Crystal's home late in the night and assisted her in packing for a move back to Aurora, Colorado. The next morning, when Crystal's parents woke up, they discovered that Crystal and the children had disappeared. A week later, Crystal reached out to her father, informing him that she was in Aurora and intended to live with Damian. However, her parents were deeply unhappy about this decision. The couple, along with their children, began their fresh start in Colorado, and for weeks life seemed normal. However, after 5 months on January 18, 2005, the house that once held hope became a living hell for the mother of 3. In the early hours of January 18th, Crystal and Damien's first 2 children, Damien Jr. and Celeste, were around 6 years old at the time, sought refuge in their neighbor's home. The neighbor, whose name remained undisclosed, was taken aback by the children's evident fear and unease. They confided in him that Crystal and Damien were involved in a heated argument. Concerned, he promptly went to Damien's home to investigate the situation. On his way, the neighbor noticed Damien driving away in Crystal's car. He entered the house hoping to find Crystal and her 16-month-old baby, Raven, but the scene that greeted him was beyond his worst nightmares. Both mother and child were lying lifeless in a pool of blood, having been stabbed and strangled to death in one of the home's bedrooms. Horrified at what he had seen, he called 911. Upon arrival, the police swiftly began investigating the crime scene. Realizing that Damien had fled, they promptly initiated a search to trace Damien's whereabouts. Thankfully, after just a few hours, they managed to apprehend 27-year-old Damien Michael Arguello, who was found in Crystal's car only a few miles away from the scene of the crime. After his arrest, Damien was taken into custody, and the interrogation commenced. During the interrogation, the interrogators had numerous questions for Damien. However, he initially struggled to share, choking up as he visualized the horrific events that had transpired just however. What surprised the interrogators the most was Damien's complete lack of remorse. Even though he initially seemed like he was regretting it, it didn't take much time for his emotions to completely change. He answered their questions as if the heinous act was inconsequential, showing no emotions or remorse. All he seemed to want was a cigarette, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the crime he had committed. Indeed, it appeared that all Damien wanted was to smoke, possibly to cope with or mask any feelings of guilt, if he had any at all. As he smoked, Damien finally mustered the courage to ask the question. As the interrogators held hope that he might be coming back to his senses, Damien finally confessed. For the first time, he exhibited emotions, but unfortunately, they were not the emotions one would hope to see. Despite their efforts, the interrogation failed to yield the confession they sought. A confession that Damien had stabbed his wife, an innocent baby. It seemed that guilt was finally catching up with Damien. The news of Crystal and his son's death, relayed by someone else, appeared to bring him back to reality. Slowly but surely, Damien began to accept the horrifying truth and the weight of his actions. Following Damien's confession to the crime, he began cooperating with the investigators regarding the case. The police successfully recovered the murder weapon, a knife used in the tragic incident. However, how they recovered it was never mentioned. According to law enforcement, both Crystal Arguello and her son lost their lives due to multiple stab wounds. Moreover, the evidence revealed a tragic truth. It appeared that Crystal had bravely attempted to protect her baby during the horrifying ordeal. The murder, which involved both strangling and stabbing, took a gruesome 10 to 20 minutes. It was later clarified that Damien first attempted to strangle Crystal. As Crystal lay on the floor, she valiantly shielded her baby with her body, but tragically, they both succumbed to the fatal stabbings. During an April 2005 preliminary hearing, a detective revealed a disturbing motive behind the horrific crime. Damien was allegedly upset as he suspected that he might not be the father of the baby. Moreover, he admitted to smoking crack cocaine before the tragic incident, which played a role in his erratic and violent behavior. On July 15, 2005, in Adams County Court, Damien entered a guilty plea to 2 counts of first-degree murder. By pleading guilty, he avoided a trial and also the possibility of facing the death penalty. However, Damien will spend the rest of his life at the Colorado State Penitentiary with no possibility of parole. Damien's sentencing took place on September 16, 2005. Damien Michael Arguello, 27, received 2 life sentences for murdering his wife and their 16-month-old son. He will spend the remainder of his life at the Colorado State Penitentiary with no chance of parole. Crystal's parents, Doug and Mary Lynn Chartzer, were present to confront the man who had taken their daughter and grandson from them. Doug Chartzer expressed his anguish, stating that Damien showed no genuine remorse for his actions. While Damien appeared to cry, it seemed more like he was feeling sorry for himself rather than truly remorseful for the horrific deeds he had committed. Since their daughter's tragic death, the Chartres took on the responsibility of raising Crystal's children, Damien Jr. and Celeste. Despite the children's memories of that fateful night, the Chartreusers handled the matter delicately and refrained from pushing them to talk about it. They ensured that the children received ongoing counseling to help them cope with the trauma they had experienced. Chartreuse vividly remembered the conversation he had with his daughter and grandson on January 18, 2005, the day of the murder. Everything seemed normal during their talk, and little did he know it would be their last. In that poignant telephone conversation, Chartreus's heart was warmed as he heard his 16-month-old grandson, Raven, call him Papa for the first time, cherishing a precious memory of their bond that would forever remain etched in his heart. Adams County District Attorney Don Quick, having served as a prosecutor for 18 years, expressed that this was the most horrific crime he had ever encountered. Some of the evidence was withheld until the conclusion of the case. But he now wants the Charterers to find solace in knowing that their daughter's final moments were spent heroically trying to protect her baby. Quick was shocked to discover that the baby had been intentionally stabbed rather than accidentally. Finding comfort in the closure of the legal proceedings, Crystal's parents felt a slight sense of justice, knowing that Damien will forever be behind bars. So do you think the Chartzer family got the justice they sought, or do you think Damien should have been sentenced to death? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Born on February 25, 2000 in Louisville, Kentucky, to Scott Rail Jr. and Chelsea Rail, James Rail spent his early years in Taylorsville, Kentucky, with his siblings Jessica Culber, Jordan Rail, and Jaden Canaster until he was 8. He then moved to Fairlawn, Ohio, to continue his education. After graduating from Fairlawn High School and Upper Valley Career Center in Piqua, Ohio, in 2018, James demonstrated a diverse range of interests and passions. He pursued basketball and bodybuilding with great dedication and also took on the role of mentor, inspiring and guiding others in their health and fitness journeys. In addition to his diverse activities, he worked as a steelworker, a profession that complemented his hands-on approach to life. Moreover, his fascination with cars was evident in his ownership of 3 vehicles. James also found a light in playing video games. Apart from his hobbies, James also had a high school romance. He met Allison Duckrow in high school, and they quickly went from friends to being in a relationship. The first year seemed great, but eventually the relationship turned toxic. Allison grew tired of James' hurtful words and the way he treated her with disrespect. James, on the other hand, always seemed to focus on Allison's flaws and made her feel worthless. The situation got worse, leading Allison to break up with him and decide to move on by the beginning of 2021. But James wasn't ready to let go. Despite continuing to mistreat her with his words, he couldn't seem to forget Allison and started trying to reach out to her bit by bit. Allison, however, was determined to keep him out of her life for good. Around 18 months after their breakup on July 30th, 2022, James sent her a voice note asking how she was doing. Little did she know, this voice message would be the last thing he ever said to her. Stacy Duckrow and her daughter Allison had just gone shopping and returned to the home at 2907 North Cuthar Road in Sydney. Approaching their porch, they observed an unfamiliar car entering their property and parking behind their own vehicle. Despite not recognizing the driver at the moment, they proceeded to open the door to their house and went inside. Moments after they entered, they heard the doorbell ring. James was standing on their porch waiting for them to open the door. However, Allison's family was resolute in not letting him in under any circumstances. The family finally felt a moment of relief when James left the porch. However, their peace was short-lived as he returned after only a few minutes. This time determined not to leave until he saw Allison. As soon as James tried to push the door, Allison, who was hiding inside the house, dialed 911. At this point, Allison and her family were frightened. To stop James, Allison's father, Mitchell Duckrow, shouted at him, repeatedly asking him to leave their house. However, James remained resolute, persistently attempting to force the door open. Although the police had been notified, it was taking them some time to arrive at the scene. Unfortunately, the door was not going to hold up until their arrival, as James was fully determined to break it down and confront his ex-girlfriend. Just as the door was on the verge of giving way, it happened. 3 gunshots rang out from the firearm that Allison's father Mitchell was clutching. James was pushed back by the force of the bullets, and he ultimately fell in the walkway in the front of the garage. As he lay in the walkway, neighbors attempted to assess the situation, though none ventured far enough to confirm his condition. Amidst this, the officers from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office arrived at the scene. Inside the Ducker house, the family remained unsettled by the unfolding events. Upon entering, the police discovered 3 spent shells scattered on the floor. Allison, who had been terrified, finally found some relief and embraced her father, believing that he had rescued her from danger. However, the outcome was different for 22-year-old James Riel. In his pursuit of meeting with his ex-girlfriend, James lost his life. While Allison and the Duckrow family could now finally breathe a sigh of relief with their nightmare finally ending, a stark contrast was evident. James lay lifeless, his family still unaware of the tragic news that would soon engulf them. Following James' death, the Duckworth family was brought in for interrogation. After the rites were read and Allison's introduction was made, the interrogators started asking questions about James and their relationship. Next on the list of questions was whether James had any involvement with drugs. Now it was time to determine whether James was a person who used to make threats or if he had any history of violence. During another interrogation, Allison's father was asked if he had any knowledge of the messages that James had sent to Allison. Although Allison received the voicemail in which James clearly expressed the desire to talk to her, she was scared. Surprisingly, she never informed her parents about it. The reason behind her reluctance to do so despite her fear remains unclear. While there might have been potential for a deeper mystery in the case, it was kept straightforward. James was the culprit and Allison was the victim. However, according to James' sister Jessica, things were entirely different. Jessica believed that no one would ever discover the true reason why her brother went to meet Allison that day. While there might be suspicions that James intended to harm Allison, it would ultimately remain an assumption. This side of the story was never heard, as he was killed without being given an opportunity to speak. The actions taken by the Duckrow family were indeed swift and decisive, seemingly without attempting to understand the true purpose behind James's visit. Furthermore, James was unarmed and the entirety of the voicemail suggested that he had no intention of violence, but rather was expressing his longing for Allison. Here is the complete voicemail that he had sent to Allison the day before his death. Even though the motive behind James' action remained unclear, the decision was final. Shelby County Prosecutor Tim Sell announced that the jury would not be pursuing charges against Mitchell Duckrow for the shooting of James Riel on July 31, 2022. In September 2022, a Shelby County grand jury voted 8-1 not to indict Mitchell Duckrow on charges related to James' death. The decision was based on Ohio's Stand Your Ground legislation, which stipulates that homeowners are not legally obligated to retreat before using a firearm. Following the news that Mitchell would not be charged with the killing of James, the family of the latter launched a Facebook page to demand justice for the deceased young man. Amidst the global criticism and accusations against James, with some even suggesting he deserved his fate, the Riel family remains resolute in their unwavering pursuit of justice. People's beliefs might differ, and so might their actions. So what is your opinion on this case? Were the actions of the Duckrow family justified, or was James an unintended victim? His simple desire for conversation leading to a tragic outcome. Feel free to share your opinions. We would like to hear from you. Coined the longest-serving wrongfully incarcerated woman in U.S. history, Kathy Woods was released in 2015. She had been serving 35 years of her life sentence when she saw a program about DNA testing. And with the help of a public defender, she petitioned to have the DNA evidence in her case retested. She was later informed that DNA at the crime scene linked to a man named Rodney Halbauer, who was incarcerated and already serving a life sentence in Oregon. Woods had been convicted on a manslaughter charge based on confession, but Woods had been a diagnosed schizophrenic since the age of 12, and had been and her lawyers argued that she should never have been questioned without legal representation. She had gotten every detail about the crime incorrectly and was unable to replicate a not necessary in the crime. 3 years after the crime had turned cold, Woods had been committed into a psychiatric hospital and had wanted a private room, but was told only dangerous patients got private rooms. So she told a counselor she had been involved in the disappearance of a missing woman. However, she didn't give any information about the crime that hadn't been in the local news. This seemed to be the only motivation behind the confession. Following the DNA evidence, she was exonerated and later released, having spent nearly half of her life in prison. She was awarded $3 million in a partial settlement from the state of Nevada for the wrongful incarceration. Her attorney told media, "We are pleased we have been able to reach a partial settlement, and we are hoping the settlement money will go towards her care, which is what she needs." Today, Woods is living a quiet life in the Puget Sound, renting a small apartment close to her caretaker. Rodney Halbauer is expected to be charged and tried, and the correct person will be imprisoned for the manslaughter charge. In December 1981, 2 men disguised as telephone repairmen gained entry into the home of an elderly coin collector, Ed Davis, and his wife, Grace, in Sacramento, California. The couple were bound and both residents were shot. Ed passed as a result of his wounds, but Grace survived. The 2 men got away with 6 suitcases of silver. Later, an anonymous phone call accused a man named Gary Moss. When investigators arrested Moss, his wife told police a woman named Gloria planned the whole robbery. Gloria Killian was a law student in her 30s. She worked at a coin shop and had known Ed Davis. After hearing on the news of his passing, she had been approached by police to come by for questioning. She'd never had any trouble with the law and saw no issue with going alone and not having a lawyer with her. That day, she had been arrested after several hours of questioning. She told police she was innocent and had never met Moss, but the police had held her for months in connection to the crime despite no tangible evidence. There had been a preliminary hearing for Gloria, and she was released due to little evidence. However, when Moss was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole, he contacted the Sacramento sheriff to see if he could reduce his sentence in exchange for testifying against Gloria and a man named Stephen DeSantis. During DeSantis' trial, he stated he had never met Gloria and she was not involved in the crime. In Gloria's trial, Moss testified against her, and based on his testimony, Gloria was sentenced to 32 years in prison with the possibility of a death sentence. Moss's conviction was reduced to 25 years. It wasn't until the 1990s that a private investigator uncovered documents outlining Moss's deal. This was evidence that prosecution should have given to Gloria's defense team in her trial. Moss had actually testified in that trial that he had not been given a deal in exchange for his testimony against Gloria. With that, Gloria Killian's conviction was overturned. She was released in 2002. 20 years of being an accused mastermind of a murderer, Gloria was a free woman. In 2008, the State Bar of California brought prosecutorial misconduct disciplinary charges against the prosecutor, Christopher Cleland, for failing to disclose the exculpatory evidence to defense and was admonished from the bar. Killian has raised money to help women in prison. She founded Action Committee for Women in Prison, which is a nonprofit that advocates for humane, compassionate treatment for incarcerated women. She wrote a book about her ideal, and she is a keynote speaker at many law schools using her voice, story, and platform to bring awareness to gross negligence in the legal system. On July 9, 1977, a police patrol officer saw a young girl standing on a curb near a restaurant center in Homeland, Chicago. Kathleen Crowell worked at the mall at a fast food restaurant. She was disheveled and told the officer she had been walking through the parking lot and a car with 3 young men in it stopped. 2 men jumped out and grabbed her and threw her into the back seat. She described being assaulted in the vehicle and a man carving letters into her stomach using a broken beer bottle. The officer took her to the hospital where she was treated for the lacerations and DNA was collected. She said that police pressured her to pick someone out of a mugshot book, and she picked Gary Dotson, a man who somewhat matched the composite sketch police had done up based on her description. Although she said the man who attacked her was clean-shaven, Dotson was arrested anyway, even though he had a mature mustache. Gary Dotson was a high school dropout and living with his mother and his sisters in Country Club Hills in Chicago. He was arrested and charged based on the identification with aggravated assault and kidnapping and sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison. In 1982, Crowell married and became deeply religious. She had relocated to New Hampshire, and in 1985, she confessed to a pastor that when she was 16, she had relations with her then boyfriend and was concerned she would get pregnant. She was living with foster parents and had needed contraceptive, but thought they would kick her out if she told the truth. Using a scene from a bromance novel, Sweet Savage Love, she came up with a plan to explain an unwanted pregnancy. She hadn't wanted anyone to actually get arrested due to her lie, but once it was told, she felt she couldn't go back. She felt that the police had pressured her to pick someone, so at random, she selected Gary Dotson. Her pastor convinced her to correct what she had done, but prosecutors were uninterested in revisiting the case. Crowell's lawyer had needed to contact local media, and only after was there enough pressure to push to reopen the investigation. Chicago Governor James Thompson personally presided over the clemency hearing for which Dotson was denied. In 1987, a defense attorney, Thomas Breen, agreed to take Dotson's case. In 1988, DNA testing was done which proved Dotson had not assaulted Crowell, and the DNA matched Crowell's former boyfriend. In 1989, prosecution finally admitted their error and joined Dotson's defense in vacating the conviction. And finally, in 2003, Dotson was awarded a full pardon based on innocence. He was awarded a $120,000 by the state of Illinois for wrongful conviction. Crowell had also co-written a book based on her experiences and gave $17,000 in profits to Dotson in exchange for his promise not to sue her. In 2008, Crowell passed of breast cancer. Her husband spoke on her behalf about how sorry she was to have negatively impacted Dotson's life. Dotson had served 26 years in prison. Upon release, he had gotten married, had a daughter. His post-prison life hasn't been easy. He struggled with alcoholism, but hopes to become a counselor. He is now trying to live a quiet life, choosing to stay under the radar and put the experiences past him. George Nelson Shaw Sr. was born in West Virginia in October 1936. He met his wife, Norma, in 1959, and they had their first date at the Florida State Fair on Valentine's Day. They married just a few months later in June. Their marriage lasted nearly 59 years and produced 3 children, 9 grandchildren, and 23 great-grandchildren. George served as a deacon at his church and enjoyed hunting, reading, and gardening. He had a distinguished career in the United States Air Force, serving for 28 years and retiring as a senior master sergeant. After his Air Force retirement, he worked at the Lewis A. Johnson Medical Center, a Veterans Administration hospital. George was admitted to the hospital on March 22, 2018, due to low blood pressure and dehydration. He had been involved in a bowling league just 2 weeks prior. Given that his condition was not life-threatening, he was placed on floor 3A in the medical surgical wing rather than in the intensive care unit. After receiving fluids, his health initially improved, and he was able to walk the hospital halls. However, for days into his stay, his health took a severe turn when he experienced a hypoglycemic event, causing his blood sugar level to drop unexpectedly. Although medical staff managed to stabilize his blood sugar temporarily, it soon dropped again. From there, George's health deteriorated. He spent the last few days of his life seemingly trapped inside his own body, unable to care for himself or communicate with his family. He passed away on April 10, 2018 at the age of 81. George's family found his abrupt passing suspicious and demanded that an autopsy be performed. After finding evidence of heart disease, however, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy wrote off his cause of death as congestive heart failure. The Shaw family's concerns over George's sudden death were seemingly validated several months later when officials requested permission from the family to have George's body exhumed and sent to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for further examination. They gave permission, and when a second autopsy was performed on January 16, 2019, it also found that George did have heart disease. However, it was not the cause of his death. During the autopsy, for unexplained injection marks were located on Georges' body. Testing of the tissues surrounding the injection sites indicated that George had been injected with insulin at these 4 locations. George was not diabetic and he had never been prescribed insulin. The Armed Forces medical examiner ruled that the manner of George's death was a homicide and its cause was exogenous insulin administration. This means that George was intentionally injected with medically unnecessary insulin with the goal of driving down his blood sugar, leading to the hypoglycemic event that led to his death. 84-year-old Archie Dale Edgell was admitted to the same floor of the same hospital on the same day as George Shaw. Archie was an Army veteran who served during the Korean War. He was a talented musician who could play almost any instrument he picked up. He served as a street water commissioner for the city of Salem, West Virginia for several years. He was married to his wife, Frances, for over 60 years, and they had 5 children and eventually numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Archie had been sent to Johnson Medical Center by his primary care physician for issues stemming from his dementia. He was being cared for at the federally run Veterans Administration Hospital while it was being determined if his dementia had advanced to the point where he should be admitted to the West Virginia Veterans Nursing Facility, a state-run facility located next door. Archie had not been in serious condition when he arrived at the hospital and he had walked into the building on his own. Archie did have type 2 diabetes, so his blood sugar was tested upon his admission. His reading was slightly elevated at 165. The hospital did not administer insulin to try to lower it. Archie's blood sugar plummeted after he had been in the hospital with readings in the 20s and 30s for the next several days with no explanation. The medications Archie had been prescribed to control his blood sugar were held during his hospital stay, and he was instead given dextrose and medications to raise his blood sugar level back to normal levels. Archie passed away on March 26, 2018, 4 days after he was admitted to the Johnson Medical Center. His medical team had no explanation for his hypoglycemia or his death, but he was buried without further investigation. Archie's family had felt that something was suspicious about his death. When investigators came to meet with them in November of 2018 to discuss exhuming his body for further testing, Archie's son Steve's first words to them when they arrived were, "They killed my father, didn't they?" Archie's wife, Frances, lived to learn that her husband, Steph, was considered suspicious, but passed away in April of 2019, 2 months before the report detailing the findings of the examination of his remains was released. Her son, Steve, believes she died of a broken heart. The examination of Archie's body revealed that, like George Shaw, there were several injection sites on his body that could not be explained. Also, like George, the areas surrounding these injection marks tested positive for insulin. The new autopsy report stated that these findings were suspicious for unprescribed exogenous insulin administration. The investigators looking into these suspicious deaths had told George and Archie's families that numerous deaths of veterans at the Johnson Medical Center were being re-examined. The scale of the problem was not made known to the public until August of 2019, when the daughter of another veteran treated at Johnson Medical Center submitted a statement of claim to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Felix Kirk McDermott was a veteran of the Vietnam War. He had retired from the United States Army with the rank of sergeant and then went on to work as a truck driver and to serve in the Pennsylvania Army National Guard. His daughter, Melanie, described him in 2021 as a proud Army veteran, an ornery character who would give anybody a helping hand. 82-year-old Kirk had been admitted to Johnson Medical Center on April 6, 2018 because he was suffering from pneumonia. He had dementia diagnosis and also had a physical impairment that had been brought on by a stroke. His health initially improved following his admission to the hospital, but on the morning of April 9th, he suddenly began experiencing shortness of breath. Blood tests showed that his blood sugar was critically and profoundly low, according to the later claim. Medical staff could not raise his blood sugar, and Kirk passed away around 9 o'clock that morning. Hospital staff never explained to Kirk's family that he had experienced an unexplained hypoglycemic event. Several months later, Kirk's family was contacted and finally notified that he may not have died as the result of natural causes. His remains were disinterred and taken to Dover Air Force Base to be examined. Again, unexplained injection marks were found on his body and testing showed that he had been injected with insulin at these sites. Kirk did not have diabetes and had never been prescribed insulin. The deputy medical examiner who performed the autopsy ruled that his death had been a homicide. Someone had intentionally injected him with insulin for the purpose of killing him. When Kirk was first notified that his death was being considered as potentially suspicious, they were also told that 9 or 10 other veterans had been killed under similar suspicious circumstances on that floor of that hospital prior to his death. This would be a major issue described in the claim Kirk's family would later file against the Veterans Administration. If the medical examiner's conclusion is correct, Felix Kirk McDermott was murdered while he was in the care and custody of the Lewis A. Johnson VA Medical Center, despite the VAMC being on notice of the previous wrongful injections, according to the attorney representing Kirk's daughter. Despite there being evidence that someone was murdering veterans at the hospital had done nothing to stop them, allowing an increasing number of people to be murdered. It would ultimately be determined that potentially as many as 20 murders using unauthorized insulin injections were committed at the hospital over a nearly year-long period between July of 2017 and June of 2018. By the time Melanie and her family filed their claim, a person of interest had been identified, but since charges had not been filed against them, their identity was not then publicly released. This person of interest in the suspicious deaths brought on by unexplained hypoglycemic events was identified in the early days of the investigation, which began in June of 2018, nearly a year after the deaths began. In those previous 11 months, various members of the staff had discussed amongst themselves how strange it was that elderly men kept having these episodes in the early morning hours with no medical explanation, but no one reported their concerns, even when the deaths began occurring much more frequently in the early months of 2018. In June of 2018, a doctor only publicly identified as Hospitalist B finally met with the hospital's associate chief of staff after speaking with other physicians about their patients. According to a later report, the associate chief of staff's attitude exemplified the response of most employees, that the events were likely medically based and that there was no need to report. Hospitalist B insisted that something was going on and it was potentially criminal. On June 28th, the Veterans Affairs Office of the Investigator General was contacted. The FBI joined the investigation the next day, and the U.S. Attorney General's office joined a week later. An extensive investigation into deaths that occurred at the hospital was required, but investigators at first looked at 8 cases doctors had initially identified in hopes of quickly identifying a person of interest and preventing them from harming any more patients. They soon realized that only 3 of the hospital's employees had been working at the times just before the suspicious hypoglycemic events occurred. Only one of these employees worked on floor 3A, where all of the suspicious deaths had occurred. Electronic records confirmed that the other 2 employees had been in other areas of the hospital at the times in question. This left one potential person of interest. This individual remained an employee of the hospital for the time being, but was removed from patient care on July 5, 2018. They were terminated from the hospital in March of 2019 based on dishonest answers they had provided during interviews related to the investigation. The person of interest was 46-year-old Rita Mays. She was never taken into custody until July 14, 2020, 2 years after the investigation began. She was finally taken into custody that day after she appeared in federal court to plead guilty to 7 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of assault with intent to commit murder. The assault charge stemmed from the death of Russell R. Posey, a 92-year-old Navy veteran who served during World War II. While Mays admitted to injecting him with insulin, did not believe that they had sufficient medical evidence to prove that the injection directly caused his death in court. While there were approximately 20 deaths deemed suspicious during the investigation, prosecutors ultimately concluded that they could not prove Mays's involvement to a sufficient legal standard to bring charges in connection to all of them. In addition to George, Archie, and Kirk, Mays also confessed to murdering 4 other veterans by injecting them with insulin while they were in the hospital. 82-year-old Robert Edge Sr. was a veteran of the United States Navy. He would later be described by his family as a kind and gentle man who could build almost anything, which helped him always find work when he returned home after serving during the Korean War. 96-year-old William Holloway served in the United States Army during World War II. He had signed up for the Army before he had even turned 18, which meant he had to obtain permission from his father in order to enlist. Robert Lee Kozel Sr., 89, served in the United States Army from 1951 until 1953. He was stationed at Fort Campbell in Kentucky with the 11th Airborne Division as a field artillery parachutist. He loved music and was an active member of his church. He was skilled at fixing things and passed his skills on to his two sons. He was the proud grandfather of 3 grandchildren. According to his family, he loved to dance, to sing, and to play his harmonica. On Christmas Day of 2017, he learned that he was going to be a great-grandfather, and his happiness at the news brought him to tears. He never got to meet his great-grandchild because Rita Mays killed him just over a month later. 88-year-old Raymond Golden served in the United States Army from 1951 until 1953, and in the United States Air Force from 1955 until 1973. He went on to become a mail carrier. He was survived by his wife, 2 children, and 5 grandchildren. In addition to spending time with his friends and family, he enjoyed bowling, fishing, and woodworking. Rita Mays was, like all of her victims, a veteran. She served in the Army National Guard from November 2000 to April 2001, and then again from February 2003 until May of 2004, during which time she was deployed to Iraq and Kuwait, where she worked in a non-combat position repairing chemical equipment. She was discharged from the National Guard in October of 2006 following her final duty assignment with the Guard's 115th Engineer Company in Clarksburg. Mays was hired as a nursing assistant at Johnson Medical Center in 2015 and assigned to work the night shift on Floor 3A of the Medical Surgical Unit. A later investigation into the hospital would reveal numerous failings that had allowed Mays to murder so many patients. The first of these errors occurred when Mays was hired. Prior to working at the VA hospital, Mays had been employed for 3 years at a group home for adults with disabilities. During this time, she went from an entry-level position as a caregiver to a residential manager who supervised 15 employees. She left the group home for the job at the hospital under good terms, according to the parent company of the home. However, her job prior to working as a caregiver was at the North Central Regional Jail. She worked as a corrections officer there from August of 2005 until September of 2012. While in this position, inmates accused her of using excessive force. She and several other corrections officers were named in a 2013 lawsuit, which claimed she had kicked and helped restrain an inmate so that another officer could stomp on his head. Mays then allegedly spat in the inmate's face, cursed at him, and threatened him. Mays and her co-defendants all denied that they had used excessive force, and a federal judge dismissed the lawsuit. The Johnson Medical Center was not aware of these allegations because they had failed to perform the complete background and employment checks required for her position in a facility run by a federal agency. Had they learned about the excessive force allegations, she most likely would not have been hired in a patient care position, and the hospital would have had grounds for terminating Mays during her probationary employment period, which ended in September of 2016, months before the first murder. Mays received the award in September of 2017, just months after she committed her first murder. Mays worked as a nursing assistant, which meant that she did not have the training necessary for her to work in a medical position. Her job mainly entailed assisting patients with basic daily tasks like eating and bathing, monitoring vital signs, and sitting with patients who required constant supervision. Mays had been the nursing assistant assigned to sit with several of the murdered men just prior to their initial unexplained hypoglycemic events, a fact which increased authority suspicions that she was the person responsible for the deaths. Mays was interviewed by investigators 3 times. She spent much of her first interview complaining about her job and how she was often asked to work in other areas of the hospital or perform tasks that she felt were below her position. She denied any involvement in the suspicious deaths. However, hospital technology records show that immediately after the first interview, Mays returned to her workstation and began looking for a new job. While investigators felt that Mays was the most likely perpetrator in the case because she was the only person who had the access to commit all of the murders, their case against her was entirely circumstantial. The hospital pharmacy did not use the Veterans Administration mandated system to track its medication inventory, and supply rooms and medication carts were not locked. There were no security cameras covering common areas, including the rooms where medications were stored, so there were no records of Mays taking the insulin or security footage showing her in the areas where it was stored. This means that Mays had the opportunity to take the insulin without being caught, but it meant that there was no evidence that she had. Since investigators did not have any of the actual insulin bottles or syringes used in the murders, they also did not have any fingerprints or other physical evidence tying Mays to the insulin. The investigation, therefore, went on for 2 more years despite the almost immediate identification of Mays as the prime suspect. Circumstantial evidence against her continued to pile up. Examination of her social media accounts found posts complaining about her patients and making jokes about medically restraining them despite the fact that Mays was not authorized to administer medications. In Facebook messages, she complained about having to deliver medications doctors used as they fought to save George Shaw's life. A search of her internet history showed that Mays had researched female serial killers and the number of victims they each had, and that she watched a series on Netflix called Nurses Who Kill. While this activity does not indicate criminal activity, one of the episodes of the show was about a nurse who killed patients using insulin, proving that Mays, who did not have any medical education, would have known that insulin could be used to kill someone. Mays was married, but her husband was incarcerated on child pornography charges during the investigation. She would call him almost every morning after returning home from her night shift, and their phone calls were recorded. The morning after one of the unexplained hypoglycemic events, Mays complained to her husband about the patient she had been assigned to sit with during her shift and how she had wanted to strangle him. In another call, she complained about her arms being sore from doing compressions while trying to help revive one of her victims. She was upset that the previously stable patient's family had not signed a do not resuscitate order. Since there was no order on file, when the patient had experienced an unexplained hypoglycemic event the week before, the hospital staff had used all available measures to save his life. She told her husband that the patient would have just fallen asleep and not woken up when his blood sugar level dropped to 30 if they had just done nothing, a statement that authorities found odd from someone without any formal medical education. Mays spent hours with investigators during her 2 subsequent interviews, but she largely shut down during both of them, with recordings of these interviews consisting largely of silence as investigators waited for responses from Mays, as they offered to help her if she explained what had happened. Mays did acknowledge during the 3rd interview that the evidence was pointing towards her as the person who had killed the patients. After this 3rd interview, Mays went to the courthouse in order to fill out an affidavit requesting a court-appointed attorney. However, she was not eligible for one since at the time, she had not been charged with a crime and investigators had not named her in a target letter. Once they learned that Mays had made this trip to the courthouse, investigators decided that she may be more willing to speak with them once she had legal representation. They issued a target letter stating that they believed she had committed several crimes, which allowed her to be assigned 3 court-appointed attorneys in the following weeks. Mays and her attorneys then began the process of negotiating a deal in which she would plead guilty to the murders and the assault charge that authorities believed they had the evidence to successfully prove in court. The families of the victims were all consulted and they agreed to Mays pleading guilty, rather than going to trial. Mays was sentenced on May 11, 2021. At the sentencing hearing, her lawyers asked the judge to sentence her to 30 years in prison, a sentence at the lower end of sentencing guidelines for the crimes she had pleaded guilty to. In justifying this request, they pointed to May's difficult childhood and her post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis, which stemmed from a sexual assault she suffered while in the military. May herself addressed the court, saying, "I don't ask anyone for forgiveness because I don't think I could forgive anyone for doing what I did. I can only say that I'm sorry for the pain I caused the families and my family." Numerous family members of May's victims watched the sentencing hearing, either in person or over video conference. Many of them spoke about their loved ones and the impact their loss had on their families prior to the judge announcing the sentence. "Growing up, he was my hero," Robert Edge Jr. said of his father, Robert Edge Sr. "He took care of me when I was little, and when it was time for me to take care of him, you took that away from me." Addressing Mays, Melanie Proctor, daughter of Kirk McDermott, said, "You took some of the greatest men of our time and preyed on them when they were at their weakest, and for that, you are a coward." U.S. District Judge Thomas Klee was not moved by May's lawyer's request for leniency. He regularly saw individuals in his courtroom who had difficult childhoods in rural West Virginia, as well as veterans who all too commonly suffer from PTSD. He told Mays, "But you're not special. None of these folks are killers, let alone serial killers. Judge Klee went on to say to Mays several times, "Your counsel made the point that you shouldn't be considered a monster. Respectfully, I disagree with that. You are the worst kind. You're the monster that no one sees coming." He sentenced Mays to 7 life sentences, 1 for each murder, plus 20 years for the assault charge. The judge did recommend that Mays serve her sentence at Federal Medical Center Carswell in Fort Worth, Texas, as requested by her lawyers, because the facility offers specialized mental health treatment for inmates. However, Mays was ultimately sent to Federal Correctional Institution Aliceville, a low-security facility in Alabama, to serve her sentence instead. While Mays' victims received justice, the loved ones they left behind were still without answers. Mays did not speak of her motive for the murders in court during her initial plea or at her sentencing. Mays did speak with investigators following her guilty pleas being formally entered, and she claimed that 2 different motives led her to commit the murders, although the first reason she provided was clearly a lie meant to make her look better. Mays claimed that she believed she was being merciful by ending her victims' lives and allowing them to pass gently. However, none of her victims had been in danger of dying before she injected them with insulin. They were all expected to survive whatever had brought them to the hospital. Most of their conditions had improved while they were being cared for in the hospital, and some of them were very close to being discharged. Mays injecting these men with insulin did not save them from a painful death. It instead inflicted one upon them. The effects the injections had on the veterans were horrifying. The hypoglycemic events Mays caused resulted in her victims spending hours or days suffering from their side effects. Records show that her victims experienced agitation, loss of motor control, cold sweats, difficulty breathing, and a variety of other severe symptoms as a result of her injecting them with insulin. Furthermore, Mays injected some of her victims on multiple different occasions when the medical intervention meant to stabilize their blood sugar was working and their health was once again improving. The other reason Mays provided for her crimes was the sense of control it gave her when she was experiencing chaos in her personal life and at her job. Unlike her claims of trying to be merciful, this motive at least appears to have some basis in reality. Mays's husband was incarcerated on child pornography charges at the time of her crimes, and she had voiced displeasure at the menial tasks she was expected to perform as a nursing assistant. She had also previously complained about having to work with patients suffering from dementia, a condition which some of her victims have been diagnosed with. While Rita Mays was prevented from causing further harm to patients, the question of how she had been able to kill so many people over an extended period of time without detection remained. According to Veterans Affairs Inspector General Michael J. Missel, while responsibility for these heinous criminal acts lies with Rita Mays, an extensive healthcare inspection by our office found the facility had serious and pervasive clinical and administrative failures that contributed to them going undetected. On the day Mays was sentenced, the Department of Veterans Affairs Office of Inspector General released a 100-page report detailing the various failures at the Johnson Medical Center that Mays had been able to exploit. Medication storage and inventory management was a major concern. Improper storage and inventory reporting had allowed Mays to obtain insulin unchecked when she had no reason to have access to any medication as part of her duties, because she did not have the licenses that would allow her to administer it. These failures further prevented the hospital from noticing the excessive amounts of drugs used to counteract insulin being used at the hospital and investigating the unusual need for the drug. Each individual case of unexplained hypoglycemia should have merited concern even without a pattern being identified. Dr. Diane Krieger, who later consulted with investigators, stated that in her more than 30 years of practice, she had never seen blood sugar levels as low as she saw in the records of the cases of unexplained hypoglycemia she examined as part of her work on the case. According to her, even diabetics rarely have their blood sugar drop below 30, and some of Mays's victims had readings as low as 5 after she injected them with high doses of insulin. Testing was not performed to determine the cause of the unexplained hypoglycemic events experienced by 7 of Mays' confirmed victims, and when George Shaw's family insisted on further testing, doctors ordered the wrong test. Other failures involved hospital staff, training, and technology. The employee responsible for patient safety did not train staff about what sorts of incidents needed to be reported. The hospital computer system did not always enter overnight blood sugar readings into patient charts for their doctors to review the following morning. The report identified missed opportunities at every level of leadership at the hospital that could have ended Rita Mize's crime spree. The report made 14 recommendations to improve patient safety at Johnson Medical Center. The Veterans Administration claimed that all of the recommendations would be implemented by March of 2022. By the time of May's sentencing in May of 2021, the Veterans Administration had reached tentative financial settlements with the families of her victims. The payouts have so far totaled more than $5 million. The money has not eased the pain the families feel over the loss of their loved ones or at the failings of the hospital they entrusted their loved ones to. According to Kirk McDermott's daughter, Melanie Proctor, "I'm always going to feel guilty about this. I thought I had my dad someplace safe." Kent in the UK is the location of New Ash Green, a post-war development known for its strong community spirit and sense of belonging. Among its residents was Sarah Walgreen, a 46-year-old who had a close-knit family that frequently gathered for lunch, shopping, and vacations. Her mother, and noted that Sarah had a deep concern for others and always defended the underdog. Sarah was a dedicated mother to her 5 children, who were the focal point of her life. She made special efforts for birthdays and holidays. Her 2 sons, Jack and Lewis, were from a previous relationship, and she had 3 more children with her partner, 39-year-old Ben Locomer. Sarah balanced her job as a beautician with evening and weekend work while raising her children. Ben, originally from Greenwich, had moved to Mallorca in the early 2000s with aspirations of becoming a pilot. The pair had met in December 2004 on a dating website. He made a good impression with Sarah's 2 sons, and Sarah decided to leave her job and she and her 2 boys would move to Mallorca to start afresh with Ben. But the happiness didn't last long. Due to her being unable to speak Spanish, she couldn't find a job, and this, coupled with her homesickness, made it very difficult for Sarah. Ben also wasn't able to become a pilot, so instead worked at the airport. They subsequently decided to move back to the UK, having already welcomed their first child. After settling into a new 4-bedroom home, 22 Basie Shore in New Ash Green, Ben began working as a taxi driver, and Sarah would work as a beauty therapist. But the issues in the relationship began to show, with the pair arguing often. Sarah eventually decided to call time on the relationship, and in response, Ben threw her and her 2 sons out whilst keeping the 3 children they had together with him. Ben had arranged a court hearing for the very next morning in which he said Sarah had abandoned her children and consequently he was awarded custody. Sarah was unable to defend herself as she was unaware as to what was happening. Sarah was devastated. She and her eldest 2 children went to live with her mother and stepfather. The family saved every penny so they could be able to go and see a solicitor for legal advice. And in August 2016, she would be awarded full custody of the children. It was also around this time that her personal life began to move in a more positive direction when she met Neil James. Sarah met Neil on a dating app in 2016, and their relationship would go from strength to strength, culminating in an engagement. But Sarah was worried that if she tried to move in with Neil, Ben would battle her for custody. In 2018, she offered Ben the opportunity for them to live in the house together and co-parent their children despite their romantic relationship coming to an end, something her family had begged her not to do. This wasn't by any means an ideal solution, as emotions between them were still running high. So Sarah decided to try and buy Ben's share of the house from him. Sarah had taken her children to school in the morning before heading to work to see her clients. She was also incredibly excited and happy as she had been able to secure a new, higher-paying job. At around 8 p.m., Sarah was seen coming home and heading inside. She sent several text messages, including to Neil. One message to a friend read, "There's always something to look forward to. You've just got to open your eyes and dream." The last text message was sent at 10 p.m. before she headed to bed. The next day was an incredibly special one as it was one of her children's birthdays and, like always, she had planned for it. As the morning rolled around, Neil sent her a text message, but Sarah didn't reply. As the hours continued to tick by, Sarah still hadn't responded. Neil decided to reach out to Ben to see if he had seen her. Ben replied saying he thought Sarah was with him as he hadn't seen her either. Neil called Sarah's family and explained that he had been trying to get hold of Sarah since the morning but hadn't been able to make contact with her. Sarah could sometimes forget to charge her phone or accidentally leave it in the car, so her mother decided to call her too. But like Neil, she couldn't get hold of her. One of Sarah's sons used text messages, social media, and calling her work phone to try and get a response. But there was still nothing from Sarah. By the next day, she still hadn't come home. Her mother kept trying to get hold of her. But as Sarah continued to not respond, her mother knew something was seriously wrong. Everyone was becoming extremely concerned for her. They agreed that if by the next day she hadn't made contact with anyone or come home, they would call the police. It had now been 48 hours since Sarah Walgreen had been seen, and she still had not been in contact with anyone. Ben contacted the police. DCI Ivan Beasley, senior investigating officer with Kent Police, was assigned to investigate her disappearance. Ben told the officers that after Sarah had arrived home on 9th, he had put the children to bed and gone into his room, which was the loft conversion one, and she had gone to her room on the first floor. He explained that when he had woken up the next morning, Sarah wasn't home, but the car was still parked in its spot. As it was one of her children's birthdays, he said he had expected her to come home. A missing persons investigation was quickly underway and a search of her bedroom was conducted. One thing immediately stood out. All of Sarah's personal effects were still there, including her money, bank cards, keys, and handbag. These were not things Sarah would have left without. For DCI Ivan Beasley, this was extremely concerning. As she had left her car keys at the house, one theory that was considered was that maybe she had gone out for a run or walk and become injured and unable to get help. A 5-mile search radius was set up around Sarah's home, going through fields and woodlands to try and find her, even checking hospitals to see if she had been admitted to any of them. In spite of all this, and after an extensive search, there was still no sign of Sarah. There were no phone records to indicate that she had agreed to meet up with anyone that night. DCI Ivan Beasley noted Ben Locomer's demeanor. He said, "Ben didn't seem to be that concerned. The way he was presenting to us was described to me by my officers as quite odd. He didn't really want to engage with us. He didn't really want us at the house, which for somebody who had reported Sarah missing, he didn't seem to be acting in that way." He also said that officers discovered that Sarah's family had had to pressure Ben into contacting the police in the first place. Sarah's son utilized social media and the close-knit community immediately came together to look for her. Hundreds of people from the local area came in to help. One of the volunteers, Sharon Brine, noted Ben Lacombe's behavior. She said, "We were very baffled with Ben when during day 3 or 4 of our searching, he went into the village office to book the village hall and we thought it was completely bizarre. There's half the village looking for the mother of his children and he's trying to arrange a kids game in the village." Sarah's oldest 2 children attempted to visit their siblings but were told they weren't allowed. Lacombe had taken the 3 youngest to his aunt's house and he had also started court proceedings to gain custody of them. DCI Beasley said, within a few days of her disappearance, Ben had gone to the family court and was trying to have an urgent meeting so he could have primary custody of the children. In order to generate any leads, the police issued a press appeal to get information about Sarah out to the public. But as the days continued to pass, Sarah Walgreen still hadn't been found. Concerns continued to escalate that she may have been met with foul play. Detective Superintendent Paul Fotheringham said, "We have experts with specialist technology and forensic scientists working with us to try and find Sarah." Police went back to speak with Ben again to try and gain a better understanding of the dynamics and ins and outs of the family home. He told them that Sarah would often go missing, disappearing without telling anyone, to go and meet other people. The police went to Neil's house to search the property and ask him further questions as he was one of the last people she had had contact with. He explained that he had called her at 9:24 on the night she had last been seen. They spoke for around 15 minutes and then sent a few text messages back and forth before they said goodnight. Phone records showed that this was true, and as he was at home with his daughter at the time, he told the police to check the M25 cameras to prove he hadn't driven to Sarah's. His story checked out and Neil was in the clear. It had now been a week since Sarah Walgreen had seemingly vanished, and police decided to check the local cameras, and more than 15,000 hours of footage would be searched. At around 2 a.m. on October 10th, the same time Sarah went missing, CCTV cameras picked up a car driving around. One of the images picked up on camera showed the vehicle with a logo on the driver's side door. Why did this pique the interest of investigators? Because it was similar to the vehicle driven by Ben Locomer, a red taxi with a logo on the driver's side door. But the police had to be sure. They brought in an expert to compare his vehicle to the grainy one on the footage. The expert determined that the footage did show Ben's vehicle. Around 2 hours after it had first been captured on CCTV, the same vehicle was seen coming back. This appeared to contradict his assertions that he had been at home in bed when Sarah had gone missing. The home had an extensive CCTV system which was operated from Ben's bedroom, so he could see the goings-on throughout the house. DCI Beasley said it was quite an elaborate setup. He had cameras at the side, at the front, and at the back of his house, all controlled by an assistant which was kept in his bedroom, which was in the converted attic part of the house. They checked the footage from the day Sarah had vanished. Ben was seen coming home, and nobody else was seen entering the property before Sarah came back. It wasn't just their home that had security cameras. Their neighbor's home did too. The neighbor's home had 3 months' worth of footage to watch. They could see that the CCTV camera from Ben and Sarah's home had been on almost constantly in the time leading up to Sarah going missing. The footage from the neighbor's house showed the infrared light coming from Ben's cameras, and also showed that after midnight on the day she had last been seen, Ben's cameras had been switched off. Ben said the files from the cameras at his house weren't usable as they had been corrupted, and that the complex system in place actually hadn't been working for the past year. Another piece of footage that stood out to investigators showed him coming home. In the footage, his vehicle was clean. After taking the children to school the next day, the car was caught on CCTV again, and this time there was mud and dirt on the sides and wheels. At around 10:30, he went to the office where his taxi company operated. When the car pulls in, the dirt is gone. Another element that stood out was after watching the neighbor's camera, the police learned that he would always park his car in the same spot until the night Sarah had gone missing. That night, he parked it at the back of the property, somewhere not covered by the neighbor's CCTV. The task in front of the officers was huge. They didn't know where Ben had driven to that night and what he had done in the 2-hour window, and Sarah still hadn't been found. The police believed that he had murdered Sarah and then driven her body to a deposition site. On December 20th, the decision was made to arrest Ben Lecumber on suspicion of the murder of Sarah Walgreen. He was then taken to the station to be questioned. Over the next 7 hours, he was interviewed by investigators. Locomer was silent and refused to answer any question put to him. During a search of the house, a shovel was found in the garden shed that appeared to be brand new. They needed to find Sarah, ascertain the cause of death, and prove that this had been done deliberately by Ben Lecumber. Specialists from the fire service and marine units from all over the country were drafted into the extensive searches to try and find her, including part of the Thames and land near the Blue Water Shopping Center. Roads were closed off while searches were conducted and 1,400 sites were searched, but none led to Sarah's body. In spite of this, and on the basis of the case that had been built, on the December 28, 2018, Ben Lecumber was charged with the murder of Sarah Walgreen. At Woolwich Crown Court, the trial of Ben Lecumber would begin. Prosecutor Alex Morgan QC would say in a documentary about the case, "Having a trial with nobody presents unique challenges." One of the key moments for the prosecution was revealing a conversation that Ben had had with police several days before his arrest. They had requested his phone. He signed a consent form but then refused to give consent for deleted data to be retrieved. He told them that he would give it to them the next day at the station because it was late and he wanted to go to bed. But CCTV revealed that Ben hadn't gone to bed. His car was spotted parked by the River Thames later night trying to get rid of something police believe was his mobile phone. Following Sarah going missing, Bakumba was captured on a CCTV camera in a shop buying a new phone in the exact same make that he put his old SIM card into. DCI Beasley said, "Usually we get a lot of cooperation from people, especially when there are concerns for a loved one. But actually, Ben was more interested in the information we could retrieve from his phone and refused to give us his phone." Another element of the case that they argued was evidence of planning was the hours in between him leaving the address and coming home, indicating he had already chosen the deposition site for Sarah's body. When it came to the shovel that had been found during the search, the defense argued that it was there for his mother so she could look after the flowers that were in front of the house. But the flowers at the home did not require such a big shovel, adding to the theory that it had been potentially used to dig a grave. Allison Morgan QC from the prosecution said that the idea he had bought what she referred to as a gravedigger shovel as a present for his mother was complete nonsense. Over the course of the trial, more information would be revealed that painted a clearer picture of Ben and Sarah's relationship. When she arrived home from work on the October 9th, she told Ben that she was planning to buy his share of the house as her new job would leave her in a financial situation where that was feasible. This meant that in more ways than one, Ben Locomer was losing control. And if she were to leave him for good and sell the house, he would have been left with virtually nothing. The judge, jury, counsel, court clerk, and ushers were given a police escort to the family home to help them contextualize the evidence and see the inner workings of the home, including the intricate CCTV system. Defense barrister Rebecca Trawler QC concluded their case by saying, "What I ask of you is a lot less than what the prosecution asked. They are asking you to convict a 39-year-old man with no criminal convictions, not even cautions, of the carefully planned murder of the mother of his children. That is a big ask." After 30 days of the trial, it was time for the jury to deliberate. They would soon return their verdict. On October 28, 2019, Ben Lacomber was found guilty of the murder of Sarah Wellgreen. He received life in prison with a minimum term of 27 years. He has never revealed what happened to Sarah or where she is. Should he continue to refuse to divulge any information, it could mean he remains in prison for a longer time under Helen's Law. Helen's Law, named after murder victim Helen McCourt, makes killers ineligible for parole if they do not tell police where they've hidden the body of a victim. This followed the tireless campaigning of Marie McCourt, mother of Helen, a 22-year-old insurance clerk who was murdered in 1988. Her murderer, Ian Sims, has never revealed her body's location. The petition calling for Helen's Law had gained more than 600,000 signatures and high-level government support. In November 2020, Helen's Law received royal assent. Under the law, killers could still be released if no longer deemed a risk to the public, even if they refused to disclose information. But the parole board will be legally required to consider whether they have cooperated with inquiries as part of their assessment. One of Sarah's elder sons said, "There's still that missing piece, and it will always be like that because there'll always be that missing piece because of what he has done. I believe he's withholding that because that's the only sort of power he has left." Sarah's ex-husband also spoke about him wanting her body to be found. In the year that followed her disappearance, nearly 3,000 potential deposition sites have been identified, but none have led to Sarah. The community in New Ash Green has never given up on their search for Sarah Wellgreen. They have said they will never stop their search for her, and a Facebook page called Search for Sarah Wellgreen was set up too. For those who knew and loved Sarah, the agony of not knowing where she is and what happened to her is devastating. It is the hope of Sarah's family that he will one day reveal her whereabouts so that she can finally be brought home and laid to rest. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. On January 15, 2018, a British Airways flight landed at London's Heathrow Airport from Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. As passengers disembarked, airport officials soon discovered an issue with one individual. This passenger had arrived in London without any documentation, including a boarding pass or passport. The individual was 66-year-old Marilyn Hartman, who had no boarding pass because she had never bought a ticket for the flight. Instead, she had somehow bypassed both British Airways ticket agents and security checks in Chicago to board the plane without a valid pass. She simply walked on board and sat in an empty seat, not raising any concerns with the flight crew. Hartman was sent back to Chicago, where she was taken into custody and charged with felony theft in connection to taking the flight without purchasing a ticket, reported to cost between $24,100 $34,100, as well as with a misdemeanor trespassing charge for entering the airport illegally. This was far from the first time Hartman had entered a secure area of an airport or boarded an actual flight without a valid ticket. Authorities would later compile a list of dozens of incidents involving Hartman at various airports across the United States. Hartman would later claim the total number was much higher, reporting incidents that occurred in flights she took without attracting any attention from authorities. According to Hartman, she first successfully snuck onto a flight without a ticket in 2002 when she took a flight from Chicago to Copenhagen. She claims to have snuck onto another flight, this time to Paris, later that same year. Given her later troubles in London, trying to get through customs and immigration without proper documentation, these claims of free international travel may be viewed with some skepticism. There is, however, extensive documentation of Hartman's domestic antics at airports. She was arrested in Hawaii in 2009 while using another woman's identity trying to board a flight without a ticket. She spent much of February-March of 2014 at San Francisco International Airport coming into contact with police on 5 different occasions. On February 15th, Hartman successfully made it through security and onto a plane that was bound for Hawaii. She sat down in a seat on the plane, but when the person with the ticket assigning them to that seat came on board, the flight crew realized that Hartman did not have a boarding pass. Police interviewed her but released her. They did the same 3 days later when she was apprehended trying to get through a security gate. She was finally arrested 2 days after that, carrying someone else's discarded boarding pass and charged with trespassing. A court order prohibited Hartman from returning to San Francisco International unless she had a valid ticket for a flight. However, she was found eating at the food court in the airport's Terminal A on March 18th. She was arrested on suspicion of violating a court order and trespassing. She was again arrested for the same reasons on March 26th when police found her at the baggage claim in Terminal 3 of the airport. Hartman attracted national media attention in August of 2014 when she was arrested after successfully sneaking onto a plane and taking a flight from San Jose to Los Angeles. When she went before a judge, she was told to stay away from airports unless she had a boarding pass. Just a few days later, however, Hartman was back at the airport. She was taken into custody and, this time, sentenced to 6 months in jail. But due to overcrowding, she was released after just 3 days. Hartman then went on to have similar multi-day interactions with police after getting through security at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport and Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. She was generally only given warnings after each incident, although she did eventually serve 3 days in jail for trespassing following her second incident in Minnesota. Hartman did face slightly more serious charges after turning up in Florida a short time later, reportedly after successfully flying there from Minnesota without a ticket. After landing at Jacksonville International Airport, she took a shuttle to the Omni Amelia Island Plantation Hotel, claiming to be a woman who was a registered guest there. At the hotel, she checked in under the same woman's reservation. This led to her being charged with fraud by impersonation, defrauding an innkeeper, and trespassing. Her public defenders were able to get her felony fraud charge dropped down to a misdemeanor, and Hartman was released after they had her declared mentally unstable. After leaving Florida, Hartman returned to Chicago, which appears to be her hometown. There are few concrete details available about Hartman's early life. She appears to have been born Marilyn Stahl and legally changed her last name to Hartman in 1985. She grew up on the south side of Chicago and attended Chicago Vocational High School, where she was a member of the National Honor Society and the chorus. She graduated in 1969, and within a few years, she was no longer in contact with anyone from her family. She reportedly has 3 brothers who have not heard from her since the early 1970s and who do not like to publicly speak about her at all, much less in any detail. Hartman claims to have grown up in a violent home with mentally ill family members. Although these statements are difficult to corroborate, an important factor in Hartman's behavior to consider is the fact that she is mentally ill, although the exact nature of her illness is not publicly known. Legal documents state that she suffers from depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, and she has stated that she has bipolar disorder. She further stated in court in 2022 that she has struggled with depression and medication management throughout her life. Hartman also has a conspiratorial worldview, which plays into her explanation as to why she continues to sneak into airports and onto airplanes. While with journalist Joe Ashkenazi for a 2015 article he wrote about her, Hartman detailed what she believed to be an elaborate plot against her that compelled her to attempt to get past airport security and onto planes without tickets and had resulted in her various legal troubles. Hartman claimed that the conspiracy against her began in 1990 when she exposed a Chicago lawyer working with a retired FBI agent to fix cases. Her actions resulted in ongoing retribution, which led to her becoming homeless on various occasions and committing her criminal actions at airports. She diagnosed herself with and apparently created what she called whistleblower trauma syndrome. She told Ashkenazi that the condition resulted in a severe fight or flight reaction, which in her case literally made her feel the need to get on a flight to get away. She would say in a different interview several years later that she was always in a depressed state of mind when she snuck onto planes. According to Hartman, numerous people, including President Obama, were in on the conspiracy. She claimed she did not evade security checks at the various airports. Rather, TSA agents let her through. She further claimed that sometimes plane tickets would be left for her to find, and airport staff would let her use them, but then take her into custody once she was in a secure area of the airport. According to Hartman, the goal of this conspiracy was to land her in prison for an extended period of time, a belief that does not seem to align with reality, given the dozens of times she has been released with little to no punishment following her various incidents at airports. The purpose of highlighting this case on this channel is not to malign Marilyn Hartman specifically or individuals with mental illness in general. Rather, it is to draw attention to two major issues her case highlights: airport security and how the legal system handles individuals with mental illnesses. While someone managing to get past airport security in a post-9/11 world sounds like it should not only be impossible, but also of major concern should it occur, the Transportation Security Administration and several aviation experts, who have been consulted for articles about Hartman's case, have downplayed the security implications it has. After Hartman successfully flew from San Jose to Los Angeles without a ticket, the TSA claimed, San Jose to Los Angeles without a ticket. The TSA claimed that the incident was not a security concern because while Hartman had not been checked for a boarding pass at security, she had been screened for prohibited items, meaning she had no way of bringing any sort of weapon on board. They maintained that the incident only illustrated the need for minor changes to their document examination procedures to ensure people without boarding passes could not get through security checkpoints. While there are no indications that Hartman illegally boarded planes with any plans to commit any sort of nefarious acts, that does not change the fact that the holes in security and procedure she exploited with simple techniques could also be exploited by individuals with more malicious intentions. Hartman employed unsophisticated tactics, like blending in with large family groups at security and covering her face with her hair at airports where she was a repeat recent offender and known to airport staff. If she could find success with so little planning or effort, a more methodical and motivated mind could presumably have even more success than Hartman. The fact that potential criminals would most likely still have to be screened for prohibited items before sneaking onto a plane does not necessarily ensure that the public is safe. Just because criminal does not plan on committing a violent act while a plane is in the air does not mean that the ability to travel domestically without record or have easy undocumented access to secure areas of airports could not potentially benefit them in their criminal activities. As a non-violent offender suffering from mental illness, Hartman falls into somewhat of a gray area, according to psychology and psychiatry professor Stephen Hinshaw, cited by Joe Ashkenazi in his article on Hartman. It has become more and more difficult to have individuals confined to mental health facilities against their will. While this is a great victory for individual civil rights, it also means that some of the people most in need of help and treatment are unable to get it. While Hartman should not necessarily be forced into treatment, Hartman's case raises the important legal issue of if and when the courts should be allowed to order individuals to undergo treatment for their mental health, especially in regards to offenders who have not caused physical harm to others. Hartman was required to undergo various mental health evaluations throughout her criminal career and was at times placed in voluntary treatment facilities, although she generally quickly left them. In recent years, while she has operated largely in just one jurisdiction, Hartman has been compelled into long-term treatment at different times, which did result in her various incidents at airports becoming fewer and farther between. Especially early on in her career as a serial stowaway, authorities felt sorry for Hartman because of her apparent mental health issues, which played a role in her being given such lenient sentences in the situations where she faced repercussions for her actions at all. Individuals suffering from mental illness should of course be treated with compassion, but Hartman's case raises the question of whether it is truly compassionate to release individuals in need of treatment knowing that they will most likely reoffend, since the issues that led them to committing crimes in the first place have not been addressed. After leaving Florida following the conclusion of the legal proceedings against her there, Hartman appears to have largely remained in the Chicago area. She was involved in at least 9 incidents involving trespassing and attempting to enter secure areas at both O'Hare and Midway airports, including her flight to London without a ticket. In one incident, she did purchase a valid ticket but had to be removed from the plane, which was taking off at Midway because she caused a disturbance. She was charged with misdemeanor reckless conduct. The following day, she went to O'Hare, where airport staff detained her after she attempted to get through security without a ticket. Hartman had only received 18 months of probation for the trespassing and theft charges stemming from her ticketless flight to London. Just 7 months after she received that sentence, however, she was back at an airport in violation of the terms of her probation, involved in the incident that has resulted in her most recent legal troubles. On October 11, 2019, Hartman was seen by police attempting to get through one of the security checkpoints at O'Hare International Airport. She had already made it through the first checkpoint with no ticket. She was taken into custody and charged with felony trespassing. This time, she was held without bond. Hartman was eventually placed into a mental health facility, and her lawyers negotiated a plea deal. On March 16, 2021, just 2 weeks after they reached that agreement and before it was finalized in court, Hartman fled the mental health facility, where she had been ordered to stay. She had also been ordered to wear an electronic monitoring device, so authorities were able to track her movements. She again attempted to enter O'Hare International Airport. She was taken into custody at the airport's public transportation station. Hartman would later claim that she ran away because she was upset over the early release of an interview she had given in the local media. She had been given written assurances that it would not be broadcast until after her court cases were complete, but this did not end up being the case. She escaped the facility 2 days after it actually aired. In court, her lawyer would argue that the escape had been in response to something Hartman had no control over, the early release of the interview. On March 3, 2022, Hartman appeared in court and pleaded guilty to felony counts of criminal trespass and escape from electronic monitoring. The escape charge was in relation to her running away from the mental health facility in 2021, and the criminal trespass charge was in relation to the 2019 incident that had resulted in her being placed in the facility. The judge sentenced Hartman to 18 months in prison on the trespassing charge and to 2 years in prison on the escape charge, with the 2 sentences to be served consecutively. Hartman was given credit for approximately 2 years 5 months already spent in custody. The facility she escaped from in 2021 agreed to let her return there for her court-ordered period of supervised release and mental health treatment. Hopefully, this time, her treatment will finally result in her long-term success and keep her out of the courtroom and the airport. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 24-year-old Annie Lee, originally from San Jose, California, grew up in a large family. Those who knew her described her as conscientious, polite, and friendly, with a lot of tenacity and a great sense of humor. From an early age, she stood out as an exceptional student. She was the valedictorian of her high school class, and her peers voted her as the most likely to become the next Einstein. Annie received $160,000 in scholarships and went on to earn her undergraduate degree in cell development biology from the University of Rochester. It was there that she met Jonathan Widosk. The young couple quickly became inseparable, and Annie described him as her best friend. It wasn't long before Jonathan proposed, and September 13, 2009 was chosen as their wedding date. And the wedding plans quickly got underway. After all those years of very intense and hard work, Annie was accepted into the prestigious Ivy League school, Yale University, hoping to earn her doctorate in pharmacology. She was always hands-on within her campus, getting involved in various extracurricular activities. She even wrote an article about campus safety, titled Crime and Safety in New Haven for Yale Medical School's B magazine. Jonathan and Annie were living 76 miles apart at the time. Jonathan was at Columbia University working on his own doctorate, and this only made their reunion for the wedding on 13th even more special. September 7th, 2009. Annie was now in her final year at Yale. It was 5 days until the wedding, and it was safe to say Annie was as busy as ever. She was definitely feeling the stress of everything and called her friend Jennifer for some friendly words of encouragement. Jennifer said Annie asked if she thought they were too young to get married. But knowing this was normal nerves combined with the stress of Yale, Jennifer said she and Jonathan were absolutely making the right decision. Annie thanked her friend for telling her what she needed to hear, hung up, and carried on with her day. September 8th, 2009. Annie still had lots of work to do around the campus before she set off to Long Island. She left her apartment that morning and took the Yale Transit to her office, located on campus. She then walked to her lab where she would conduct most of her research, and this was about a minute away at 10 Amistad Street. Room G13. The day on campus soon drew to a close. Students were leaving to head home and various buildings were locking up. Annie's roommates had been expecting her home hours ago, but she was nowhere to be seen. It got to 9 p.m., and with no one able to get hold of her, her roommates called the New Haven Police Department and reported her missing. Her friend Jennifer said that Annie always made sure she was safe. She didn't walk around at night by herself, and if she ever had to work late, she would make sure someone would come and pick her up or walk home with her. So the fact that no one had received a call from her that day was very concerning. Police went to Annie's office, where they found her wallet, keys, purse, and phone. But there were no signs of a struggle inside. Her belongings still being in there indicated she had likely left that morning with the intention of returning to her office fairly soon after. None of her credit or debit cards had been used, and her phone had no activity on it since she left it in the office. Her Yale ID card seemed to be the only thing from her purse that went with her that morning, and it had been used to get into the labs. CCTV confirmed it was Annie using her own ID card, and the footage captured her walking into 10 Amistad Street at around 10 a.m. She was carrying something that can't really be made out, but it's assumed it was something to do with her research. Although CCTV can't always convey a full story, it didn't look like anything was wrong with Annie that morning. She wasn't running away from anyone. She didn't seem to be in a rush, and no one stopped to talk to her on the way in. By all accounts, it seemed like a very typical morning for her. Unfortunately, there was only one camera on the basement level where Annie's lab was located, and it didn't show her walking past or through the door at all. At 12:50 p.m. that day, a fire alarm sounded in the building, and everyone was evacuated. One of the lab technicians assigned to maintain room G13 was a man named Ray, and he came forward with information. He didn't attend Yale but had worked there for a little while. He told authorities that he had clocked in at 7 a.m. and had seen Annie in G13. He then said he thought he had seen her leave the lab just before the fire alarm went off that afternoon. The footage continued to be looked at, and authorities went into the building to see if they could see anything. Every hallway, room, cupboard, and outside bin were searched, but nothing was there. Although Ray said he remembered her leaving, they couldn't see anything on the 70 cameras around the area that confirmed this. Yale offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to Annie's whereabouts. Her fiancé flew in from New York, and her family traveled over from California to help with the search. Annie's odd disappearance quickly became big news. Reporters were all over the campus, and over 100 law enforcement officers joined the search too. Authorities weren't initially sure if they were dealing with an abduction or something even more sinister, but some believed Annie had maybe got cold feet about her wedding and run away. This was quickly refuted by her friends and family, however. Annie had been planning the wedding for over a year and hadn't ever shown any signs of changing her mind about it. One of her friends said she was doing weather patterns to make sure the weather would be perfect on her wedding day. She wanted everything to be perfect. Everything down to the table napkins to flowers. Annie was very, very excited about this day. Her disappearance just days before the wedding made no sense. With still nothing from Annie, a second search of the building was conducted, and this time, A closer look at room G13 uncovered a drop of blood on one of the shelving units. And, in a back storage room, G22, they then brought in luminol, which was used across the neighboring labs, including G22. More blood was found in there. There was also a distinctly terrible smell developing around the locker rooms and toilets near to G22. A smell that some of the officers knew all too well. Cadaver dogs were brought in to try and locate the source of it, and the whole building was declared a crime scene. A day later, 5 p.m., on September 13, 2009, Annie Lee's decomposing body was found, stuffed upside down inside a wall, behind a metal utility panel in the basement of the building, near the lockers and room of G22. September 13th was the day that Annie should have been walking down the aisle, and it was a tragic end to the 5-day search. The state medical examiner determined that Annie had died from traumatic asphyxiation by neck compression. She had a broken jaw and broken collarbone, and these injuries happened to her when she was alive. Further examination showed evidence of a sexual assault. Near to her body was her key card, and a blue surgical glove that paired with the one found under the ceiling tile. DNA samples were taken from her clothes and the area around her body and sent off to see if there was a hit on the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. A vigil was held for Annie on campus, and the loss of one of their own hung heavily over the staff and students. The school made grief counselors available for everyone, as well as a 24-hour helpline to anyone that needed it. Because of the access codes and IDs that people needed to get around the campus, Officer Joe Avery said they were not investigating this as a random act, instead, believing it to be an inside job. He also said they didn't believe that any of the students were involved, and no one else was in any danger. This was reiterated by Robert Alpern, Dean of the Yale School of Medicine. He said, "I think that it suggests it was someone who could get into that space. It certainly would be extremely difficult for someone outside of Yale to get into that space. Not impossible, but extremely difficult." This only added to the foreboding feeling hanging over the already frightened campus. Students were scared about moving from class to class. Some said they were now traveling in big groups, even during the middle of the day. Others were turning down shifts at work around the university, for fear that whoever had done this was likely still walking around the campus too. It wasn't long before a hit came back on the DNA. A match came back to a convicted felon named Kieran Robinson. This was not actually the clear-cut answer the police had been looking for. It was soon confirmed that Kieran had been shot and killed a long time before anything in Annie's case had ever happened, and his DNA being near her body could be easily explained. Kieran had actually been one of the people that helped with some construction on that particular building in the years before he died. And with no other matches on the CODIS database, police were still searching. More days would pass, and by this point, detectives had reviewed about 700 hours of video and interviewed over 150 people. There was one more person that had been on the detectives' radar since the start, but they didn't quite have enough to prove anything just yet. Using the keycard data, it was confirmed that only 2 other people had swiped into room G13 that day. One was a third-party contractor that was ruled out very quickly, and the other was 24-year-old Raymond Clark, the lab technician that told police he had seen Annie leaving the building that day. Little did Ray know, this one claim to police had put him straight in their eye line. As the cameras had already confirmed, she absolutely did not leave. He had a reputation of being controlling and often quite nasty to any students that left the lab dirty. Gray had in fact emailed Annie to complain about her leaving dirty mice cages behind after one of her studies. That being said, Yale had no record of disciplinary action taken against him at any point. Others, however, said Ray was pleasant and personable. Between 10:40 a.m. that morning until around 3:45 p.m., Ray had gone in and out of G13 and G22, a total of 55 times. And this was confirmed using his keycard and the cameras. They also captured Ray leaving when the fire alarm went off that afternoon and coming back in at 1:10. He walked around the basement area wearing slightly different scrubs before clocking off just before 4 p.m. At one point during the day, Ray went out onto the streets and sat down on the steps with his head in his hands. When police spoke to him, they noticed scratches on his face and arm, along with some fairly fresh bruises. He He said the scratches came from a cat. He was asked to come in for a polygraph test, which shows signs of deception. But, as always, a polygraph test is not admissible, and this wasn't enough for them to hold him. They asked him to submit a DNA sample before he left, which he did. And with this, he was let go while they awaited the results. A total of 4 search warrants and the results of the DNA test had finally confirmed that he was Annie's killer. The bloody sock found in the wall and the lab coat Ray was wearing contained both sets of DNA. Ray had signed into the building that day with a green pen. A green pen was found under Annie's body, with both hers and Ray's DNA on it. This, along with the keycard data and camera footage, cemented everything. They believe Annie was killed just before the fire alarm went off. Ray quickly changed his scrubs, which had blood on them, and left Annie in the lab before heading out when the alarm went off, before hurrying back in, moving her body through G22, and then forcing her behind the panel. All police could find that might have pointed to some sort of motive was an email. On the day Annie was killed, she sent out a mass email to the whole building saying that she was getting married on 13th and would be away for a few days on her honeymoon. Ray had opened this email. Ray was engaged to be married too, and police could only speculate on this. But they wondered if Ray had had a secret obsession with Annie for a while, and reading this email spiraled into a fit of jealousy and rage. He was held on a $3 million bond, and his lawyer told people he was expected to plead not guilty. Annie would soon be laid to rest, and her funeral was broadcast live online. Her mother, Vivian, made an emotional speech. Jonathan also wore the wedding ring Annie should have given him. Despite initially pleading not guilty, Ray Clark soon changed his plea. He pleaded guilty to murder in exchange for a 44-year sentence. He was also found guilty of attempting to commit a sexual assault. The sexual assault plea was entered under Connecticut's Alford Doctrine, which means the defendant doesn't agree to the facts, but acknowledges that the state has enough evidence to gain a conviction. Ray Clark is scheduled for release in 2053. He will be almost 70 years old. Ray's father, Raymond Clark Jr., said, "It is with a heavy heart that I stand here before you today. We will live out our life knowing that he is behind bars. But we are proud of Ray for taking responsibility for his actions and pleading guilty. I want you to know that Ray has expressed extreme remorse from the very beginning. I can't tell you how many times he has sobbed uncontrollably, telling me how sorry he is, telling me how his heart is tortured by the reality that he caused the death of Annie." Annie's mother did not attend the sentencing because it was too painful, but she said her family were happy with the result. Although Annie's killer was caught and convicted, the real reason behind her death remains a total mystery, as Ray has never said or explained why. A Yale spokesman, Michael Moran, said, "As the criminal proceedings come to a close, we renew our commitment to honor the memory of Annie Lee, whose joy of life and learning is an inspiration to faculty, students, and staff at Yale, now and for the future. Annie had a bright future ahead of her in so many ways. Just days away from marrying her best friend and soon to complete a doctorate she had worked so very hard for, Annie's friend, Natalie, said she was as good a human being as you'd ever hope to meet." Virginia Freeman, who went by the nickname Ginger, was an outgoing and personable woman with a bubbly personality. She was always smiling and loved working with people. She found a career that perfectly fit her personality as a real estate agent. While she was a natural fit for such a career because she could so easily work with the wide variety of clients she had, she was also very passionate about real estate, and according to her coworkers, her eyes would sparkle when she began talking about the ins and outs of the industry. In 1981, 40-year-old Ginger was working at Real Estate Mart in Bryan, Texas. At that time, all of the real estate agents there happened to be women. She lived with her husband Charles in neighboring College Station, Texas. Their son, Brad, was 11 years old and their daughter, Betsy, was 14. There was nothing more important to Ginger than her family. Some of her coworkers mistakenly thought she worked part-time rather than full-time because she worked so diligently and efficiently while she was at the office that she was able to leave earlier in the day than most other employees. She worked so hard in order to have more time with her children. She built demanding work schedule around her children's needs and did everything she could to be home when they arrived home from school. Ginger was very active and loved the outdoors. She regularly went hiking and backpacking with her family. What little free time Ginger had when she was not working or caring for her family was spent volunteering. She was an active volunteer at her church and with the Girl Scouts and the American Red Cross. Her love of nature helped her always come up with new ideas for outdoor activities for the Girl Scouts. She further volunteered to work with international students at Texas A&M University, helping them adjust to living in the United States. On December 1st, 1981, Ginger had plans to go out to dinner with her husband and two of their friends. However, around 3 o'clock that afternoon, a call came into her office. A man, described as having a country-sounding accent, said he had $73,000 in cash he wanted to use to purchase a home that was for sale on Greens Prairie Road. At the time, the home was on a secluded road in a rural section of College Station. Not wanting to miss out on a cash sale, which could generally be completed more quickly and easily than a finance sale, Ginger agreed to meet the caller at the property to show him the house. On her way, she stopped at home to see her children. She told them where she was going and that she would be back home in time for dinner. Ginger did not arrive home in time to go to the dinner. Around 7 p.m., her worried husband Charles reported her missing. He also called her office and got the address of the home Ginger had been going to show the potential buyer. He and the husband of one of Ginger's co-workers went out to search for her, starting out at the home she had been going to show that afternoon. Behind the remote home, they discovered Ginger's body. Ginger had been struck in the head with a blunt object, believed to be a 4.5-pound slab of concrete. She had been strangled with enough force that her neck was broken, and she had been stabbed in the neck 11 times. A later examination would determine that she had been assaulted. Her time of death was placed at approximately 3:30 p.m., just a half hour after Ginger received the phone call that brought her to the property. The home on the property was still locked, indicating that Ginger was most likely attacked as soon as she arrived to the home. Marks dug into the dirt at the scene illustrated how fiercely Ginger had fought for her life. 2 days after the murder, a group of local real estate agents announced that they were collectively offering a $10,000 reward for information in the case. More than 900 people were in attendance at Ginger's funeral on December 4, 1981. In February of 1982, a memorial fund was established in Ginger's name to help assist international students and their families when they arrived in Texas. On May 2, 1982, the Girl Scouts of Central Texas dedicated a secluded plot of land at their campground in Bryan, Camp Howdy, to Ginger's memory. The land was named the Ginger Freeman Primitive Area and is where young campers are taught to set up their campsites. Bo Ward, one of Ginger's co-workers at the real estate mart, would go on to use Ginger's story to teach new real estate agents about how to keep themselves safe while showing homes, particularly to clients they had not previously met. Even as decades passed after Ginger's murder, Bo could never bring herself to sell a home in the area where Ginger was killed. The early investigation was thorough and far-reaching but did not identify a suspect that could be conclusively tied to Ginger's murder. Even as years passed after the murder, authorities did not give up on the investigation. Several known serial killers, including Coral Eugene Watts and Henry Lee Lucas, were interviewed as part of the investigation but ultimately ruled out as suspects. More than 6 leads were pursued over the years, with investigators traveling all over the United States to look into potential suspects. Witnesses were hypnotized in hopes of them remembering new details. While DNA testing was not available to law enforcement at the time of Ginger's murder, investigator Dick Gullidge had the foresight to have Ginger's hands covered with plastic bags at the crime scene. He coordinated with the medical examiner's office to make sure that Ginger's fingernails and any material under them were preserved. Decades later, testing would show that the killer's DNA had been deposited under Ginger's fingernails as she tried to fight him off. The DNA would prove to be crucial evidence once technology advanced to the point where investigators could properly utilize it. Evidence from the case was submitted for DNA testing in 1997, and a DNA profile was developed. Over the years, there was no match to it found in criminal databases or to any of the numerous suspects authorities collected DNA samples from. A major break in the case came in early 2017 when the television program National Geographic Explorer offered to pay for advanced DNA analysis in the case in exchange for investigators' cooperation in filming a segment about Ginger's murder. The DNA testing in question was Snapshot, a forensic analysis program developed by Parabon Nanolabs. The program predicts certain physical features, like hair color and eye color. An individual is likely to have based on DNA profile and generates images of what they may look like. The analysis produced 2 images of what Ginger's killer may have looked like at different ages. Brazos County Sheriff Chris Kirk revealed the images at a press conference in April of 2017 with the hope that a member of the public would come forward identifying a man who resembled the man in the images who could be investigated as a potential suspect. It would be Parabon's further work with the department that would ultimately help close the case. However, in June of 2018, Sheriff Kirk held another press conference, this time announcing that Parabon had used genetic genealogy to provide clear and convincing evidence that Ginger's killer was James Otto Earhart. Earhart could not be arrested and tried in connection with her murder, however, as he had been executed by the state of Texas on August 11, 1999. Earhart had been sentenced to death after being convicted of capital murder for the 1987 murder of 9-year-old Candy Kirtland. Candy was a 4th grade student at Crockett Elementary School in Bryan, Texas. She went missing on May 12, 1987 after being dropped off by her school bus near her home. Her body, still in the clothes she had been wearing the day she went missing, was discovered hidden under debris in a wooded area off of a dirt road in Bryan. Her arms had been bound behind her back with electrical cord, and she had been shot once in the back of her head. Earhart had been in Candy's neighborhood recently, inquiring about a paint gun that had been offered for sale in a newspaper ad. Witnesses saw him and his vehicle near Candy's home the day she went missing. He was taken into custody in connection to Candy's disappearance, just hours before her body was discovered. He claimed to have given Candy a ride the day she disappeared, but maintained his innocence in her murder. He was tried and found guilty based on witness testimony and blood evidence. According to authorities, Earhart had been on their radar during the investigation into Ginger's murder. DNA evidence tied him to the crime after Parabon uploaded the DNA profile generated from the evidence found under Ginger's fingernails into genealogy databases. They then identified 2 women they believed to be the killer's second cousins based on the amount of DNA they shared with the submitted profile. They then researched the descendants of the 2 women's shared great-grandparents, one of whom was Earhart. A sample of Earhart's DNA had not been collected prior to his execution. His son agreed to provide authorities with a sample of his DNA, which showed that he was the son of the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene. This led to the announcement identifying Earhart as Ginger's murderer. Earhart's remains were exhumed in June of 2018 to obtain a direct DNA sample. When the testing on that sample was completed in August of 2019, it confirmed that the DNA found under Ginger's fingernails belonged to Earhart. Nearly 38 years after Ginger was killed, authorities believed they finally conclusively identified her killer. "We are all elated to finally close this case," Sheriff Kirk said. "The one regret I have is that we weren't able to put handcuffs on the suspect and prosecute him for the vicious killing of Virginia Freeman." Ginger's husband, Charles, did not live long enough to see his wife's killer identified. Ginger's children were living in Austin at the time Earhart was named as their mother's killer. They released a statement thanking law enforcement for their dedication to their mother's case. Helene Anderson, known as Nikki, was born on October 15, 1958, in South Bend, Indiana. By early 1986, 27-year-old Nikki was residing in a duplex at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac in Bremerton, Washington, while working at a nearby Arby's restaurant. She lived on Magnolia Drive with her 2 children, 4-year-old Adrienne and 7-month-old Marcus. Adrienne's father, Kenny Hale, described his daughter as a gift from God with a charming smile and a strong personality, even at such a young age. He noted that she was exceptionally advanced, being able to spell her name by the age of 2. Although Kenny and Nikki's relationship had not lasted, they remained connected due to their love for Adrienne. They co-parented effectively and spent time together with her regularly. By January 1986, Nikki was engaged to Marcus's father, who was serving in the United States Navy and stationed in San Diego. Nikki was in the midst of packing up her home in preparation for moving to California to be closer to him. Adrienne would be staying in Washington with Kenny for a period of time while her mother got settled in California before joining her there. Kenny was at Nikki's home on the evening of January 29th, spending time with Adrienne after he got off of work. When the time came for Kenny to leave, Adrienne asked him if she could spend the night at his house. He thought about bringing her home with him, but ultimately told his daughter no because he did not want Adrienne to have to wake up extra early so that he could bring her back to Nikki's house so as to keep her on her usual schedule. He told Adrienne he would see her the next day before he left for the evening. Adrienne waved to him from the house's front window as he left. Kenny returned to the home on Magnolia Drive the following evening, as planned. He was surprised when there was no answer when he knocked on the front door. Disappointed, he turned around to leave. However, as he did, he could hear Nikki's son, Marcus, whimpering inside the house. Concerned, he tried the front door and found that it was unlocked. He had trouble fully opening the door as something inside was blocking the door's path. Kenny tripped over something as he entered the home. When he reached down, he grabbed something stiff. His heart dropped when he realized he was holding his daughter's leg. It was dark inside the home, but Kenny could see Adrienne lying on the floor near the front door and Nikki lying further inside the home. Kenny grabbed baby Marcus, who was in a playpen just feet away from his mother, and ran next door to the neighbor's home to get help. While the neighbor called police, Kenny ran back to Adrienne. Not knowing how long she had been there, he frantically began performing CPR on his daughter. Tragically, his efforts could not save his little girl. It would later be determined that Adrienne and Nikki had been dead, and baby Marcus had been alone in the home with their bodies for approximately 20 hours. Nikki and Adrienne had both been strangled to death. In addition, Nikki had suffered blows to the back of her head. Defensive wounds showed that she had fought fiercely against her killer. She had been sexually assaulted, which police believed was the motive for her murder. Robbery did not appear to be a motive, as valuables that were out in plain sight had been left behind. Adrienne had been found in her pajamas with the comforter from her bed near her. Investigators theorized that she had been woken up by the noise created by the struggle of the killer attacking her mother, and she had come into the living room to see what was going on. Based on where her body was found, she appears to have tried to escape the house, with the killer catching her just before she reached the front door. Police believed she was killed because she saw her mother's killer and was old enough to potentially identify him. Police theorized that 7-month-old Marcus was not killed because he was not old enough to describe or identify the killer. The killer placed Marcus in a playpen along with a cushion he removed from a nearby couch. Nikki's neighbor on the other side of the duplex says she did not hear anything the night of the murders. Normally, she could hear everyday noises through their shared wall, but she heard no screams or a struggle that night. She later said that she had an ear infection at the time, which may have impacted her hearing. She did hear Marcus crying throughout the day following the murders, but assumed it was just his normal cries for food or a fresh diaper. 2 other witnesses in the neighborhood reported hearing one scream the night of the murders, but nothing else. Numerous people had come to the home looking for Nikki on January 30th, including an acquaintance, a coworker, and a furniture salesman. Some of them came to the home multiple times, but no one tried to open the front door until that evening when Kenny Hale heard Marcus crying. Nikki's fiancé was confirmed to have been on duty at his naval base in San Diego at the time of the murders, eliminating him as a potential suspect. While Kenny Hale did have an alibi for the time of the murders as well, he remained under suspicion in the early days of the investigation. Police were skeptical of the peaceful co-parenting relationship he had with Nikki, viewed her upcoming move as a potential motive, and knew Kenny had regular access to the home. Kenny wanted to do whatever he could to help with the investigation and was shocked when he realized he was being considered as a suspect. His sister told him he should hire a lawyer soon after the murders. Kenny did not see how this would be necessary, but took her advice, which quickly proved to be a wise decision when he was aggressively questioned by police. Kenny agreed to undergo a voluntary polygraph examination, but his lawyer terminated the exam halfway through it, pointing out that Kenny was still too emotionally distraught for the results of the examination to be accurate. According to Kenny, after he walked out of the police station that day, it would be a decade before he heard anything more from police. The case soon went cold, with police following up on all the leads they could initially identify within the first 6 to 8 months of the investigation. Authorities identified a handful of potential suspects, including the boyfriend of Nikki's aunt, a neighbor who had babysat Adrienne, and a man whose car was seen in the neighborhood that night, but none of them could be tied to the murders. The case was reopened by police in 1993, 2003, 2009, and 2019, but the renewed efforts have so far not led to any arrests. In the later efforts, Kenny Hale was contacted by investigators and made aware of their ongoing efforts. There is one major clue in the case, but authorities have so far been unable to use it to identify the killer. DNA evidence, believed to be from the killer, was found at the scene. The exact source of the DNA has not been publicly disclosed. Bremerton Police Detective Marty Garland, who has most recently been overseeing the investigation, has stated that it is unclear if the sexual assault against Nikki was, in his words, completed. A local newspaper reported in 2010 that a drop of blood that did not belong to either Nikki or Adrienne had been found on Adrienne's nightgown, but this has not been confirmed as the source of the DNA. Unfortunately, wherever the DNA came from, it has proven to be of limited use to the investigation. Despite advanced testing, the DNA profile that was developed is not complete. It is not a complete enough profile for investigators to be allowed by law to run it through criminal databases or use genetic genealogy to identify the killer. The only option investigators have is to directly compare it to samples taken from suspects they are able to identify. All of the men known to have been close to Nikki, including Kenny Hale, have been tested and eliminated as a contributor of the DNA. There were no signs of forced entry into Nikki's house. Investigators do not believe she would have opened her door to someone she did not know in the middle of the night, since no one known to be associated with her has been a match to the DNA. Investigators theorized that the killer was known by Nikki well enough for her to open her door for them, but not so well that he could be identified by the other people in her life. When he was contacted by different detectives over the years, Kenny Hale did not feel particularly optimistic about their efforts. When Detective Garland took over the case and contacted him, however, Kenny felt differently. Detective Garland has looked into numerous potential avenues of investigation in the case in recent years. He has conducted further DNA testing, investigated known serial killers, and even explored the possibility of having Nikki's son, Marcus, who was just 7 months old at the time of the murders, undergo hypnosis. He believes he is close to solving the case if he can just track down the right individual to compare the DNA from the crime scene to. Nikki's son, Marcus, is now in his 30s and lives in Mississippi, where his father, Nikki's fiancé at the time of her murder, also lives. Kenny Hale still struggles with the loss of his daughter and with remembering the brutal end to her young life. He has albums full of pictures he took of her, but sometimes he cannot look through them in their entirety because he becomes too emotional. While his relationship with Nikki did not work out, he still describes her as a beautiful person who did not deserve her violent death and hopes to get justice for her as well. As painful as revisiting the murders is for him, he will not give up on his daughter and her mother or on finally getting answers in their case. It gets kinda hard to go back and relive the story, he told the Daily Beast in 2022. But as long as I got air in my lungs and am able to tell their story, I'll keep telling their story until I can't tell it no more. Montana was home to 21-year-old Jordan Lynn Graham and 24-year-old Cody Johnson. Cody, originally from San Jose, California, grew up with his mother Sherry after his parents' divorce. As her only child, Cody and Sherry were extremely close. When Sherry decided to leave California for a fresh start, they moved to Montana. Friends remarked that Cody had a knack for making people laugh. He was known for his exuberant personality and often played the class clown to lift others' spirits. Cody enjoyed the outdoors, including fishing, shooting, and taking long walks. One of his greatest passions was working on cars and racing them with his friends. After school, Cody secured a job building custom vehicles, a role he loved. His boss and close friend, Cameron, helped him thrive in his career. He told people, however, that he felt something was missing. He wanted to settle down, meet someone, and raise a family in Montana. His single life would soon change when, in 2011, Cody met Jordan Graham. Jordan was quite shy, more reserved and introverted than Cody, only opening up if she was really comfortable around someone. When she did, people said she shared the same sense of humor as Cody, and the pair seemed a great match. Jordan also shared his love of the outdoors and traveling, and they spent a lot of time hiking and touring scenic routes in the area. One of the couple's favorite places to visit was the over 700 miles of trails that made up the famous Glacier National Park. Jordan also loved children, often helping to babysit her friends' kids. And she too was keen to have children of her own. Jordan came from a religious household and spoke a lot about how strict this could be. There were a lot of rules, one of which was no sex before marriage. Cody told people he was infatuated with Jordan, and before long he would be attending church with her. Friends and family said their relationship appeared to be going from strength to strength. Cody was besotted and told his mother he had found the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. So, after a year of dating, in December 2012, when Jordan made a very special announcement on social media, no one was surprised. After 6 months of planning, on June 29, 2013, Jordan and Cody were married. The wedding seemed to reflect the young couple perfectly. A magical ceremony held outdoors, with the pair even writing their own song for them to have for their first dance. Jordan sobbed uncontrollably as she walked down the aisle and wasn't really making eye contact with Cody, looking at the ground a lot instead. But for someone who was more introverted, this wasn't a surprise. Cody, however, was beaming. There were plenty of gushing speeches about the couple. It was a beautiful event for them both. After the big day was over, the couple moved into their first home and opted for doing this up and decorating with their time off, rather than traveling anywhere together for their honeymoon. Cody had booked a week off work and was due back on the July 8th, Sunday, July 7th, 2013. Cody had made plans with his father-in-law, Stephen, to go kayaking that day, but he later contacted him and canceled the plans, saying Jordan had a surprise for him. Another friend of Cody's also said he had called off a round of golf for the exact same reason. Cody and Jordan then went to an afternoon church service, before going to the lake and then heading back to church. After this, they had a late dinner at Dairy Queen with some friends before leaving together. July 8th, 6 a.m. Cody's week off had come to an end, and he was due to start work early. But the usually prompt and hardworking Cody failed to show up. Because of how out of character this was, Cody's boss Cameron decided to go to the couple's house, and, panicked, he forced his way inside. There was no one there, and there was no sign of a break-in or anything being overtly or obviously wrong. Nothing inside was broken or smashed, and nothing seemed to be missing. He then went into the garage to see if Cody's car was there. He found Cody's phone. Just the same as most people, Cody was never without his phone, and Cameron quickly filed a missing persons report. The first person detectives needed a statement from was Cody's wife. Jordan told officers that on the way back from Dairy Queen, Cody had answered the phone and ended up having a 30-minute conversation. She didn't know who was on the end of the phone, but Cody seemed visibly agitated. When they pulled up to the house, Jordan realized her phone was about to die and she had left her charger at work. She got back in the car and headed to her workplace, leaving Cody in the garage. She then got a text from Cody saying he was going to take a drive with someone. She arrived back at the house to see him leaving in a dark-colored car that had Washington state license plates. But Jordan said this wasn't unusual. As everyone knew, Cody loved cars, and she said he would often take off with a new group of friends to race, sometimes very late into the evening. Jordan said she hadn't wanted to report him missing in case he came back and was angry at her for overreacting. Cody and Jordan's friends quickly rallied around and started trying to access his social media accounts, hoping to work out where he might have gone. Authorities obtained Cody's call logs and discovered that a Washington number had made a call to Cody around the time Jordan had said. Given the fact that Jordan remembered seeing Washington license plates, this was a good lead. The number was linked to a man named Jose. Jose told police he rang Cody to talk to him about some tools he had borrowed from him. There was nothing unusual about the conversation and nothing Jose could remember as being off about Cody at the time. Jose was cleared thanks to a strong alibi, and police concluded, although strange, especially given the Washington license plates, it was simply just an odd coincidence. The search for Cody began to widen. People were out all hours of the day and night, and his friends and family were trying everything they could think of to find him. It had now been 3 days since Cody was last seen, and police weren't getting any further. Jordan was in and out of the station answering various questions which weren't being met with the same answers twice. One day, Jordan arrived back at the police station with her mother, armed with an email she had just received. The email was from someone calling themselves Carman Tony. It was short and blunt. It read, "Hi Jordan, my name is Tony. There is no bother in looking for Cody anymore. He is gone. Call off the search." The email went on to say that Cody went off with some friends for a hike that night and had fallen off the cliff. Everyone was shaken, and they hoped it was either not true or, if true, Cody could still be saved. Jordan said she did in fact know a Tony S. that worked with Cody. Authorities found him and asked him to come in for an interview. Tony hadn't seen or spoken to Cody in a while, and he had never used an email linked with Carman Tony. He was happy to hand over his phone and computer records. And with this, police were back at square one again. They subpoenaed Google in regards to the email as well as Cody and Jordan's phones to gather any data. Given the contents of the email pointing towards Cody falling off the cliff, Jordan gathered up her own search party and they headed up into the rocky terrain of Glacier National Park. Some of the roads on the drive up were narrow, winding, and long. And given the span of the park, people knew they could be searching for weeks, if he was even there. A day later, they went back again. But this time, Jordan seemed to be on a mission. They drove past many roads and cliff edges, any of which Cody could have been on or near, and carried on up, getting higher and higher. Jordan was telling people she wanted to go to a specific spot. She told her friends that it was a place he had wanted to see before he died, and the Holy Spirit was leading her there. At one point, Jordan abruptly stopped the car. She leaped out near what is called the Loop Trail. Off of the track, there was a steep drop down past many sharp rocks and trees. It was undoubtedly treacherous, as the drop was a terrifying 300 feet. Despite this, Jordan climbed over the wall and headed for the edge. She leaned over and shouted to everyone behind that she could see someone at the bottom in the water. She then started shouting over and over that she knew it was Cody. The search party alerted the park rangers, but due to the time of night and how dangerous it was to try and get down, they had to wait until morning. At 8 a.m. on July 12th, the search for Cody Johnson came to a tragic end. On the way down the cliff, using ropes tied to trees, they found a blue trainer that matched the one Cody was wearing the day he went missing. They finally reached the bottom, and lying face down in the shallow water near the waterfall was Cody Johnson. Near to his body was a small piece of black cloth, and he wasn't wearing his wedding ring. As news began to spread that he had been found, his friends and family couldn't fathom why on earth he would have been up there at night in the first place. His friend Eddie said even though Cody loved seeing the sights and going on long walks up there, he wouldn't have ever steered off the path and climbed over the walls in the dark. Cody wasn't actually very good with heights. He never went too high up and always stuck to the lower-level tourist routes with retaining walls around them. Eddie said once he couldn't get up a ladder to fit a new light bulb for his mother because of the height. Shortly after Cody was found, Jordan posted a photo on Instagram from their wedding day. The caption read, "Miss you so much, Cody. Not a day will go by where I don't think about you. You will live on in my heart forever. I know you're in a better place now looking down on me. You're my angel. Love you with all my heart and soul. See you again one day." It had now been 2 weeks and police were still searching for answers regarding the mystery email. While they did this, Cody was laid to rest. At his funeral, Jordan sat through most of it on her phone, showing no emotion. It could have been her way of processing and compartmentalizing the situation, but her maid of honor and best friend, Kimberly, thought this was just too strange. After this, Kimberly promptly walked into the police station and started to shine a whole new light on the investigation. She asked to talk to officers about some interesting texts she had gotten off of Jordan in the weeks leading up to and just after the wedding. Despite their perfect nuptials, she recalled many a conversation with Jordan about how she seemed far more excited about planning the wedding rather than the thought of being married to Cody, more excited to be a bride than a wife. Others said that Cody, put simply, was always far more in love with Jordan than she ever was with him. Kimberly recounted a couple of times Jordan had asked her if she thought she was making the right decision. Other people would back this up and say Jordan was very nervous about the wedding night and wondered if she was making a mistake in committing to Cody. The night after the wedding, Jordan texts Kimberly saying, "I don't know if all this was the right thing to do. So much happened last night. I just don't know." Kimberly replied, "Last night at the wedding or last night in the room?" Jordan said, "Being married and after the wedding." "What happened after?" Kimberly asked. "I'd rather talk about what happened, not text about it." But as the days progressed, the texts continued, using the "my period started" spiel tonight. "I freaking hope it works, because if I'm forced to do something, I'm gonna freak out." On the night of July 7th, as the pair were leaving Dairy Queen after dinner, Kimberly received another text from Jordan, this time saying she wanted to talk to Cody about how she was really feeling. Kimberly said she would send positivity and prayers to them both, and just before 9 p.m., Jordan replied and said, "But dead serious. If you don't hear from me at all again tonight, something happened." Later that night, Jordan would turn up on Kimberly's doorstep telling her the conversation hadn't gone down well. She said Cody got really angry, and she ended up leaving the house to go to her brother's. This, along with her seemingly knowing exactly where to find Cody, and the comment she had made about him wanting to see that place before he died, as well as her not being the one to report him missing, was all too odd. Kimberly said it was a sickening feeling, but she knew in her gut that Jordan was somehow responsible for Cody's death. She just didn't know how or why. Detectives already had their suspicions, given how many times her stories had changed, and Kimberly's proof of text messages only solidified their thoughts. After this, the IP address from the email came back. It actually pointed towards the email being set up and used in her stepfather's home. And despite Jordan saying they were both separate the night as he had driven off, phone records confirmed this was a lie. Both phones were together in Glacier National Park at 9:17 p.m. Using this time frame, they managed to gather CCTV to the entrance of the park, which showed Cody's car and both of them inside. Police were no longer looking at the elusive car man Tony, they were now looking straight at Jordan Graham. Jordan was asked to come into the station and tell them the full truth about what had happened that night. She eventually broke down and told them she had started to talk to Cody about how she felt, and it escalated into an argument. Cody said if this was how she felt, they should annul the marriage. Jordan, however, was worried about her reputation if they divorced a mere 8 days after the wedding. How and why this came to be remains unclear, but they both got in the car and drove to the park where they set off on a trail. At one point, Jordan even mentioned a blindfold. She said they both walked over a bridge and then climbed over the retaining wall where the argument continued. Despite her claiming it to be in the heat of the moment and essentially an accident, officers weren't convinced. Why wouldn't she have run for help rather than running to her stepfather's computer to fake an email? Why would Cody have climbed over the edge in the first place when he was afraid of going near the cliff edge? Even for someone that wasn't afraid of heights, to go over a safety wall in the pitch black above a 300-foot drop wearing a blindfold seems an inconceivable thought. Jordan Lynn Graham was arrested and charged with second-degree murder and making false statements, but this was soon upped. As the trial began, her defense team went straight in, fighting for a second-degree murder conviction, claiming it was an accident in the midst of a heated argument. But the prosecution felt strongly that this was far more than an accident. They said the fact she had told him she had a surprise for him, and he was found near something that may have been used as a blindfold, showed this was very much premeditated. This, along with the phone records, the fake email, the failure to alert anyone or report him missing, and the lack of emotion after the fact added more to their case that she didn't care about what she had done, had planned it, and hoped to pin it on someone else. On December 12, 2013, just 4 days after her trial began, Jordan's defense team made an announcement. Jordan Graham's plea deal gave her 30 years in federal prison with no chance of parole any earlier. In exchange for her plea, prosecutors agreed to drop the charge of premeditated first-degree murder, as well as one count of making a false statement to authorities. After her sentencing, the judge said, "There's only one person in this room that knows what happened, and I don't think she's been entirely truthful." Jordan filed a motion to withdraw her plea on March 26, 2014, but this motion was denied. For those that Cody left behind, they still struggle with how on earth things got to such a point. They say as brokenhearted as he would have been to end the marriage, he would have absolutely walked away if it meant she was happy. Because her being happy was the most important thing to him. His affectionate, animated, and vivacious personality is missed dearly by everyone that knew and loved him. For Sherry, the pain of losing her only child and still never knowing why haunts her. Cody's best friend said, "He did so much for everybody. I just didn't realize how much he did for me until he was gone." Friday, April 19, 1991, marked the beginning of a slightly extended weekend for 12-year-old David Hibbs. It was an early dismissal day at school, so he got off the bus and reached his home on the 1200 block of Spencer Drive in the Croydon section of Bristol Township, Pennsylvania, around 1:05 p.m. David had received his report card that day and was eager to share the news of making the honor roll with his mother. However, upon arrival, he found smoke pouring out of the windows of the house. Panicked, he realized his mother was inside because her car was parked in the driveway. He ran to the door to get inside to help her, but he could not make it past the flames and heavy smoke filling his family's kitchen. He then ran outside and began hysterically screaming for someone to help his mother. He got the attention of a neighbor who was outside doing yard work, and they called for help. Waiting for firefighters to arrive, the neighbor and a concrete worker, who had been working nearby, tried to get inside the home, but they could not make it past the smoke either. David told them that his mother might have been taking a nap in her bedroom, so they broke the window in that room. But when they looked inside, she was not in the room. Half a dozen neighbors came to help as well, using their garden hoses to try to contain the fire. Tragically, David's mother, 36-year-old Joy Hibbs, was inside the house. Her charred body was discovered in David's bedroom. Authorities initially assumed she had been killed in what they believed to be an accidental fire. However, it was determined that 3 fires, one in the hallway, one in the kitchen, and one in the bedroom where Joy had been found, had been set deliberately. The autopsy performed on Joy's body the day after her death showed that she had been murdered. There were no signs of smoke inhalation in her lungs, meaning she was dead before the fire started. She had been stabbed in the chest and neck 5 times, beaten badly enough that she had broken ribs, and strangled, most likely with the computer cord found wrapped around her body. The fire appeared to have been set to destroy evidence in the murder. Joy was originally from Central Florida and kept her southern charm even after she moved north. She loved to spend time outdoors fishing and gardening. She and her husband, Charlie, celebrated their 18th wedding anniversary, 6 days before she was killed. The couple had 2 children, and Joy was a devoted and loving mother. Her daughter Angie, who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, would later describe her mother as her best friend. Joy worked as a medical assistant and was highly regarded by everyone in her community. Joy's husband, Charlie, was investigated for involvement in the case, but ultimately cleared of suspicion. He was at a job site in Northeast Philadelphia at the time of the murder. He voluntarily underwent a polygraph examination, which he passed and did everything police asked of him. He was devastated by the loss of his wife. "I don't believe in God anymore," he told the Philadelphia Inquirer 2 months after the murder. "If there was a God, this wouldn't have happened. She never hurt anyone in her life. She had me on a diet and not smoking. Now I die tomorrow, and I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'm sick to my stomach all the time." Joy had no known enemies, and authorities had little physical evidence to go on as most of the house had been charred by the fire and then covered in water during the efforts to extinguish it. Investigators therefore looked into Joy's movements on the day she was killed. 2 days a week, including Fridays, the doctor's office where Joy worked open late and stayed open late. She would normally work from 8 a.m. until 2:30 p.m., but on Fridays, she did not have to be at work until 2 p.m., so she had the morning free for her other responsibilities. After getting her children off to school, Joy had gone to the bank to cash her paycheck. Following her death, the contents of her purse were found strewn about her kitchen, and her wallet was found in her couch with no cash in it, indicating that robbery may have been a potential motive for the crime. She left the bank at 9:53 a.m. She then went to the grocery store with a receipt showing that she checked out at 10:54 a.m. Back at home, Joy was visited by a local minister and a member of his congregation. Joy had expressed interest in joining their church after attending services there on Easter. The two visitors were questioned and eliminated as suspects. They were witnessed leaving the home around 11:45. Police, therefore, placed the time of Joy's death as sometime between 11:50 a.m. and 12:50 p.m. During this hour-long window of time, multiple witnesses reported seeing one of the few major clues investigators had: a blue Chevrolet Monte Carlo, seen parked haphazardly outside of Joy's house. The car had not only been notable because of how poorly it had been parked and the problems it created for drivers on the street, but also because the Hibbs home was at the center of a T-shaped intersection, making the front of their house an unsafe place to park. A potential suspect who had a vehicle. Joy and her husband had started occasionally using marijuana in the late 1980s. Charlie usually obtained the small amount of marijuana they required from a coworker, but Joy had begun purchasing from a former neighbor, a man who drove a blue Monte Carlo. He had recently sold her what turned out to be just stems and seeds. Joy had tried to return it and get her money back, but he had refused. This individual refused to take a polygraph examination, later stating that his attorney had advised him against it because he suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome and nerve damage in his shoulder, which he said could interfere with the results of the test. Police also believed this individual had an alibi for the time of the murder and that a disagreement over a transaction valued at somewhere between $20.40 was not a sufficient motive for murder. While he was considered a person of interest, there was not enough evidence to charge him with Joy's murder. Joy's family, however, was not convinced of his innocence. In 2014, Joy's son David stated that he believed police knew who the killer was but had botched the murder reward in the case. The 3 decades that had passed since the murder had not eroded his desire to get justice for his wife. "This is something you can't put behind you. You just learn to live with it," he told the Philadelphia Inquirer. "I'm just reaching out for help. She was a good woman, and she never harmed anyone in her life. She didn't deserve what happened, and neither did my children." His son David and a family friend, who wished to remain anonymous, also contributed money, doubling the reward to $50,000 just a year later. An arrest would finally be made in Joy's case. On May 25, 2022, Bucks County District Attorney Matthew Weintraub announced the arrest of 56-year-old Robert Francis Atkins of Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. He was charged with murder of the first degree, murder of the second degree, 2 counts of arson, and 2 counts of robbery in connection to Joy's murder. Atkins was the person of interest who drove the blue Monte Carlo and had sold Joy marijuana. He had long been suspected by Joy's family. Following the announcement of the reward in May of 2021 and the media coverage it generated, Joy's case was reopened and eventually sent to a grand jury in January of 2022. One of the witnesses called to testify before the grand jury was April Atkins, the ex-wife of Robert Atkins. She had been contacted by police in connection to Joy's murder in 2014 but told them at the time that she did not know anything about it. Then in September of 2016, following the deaths of her mother, niece, and significant other, she knew that there was something she needed to make right, and she went to the Bristol Township Police on her own accord. April told authorities that on the day Joy was murdered, her husband had come home with blood all over his clothes. He told her that he had stabbed someone and set their house on fire. He also ordered her to get their 2 young children ready because they were taking an unplanned weekend trip to the Poconos. He threw his clothes into the washing machine and took a shower. April did not want to leave town because she was due to go to work at 3 p.m. Her job required employees to give them at least 2 hours notice for calling out for a shift if they wanted to use paid leave. Records from her employer confirmed that she had called out at 2:15 on April 19, 1991. The family had already lost their house, 2 doors down from the Hibbs family home, to foreclosure and was living paycheck to paycheck, so going without a day's pay was a major problem. But Atkins insisted that they go. They quickly packed and began driving to a motel in the Poconos. According to April, her husband drove incredibly fast and aggressively the entire drive. When she woke up during that night at the motel, her husband was not there. The next day, he had new sneakers. While they were staying at the motel, he had April dress the kids to take a walk, and they went out to an area behind the motel. Her husband had a bag with him when they started. He disappeared for a while and returned without the bag. The family stayed at the motel from late Friday afternoon until Sunday. Police went to the motel and confirmed that the family was there and accepted the timeline Atkins provided, placing their arrival in the early afternoon, making him appear to have an alibi for the time of Joy's murder, when in fact he did not. Records from the motel show that the family did not actually check in until 4:53 p.m. Atkins also claimed that the trip had been planned for weeks, a claim his then-wife's last-minute call to work to say she wasn't coming in that day seems to dispute. April stated that she had not come forward because she feared for her life. Robert Atkins had been physically and sexually abusive towards her since she was a teenager. He used drugs, including methamphetamines and steroids, which increased his violent behavior. However, his drug use also led to him becoming a criminal informant with police. He was very close with several officers. April had called police after some of the incidents of domestic violence during their marriage, but believed her husband's relationship with the responding department prevented action from being taken against him. While she and Robert were divorced by the time investigators came to see her in 2014, she was still afraid of him and had to be in regular contact with him because their youngest child, their son Gabriel, was still a minor. Gabriel was living with him at the time as well, potentially putting him in harm's way. April cooperated with police by making a recorded phone call to her ex-husband in December of 2021. Portions of this call were played for the grand jury. She told him a fabricated story about how authorities had arrived at her home to question her about Joy's murder, and that as she was making the call, they were interviewing her roommate, to whom April had admitted her ex-husband's involvement in the murder. He told her in a variety of ways to stop talking to police and that the phone was probably being tapped. He also said that he had explained everything to their son Gabriel. Gabriel also testified before the grand jury. The possibility that his father was involved in a murder and the recent attention his family was getting from law enforcement had taken a major toll on Gabriel's emotional state. He tearfully admitted on the stand that while talking about the case with his father had stated that I might have done it and stuff happened. Joy's son David also testified before the grand jury. He stated that his mother had confided in him, that she had gotten into an argument about marijuana with Atkins just weeks before she was killed. He testified that Atkins told his mother, "I will blow up your house and I will kill you." After hearing testimony over a period of several months, the grand jury recommended that Atkins be charged on May 19, 2022. At his arraignment on May 25th, Atkins was denied bail and he has been remanded to the Bucks County Correctional Facility. A preliminary hearing in the case is scheduled for June 8th. While Joy's family was not shocked by the identity of the man arrested for her murder, they were grateful he is finally being charged in the case. Following the arrest, they released a statement remembering Joy and thanking the members of the DA's office and the police department, whose recent work had led to Atkins being charged for the murder. The statement also read, "The immense grief and suffering our family has endured over the last 3 decades will never disappear. For 31 years, our family has been haunted by this tragic loss, knowing, without a doubt, that Robert Atkins was the perpetrator. Our family has waited 31 years for justice to prevail." Melissa Tremblay was born on March 1st, 1977. Her father was not very involved in her life, and she was her mother's only child. According to her friends, Melissa had a fun and bubbly personality. She was a very tough little girl with a spunky attitude. She already had her own distinct personal style and preferred to have her hair feathered and her clothes to have a funky edge to them. Melissa was featured in a local news story, looking for a big sister through the secretary when she grew up because she liked to type. In 1988, Melissa and her mother lived in Salem, New Hampshire, and Melissa was a 6th grade student at the Lancaster School. September 11th that year was a Sunday, and that day, 11-year-old Melissa traveled to Lawrence, Massachusetts, a 20-minute drive away from her home, with her mother and her mother's boyfriend. At some point, while the adults were socializing at the LaSalle Social Club on Andover Street, Melissa left the building to go play in the neighborhoods surrounding the club. Melissa was last seen in the late afternoon by a railroad worker and a pizza delivery man. Melissa's mother and her boyfriend frantically looked for Melissa throughout the neighborhoods around the social club but could not find her. They called police to report Melissa missing at 9 p.m. Melissa would not be found until the following day, September 12, 1988. Her body was found in the Old Boston 1988. Her body was found in the Old Boston and Main Railway Yard near Andover Street and South Broadway. Not far from the social club, she had been stabbed to death. After she was killed, her body had been run over by a train, amputating her killer. Tommy Linsells, who rode rail lines and worked at carnivals, was considered as a potential suspect, but ultimately cleared of involvement in Melissa's murder. Melissa's mother passed away without ever learning who killed her daughter. Melissa's friend, Andrea Ganley, was just 7 years old at the time of Melissa's murder. Losing her friend in such a brutal way at such a young age played a major part in shaping the person she would grow up to be. As an adult, Andrea pressed for police to remain focused on the case and used social media to raise awareness about Melissa and her murder. According to authorities, the social media campaign was helpful as it resulted in new tips being called in. Melissa's case was formally reopened in 2014 and investigated by assistant district attorneys and state police detectives assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit. It would take several more years of work before an arrest was finally made in Melissa's case. On April 27, 2022, nearly 34 years after Melissa was killed, Essex District Attorney Jonathan Blodgett announced that the night before, 74-year-old Marvin C. McClendon Jr. of Bremen, Alabama had been arrested as a fugitive from justice. He was considered a fugitive because of an arrest warrant that had been issued for him that day for Melissa's murder. McClendon was a retired corrections officer, previously employed by the Massachusetts Department of Corrections, working for the department on 3 different occasions, between 1970 and 2002. At the time of Melissa's murder, he was living in Chelmsford, Massachusetts, but he had several ties to the city of Lawrence. At the time, he was moonlighting as a carpenter and worked at several locations in Lawrence. He furthermore was known to frequent several establishments there, including the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Salem Street. He also drove a van that matched the description of one witnesses had seen Melissa near on the day she was killed. At the time of the press conference, McClendon was in the custody of the Cullman County Sheriff's Office pending his arraignment. A judge in Massachusetts had already ruled that he would be held without bond. McClendon ultimately waived rendition and was sent back to Massachusetts instead of first appearing in an Alabama court. McClendon first briefly appeared in court in Massachusetts on May 13th. He will next be in court on June 17th for a dangerousness hearing when it will be determined if he should continue to be held in custody. According to DA Blodgett, McClendon had been a person of interest in the case for some time. He further stated that evidence found on Melissa's body was instrumental in identifying McClendon as her killer. However, due to the ongoing criminal case, he could not elaborate on the nature of that evidence at the time of McClendon's arrest. On the day of McClendon's first court appearance, prosecutors stated that DNA evidence had been found on Melissa's body when the case was reopened in 2014. Advanced DNA analysis eventually led them to McClendon's family. They took DNA samples from several members of the family, including Marvin. The rest of his family lives in Alabama, and he is the only known member of the family to have ever been in Massachusetts. He is also the only known member of his family who is left-handed, and analysis of Melissa's fatal wound showed that it had been inflicted by someone who was left-handed. Essex Victim Advocates has been in contact with the surviving members of Melissa's extended family. The family issued a statement on April 29th, which read, in part, "We would like to thank the police who have worked so hard over the years to make sure justice was found." Stephanie Isaacson was born on August 12, 1974, in Lincoln, Nebraska. Her father's military career led her family to relocate frequently during her early years. In 1985, John was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, prompting the family to move to Las Vegas, Nevada. Stephanie and her father shared a close bond and spent much of their time together, united by their mutual love for the outdoors. The pair enjoyed going hunting, boating, and camping together, and they rode both horses and motorcycles. They both received their scuba diving certification at Lake Mead. Stephanie's bond with her father was so close that when her parents divorced, she decided to live primarily with him, while her younger sister primarily stayed with their mother. Stephanie still regularly saw her mother and sister and had a good relationship with them. John Isaacson worked nights as a staff sergeant at the Air Force Base, so he did not see his 14-year-old daughter leave their apartment for school on June 1, 1989. At that time, he and Stephanie were less than a month away from moving to Spain for his next Air Force assignment. Stephanie's normal routine was to leave around 6:30 in the morning walking to El Dorado High School via a shortcut through an empty desert field. That morning, she never arrived at school. The school did not call her father when she did not report to class. Her choir teacher was concerned when Stephanie did not eat lunch with her friends in her classroom that day. The group always spent their lunch break together and referred to themselves as the little team. The teacher was surprised to not see Stephanie that day, as it was unusual for her to miss school. Stephanie's father, John, grew concerned when his daughter did not arrive home from school that afternoon at her normal time. He called the school and finally learned that she had never made it to school that day. John then began calling some of Stephanie's friends, none of whom had any idea where she was. John's next call was to the police to report Stephanie missing. John then went to the Air Force Base with some of his friends to pick up horses from the base's stables. They rode the horses around the small area of desert between the high school and the apartment that Stephanie could have walked through that day. During their search, one of John's friends spotted a trail of school books in a lot half a mile from the apartment building where the Isaacsons lived. John confirmed that the books belonged to his daughter, and they notified authorities of what they had found. A massive air and ground search was carried out in the area. Around 11 o'clock that night, the search came to an end. Stephanie's body was discovered approximately 25 yards off of a path she would walk to and from school. A police dog found her amongst the brush, hidden under a discarded piece of orange carpet. When Stephanie's body was found, the black shirt she had been wearing had been pulled up and her jeans had pulled down. Her hair was in disarray, and her left breast had been mutilated. During her autopsy, it was determined that she had been sexually assaulted. It appeared that Stephanie had been abruptly attacked by surprise as she walked to school before being dragged off the path, leaving behind the trail of her books and other belongings. Her autopsy found that she had suffered severe blunt force trauma injuries and had died as the result of strangulation. 2 memorial services were held for Stephanie, one in Las Vegas and one in Nebraska, where she was buried. Police followed up on what few potential leads they had early on in the investigation. Local residents reported seeing a vehicle parked in the area the day of Stephanie's murder, but they provided different descriptions of what it looked like. As years went on without an arrest, investigators traveled all over the United States to follow up on potential leads and possible suspects. In 1998, the evidence from Stephanie's case was re-examined in hopes of locating DNA evidence. The effort was unsuccessful. Despite ongoing advances in forensic science, a match to the DNA could not be found in the ensuing years. In 2020, a $5,000 donation was made to Othram, a Texas-based laboratory specializing in advanced DNA technology. The donation was made to help solve a cold case, with the donor specifying that the case in question must be one from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Stephanie's case was selected by the department's cold case unit not only because of her young age at the time of her murder and the brutality of the crime, but also because there was very little DNA evidence available for analysis, meaning investigators had to rely on Othram's advanced techniques to process the small sample. Othram used their forensic-grade genome sequencing to create a genealogical profile from the provided sample. Genealogists began constructing a family tree and provided leads to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. From there, the department identified 2 potential suspects. A DNA profile was on file for one of them, and in 2021, comparison of it to the sample from Stephanie's shirt showed that he was a match. In identifying the contributor of the DNA, Othram set the record for the smallest amount of DNA used to build a genealogical profile and solve a case. Police in Las Vegas had provided them with 0.12 nanograms of DNA or approximately 15 human cells. For comparison, Commercial DNA sites like Ancestry.com or 23andMe use at least 750 nanograms of DNA to construct their customers' DNA profiles. The smallest amount of DNA Othram had previously been able to use was in August of 2020 when they used 1/5 of a nanogram, or approximately 20 cells, to identify Rodney Johnson, previously only known as the Lake Stickney John Doe. On July 21, 2021, 32 years after Stephanie was killed, authorities announced that her killer had been identified as Darren Roy Marchand. Unfortunately, he could not be arrested or tried for Stephanie's murder. The DNA sample on file that had confirmed that he was a match to the DNA from the crime scene had been taken following his suicide in 1995. That son of a bitch got me twice. Once when he killed my daughter and the other one when I didn't get the opportunity to look him in the eye. Stephanie's father, John, told the Las Vegas Review-Journal after Marchand was identified. In March of 1986, when he was just 20 years old, Marchand had been charged with the murder of 24-year-old Nanette Vandenberg. Her nude body was found in the bathtub of her Las Vegas apartment. Marchand's fingerprints had been found near her body, and he had been with her at a casino just before her death. Marchand denied involvement in the murder, stating that he had left Nanette alive at her apartment before going home to go to sleep. The murder charge against Marchand did progress to a preliminary hearing, but the case was dismissed after 2 days of testimony after it was ruled that the fingerprint evidence was not enough to charge him with Nanette's murder. After DNA tied Marchand to Stephanie's murder, authorities compared his DNA profile to DNA evidence from Nanette's murder and found it to be a match. Marchand got married in January of 1987, less than a year after Nanette was murdered. At the time of Stephanie's murder in June of 1989, he and his wife had a 2-year-old daughter and were expecting a son. In January of 1989, Marchand was charged with 5 counts of open and gross lewdness. Each count was in relation to a different woman to whom Marchand publicly exposed himself. That April, Marchand pleaded guilty to one of the counts in exchange for the other 4 being dropped. He was awaiting sentencing when Stephanie was killed. In August, he was sentenced to a maximum of 1 year of probation, which he was released from after just 9 months. Marchand and his wife divorced in 1990. He committed suicide in the Las Vegas area just weeks before his 30th birthday in 1995. When Martin's identification was first announced, the individual who provided the funds for the testing in Stephanie's case was initially only identified as an anonymous donor. He was subsequently identified as entrepreneur and philanthropist Justin Wu. After moving to Las Vegas from Los Angeles, he established the nonprofit Vegas Helps. He contacted Othram about expanding his efforts to benefit the Las Vegas community by solving cold cases after taking a personal interest in advanced forensic DNA testing. In November of 2021, another donation from Mr. Wu led to the identification of Johnny Blake Peterson as the killer of 16-year-old Kim Bryant. Kim witnessing on January 26, 1979. She had last been seen in the parking lot of a fast food restaurant near her high school. Her body was located a month later, and it was determined that her killer had sexually assaulted her. Othram tied Peterson to the murder using DNA taken from Kim's body. Just days later, Peterson was tied to another decades-old case. His DNA was also a match to DNA collected from the body of Diana Hansen. 22-year-old Diana was a college student who had returned home for winter break at the end of 1983. She went out for a run around 4:30 p.m. on December 30th and never returned home. Her body was later found on Spring Mountain Road, west of South Buffalo Drive, in Las Vegas. She had been sexually assaulted. Peterson died in 1993, so he could not be charged with either of the murders. Mr. Wu has formed the Las Vegas Justice League to provide further support and funding to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. As of late 2021, the League is looking into assisting with at least 8 other cold cases in the Las Vegas area. While the solving of Stephanie's case was appreciated by her family, it, of course, did not diminish the pain caused by her loss. It's good to have some closure, but there is no justice for Stephanie at all. Stephanie's mother wrote in a statement read at the press conference announcing Marchand's identification, "We will never have complete closure because nothing will ever bring my daughter back to us." Crystalline Schartzer was born in 1980 to Doug and Mary Lynn Schartzer. Although details of her early years are sparse, her life changed dramatically when she met Damien Michael Arguello at age 16. They were introduced on a blind date arranged by mutual friends in Fenton in 1996. At that time, Crystalline was focused on her education, attending college with the goal of becoming a nurse, while Damien worked sporadically helping his uncle with carpet installation. On the day they first met, Crystal and Damien experienced an undeniable connection, leading them to tie the knot in 1999. Shortly after their wedding, they welcomed 2 children, Damien Jr. and Celeste, and soon their family was complete when the 3rd baby boy, Raven, came into their lives. However, the happiness in their lives began to slowly dissipate. While their family appeared to be functioning well on the surface, there were underlying issues that deeply troubled Crystal's family. Following a decline in their relationship, Crystal decided to live with her children at her parents' home in the city of Holly, Colorado. From June 2003, communication between Crystal and Damien dwindled, and their once strong bond began to crumble. The situation eventually escalated to the brink of divorce, and by mid-2004, the divorce proceedings were nearing completion. However, on August 3, 2004, an unexpected turn occurred when Damien visited Crystal's home late in the night and assisted her in packing for a move back to Aurora, Colorado. The next morning, when Crystal's parents woke up, they discovered that Crystal and the children had disappeared. A week later, Crystal reached out to her father, informing him that she was in Aurora and intended to live with Damien. However, her parents were deeply unhappy about this decision. The couple, along with their children, began their fresh start in Colorado, and for weeks life seemed normal. However, after 5 months on January 18, 2005, the house that once held hope became a living hell for the mother of 3. In the early hours of January 18th, Crystal and Damien's first 2 children, Damien Jr. and Celeste, were around 6 years old at the time, sought refuge in their neighbor's home. The neighbor, whose name remained undisclosed, was taken aback by the children's evident fear and unease. They confided in him that Crystal and Damien were involved in a heated argument. Concerned, he promptly went to Damien's home to investigate the situation. On his way, the neighbor noticed Damien driving away in Crystal's car. He entered the house hoping to find Crystal and her 16-month-old baby, Raven, but the scene that greeted him was beyond his worst nightmares. Both mother and child were lying lifeless in a pool of blood, having been stabbed and strangled to death in one of the home's bedrooms. Horrified at what he had seen, he called 911. Upon arrival, the police swiftly began investigating the crime scene. Realizing that Damien had fled, they promptly initiated a search to trace Damien's whereabouts. Thankfully, after just a few hours, they managed to apprehend 27-year-old Damien Michael Arguello, who was found in Crystal's car only a few miles away from the scene of the crime. After his arrest, Damien was taken into custody, and the interrogation commenced. During the interrogation, the interrogators had numerous questions for Damien. However, he initially struggled to share, choking up as he visualized the horrific events that had transpired just however. What surprised the interrogators the most was Damien's complete lack of remorse. Even though he initially seemed like he was regretting it, it didn't take much time for his emotions to completely change. He answered their questions as if the heinous act was inconsequential, showing no emotions or remorse. All he seemed to want was a cigarette, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the crime he had committed. Indeed, it appeared that all Damien wanted was to smoke, possibly to cope with or mask any feelings of guilt, if he had any at all. As he smoked, Damien finally mustered the courage to ask the question. As the interrogators held hope that he might be coming back to his senses, Damien finally confessed. For the first time, he exhibited emotions, but unfortunately, they were not the emotions one would hope to see. Despite their efforts, the interrogation failed to yield the confession they sought. A confession that Damien had stabbed his wife, an innocent baby. It seemed that guilt was finally catching up with Damien. The news of Crystal and his son's death, relayed by someone else, appeared to bring him back to reality. Slowly but surely, Damien began to accept the horrifying truth and the weight of his actions. Following Damien's confession to the crime, he began cooperating with the investigators regarding the case. The police successfully recovered the murder weapon, a knife used in the tragic incident. However, how they recovered it was never mentioned. According to law enforcement, both Crystal Arguello and her son lost their lives due to multiple stab wounds. Moreover, the evidence revealed a tragic truth. It appeared that Crystal had bravely attempted to protect her baby during the horrifying ordeal. The murder, which involved both strangling and stabbing, took a gruesome 10 to 20 minutes. It was later clarified that Damien first attempted to strangle Crystal. As Crystal lay on the floor, she valiantly shielded her baby with her body, but tragically, they both succumbed to the fatal stabbings. During an April 2005 preliminary hearing, a detective revealed a disturbing motive behind the horrific crime. Damien was allegedly upset as he suspected that he might not be the father of the baby. Moreover, he admitted to smoking crack cocaine before the tragic incident, which played a role in his erratic and violent behavior. On July 15, 2005, in Adams County Court, Damien entered a guilty plea to 2 counts of first-degree murder. By pleading guilty, he avoided a trial and also the possibility of facing the death penalty. However, Damien will spend the rest of his life at the Colorado State Penitentiary with no possibility of parole. Damien's sentencing took place on September 16, 2005. Damien Michael Arguello, 27, received 2 life sentences for murdering his wife and their 16-month-old son. He will spend the remainder of his life at the Colorado State Penitentiary with no chance of parole. Crystal's parents, Doug and Mary Lynn Chartzer, were present to confront the man who had taken their daughter and grandson from them. Doug Chartzer expressed his anguish, stating that Damien showed no genuine remorse for his actions. While Damien appeared to cry, it seemed more like he was feeling sorry for himself rather than truly remorseful for the horrific deeds he had committed. Since their daughter's tragic death, the Chartres took on the responsibility of raising Crystal's children, Damien Jr. and Celeste. Despite the children's memories of that fateful night, the Chartreusers handled the matter delicately and refrained from pushing them to talk about it. They ensured that the children received ongoing counseling to help them cope with the trauma they had experienced. Chartreuse vividly remembered the conversation he had with his daughter and grandson on January 18, 2005, the day of the murder. Everything seemed normal during their talk, and little did he know it would be their last. In that poignant telephone conversation, Chartzer's heart was warmed as he heard his 16-month-old grandson, Raven, call him Papa for the first time, cherishing a precious memory of their bond that would forever remain etched in his heart. Adams County District Attorney Don Quick, having served as a prosecutor for 18 years, expressed that this was the most horrific crime he had ever encountered. Some of the evidence was withheld until the conclusion of the case. But he now wants the Charterers to find solace in knowing that their daughter's final moments were spent heroically trying to protect her baby. Quick was shocked to discover that the baby had been intentionally stabbed rather than accidentally. Finding comfort in the closure of the legal proceedings, Crystal's parents felt a slight sense of justice, knowing that Damien will forever be behind bars. So do you think the Chartzer family got the justice they sought, or do you think Damien should have been sentenced to death? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. JoJo Rogers was born on November 12, 1952, to Wilhelm and Virginia Etzler. Later, she married Hal Rogers, and they settled on a farm in Wilshire, Ohio, leading a blissful life. Their first daughter, Michelle, was born on February 22, 1972, and their second daughter, Christy, was born on October 6, 1974. Hal and Joe Rogers diligently cared for their animals. Their daughters, Michelle and Christy, cherished the animals on the farm and found happiness in their fulfilling life despite the farm's demanding work. Michelle, despite facing some challenges, always watched over Christy. They both attended school, and Michelle had a boyfriend named Jeff Feasby. However, Michelle had endured a traumatic experience involving her Uncle John, Hal's brother, who had once blindfolded and assaulted her. Hal and Joe were unaware of this until John was arrested by the police for assaulting another woman in the same town. Because of the disturbing experiences she had endured, Michelle was highly protective of her younger sister. Christy was a bubbling and outgoing girl. She was a cheerleader, loved softball, and was very close to her father. She looked up to Michelle even though they had their arguments as sisters do. Michelle was sometimes jealous of the attention Christy got from their father, but despite her struggles, Michelle always cared for her little sister. The family faced many challenges on the farm, but Jo was the strongest. She worked long hours at 2 jobs and took care of the family and the animals. She was often exhausted, but she never stopped working. On Friday, May 26, 1989, 36-year-old Jo Rogers and her 2 daughters, 17-year-old Michelle and 15-year-old Christy, went on a long-awaited road trip to Florida. They left their farm in Ohio and were looking forward to enjoying a family vacation. Jo, who worked the night shift at a distribution center, was excited to give her girls their first vacation. They left Jo's husband, Hal, to take care of the farm and drove their Oldsmobile Calais south on Interstate 75. Their plans included visiting theme parks and enjoying the Florida sun. They visited the Jacksonville Zoo, Silver Springs, SeaWorld, Epcot, and Disney's MGM Studios, having a great time away from farm responsibilities. On June 1st, they reached the motel in Tampa and were thinking about going to Busch Gardens. Michelle called her boyfriend, Jeff, to have a conversation with him. At 12:57 p.m., the family made another call to Busch Gardens. At night, the Rogers women were seen happily dining at the motel's restaurant by a businessman. But after that evening, they mysteriously disappeared. The last photo they took in their motel was Michelle getting ready for their next adventure. Sadly, they never got to see the sunrise again. Hal Rogers anxiously waited for Jo and his daughters to return from their Florida vacation. Even though he hadn't heard from them for days, he tried to stay positive, hoping they were all right. As time passed, his worries grew and wondered where they could be. On June 4th, 1989, the Amber Waves, a sailboat returning to Tampa from Key West, spotted something troubling in the water. They saw what looked like a body of a woman loading face down. Her hands were tied behind her back, her feet bound, and a thin yellow rope was around her neck. She was unclothed from the waist down. Someone on the Amber Waves radioed the Coast Guard, and a rescue boat was sent from the Bay Borough Harbor Station in St. Petersburg. The Coast Guard crew located the body and had difficulty retrieving it. There was something heavy attached to the rope around her neck, making it hard to bring her up. They noted the location and cut the line around her neck, placing her in a body bag before heading back to the station. However, before reaching the shore, they received another distressing message. Another female body had been spotted by 2 people on a sailboat. This time it was 2 miles off the pier in St. Petersburg. Like the first body, this one was also face down, bound with a rope around the neck and naked from the waist down. The same Coast Guard crew went to recover it. As they were dealing with the second body, another call came in, a third female floating on a short distance away to the east. Once the third body was also recovered, all 3 bodies were brought to the Coast Guard station for examination and to be photographed by the arriving investigators from the Florida Marine Patrol. They were in a state of decomposition, making identification challenging. The women's hands and feet were tied in a similar manner, and the second woman had managed to free one hand before dying. Duct tape covered their mouths, and the second and third bodies had concrete blocks tied to the ropes around their necks. It was believed that the first body also had a concrete block tied to its rope. Detectives suspected that the woman may have been assaulted and then thrown alive into the water with concrete blocks tied to their necks, causing them to drown. The discovery of the 3 murdered women shocked the community, leading to a massive investigation. Divers searched the waters for evidence, and police boats looked for more bodies in the bay. Autopsies were conducted to find out how they died and gather more clues. Since the bodies had no IDs, detectives tried to identify them through their clothing and jewelry. One of the women, the oldest, had long brown hair and was found in a black t-shirt with a gold wedding band on her left hand. Another had medium-length brown hair, wore a peach-colored shirt, and had 3 cloth bracelets with pink, green, and white stripes on her left wrist. The third woman, the youngest, had wavy brown hair and was dressed in a black tank top over a blue bikini top. She had 4 rings on her left hand, 2 gold and 2 silver, 1 on each finger. The struggle she put up allowed her to free one hand from the rope around her wrist. While Joe Rogers' husband, Hal, waited anxiously at the farm, he grew more worried as the days passed without any news from Joe and the girls. He called Joe's friends and relatives to check if they had heard from her, confirmed with her boss at the distribution center about a return date, and reported them missing to the authorities, but nobody had any information. Then early one night that week, Jeff Feasby, Michelle's boyfriend, called Hal. He had received a postcard for Michelle with a picture of a girl in a bikini and a bull gator and the words "Fun Times in Florida" on the front. Hal asked Jeff to bring it to the house. As he read the postcard repeatedly, he couldn't find any clues about what might have happened. Feeling desperate and determined to do something, he went to his bank on Wednesday and withdrew some money. He had a plan in mind. Hal decided to conduct his own search from the air. He would find a private plane and a pilot, and together they would fly over the roads that Joe and the girls had taken from Ohio to Florida. On Thursday, June 8th, the maid at the Days in Tampa noticed something strange about room 251. The guest had checked in a week ago, but the room seemed untouched since then. The beds were neat, the bathroom was unused, and personal items were left behind. The maid became suspicious and shared her concerns with the hotel's general manager. They decided to call the Tampa police to report the guest might be missing, especially given the recent news about the 3 bodies found in the bay. The Tampa police arrived and realized that the room could hold crucial information about the women's identities. They sealed off the room and called for support from detectives in both Tampa and St. Petersburg. The investigators carefully searched the room, taking photographs, collecting fingerprints, and examining all personal belongings. A technician matched the prints found in the room, including those on a tube of an Oral-B Sesame Street toothpaste with the prints taken from the bodies in the bay. It was confirmed that the room belonged to the same 3 women. Meanwhile, the detectives started to make initial identifications using the information found in their purses and the registration from the front desk. Once they identified that the 3 women were Joe, Michelle, and Christy, they now called Hal in Ohio. On that same day, 2 significant events occurred in Tampa Bay. Firstly, the police started looking for the car the woman drove when coming to Florida. They were able to gather information about its make, model, and license plate from the motel registration form. Unfortunately, the car was not found in the Days Inn parking lot, so they expanded their search to the nearby areas and eventually located it at a boat ramp along the Courtney Campbell Parkway, just a few miles away. The car seemed untouched since Joe and the girls had left it there a week ago. It was locked and the passenger seat was pushed forward as if someone had recently gotten out from the back seat. Inside the car, they found a Clearwater Beach brochure, a deck of Uno cards, and a puzzle book that someone had been working on in the back seat. On the front passenger seat, there was a piece of Days Inn stationery with directions written by Joe herself, guiding them from the motel to a boat ramp. The directions said, "Turn right, west on 60, 2.5 miles on right side, alt before, bridge." Besides these words, there was one more obstruction, blue with white. Now one thing seemed likely: the individual responsible for this crime probably owned a blue and white boat. The second major breakthrough, which was quite shocking, occurred when one of the investigators received a call from the chief of detectives at the Van Wert County Sheriff's Office. The detective wanted to ensure that the team investigating the homicides knew all the relevant facts about the Rogers family. He shared information about Michelle and her uncle, John Rogers, who was now in prison for assaulting a woman. He had also previously blindfolded Michelle and assaulted her. Although John was in prison at the time of the murders, the investigators couldn't overlook the striking similarities between what happened to Michelle on the farm and the events in Tampa Bay. In both cases, Michelle seemed to have been bound and assaulted. This raised the possibility that John might have orchestrated the murders from behind bars, possibly arranging for someone with a boat to take them out on the water. To get a clearer picture, they needed to learn more about the Rogers family. Understanding Joe, Michelle, and Christy better could lead them to discover how they ended up on the bay that night, alone with someone who intended to harm them. The very next day after identifying the bodies, 2 detectives flew to Ohio to delve deeper into the Rogers family. The detectives questioned Hal about his brother, John Rogers. Hal clearly stated that John was a loner and at the time of the missing and eventual death of the Rogers women, he was in jail. There was no way he could plan a murder from inside the cell, as he had no connections with his prison mates. But during their inquiries, the detectives discovered unsettling information about Hal himself. They learned that Hal had posted John's bail when he was accused of assaulting a woman. And despite later learning about the allegations involving Michelle, he kept his word to support John. Hal explained that he wanted to keep peace within the family and believed that someone was lying. He had also said that he had already promised Joe that he would pay for his bail before he knew about the Michelle incident, and so he had kept his word. Another peculiar incident was a $7,000 cash withdrawal Hal made while the girls were missing. He explained that he needed the money to search for his family in Florida as he didn't believe in credit cards. However, before he could carry out his plan, he learned of their deaths. After numerous interviews with Hal, the detectives found no concrete evidence implicating him in the murders. They observed his grief-stricken demeanor and accepted his explanation for the bond and the cash withdrawal. When the detectives asked him where the $7,000 went, Hal took them to the back of his truck. Inside it was a bag that had $6,000 and the rest was in Hal's pocket. After interviews in Ohio, detectives cleared Hal and John Rogers as suspects in the Florida murders. In October 1989, lead detective John Capel discovered a crucial lead while going through a bulletin from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. The bulletin mentioned an assault on a 24-year-old Canadian woman off Madeira Beach that occurred on May 15, 1989, just 2 weeks before the Rogers women were murdered. The description of the attacker's bow matched the one the Rogers women were last seen in. Capel and another detective flew to Canada to interview the victim and became convinced that the same man responsible for the assault was likely involved in the Rogers murder. The Canadian woman had met a man named David Posner at 711 in Madeira Beach. He was older, had tinted windows on his dark-colored four-wheel drive vehicle, and claimed to own an aluminum company and lived in Bradenton. He offered to take her on a boat ride the next afternoon. When she arrived, her friend decided not to go, so she went alone. After a seemingly pleasant trip, the man's demeanor changed and he assaulted her. He threatened her, found her with duct tape and forced her to comply. When they returned to the shore, he even apologized for his actions. The woman was able to escape and provided the detectives with enough information to create a composite sketch of her attacker. Back in Florida, the detectives realized there was no individual named David Posner who matched the attacker's description. They decided to release the composite drawing and description of the man, his boat, and his vehicle to the public. This resulted in 400 tips pouring in, leading to a surge of activity in the investigation. However, despite their efforts, none of the leads seemed to pan out, and the case hit another dead end. As time passed, the number of detectives assigned to the case dwindled. Nearly 6 months after the murders, on December 23, 1989, the case seemed all but forgotten until Sergeant Glenn Moore took charge. Though lacking homicide experience, Moore refused to let the case fade away. He sought to reinvigorate the investigation, hoping to finally identify and apprehend the elusive suspect responsible for the heinous crimes. In October 1990, Joe and Steffi, a Tampa resident, saw a newspaper clipping of a composite drawing related to an assault case in Madeira Beach. She believed the sketch resembled one of her neighbors, a man who had recently moved in the area with his family. Despite feeling uneasy about him, Steffi hesitated to report her suspicions to the police, fearing involvement in the investigation. Later, during the chance encounter with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputy in her accounting class, Steffi confided in him about her neighbor's resemblance to the composite drawing. She asked the deputy to pass along the information without revealing her identity, hoping to remain uninvolved. Unfortunately, the tip somehow did not reach Sergeant Glenn Moore and his team who were working on the Rogers murders case. They were overwhelmed with numerous tips and decided to utilize a new software called Holmes to organize their information better. They also sought assistance from the FBI's Behavioral Sciences Unit in Quantico. During this time, they interviewed Hal Rogers again and questioned around 70 people in Ohio to gain insights into the emotional states of Joe Rogers and her daughters. Meanwhile, a local newspaper, the Tribune, published an article pointing suspicions toward Hal Rogers, leading investigators to put Hal through a polygraph test to clear his name. After Hal passed the test, Sergeant Moore held a press conference to affirm that Hal was never a suspect, but a victim in the case. It was 1991, around a year and a half passed since Jo and Steffi had shared her suspicions with the sheriff's deputy, but there had been no action taken yet. The man she found suspicious had already moved away with his family, having hardly interacted with others despite being amiable with people around him. The investigation into the Rogers murders continued with Sergeant Moore sharing information received from Quantico during a press conference. Steffi's tip remained unaddressed as she wondered if the police were conducting background checks on the man she suspected. But again, gradually the case's progress was getting slower and slower. It was the spring of 1992. It had now been 3 years since the investigation started. The investigators had received 1,500 tips in this time, but still were nowhere close to identifying the assailant. However, they made progress in profiling the killer, concluding it was the work of a single man based on the way the hands and legs were tied. They suspected that the person who gave directions to the Rogers family was the same individual who later lured them out. A distinctive handwriting on the directions prompted them to conduct a handwriting test. Sergeant Moore announced the new theory at a press conference, suggesting that the killers were likely charming, likable, and appeared respectable and harmless. Back in March 1992, Jo and Steffi's sister called the police to say that Steffi knew a man who resembled the suspect's sketches. The police tried to reach Steffi, but they couldn't get through. On May 14, 1992, it had almost been 2.5 years since Steffi had tipped the police about her neighbor. Now Steffi saw the news and Sergeant Moore's press conference in the newspaper and wondered if she should report her suspicion again. Steffi recalled her former neighbor who was an aluminum contractor and thought his handwriting might match the one in the composite sketch. She talked to Eileen Prisbis, a civilian investigator, about her neighbor whose name was Oba Chandler in the contract, his boat and his SUV. She found the contract in check from when Chandler built a port for her neighbor, Moselle Smith. Steffi compared the handwriting from the contract and the press conference clipping, and she was convinced it was the same. Steffi called the task force again and told Prisbis about the contract and handwriting. She wanted to provide a lead. They faxed the contract and checked to the investigators, but the task force was dealing with a flood of tips. So it took time to look into Stephanie's information among the other leads. Meanwhile, the investigators used billboards to seek public help in finding the killer. Joanne, Steffi, and Moselle Smith had already shared their suspicions, but there was a backlog of tips. Frustrated, they sent the handwriting samples again, which now caught the attention of the task force. Investigator Prisbis reevaluated the writing, but couldn't make a definite match. The lead was handed to another investigator, J.J. Guigan, to follow up. On Friday, July 31st, Gio Guigan visited Moselle Smith in Tampa to obtain the original contract related to Oba Chandler. Upon comparing the contract's handwriting with the directions on the brochure, the task force found strong similarities, leading them to consider Oba Chandler as a new suspect. They quickly gathered more information about him, discovering he was a 45-year-old man living with his family in Port Orange near Daytona Beach. Oba Chandler became a significant suspect in the investigation of the Rogers women's murders. At the time of the murders, he lived on Dalton Avenue, close to where Jo and the girls vanished, just 2 miles from the boat ramp. Records show that he owned a 21-foot Bayliner boat with a blue and white interior and a dark blue Jeep Cherokee. He had an extensive criminal history, including charges of kidnapping, burglary, armed robbery, and counterfeiting. They compared a picture of Chandler with a composite sketch, and it was a perfect match. After 3 years of relentless investigation, Sergeant Moore was convinced they had their man. Another fact emerged. The man who had assaulted the Canadian woman before also owned an aluminum company, similar to Chandler's line of work as an aluminum contractor. To keep his real name hidden and avoid alerting Chandler, they referred to him as the Tin Man. The task force expanded rapidly, collaborating with the state attorney's office to build a strong case against Chandler. Chandler had a troubled past with a history of crimes and a penchant for frightening and threatening people. Investigators spread across Florida and the Midwest collecting evidence against him. Born on October 11, 1946 in Cincinnati, Ober Jr. had a tumultuous childhood with his father taking his own life when he was young. He got into trouble early on, stealing cars and facing numerous arrests. As an adult, he faced a long list of charges, including possession of counterfeit money and armed robbery. Chandler married Deborah Ann Whiteman on May 14, 1988, just 10 days after she had divorced her previous husband. They bought a house on Dalton Avenue close to Joe and Steffi, who later reported her suspicions about Chandler. Chandler's house had a canal leading to Tampa Bay, where he had a 21-foot Bayliner boat during the time of the Rogers murders. He sold a boat shortly after the crimes. He also owned a dark blue Jeep Cherokee during the same period, resembling the vehicle described by the Canadian tourist who was assaulted. Investigators had now gathered enough evidence to consider Oba Chandler as the prime suspect in the Rogers women's murders. In the summer of 1990, as news about the Rogers investigation and its upcoming feature on Unsolved Mysteries spread, Chandler, his wife and young daughter Whitney, left their home on Dalton Avenue. They stopped making mortgage payments, leading the bank to foreclose and sell the house. Chandler moved to Florida's East Coast in July 1990, initially living in Broward County before settling in Port Orange near Daytona Beach. Despite his credit issues, by October 1991, he leased a house in his daughter's name. Chandler appeared normal to his neighbors, although they didn't know what he did for a living. Now, in 1992, investigators confirmed his handwriting and fingerprints matched evidence from the case, leading to surveillance of his new home with phone monitoring. In early September 1992, while other tasks were ongoing, two investigators, Detective Katie Connor-Dabina and FDLE agent John Halliday, traveled to Toronto to speak with the Canadian tourist who had been assaulted at the Madeira Beach in May 1989, just 2 weeks before the murders. The woman, now 27 and married, worked as a social worker. They showed her 6 pictures of different men and asked her to identify the person involved in the incident. When she saw the 3rd photo, she became visibly upset and confirmed that this was her assaulter. The photograph featured Oba Chandler. She signed the photo and asked to turn it over as it was disturbing her. A large team of about 40 to 50 law enforcement officers from various agencies, including the St. Petersburg Police, FDLE, and the FBI, were now surveilling Chandler around the clock. They had a command post near his house with a video camera monitoring his driveway. Whenever Chandler left, multiple unmarked cars followed him, carefully rotating to avoid being noticed. The FBI provided 2 small planes that took turns tracking Chandler from above, ensuring they never lost sight of him. They communicated with the ground unit using the radio saying "Eagle has the eyeball." After setting up surveillance, prosecutors arrived in Volusia County with an arrest warrant for Chandler on the charges of assault. Investigators planned to question him, showing photos of the victim to prompt him to talk to the FBI's Daytona Beach office. It was Thursday, September 17, 1992, the day that police had planned to question Chandler. That morning, just before Chandler was to be arrested, an unexpected event took place. As Chandler left his house in his blue Toyota Corolla, the surveillance teams debated whether to arrest him immediately or continue following him. They decided to keep trailing him, hoping he'd lead them to something significant. Chandler drove for a long time, and when he reached Lake City, the officers faced difficulties due to low fuel in the plane and a thunderstorm. They lost sight of Chandler in the heavy rain and panic set in. They searched frantically but couldn't find him. Frustration and anger spread amongst the investigators, wondering if they missed their chance. They had to wait, monitoring Chandler's home, hoping he would return. Meanwhile, mysterious calls from Cincinnati and northern Kentucky added to the tension. The fear of Chandler potentially harming someone else haunted them. After losing Chandler for a week, the investigators received a call from Georgia indicating he was returning. On September 24, 1992, they planned to arrest him without wasting any more time. Police waited for him on the I-95, but he took a different route. At a gas station in Port Orange, officers surrounded his car and arrested him for assault and battery. Back at the FBI office, they tried to make him talk, but he remained calm and asked for a lawyer. On the drive back to Pinellas County, Chandler talked casually with an FBI agent, even offering to provide information about a car scheme. The agent couldn't believe his audacity. Despite Chandler's complaints, his handcuffs remained secure. The next morning, Chandler had his initial hearing in a small courtroom at the Pinellas County Jail. The judge read the affidavit and kept bail at $1 million. Investigators found Chandler's blue and white Bayliner boat with a yellow Volvo engine. Inside his house in Port Orange, they discovered a mint green mesh shirt. The Canadian woman and her friend identified Chandler in a lineup. One of Chandler's many children, Crystal Mays, revealed that he visited her in 1989, admitting he was on the run for assault and possible killings. Her husband, Rick Mays, said Chandler confessed to assaulting women in his boat and throwing one overboard, mentioning he had murdered 3 women. With this new evidence, Chandler was indicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder in November, but the trial would not take place for another 2 years. It was the spring of 1994, several months before the trial was scheduled to begin. The prosecution now had access to Chandler's phone bills. While studying the bills, they noticed something strange. On May 15, 1989 and June 2, 1989, several collect calls were made to Chandler's house at specific times: 5:49 p.m. and 1:12 a.m., 1:30 a.m., 1:38 a.m., 8:11 a.m., and 9:52 a.m., respectively. All these calls were traced back to a special billing number, 813-223-0000, used for marine phone calls. The prosecution wanted to know who made these calls. They discovered that the calls had to be made through a marine phone operator, but unfortunately, the records were destroyed. After persistent efforts, they found backup copies and were astonished to see that the May 15th call was made from a boat named Gypsy One, with the caller identifying himself as Oba. The June 2nd calls were also from Gypsy One, with the 5th call identifying the person as Obi. On September 19, 1994, Chandler's trial began. During the trial, the prosecution acted swiftly, calling around 20 witnesses each day. They presented evidence like the directions found on the brochure in Joe Rogers' car, the palm print on the brochure, and Chandler's call from his boat. Chandler's daughter, Crystal Mays, testified about his shocking confession in Cincinnati, where he admitted to physical assault and possibly murder. In jail too, witnesses had heard himself incriminate himself, talking about assaulting a foreign woman and mentioning the Rogers case. A laborer, Rollins Cooper, shared how Chandler spoke about a date with 3 women on the day of the disappearance. The Canadian tourist bravely testified about her terrifying encounter with Chandler. How Rogers, Michelle's husband, remained strong in court, thanking the brave Canadian woman. In a crowded courtroom, Chandler testified in his defense, appearing calm and composed. He confirmed meeting the Rogers family when they asked for directions to Days Inn in Tampa. He thought they meant a different one at first, but one of the girls clarified and directed them toward Rocky Point. Chandler explained that he was returning from a job estimate when he encountered them at a gas station near Interstate 4 in East Tampa. During his testimony, Oba Chandler denied any involvement in the murders and refuted allegations made by witnesses. He explained a fishing trip gone wrong on the night of June 1, 1989. After finishing fishing that night, Chandler encountered a problem with his boat. He attempted to start the engine, but it only sputtered briefly before stopping. Investigating further, he noticed a strong smell of gas and found that a fuel hose had burst, causing the entire 40-gallon tank to leak into the space beneath the boat's deck. Scott Hopkins, the investigator, noticed something odd in Chandler's testimony about the fuel leak in his boat. Knowing the boat well, Hopkins was certain Chandler was lying. He immediately informed the lead prosecutor during the lunch break, and a mechanic was set to reinvestigate Chandler's boat. After the lunch break, the prosecutor wasted no time in beginning the cross-examination. Chandler reluctantly admitted to his past felony convictions, and the prosecutor pushed him about the murder accusations made by his daughter and son-in-law, to which Chandler invoked the Fifth Amendment. The prosecutors then questioned the events of June 1, 1989, and exposed contradictions in Chandler's story about the fuel leak and his whereabouts. Evidence revealed that Chandler had made calls from the water before getting help, challenging his claims of being at a different location. The prosecutor also confronted Chandler about his escape to Cincinnati after the composite drawing of the Madeira Beach suspect was released. Chandler tried to downplay his fear, but the prosecutor implied they might have found their suspect. During a crucial moment, the prosecution team informed the lead prosecutor of a breakthrough regarding Chandler's boat. The mechanic had returned after checking the boat. Armed with this information, he cornered Chandler asking about the broken fuel line. When asked about the fuel line's position, Chandler gave the wrong answer. When asked about the anti-siphon valve, Chandler could not give any answer. The prosecutor then told the court that the anti-siphon valve would automatically prevent a gas leak by closing the fuel line. Chandler was caught in his own web of lies, and after a day, it was time for the ruling. As the 12 jurors left the courtroom for deliberations, Chandler wore a faint smile on his face. The jury didn't take long to reach a unanimous verdict, and as they returned and took their seats, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of anticipation. The verdict was passed on to Judge Schaefer and then to the clerk to read it out. Chandler was found guilty of all charges, including first-degree murder. The court remained calm with no outburst or celebrations. The prosecutor showed little emotion, barely smiling. Chandler's fate had been sealed and justice had been served. On September 29, 1994, Chandler was convicted on 3 counts of murder. And on November 4, 1994, Oba Chandler was sentenced to death. After the terrible murders, the family wanted to honor Jo and her daughters, Michelle and Christy. They took a family portrait, but since the girls were gone, they left 3 empty spaces. They put old photos of Jo and the girls in those spaces, creating a special picture. Jo's mom hung the portrait in the living room. It looks a bit strange, but it brings her comfort. Hal Rogers, Jo's husband, often looks at Jo's picture in a red dress. Even though he still feels sad, Hal believes that Jo and the girls watch over him, giving him strength. The portrait shows how much the family loved each other, and it reminds them that Jo and the girls are still with them in spirit. Whenever they see the picture, they feel the love that will never fade away, keeping Jo and her daughters forever in their hearts. On November 15, 2011, 22 years after the murders of the Rogers women, Oba Chandler took his last breath at 4:25 p.m. when he met his end through a lethal injection. When the bodies of the 3 women were discovered, their mouths were taped shut, but their eyes were left open. The killer's intention, according to the FBI profile, was to make them watch and experience fear. Hal Rogers, the father and husband they left behind, now sat across from the killer in the witness room. Separated by glass, he was witnessing Chandler's death. Chandler was strapped to a gurney with tubes in his arms as he faced his execution by lethal injection at the age of 65. When asked if he had anything to say, Chandler replied with a simple no before closing his eyes for the very last time. However, an hour after his death, it was revealed that Chandler had actually left a final statement. Online paper he had written, "You are killing an innocent man today. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light." In 1982, 15-year-old Karen Stitt had just relocated to the West Coast. Having moved from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, she was now living with her father and brother in Palo Alto, California. A student at Palo Alto High School, one of her classmates noted that she was a cool girl who often wore rock t-shirts and a bright smile, though she tended to be somewhat reserved in class. Karen quickly adapted to her new social environment and became adept at navigating California's public transportation system. She began dating a boy from the nearby town of Sunnyvale and would regularly travel by bus to see him. Karen rode the bus to Sunnyvale on the evening of September 2nd, 1982 to spend time with her boyfriend, David. Karen met David at a bus stop near the intersection of El Camino Real and Wolf Road in Sunnyvale sometime between 8 and 9 p.m. The couple then went into a 711 convenience store by the bus stop to buy something to drink before heading on to Golfland, a nearby miniature golf course. They later walked to the grounds of a local elementary school. Around midnight, David and Karen began walking back to the intersection where they had met up earlier in the evening so that Karen could catch the bus back home. David opted not to walk her all the way back to the bus stop, however, as he was worried he would get in trouble with his parents for getting home later than they had instructed. He felt guilty for not walking Karen all the way back to the bus stop and waiting with her. He last saw Karen as she was just south of the intersection where the bus stop was located just before she reached it. Just before 11 o'clock the following morning, a truck driver was making a delivery to the garden center near the bus stop where Karen would have needed to catch the bus. Amongst the bushes at the base of a retaining wall that ran along the garden center's driveway, he noticed a nude young woman. He notified the staff at the garden center, who in turn called the police, who confirmed that the young woman was deceased. She was later identified as Karen Stitt. Karen's hands had been bound behind her back with her own shirt, and her jacket was found tied around her left ankle. Karen had been stabbed a total of 59 times in her throat, back, abdomen, and chest. 18 of the wounds had pierced her heart and 10 of them had perforated her lungs. Karen had also been raped. Leaves and dirt around her feet had been disturbed, and markings in the dirt indicated that the ground may have been kicked, meaning that Karen may have still been alive when she was left at the location. Karen's killer had left numerous pieces of evidence at the scene, although it would be nearly 20 years before it could be properly analyzed. In 2000, evidence from Karen's case was sent to the Santa Clara County Crime Laboratory. Technicians there were able to develop a male DNA profile from both a bloodstain left on the top of the cinder block retaining wall just above Karen's body when it was discovered and from a cutting that had been taken from Karen's jacket, which had been tied to her ankle. The DNA profile from each of the samples was from the same individual. The crime lab was also able to identify a partial male YSTR DNA profile from sperm cells found on slides from vaginal swabs taken during Karen's autopsy. While this was not a complete profile, it was consistent with the DNA profile found on Karen's jacket and in the blood on the retaining wall. Unfortunately, there was no match to the DNA profile in any criminal database. David, Karen's boyfriend at the time of her death, provided a DNA sample, which was not a match to the DNA found at the crime scene, excluding him as a suspect. He had been considered a potential suspect from the early days of the investigation because he was the last known person to see Karen alive, although Karen's family did not believe he was the killer. After meeting David, Karen's grandmother stated that the teenager lacked the strength and physical maturity needed to carry out such a violent crime. Despite this major development, without a match to the DNA profile, the case again went cold. In 2021, Sunnyvale detective Matthew Hutchison, who was born 2 years after Karen was murdered and had followed the case since he was a child, was the detective assigned to Karen's case. That year, he received a tip that one of the sons of a woman named Rose Aguilera Ramirez may have killed Karen. Detective Hutchison did not elaborate on the nature or source of this tip in the statement of facts he later used to obtain a warrant, although it has been reported that he had been working with genetic genealogists in recent years. Using public records, Detective Hutchison was able to locate a woman named Rose Aguilera Ramirez who had lived in Fresno, California, 160 miles away from Sunnyvale, as early as 1950. She and her husband had 4 sons together, all of whom had been born in Fresno. Between 2021 and 2022, Detective Hutchison's work led to him being able to eliminate 2 of the brothers as Karen's killer. Another brother could not be conclusively eliminated as, according to Detective Hutchison in the later statement of facts, based on the location of his residence, lack of publicly available information about his job and residence history at the time of the murder, and his current lifestyle. I could not do so without jeopardizing the integrity of the investigation. Detective Hutchison, therefore, focused in on the other remaining brother. He was able to locate a Facebook profile belonging to someone with the same name as one of the 2 grandchildren named in the obituaries of Rose Aguilera Ramirez and her husband. There were comments on public posts on the page from an individual with the same name as one of the brothers who had been investigated and then eliminated. In replies to these comments, the owner of the profile called this man Uncle Rudy and referred to the other excluded brother by his first name, indicating that he was not their father. Detective Hutchison obtained this individual's birth certificate, which listed a man with the same name and birth year as the brother he was currently investigating as their father. In April of 2022, Detective Hutchison obtained a DNA sample from the owner of the Facebook profile, whose name and gender have not been revealed so as to protect their privacy. Examination of the sample showed very strong statistical support for this individual being the biological child of Karen's killer. It further found that the DNA found at the crime scene was much less statistically likely to be from one of their uncles. Using this evidence as probable cause, Detective Hutchison applied for and was granted a search warrant to obtain a DNA sample from the father of the individual who had provided a sample of their own DNA. An investigator traveled out of state to collect the sample and quickly escorted it back to California for testing. Testing of the sample confirmed that this man's DNA was a match to the DNA found on and near Karen's body. On August 2, 2022, a month before 40th anniversary of murder of Karen's death, an arrest was finally made in the case. 75-year-old Gary Jean Ramirez was arrested at his residence, a guest house in Makawao on the island of Maui in Hawaii. When Detective Hutchison arrived at the home to arrest him, Ramirez was too shocked to say anything beyond, "Oh my gosh." Ramirez is being charged with murder, kidnapping, and rape. If convicted, he faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Ramirez appeared at a hearing in the Second Circuit Court via video conference from Maui Community Correctional Center on August 10th. He waived his right to an extradition hearing and, according to the deputy prosecutor in Hawaii, authorities in California are working to have Ramirez return to their jurisdiction as quickly as possible. Gary Ramirez's brother, Rudy Ramirez, also lives on the island of Maui and was shocked at his brother's arrest. He has told police that they must have arrested the wrong man. "I've never seen him violent or get angry ever. He wouldn't hurt a fly," Rudy said after his brother's arrest. Gary, Rudy, and their two brothers grew up in what Rudy has described as a dysfunctional middle-class family in Fresno, where their father worked as a heavy equipment operator for the county. According to Rudy, Gary had been their parents' favorite son. Gary served in the United States Air Force in the early 1970s and then lived in various locations throughout California and in Colorado. Rudy Ramirez had moved to Hawaii when he turned 18 and was not in contact with his younger brother at the time of Karen's murder. They were back in contact by the late 1980s when Gary had been living in Fresno with their mother. Rudy convinced his brother to move to Hawaii with him, which Gary ultimately did. Gary married twice and had 2 children after arriving in Hawaii. He worked various jobs, often as a waiter or a bug exterminator, over the following years. By the time of his arrest, a hip injury had left him unable to work and reliant on disability payments. In his youth, he had been just shy of 6 feet tall, but by 2022, his health problems and age had caused him to lose about 5 inches in height. Karen's boyfriend at the time of her death, David, has been haunted by his decision to not stay with Karen while she waited for the bus for the past 4 decades. Her murder has left him exceptionally preoccupied with safety and with keeping his friends and family members safe. For 40 years, I have suffered heartache from the horrific loss of a beautiful girl whom I was falling in love with. I hope this brings some closure for her family, myself, and her other loved ones, he wrote in an email to the Mercury News after Ramirez's arrest. Karen's father and older sister both passed away prior to the arrest being made in her case. From her home in Florida, Karen Zand has expressed her gratitude for authorities never giving up on Karen's case. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 28-year-old Nancy Benalik resided in an apartment at Arden Way and Bell Street in Sacramento and worked as a court reporter. Her fiancé, Farah Salami, was also involved in the criminal justice system, serving as a public defender. Salami would later receive national recognition for defending serial killer Richard Chase and would eventually become Sacramento's chief public defender. On the evening of October 25, 1970, Nancy and Farah enjoyed dinner together before returning to Nancy's apartment. They were set to marry the following month. Farris left Nancy's apartment around 11:30 p.m. to return to his own home. When he left, Nancy was in bed. The sliding glass door to her second-floor balcony was left slightly open as she had a cat she allowed to come in and out as it pleased throughout the night. The following morning, October 26th, Nancy did not report to work, which was not typical behavior for her. One of her co-workers called her own son and asked him to go to Nancy's apartment to check on her. Her son found the apartment manager who used his key to go into Nancy's apartment with him. Then, they discovered Nancy's body in her bedroom. She had been stabbed almost 30 times with such force that she had nearly been decapitated. Defensive wounds indicated that she had fought against her killer. Authorities were able to determine that the murderer had accessed the apartment by climbing up to Nancy's balcony and entering through the slightly ajar sliding door, and that he had wrapped tape around all of his fingers to prevent him from leaving fingerprints behind. Nancy's murder raised concerns that a serial killer may have been operating in the area as one of Nancy's neighbors. Another young woman with a successful career who was about to be married had been killed just 7 months earlier. 23-year-old Judith Hikari was last seen leaving her shift as a nurse at Sutter Memorial Hospital on March 7, 1970. She had called her fiancé at 11:30 p.m. to tell him she was on her way home, but she never arrived. Her fiancé eventually went out to look for her and discovered her car parked in its assigned spot, but no sign of Judith herself. This led to concerns that she had been abducted as she walked from her car to her apartment, which was only a block away from where Nancy lived. Hikers found Judith's body weeks later in a shallow grave in Placer County. Unfortunately, even after decades passed and DNA technology advanced, DNA could not be used to either confirm or disprove a connection between the two cases. The evidence from Judith's case that potentially contained DNA from her killer was accidentally damaged and could not be tested. A source of DNA evidence was still available in Nancy's case, thankfully. Police had identified a blood trail that started on Nancy's balcony and continued onto the sidewalk below and around the buildings of the complex before ending in the parking lot. Investigators believed that the killer had cut himself while attacking Nancy and left the trail of blood behind as he made his way to a car parked in the lot. A DNA profile was developed from the blood left behind in this trail. It was uploaded to the combined DNA index system, but no match was found. Years passed and no profile matching that from Nancy's crime scene was ever uploaded to the database. Then in 2019, investigators from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Team and the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office began using forensic genetic genealogy in their investigations. The effort ultimately helped identify what they believed to be the killer's family. One member of this family seemed like a promising suspect as he had lived in the same apartment complex as Nancy at the time of her murder. One of his relatives provided a sample of their DNA, which, based on the amount of DNA they shared with the profile from the crime scene, confirmed that the potential suspect was the person whose blood was left at the scene. On August 10, 2022, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office announced that after more than 50 years, they had identified Nancy's killer as Richard John Davis. Davis had been 27 years old at the time of the murder. He had no known violent criminal history, although he had once been arrested for driving while intoxicated. Unfortunately, Davis could not be charged with Nancy's murder as he had died in Sacramento County in November of 1997. It is believed that his death was the result of complications from alcoholism. Davis's apartment had been just across the complex's pool from Nancy's, and he most likely could have seen inside her apartment. While they cannot ask Davis about the motive for the crime, police believe he may have developed a fixation on Nancy after watching her in her apartment from his. Davis and his roommate had been among the more than 500 people who were interviewed by police in the month following Nancy's murder, but they had provided alibis for each other. Nancy's fiancé at the time of her death, Farah Salami, did not live to see her killer identified. He passed away due to leukemia in 2014 at the age of 84. Nancy's sister, Linda, had started to give up hope that Nancy's case would ever be solved. In a letter read at the press conference announcing Davis's identification, she expressed her gratitude for the work that went into solving the case, as well as her sadness over everything in her life she never got to share with her sister. In 1992, 53-year-old John Stanger was a hardworking employee of Orange County, Florida's maintenance department. He lived in a home on the county's maintenance property on North Forsyth Road. Around 5:30 a.m. on August 10, 1992, John's wife went to wake him up for the day. He was cold to the touch. She realized he had extensive injuries to his head and to his face and was no longer alive. A person of interest was quickly identified in the case. John had a friend named Ronald Cates who had a drug problem and not enough money to support it or his family. John had recently allowed Kate to borrow some of his power tools. Unbeknownst to John, Kate had pawned the tools to get cash. Shortly before he was murdered, John had confronted Kate and told him that he had to finally return the tools. When police went to interview Kate, his daughter answered the door to the home, visibly shaking. Authorities would later learn that her father had ordered her to lie to the police and tell them that he wasn't home while he went to hide under the house. Cades could not avoid the police for long and spoke to them on August 11th, August 18th. There were inconsistencies in his statements and with the timelines provided by his family members. Still, police did not have direct evidence tying him to the crime. During a suicidal incident in 1995, cadets reportedly confessed to killing John in front of his family. His family members reported the confession to police, but given the circumstances of the confession and the continuing lack of corroborating evidence, Katz was not charged with the murder. Decades would pass before investigators had enough evidence to file charges in John's case. On August 10, 2022, 30 years to the day after John's murder, Orange County Sheriff John Mina announced that Ronald Cates had been charged with John's murder and was being held in a North Carolina jail pending extradition back to Florida. Cates's arrest was finally made based on his own actions and the efforts of his own family, who had come to police in 2020 to make sure John's case was still being actively investigated. They all wanted justice for John, even if it meant confirming their husband or father's involvement in the crime. John forthcoming they could be at the time of John's murder because Cates was very abusive and they lived in fear of him. The more casual check-ins with police about the case and its progress turned into more extensive interviews in March of 2022. During these interviews, the family members were able to provide very detailed timelines of the hours around the time of John's murder, which showed that Cates did have time to go to John's house and commit the murder. They also mentioned that cadets liked to walk with a walking stick, a detail which stuck out to investigators. A large stick had been found at the crime scene. Investigators were able to provide a photograph of the stick to Cates' family, and they confirmed that it looked like the walking stick Kate had been using around the time of the murder. The final piece of evidence came in April of 2022 when Cates, again, confessed to the murder. This time, however, he confessed multiple times and his confession was eventually captured on video. Cates was having a mental evaluation in a North Carolina hospital when he allegedly told a nurse that he had killed a man in Florida in 1992. The nurse went to get a security guard, and Cates made the same confession to the guard. The nurse and the guard used the internet to do research to see if the claim could be true and found John Stanger's case on the Orange County Sheriff's website. They then notified local authorities about the confession. Officers from the Salisbury Police Department responded to the hospital and Cates gave them a 10 to 12-minute long confession, which was captured on the officers' body cameras. Cates did not provide a motive for the murder. He did explain that, in his words, he had hit Johnny with a stick. Authorities in Florida re-interviewed Cates and believed they now had sufficient evidence to charge him with first-degree murder, which led to Cates being arrested on August 5th. John's murder is the 13th case solved by the Orange County Sheriff's Office's Cold Case Unit since the unit was established in 2020. Patricia Schmidt, who went by Susie, lived with her family in Seacliff, south of Adelaide in South Australia. In December of 1971, 16-year-old Susie had just finished her leaving exam at Seacombe High School a few weeks earlier. Susie dreamed of one day becoming an airline hostess. For the time being, she had taken a job at the Burger King in Darlington so that she would have money to buy Christmas presents for her family. Susie's 10-year-old brother Frank had already gotten her a present, which sat wrapped under the family Christmas tree. Tragically, Susie never got to open it. Susie had decided to start requesting late-night shifts because they offered better pay. Friday, December 17, 1971, was only the second such shift she worked. That evening, Susie's father, Werner, dropped her off at the home of her friend, Frida, around 6 p.m. when he was on his way to the local German club, where he worked part-time as a barman. Around 8:30, Susie and Frida walked to the Burger King so that Susie could start her shift, before Frida left so that Susie could start working. Susie told her that she would see her the next day. Susie finished work around 1:45 a.m. on December 18th. Her father was supposed to pick her up on his way home, but he was running 10 minutes late. Susie decided to walk home rather than wait any longer. Describing his brief delay, Werner Schmidt would later tell the press, A few minutes could have made all the difference. I might have saved my daughter's life. Susie never arrived home, and Werner reported her missing at 9:30 that morning, less than 8 hours after she was last seen at work. Around 6:30 that evening, an off-duty police officer was driving in Hallett Cove when he thought he saw something amongst the tall grass along the road. When he got closer, he realized it was the body of a young woman. It was Susie Schmidt. When Susie was found, she was wearing only her boots. Her bra was found hanging from a nearby fence, and her jumper and coat had been draped over her body. The kangaroo skin purse she had been carrying was never located. Evidence showed that Susie had been sexually assaulted prior to being murdered, and the battered state of her body showed that she had died a violent death. Susie was buried next to her mother, who had passed away 5 years earlier. Police believed Susie may have accepted a ride home from her killer. She told a friend that on Tuesday, December 14th, after she worked her first night shift, she had accepted a ride from an unattractive man who was around 30 years old and had severe acne. After Susie got into his car, he suggested that they take her drive to the Adelaide Hills, but Susie said no. He then began driving towards Hallett Cove, but Susie demanded that he drive her home, which he ultimately did. It is unclear if police believe the same man could have potentially given Susie a ride home on the night of her murder, or if he could have been involved in her killing. They cannot say for sure if she willingly accepted a ride or if she was abducted as she walked home. Authorities did have several clues to go on at the scene. They found metal filings from key cutting, microscopic particles that could have been from a shoe repair business, byproducts left behind by welding, particles of electric waste from Phillips Industries, which was located in nearby Henley Beach at the time, iridescent blue paint from a 1971 Holden Monero, and small paint flakes that were pink on one side and white on the other. Following up on these clues did not immediately lead to the case being solved. It would be decades before investigators could properly use additional evidence found at the crime scene, DNA from multiple men. In December of 2021, South Australia Police launched a new appeal for information on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of Susie's murder. They also announced a recent major breakthrough that they believed brought them closer to solving the case than they had ever been before. DNA had been found following a new examination of Susie's clothing that had been found with her body. So far, only one of the 2 DNA profiles found on the clothing has been fully developed, but investigators are already using it to try to identify one of the at least 2 men responsible for the sexual assault. The profile was uploaded to the National DNA Database, but no direct match was found. Investigators then turned to familial searching, which has so far identified 8 potential relatives of the suspect. Despite this strong new evidence, the process of building family trees and testing all potential matches will take some time. Police are still hoping for witnesses to come forward with the name of a potential suspect so they can do a direct DNA test, which could potentially allow them to solve the case within a few weeks. A reward of up to $1 million is being offered. For Susie's brother, Frank, the new developments have given him hope that the case will finally be resolved after decades of waiting. He stated, "You're better off having some hope and being disappointed than no hope at all." Just after 6 p.m. on March 6, 1974, police in Hopewell Township, Pennsylvania received a call asking them to report to Lakewood Park. The caller had observed what they initially believed to be a mannequin in a creek running through the park. When the caller got closer, however, they realized that it was in fact the partially clothed body of a young woman lying with her face in the water of the creek. The young woman was 23-year-old Annette Tokars. According to Annette's younger sister, Sharon, Annette was exceptionally friendly. She was a very caring person who would give away the last dollar she had if someone else needed it. Annette and Sharon last spoke about a week before Annette died, and Sharon could tell that something was bothering her. Her sister did not confide in her about what was going on that was upsetting her. Injuries to Annette's body indicated that she had been assaulted prior to her death. A wooden club was found during the search of the park, but it was ultimately found not to have been the instrument used to cause Annette's injuries. Annette's cause of death was found to be forceful drowning. Authorities believe she had been attacked and then dragged down to the creek by her killer, who drowned her in just a few inches of water. Investigators believe she may have been unconscious when she was drowned. Police theorized that Annette had willingly gone to the park with her killer. Her autopsy showed that she had sex before her death, but it could not be determined if the sex was consensual or if Annette had been raped. Annette had been seen out in a variety of places throughout the area the night before her body was found. Police interviewed a number of witnesses to track Annette's movements in the final hours of her life. The last sighting of her was in the town of Aliquippa, just a few miles north of the park where Annette's body would eventually be found. She was last seen being driven away in the car of a man who was an acquaintance of hers. For decades, this man was considered by police to be the prime suspect in the case, although they never found enough evidence to charge him with Annette's murder. In 2022, Beaver County Detective Paul Young meticulously went over all of the evidence in Annette's case, hoping to find previously overlooked clues that could be used to further the investigation. Using an alternative light source, he located DNA evidence in what would later be described to the media as an appropriate area of Annette's clothing, opening up a possible avenue to solving the case. The DNA had degraded since 1974, and the profile that was developed from Annette's clothing was not complete enough to run through the combined DNA index system. Investigators were able to directly compare the profile to samples taken from potential suspects. The main suspect in the case, the acquaintance Annette had last been seen with, had since passed away. However, one of his relatives did provide a voluntary DNA sample. Testing on it showed that the main suspect could not have been the contributor of the DNA. The DNA was then compared to samples from a suspected local serial killer, as well as known sex offenders who were active at the time of the murder in the area. No matches were found. While the DNA profile is not complete enough to run through the criminal database, it is complete enough to attempt to use genetic genealogy to determine who the DNA belongs to. Crime Solvers of Beaver County has agreed to provide the funds for this testing. Hopefully, the effort will soon identify Annette's killer. 56-year-old John Lazaro lived in Rochdale, a suburb south of Brisbane. On April 11, 2012, he was in the living room of his home when two masked men burst inside and shot him multiple times. His 19-year-old daughter witnessed the shooting but was not harmed during the attack. She was able to immediately call for help, but despite her quick action, her father did not survive his injuries. John's dog, a Rottweiler mix named Kilo, was also shot during the attack but survived after undergoing surgery. Police would later describe John's murder as a brutal execution. While his murderers clearly targeted him, investigators could find no motive for the crime, despite interviewing more than 150 individuals in connection to their investigation. Years went on without an arrest in John's case. Police made a renewed appeal to the public for information in April of 2022, on the 10th anniversary of John's murder. At this time, they also released CCTV footage taken near John's home at the time of the murder. The footage shows a tray-back utility vehicle speeding away. The footage was taken less than 100 yards away from John's home, just moments after the time he was shot. Due to how quickly the vehicle left the scene, investigators believe that at least 3 people were involved in the crime, the 2 shooters and a getaway driver. A major break in the case came just months later in June of 2022 when authorities announced that they had located the gun used to kill John. Ballistics testing had confirmed that it was the weapon used in the case. The firearm in question was an unregistered Browning 1932 caliber semi-automatic. The 45-year-old man from New South Wales, who had been in possession of the gun, was questioned by authorities, and his home was searched. The weapon had been in the possession of numerous individuals since 2012, making it difficult to tie it to the person responsible for John's murder. However, Detective Acting Inspector Daniel Cunningham has stated that the discovery of the weapon has accelerated the investigation. Inquiries into the various individuals who had been in possession of the weapon are ongoing. When announcing the discovery of the gun, Queensland Police also stated that they now believe that the shooters had ties to the Bandidos outlaw motorcycle gang. John himself was not involved with the gang. Investigators are hoping that the quickly shifting loyalties amongst gangs like the Bandidos will result in someone with information finally coming forward. There is a $500,000 reward being offered for information that ties all of the new clues and information together to finally solve John's case. Amanda Jane Doler, affectionately known as Millie Dollar by her family and friends, was born on June 25, 1988, to Bob and Sally Dollar. Millie had an older sister named Gemma, whom she adored and admired. The sisters were very close and were practically best friends. As the youngest in her family, Millie received extra love and attention, which helped her develop into a kind and generous individual. Gemma described her sister as friendly and lively, with a sparkle in her eye. During the early 2000s, Millie attended Heathside School in Weybridge, Surrey. And being the bubbly girl she was, she made a lot of friends, but one of them stood out in particular. Millie met Hannah MacDonald on a school trip to Germany in 2002, and both the girls instantly became friends. In the following years at school, Millie and Hannah became inseparable. They would do everything together, whether it was homework, shopping, or simply lunch. Hannah and Millie became a part of each other's families. By this time, Millie had developed a keen interest in music. Millie loved spending time playing the saxophone, often with her close friends around. Millie was a bright light in the lives of those around. She loved to cheer others up when they were having a bad day and did that effortlessly. On Thursday, March 21, 2002, Millie said goodbye to Hannah and left the Eastside School in Weybridge, Surrey. At 3:07 p.m., she walked to Weybridge railway station with another friend that day. The two girls got off at the Walton on Thames railway station. This was one stop before Hersham, which was Millie's usual stop for her journey home. Millie and her friend had decided to grab a bite together at the station cafe before going home. They just wanted to enjoy a conversation over some good food. Once they were done, Millie called up her father at 3:47 p.m. and informed him about the delay. Before hanging up, she promised him that she would be back home in the next 30 minutes. By 4:0:5, Millie and her friend parted ways and set off home. Unfortunately, only one of the girls made it home that evening. Millie's family awaited her arrival, but hours went by and there were no signs of her. As each minute passed, the Dollars grew more and more worried about their youngest. Tension had already started to set in, and soon, Millie's family were sure that something awful had happened. At 7 p.m., Bob, Millie's father, called up the authorities in Sussex and reported Millie as missing. Detective Chief Superintendent Craig Denholm from the Police Department of Sussex pulled together a team and led a massive search for Millie. The team included dozens of helicopters and more than 100 police officers searching the fields, streets, and rivers around Hersham. Even the detectives who had earlier worked on abduction cases were called in for help. A week after Millie's disappearance, the police had gathered a few facts related to Millie's disappearance. Millie was last seen around 4:10 p.m. by a friend of Gemma, Millie's sister, when she was waiting at the bus stop. Gemma's friend stated that she recognized Millie when she saw her walking along Station Avenue. Even though there was a CCTV camera located further along the road, it showed no images of Millie. This indicated that Millie had disappeared within minutes after crossing the bus stop. A car, specifically a red Daewoo Nexia, was photographed driving past the same camera at 4:32 p.m., just 20 minutes after Millie was last seen. Although there was no proof that this car had anything to do with Millie's disappearance, the detectives found it suspicious. Police and the Dollar family together made appeals to the media for information about their missing girl, Millie. Millie's parents were interviewed many times, where they urged people to be on the lookout for Millie and come forward if they have any information, which could lead them to her. But sadly, these appeals and interviews were in vain. While nothing helpful came from those interviews, the police started to look at other possibilities. They stated that there was a high chance that Millie was probably not taken by force. They were so sturdy that Millie might have run away on her own will, not necessarily with someone. They backed this theory up by stating that even though a number of people had seen Millie before she went missing, nobody had seen her being in a struggle with anyone. Sally Dollar, Millie's mother, only hoped that her daughter had run away, as it was much better than all the other grim possibilities that occupied her head. However, Sally could not think of a reason why Millie would want to run away. On April 23, 2002, the detectives were informed by the discovery of a body in River Thames, Walton. The news prompted the media to speculate that the remains might be those of Millie. However, the body was identified the following day, as that of a 73-year-old woman named Maisie, who went missing in March 2001. An investigation was probed into Maisie's case as well, and her death was not believed to be suspicious. By the time it was June 2002, the police were working extensively searching for Millie. A national tabloid newspaper, The Sun, even offered a reward of £100,000 available for anyone who could lead the authorities to Millie. But sadly, the reward was never claimed. Despite their tireless efforts, the detectives found no clues which could help them locate Millie. On June 25, 2002, it was Millie's 14th birthday, but she remained missing. By the end of that month, the police told Millie's parents that there was a high chance that Millie was dead. In the months that followed Millie's Fadting investigation, something strange happened. Millie's family and the detectives monitored Millie's phone, trying to locate it, but instead, they observed some suspicious activity in Millie's voicemail box. They noted that Millie's voicemails were being listened to and deleted. In a time when Millie's family was almost convinced that she was dead, the voicemail activity gave the Mariah hope that maybe Millie is still alive and hiding somewhere. For once, after months, the Dollar family could imagine being reunited with Millie. Bob and Sally, Millie's parents, started sending text and voicemails to Millie's phone, thinking that someday she would reply, telling them about her current condition. However, all hopes the Dollars had gathered were brutally shattered on September 18, 2002. A few mushroom pickers passing through Yateley Heath Woods, near Yateley, Hampshire, discovered a cold and lifeless body. The body didn't have a single article of clothing on it, and it seemed like nobody had tried to bury the remains at all. Police closed the roads next to the site, where the remains were found. Police officers suspected that the remains to be of Millie. They formed teams, and while some made sure the area was well guarded and secure, the others began a thorough search of the woods. Although a full forensic examination of the scene in the surrounding area was carried out to recover any evidence, no items that Millie had with her at the time of her disappearance, such as her clothing, purse, rucksack, or mobile phone, were ever recovered. However, on September 20, 2002, everyone's worst fears came true, when the dental records examined by a forensic expert confirmed the remains to be of the missing 13-year-old schoolgirl, Millie Dowler. But due to the severity of the decomposition, Millie's cause of death could not be determined, but police were sure it was murder. Sometime after verifying the medical examiner's report, the police officers informed Millie's family of the horrific discovery. Bob, Sally, and Gemma's hearts were shattered to the core. The news broke out and the media covered the full story, spreading it across the whole nation. Thousands of people mourned that day, expressing their sorrow over losing Millie. A couple of weeks later, in October 2002, Millie's family organized a memorial service for her. Dozens gathered in the lawn in front of Millie's school, dropping flowers and paying tributes to Millie. Millie was then laid to rest in Woking Crematorium in Woking Borough, Surrey, on March 21, 2003, exactly a year from the day she disappeared. The discovery of Millie's body led the police to reclassify the case as a homicide investigation. Undertaken again by Surrey Police, the investigation was code-named Operation Ruby. On November 22, 2002, the detective set up a roadblock near the spot where Millie's body was discovered. The Surrey Police Department didn't want to leave any stones unturned, and hence, re-examined the crime scene and the surrounding area to make sure they didn't miss anything out. They questioned around 6,000 motorists in the area, but no new clues or leads were discovered. Knowing that in cases such as Millie's, a family member could most likely be the perpetrator. They even consider Bob Dollar, Millie's father, a suspect. However, this string of investigation was quickly dropped, as there was no evidence linking Bob to Millie's murder. The detectives apologized for the missed opportunities their attention to this track may have caused. On March 23, 2003, detectives discovered the DNA of an unidentified male on one of Millie's clothes found in her bedroom. This gave detectives the impression that Millie's killer might have met her before, but just within 3 months, this link was ruled out by the detectives. They never shared the reason behind this decision. Even after the discovery of Millie's body, the Dollar family's suffering didn't end. The investigation into Millie's case was turning out to be a frustrating one for the detectives, but mostly for Millie's family. Beginning in 2003 itself, Millie's family and the detectives started receiving misleading and false information. This insensitive and foolish behavior not only hurt the Dollar family sentiments, but also made the investigators go around in circles and lose valuable time. Gemma, Millie's older sister, started receiving some mischievous letters. In these letters, an unidentified person with the mischievous tone claimed to have killed Millie. He even went on to give death threats to Gemma, warning that she too would meet the same fate as her sister. Even though Gemma was in a fragile state of mind, she didn't hesitate to report these letters to the authorities. The detectives were quick to follow up and nab the author of those nasty letters. He was identified as a man named Paul Hughes. It was confirmed that he had no relation to either Gemma or Millie. Paul had sent those letters to Gemma while he was already imprisoned for indecently assaulting a 12-year-old girl. The prison service later apologized for not screening the mail effectively. Paul was convicted for his crimes against Gemma and was given an additional sentence of 5 years behind bars. Around the same time that year, a woman named Leanne Newman of Tewkesbury, Gloucestershire repeatedly phoned Millie's parents, school, and the police. Over the phone calls, Leanne pretended to be Millie. In April 2003, she was jailed for 5 months after pleading guilty to 5 counts of making phone calls to cause annoyance, inconvenience, or needless anxiety. Every time Bob Sally and Gemma Dowler tried to put behind Millie's tragic death and move on with their lives, some maniac would show up and shatter their healing process. For the Dowlers, it was like someone was rubbing salt on their wounds. On July 6, 2005, a man named Levi Belfield caught the attention of the detectives' eyes. Levi was a tall, hefty man in his early 30s back in 2005, who was born and raised in southwest London. Levi Belfield was also a serial killer who had been convicted for the murders of 19-year-old Marcia McDonnell in February 2003 and 22-year-old Emile Delagrange in August 2004, and the attempted murder of 18-year-old Kate Sheedy sometime in 2004. For these crimes, which clearly took place after Millie's murder, Levi was already serving a whole life tariff, a custodial sentence handed out for the most heinous crimes, which meant that he would spend his entire life in jail. The detectives took a closer look at Levi's crimes and noted that some of them had taken place around the area that Millie was abducted from. They suspected Levi to be involved in Millie's murder as well and decided to question him. After a few minutes into the questioning, Levi was beginning to get uncomfortable with the line of questioning, which was evident from his body language and short responses. The fact that Levi never denied killing Millie, that he was somehow connected to her murder, but this wasn't enough. They needed something solid, and for that, they reached out to Levi's past lovers. Joanna, an ex-partner of Levi, shared her disturbing experience with him and told how dangerous he was as a person. One of Levi's known surviving victims, Kate Sheedy, shared her nightmare story as well. She stated that she was unaware that Levi had been following her in his white van while she was in the bus. And as soon as she got off the bus and walked into an isolated area, Levi rammed his van into her. After some turbulence and a few stirrups, there was finally some valuable progress being made in the investigation into Millie's murder. However, things turned shaky once again in 2006, when a man named Gary Farr of Ratford, Nottinghamshire started sending emails to Millie's parents and friends repeatedly. In those emails, Gary claimed that Millie was still alive. He said that she had been smuggled out of the country to work as an entertainer at nightclubs in Poland. He even claimed that Millie's death was merely a facade to cover up what actually had happened. As a result of these misleading emails, Gary was sectioned indefinitely under the Mental Health Act on October 19, 2006, for being a serious psychological danger to the public after admitting a charge of harassment. A confirmatory investigation was launched in the following years, and on March 30, 2010, Levi was charged with Millie's abduction and murder. And as a result, an 8-year-old long search for Millie's murderer was finally over. On October 6, 2010, Levi appeared virtually in court via video and was formally charged with 1 count of attempted abduction, 1 count of abduction, 1 count of disposal of evidence, and 1 count of murder. Before the trial began, Justice Secretary Kenneth Clark rejected calls for a review of Levi's past criminal cases. Justice Kenneth said that, while Levi had been convicted of previous murders, He had to be presumed innocent in Millie's case and be found guilty by a jury in a full court process. He believed that bringing up Levi's charges for the murders of Marcia McDonnell and Emile Delagrange in the attempted murder of Kate Sheedy would prejudice the trial. To keep that from happening, the court did not allow evidence to be introduced of Levi's obsession with schoolgirls and his attempt to abduct and assault them. Levi's trial began on May 10, 2011, and concluded 6 weeks later on June 23, 2011, with the jury finding him guilty. Levi was handed another life sentence on Friday, June 24, 2011, for abducting and murdering Millie Dowler. During the course of Levi's trial in Millie's case, another old case was brought to light. Levi was being suspected of an attempted abduction of an 11-year-old girl named Rachel Collis. The incident allegedly took place in 2002, on March 20th, when Rachel was offered a lift by a man in a red car in the Walton area. However, the request for Levi's trial on this case was dismissed due to newspapers publishing articles with preconceived notions, but the judge ordered that the charge should remain on file so it can be properly investigated later. After Levi's sentencing, the Dollar family strongly criticized the treatment they faced during the trial. Millie's sister, Gemma, described the day that her parents were cross-examined by Levi's defense lawyer as the worst day of her life. Sally, Millie's mother, told reporters that the trial had been a truly awful experience for her and her family. She said that they had to hear Millie's name being defamed in court. As Levi's defense lawyers tried to portray Millie as an unhappy, depressed young girl, Sally reassured that Millie was none of those things at all. She was a happy, vivacious, fun-loving girl. Sally was upset that her family's life had been scrutinized and laid open for everyone to inspect. The Dollars were snatched of their right to privacy and made to sit through the painful trial, day after day, in order to get an evil man convicted of their beloved Millie's brutal murder. Bob, Millie's father, criticized how Levi refused to appear physically in court and to give evidence for his sentencing. He was disgusted by the fact that he was questioned about his relationship with his own daughter. Bob added that his family had to pay too high a price for Levi's conviction. Bob was hurt that the trial had been a truly mentally scarring experience for him and his family. Bob also revealed that when he and his family were being questioned, it made them feel as if they were the ones on trial, not Levi. Bob further shamed the judicial system for being so loaded in favor of the perpetrator of the crime. When the news that the Dollars were mistreated and harshly cross-examined in the courtroom broke, it led to a debate over how victims and witnesses were treated in court. On July 4, 2011, it was discovered that Millie's voicemails had been accessed and altered by journalists working for a newspaper that went by the name of News of the World. The newspaper's private investigator, Glenn McClare, was particularly criticized. It was revealed that during the police investigation into the newspaper's phone hacking activities, detectives discovered that journalists had deleted some messages in Millie's voicemail box, which could have been potential evidence in Millie's case. They did so because the mailbox was full and they wanted to free up space for new messages so they could listen to them. This was the reason why, back in 2002, after noticing activity in Millie's voicemail box, the Dollar family thought that Millie was still alive, even after her disappearance, which as it turned out was not the case at all. The phone hacking scandal earned the anger of the Prime Minister, David Cameron, who called it a truly dreadful act. In response to the British public's outcry, several inquiries were conducted into phone hacking and media ethics. The newspaper itself was closed in 2011. As a direct result of the outrage, the Prime Minister David Cameron sat down with Millie's family to have a discussion over the press hacking incident. Bob and Sally, Millie's parents, announced they would pursue a claim for damages against the News of the World. In September 2011, it was reported that the Dollar family had been offered £2 million in personal damages. In January 12th, it was reported that Surrey police and other police forces were made aware soon after Millie's death that News of the World staff had accessed her voicemail box, but the detectives did not publicly address this information. Instead, a senior Surrey officer invited the newspaper staff to a meeting to discuss the case and settle things in secret. Millie's family felt even more cheated after learning about this situation. A red Daewoo Nexio, which was photographed driving past the same camera that captured Millie shortly after she was abducted, belonged to Levi's then-girlfriend, Emma Mills. Levi said that he was driving the car at that time. On January 27, 2016, Surrey police announced that Levi had admitted to the abduction, assault, and murder of Millie Dollar. However, on February 12, 2016, Levi changed his story and declined that he had ever confessed to assaulting and murdering Millie. Millie's death had a great impact on her parents, Bob and Sally. Even though their beloved daughter was now gone, they wanted to make sure that nothing similar would happen to any other child. Sally and Bob launched a charity called Millie's Fun on the day of her memorial service. The charity provided risk assessment advice to teenagers, youth workers, and educators, and aimed at promoting public safety of children and young people. About a couple of years after Millie's body was discovered, Quayside School, where Millie was a student once, gathered a team together and built a memorial garden for Millie and named it Amanda Dollar Memorial Garden. It followed a paved pattern around borders, planted with flowers and shrubs, and had benches for people to stop by and remember Millie. Sally and Bob Dollar, together with her sister Gemma, were present at the moving ceremony when the garden was first opened for the public. The school staff and some governors also attended. The Reverend Nick Whitehead concluded the official opening with a prayer and a blessing. The principal thanked all the individuals, businesses, and organizations that offered a helping hand in converting the dream of making a memorial garden for Millie into a reality. School principal Glenn Willoughby said that he believed that a lot of people in Walton needed a place of peace and tranquility. At the school, the students and staff can visit to remember Millie and to have some space and time to reflect on anything that may be on their mind. On June 29, 2017, Gemma, Millie's sister, released a book dedicated to Millie entitled it, My Sister Millie. Gemma wrote the book in loving memory of her little sister and to express how much she missed her. In the book, Gemma talked about how Millie's chance at having a beautiful childhood and life was snatched away from her, and how it impacted the Dollar family. Gemma also shed light on her family's journey of going from extreme pain to healing and achieving closure. It came as cold comfort to the Dollars in the family of Levi's other victims that he will never be free again. Levi became the only person ever to have been handed 2 separate whole life tariffs in British history. Levi is behind bars at Prison Franklin in County Durham. The prison is commonly referred to as the Monster Mansion due to many of its inmates being convicted murderers and high risk in general. Levi has now converted to Islam and now goes by the name Yusuf Rahim, but no matter what he does, he will never set foot out in the free world. Even after more than 20 years of Millie's disappearance, Hannah MacDonald, Millie's best friend from school, is still close to Millie's family. For years, Hannah bottled up her grief thinking about how her best friend was robbed of a wonderful life. Hannah still misses Millie, who will always hold a special place in her heart. Do you think there are any more unsolved murders that Belfield might have committed? How do you think the detectives handled Millie's case? Could they have been more efficient? Let us know your thoughts. On the morning of June 16, 1974, a man and his sons ventured into a swampy area of Singer Island on the eastern coast of Florida in search of driftwood. Instead, they discovered the skeletal remains of a young woman among the mangroves. The body had been tied to a tree with wire, and only skeletal remains and scattered scraps of clothing were found. With only bones to work with, authorities struggled to provide a description or make an identification. Efforts to use dental records for identification were unsuccessful. It was estimated that the young woman was between 13 and 19 years old, weighed between 83 and 133 pounds, and stood between 4 feet 11 inches and 5 feet 2 inches tall. The cause of death could not be conclusively determined, but it was initially believed she had died between 8 weeks and 8 months prior to the discovery of her remains. Unable to identify the Jane Doe and notify her family, authorities were forced to bury her remains. For decades, the Jane Doe remained unidentified, but advances in technology eventually allowed investigators to renew their efforts to determine her identity. Her remains were exhumed in April of 2014 in hopes of obtaining a sample of her DNA. Her DNA profile was successfully developed in 2015. There were no matches to it in any database, but investigators continued to find other uses for the profile. They were able to use the profile to exclude several missing women as potential matches. the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office released a new facial reconstruction showing what their Jane Doe may have looked like while alive in 2019, but no one called in, reporting that they recognized her. In December 2021, the remains were sent to Othram, a Texas-based laboratory, to develop a DNA profile so as to use genetic genealogy in the case. In March of 2022, genealogists presented the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office with several potential leads to follow up on. On June 2, 2022, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office announced that the Singer Island Jane Doe had finally been identified. Her name was Susan Galepool. Susan was born on February 12, 1957. At the end of 1972, when she was 15 years old, she had dropped out of high school and was splitting her time living with her family in a trailer park near Fort Lauderdale and with a friend who had an apartment nearby. Susan's family reported her missing just before Christmas of 1972. When they first could not contact Susan, they weren't sure if she had left town on her own accord or if something had happened to her. She was known to hitchhike and had left once before. However, her clothing and belongings all remain at her friend's apartment, and Susan's sister, Patty, has stated that she knew something was wrong as soon as she saw Susan's purse left behind on the friend's couch. In 2022, nearly 50 years after Susan disappeared, her mother was still alive and now in her 90s. She provided the DNA sample that confirmed that the remains found on Singer Island belonged to her daughter. Police believe that Susan may have been a victim of Gerard John Schaefer, a suspected serial killer and a former Martin County Sheriff's deputy. Prior to joining the sheriff's office, Schaefer had been a police officer with the Wilton Manors Police Department and had been fired for allegedly violating the Civil Service Code. He was accused of pulling over female motorists for traffic violations so he could get their basic information and then using police resources to obtain further personal information about them and contacting them to ask them out on dates. In July of 1972, 18-year-old Nancy Trotter and 17-year-old Paula Sue Wells were vacationing in Florida. While they were hitchhiking near the beach, they encountered a Martin County Sheriff's deputy, Gerard Schaefer. He told them that hitchhiking was illegal in the area, which was a lie. After radioing in to report that he would be transporting the two teenagers, he had them get into his vehicle and drove them to where they were staying in Stewart. He offered to give them a ride to Jensen Beach the following day because it was in his patrol area. The next day, he met them at the agreed-upon meeting spot in civilian clothes and driving his own car. Instead of driving Nancy and Sue to the beach, he drove them to an old shed on Hutchinson Island where he handcuffed, bound, and gagged both of the young women. At this time, neither of them attempted to escape as Schaefer threatened to kill the girl left behind if one of them tried to run. He further threatened to rape them, hold them for ransom, and sell them into slavery. Schaefer then tied Nancy and Sue to separate trees, not in view of each other, and put nooses around each of their necks. They had to balance on the exposed roots of the tree so as to not fall and be hanged. Schaefer believed this was enough to keep the young woman secure and left them there. While he was gone, both girls were able to chew away at the ropes to give them enough slack to escape their nooses without injury. Nancy hid for half an hour, fearing Schaefer was still in the area. She eventually decided to run and fought her way through thick vegetation, fearing Schaefer would find her if she stayed on a path. When the trees became too thick for her to get through, she decided to swim in the nearby Indian River because she knew it would eventually take her to a road. Still handcuffed, she was able to swim using just her legs. When she finally made it to the road, she walked out of the water and began calling out to passing cars. The first car to stop was driven by Martin County Sheriff Robert Crowder. He had been out looking for Nancy because Sue had been found 45 minutes earlier and told authorities that her friend was in trouble. Sue had managed to get to a road after getting herself free, and a truck driver had stopped to help her. Sheriff Crowder was Schaefer's boss. After Schaefer realized the girls had escaped, he called the sheriff and told him, "I've done something foolish. You're going to be mad at me." Schaefer claimed that he had gotten carried away trying to teach the two young women a lesson about the dangers of hitchhiking. The sheriff did not believe him, and neither did the courts. Schaefer was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and false imprisonment. Schaefer was released on $15,000 bail. He was still free on September 27, 1972, The last day, 17-year-old Susan Place and 16-year-old Georgia Jessup were seen alive. The two teenagers had become friends at Fort Lauderdale's Adult Education Center, where they were both students. Around 8:30 p.m. on the evening of 27th, the two left Susan's home in Oakland Park, near Fort Lauderdale, with an older man to go play guitar at a nearby beach. Susan told her mother, Lucille, that her friend's name was Jerry Shepard. Lucille was suspicious of an older man spending time with two teenage girls, so she took note of his car, a blue-green Datsun, and wrote down his license plate number when he picked up the girls. The car was registered to Schaefer. Lucille would also later identify Schaefer as the man who the girls left with that day from a photographic lineup. George's father, who had met the man known as Jerry Shepard, also identified him as Schaefer. Susan and George's remains were found on April 1, 1973. A father and son were out searching for discarded aluminum cans on Hutchinson Island when they came across the remains. Susan had been shot in the jaw, and according to detectives, evidence indicated that both girls had been tied to a tree and butchered. The location where they were found was only 6 miles away from where Schaefer had taken Nancy and Sue. While the two girls had gone missing at the end of September, investigators did not trace the license plate number provided by Lucille Place until the end of March, just a week before the remains were found. By this time, Schaefer was serving his 6-month sentence for the one charge of assault. He pleaded guilty to over the attack on Nancy and Sue. He was questioned about the disappearance, but denied knowing Georgia or Susan. When their remains were located just a few days later, he became the prime suspect in their murders. Schaefer was indicted on May 18, 1973 and held without bond. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder that October. Schaefer was convicted during the period of time when the death penalty could not be imposed due to a Supreme Court ruling. The presiding judge later stated that he would have sentenced Schaefer to death had he been legally allowed to. Instead, Schaefer received 2 life sentences with the possibility of parole in 2018 when he would have been 72. Schaefer maintained his innocence in the murders, claiming he was set up by one of his defense attorneys who did go on to marry one of Schaefer's ex-wives. He was also critical of prosecutors using his creative writing as evidence in the case. They claimed that Schaefer's stories were thinly veiled accounts of actual crimes he committed. Schaefer claimed they were just art. However, after his high school girlfriend published a collection of these stories he had written, he did imply in a letter sent from prison that the stories were, in fact, confessions. Schaefer was found stabbed to death in his cell at the Florida State Prison on December 3, 1995. He had 43 stab wounds as well as defensive wounds on his hands and arms. His eyes had been stabbed badly enough to leave one of them completely destroyed, and he had 6 broken ribs. Prison officials identified his killer as Vincent Rivera, who was serving a life sentence for 2 murders he committed in February of 1990. Rivera's reported motive was his displeasure at Schaefer taking 2 cups of hot water from the water fountain rather than just one a few days before he was killed. Georgia Jessup's mother, Shirley, told reporters that she wanted to send Schaefer's killer a present, and that while she was always confident that her daughter's murderer would get what was coming to him, she wished it had happened sooner. While Schaefer was only ever convicted of 2 murders, he is considered a suspect in as many as 30 murders, some dating back to 1969, according to Circuit Judge C.P. Trowbridge, who presided over Schaefer's double murder trial. Evidence ties him to crimes across the country. When police searched Schaefer's mother's home in Fort Lauderdale after Susan Place and Georgia Jessup's remains were found, they found items, including jewelry, identification documents, a diary, and gold teeth belonging to at least 5 missing or murdered young women. The remains of other young women known to hitchhike in the area have also been found in similar circumstances as Schaefer's known victims. However, authorities never felt they had enough conclusive evidence to charge Schaefer with any more murders. Robert Stone, who prosecuted Schaefer for the murders of Susan Place and Georgia Jessup, described him as the most sexually deviant person I had ever seen. He made Ted Bundy look like a Boy Scout. Bill Haggerty, who interviewed Schaefer for the Violent Crime Apprehension Program during his tenure as an FBI agent, later stated that out of all the serial killers from across the country he interviewed during his time with the FBI, Schaefer was easily in the top 5 of the sickest individuals he talked with. According to Schaefer's statements to psychiatrists while he was incarcerated, he began associating pain and sex around the age of 12. He would tie himself to trees and would become sexually excited from hurting himself. Soon, that excitement was transferred to the idea of hurting women. His short-lived first marriage ended when his first wife filed for citing extreme cruelty. As with the numerous other potential victims of Schaefer, investigators have no concrete physical evidence connecting him to Susan Poole's murder. They believe he may be responsible for her murder purely based on circumstances. Susan was known to hitchhike, and Schaefer was known to pick up hitchhikers. Susan's remains were found tied to a tree, as were Schaefer's two known victims. Furthermore, while Schaefer was sentenced in the assault case involving Nancy Trotter and Sue Wells on December 22, 1972, the judge allowed him to delay the start of his sentence until after the holidays, meaning he was not in custody when Susan disappeared. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is still searching for further evidence to see if Schaefer can be tied conclusively to Susan's murder. They are hoping that friends of Susan's from around the time of her murder may be able to help them connect Susan and Schaefer. In a Facebook post, they announced that they are hoping to locate and interview 3 of Susan's friends, Julie Hunt, Michelle Williamson, and Greg Anderson. They are asking that these 3 individuals contact Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Detective Bill Springer. According to Detective Springer, Susan's mother and siblings were glad to know what became of her after so long, but he hopes to be able to give them further closure by being able to definitively identify her killer. In 1981, 34-year-old Sylvia Quayle lived on South Ogden Street in Cherry Hills Village, Colorado, south of Denver. She enjoyed studying history, especially researching the work of Wesley Quayle, a noted architect and Sylvia's uncle. Sylvia was able to incorporate her interest in architecture into her career, working as a secretary at an architectural firm. Sylvia was very artistic and ambitious, which led to her not being satisfied with just one job. She used her cooking and baking skills to start her own business, which specialized in creating wedding cakes. Her other artistic skills include making pottery, and she created pieces that are still treasured by her sister today. Sylvia was very close with her family, which included her parents and her younger sister. Her parents' home was only about 150 feet away from her own, and she had coffee with them every morning. Sylvia did not make it to this daily coffee date on August 4, 1981. She was last heard from around 11 p.m. the night before when she spoke to her sister on the phone. Just before 8 a.m. on 4th, Sylvia's father, William, went over to her home. When William arrived at the home, the storm drawer and front door were both open and he could see inside the living room from outside. His daughter's body was immediately visible on the floor. Sylvia was lying on the floor, her spread legs facing the door. She was nude from the neck up. Her red, long-sleeved shirt had been pulled up so it covered her face from the nose up, and her arms were still entangled in the garment above her head. A white towel had been thrown over her to cover the rest of her face and her neck. William quickly called for help, but he could not do so from Sylvia's house as someone had cut the phone line inside the house, as well as pulled down the phone lines outside. William moved the towel on his daughter's face to try to cover up her body before police arrived. He told them how he originally found it, and they moved the towel back to its original position to properly document the scene. Sylvia had been sexually assaulted, stabbed, and shot. Red marks approximately the size of fingers on her neck indicated that her killer also tried to strangle her. Extensive injuries to her hands and fingers showed that Sylvia had aggressively tried to fight off her attacker. Sylvia's cause of death was ultimately ruled to have been the blood loss caused by the 3 stab wounds she had sustained, which had pierced her heart and both of her lungs. The .22 caliber gunshot to the top of her head was ruled a secondary cause of her death. A bloody knife was found a few feet away from Sylvia's body, as was a pair of underwear. A small pool of blood was found behind the home's front door, and what court documents would later describe as a significant amount of blood was found on Sylvia's pillow in her bedroom. Drops of blood were found between the bed and the bedroom door. The killer appeared to have first attempted to enter the home through Sylvia's bedroom window, a conclusion authorities arrived at based on a hole cut into the lower corner of the window screen. Evidence indicated that the killer's successful entry into the home was made through the bathroom window. The screen from that window had been removed and there was a pry mark visible at the bottom of the window. The screen was found 50 to 75 yards away from the house, tossed into tall weeds. Several items that were most likely from inside the bathroom, including a can of hairspray and 2 hair curlers, were found outside the home, underneath the bathroom window. Numerous items of evidence that would later be used to test for DNA were collected at the scene. These items included the bloody towel found covering the lower portion of Sylvia's face, the orange area rug upon which Sylvia's body had been lying, the knife, and the underwear found near her body. In addition, an internal vaginal swab and swabs from Sylvia's breasts were taken during her autopsy and preserved. In total, more than 140 pieces of evidence were collected and preserved in the case. New technologies were applied to the examination of this evidence as they were developed in the years following Sylvia's murder. In 1983, 2 years after Sylvia was killed, forensic technicians re-examined the carpet from her home with an alternative light source. When they did so, they were able to identify foreign biological evidence in the area of the rug that was close to where Sylvia's body had been found. This section of carpet was submitted to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for testing in 1995. 5 years later, in 2000, the CBI was able to develop a male DNA sample from the carpet. However, when they uploaded the profile to the FBI's combined DNA index system, the search returned no matches. In the early days of DNA testing by law enforcement, the technology had been used to discredit a confession from a known attention-seeking killer. In 1983, while he was imprisoned on unrelated charges, Addis Toole claimed to have killed Sylvia and reportedly described the hedges and bushes outside of her home to prove his involvement. Toole and his criminal associate Henry Lee Lucas famously claimed responsibility for 100 of crimes committed across the country, apparently for the notoriety it afforded them and the benefits like food and cigarettes they received while working with various law enforcement agencies. Their claims have largely been disproven. Toole was eventually charged with Sylvia's murder, but in 1993, DNA from another piece of evidence excluded him as Sylvia's killer, and the charges were dropped. Toole died while incarcerated in Florida in 1996. In January of 2020, police in Cherry Hills Village began working with United Data Connect, a Colorado-based genetic genealogy company founded by former Denver District Attorney Mitch Morrissey. Using GED-Match and Family Tree DNA, 2 public genealogical databases, United Data Connect was able to provide police with the identity of someone who was a possible match to the DNA from the crime scene on May 26th of that same year. In addition to the genealogical evidence pointing to this individual, United Data Connect was also able to provide evidence that he had been living in the city of Englewood, just to the west of Cherry Hills Village before, during, and after the time of Sylvia's murder. The potential suspect was living in Cozad, Nebraska at the time. In January of 2021, an investigator from United Data Connect traveled to Nebraska in hopes of surreptitiously collecting a sample of this individual's DNA. He retrieved 2 bags of trash from the dumpster of the apartment building where the potential suspect lived. The bags contained mail addressed to the potential suspect, indicating that he was the person who had owned the items in the bags. From the 2 bags of trash, the investigator was able to obtain 15 items that potentially had the possible suspect's DNA on them and turned them over to the district attorney's office back in Colorado. The evidence was then taken to an evidence technician with the Cherry Hills Village Police Department. The items were submitted for testing, and a male DNA profile was developed from a can of vanilla Coke found in one of the bags of trash. It was a match to the DNA found on multiple pieces of evidence collected from Sylvia's body and her home following her murder. On February 10, 2021, nearly 40 years after Sylvia was murdered, 62-year-old David Dwayne Anderson was arrested in Nebraska and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection to Sylvia's case. One count alleged that Sylvia was killed after deliberation, and the other alleged that she was killed during the commission of another felony. Anderson had been just 22 years old at the time of the murder. While he had never been arrested for violent crimes, he did have a criminal record. Between 1981 and 1986, he was arrested on 8 separate occasions for committing commercial and residential burglaries. During one of the residential burglaries, he had entered the home by discarding the screen to a bedroom window. Anderson agreed to an interview with investigators, during which he denied knowing Sylvia Quayle and stated that he did not know how his DNA ended up in her home. Anderson's first trial began in March of 2022. During opening statements, Anderson's defense team argued that he and Sylvia had consensual sex, explaining the presence of his semen on so many of the pieces of evidence from the scene. His DNA had been found in the swab taken from Sylvia's breast and in the semen found in her vaginal swab on the carpet near her body and on the towel, which also contained Sylvia's blood that had been left on her face. The defense also suggested that the real killer was an abusive boyfriend of Sylvia's who had raped and beaten her several years before her murder. She had told her family at that time that if anything happened to her, he was responsible. Anderson's lawyers claimed that police had not taken the boyfriend seriously as a suspect despite being told about him by a member of Sylvia's family. Sylvia had dated this man on and off for years, and they had begun seeing each other again several months before she was killed. The boyfriend's DNA was reportedly eventually found on a knife found in Sylvia's home, but not on the bloody knife found near her body. All of the foreign DNA samples found on or near Sylvia's body belonged to Anderson. There was no commingling of Anderson's DNA with any other individual aside from Sylvia, whose blood was found on the towel that also contained Anderson's semen. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury announced that they could not reach a unanimous verdict, leading the presiding judge to declare a mistrial. A new trial was held just months later in June of 2022. On June 30th, 2022, a jury found Anderson guilty of both counts of first-degree sentenced on August 4th. While current Colorado state law does not allow for parole following a conviction for first-degree murder, Anderson has to be sentenced under the guidelines in place at the time of the murder, meaning that even if he receives a life sentence, he will be eligible for parole after 20 years. Sylvia's parents did not live to see their daughter's killer identified and convicted. William Quayle passed away in 1999, and Mary Quayle passed away a decade later. Sylvia's sister and brother-in-law were able to finally learn who had taken Sylvia away from them more than 4 decades earlier. Following Anderson's conviction, District Attorney John Kellner stated, "This verdict should give hope to all those who are still waiting for justice. And for any killer who still thinks they got away, know that we are still coming for you." Susan Morrissey Ledyard was known for always having at least 2 books on the go. Her passion for reading began in childhood and became a constant influence throughout her life, shaping many aspects of her adult years. Naturally brilliant, Susan's intelligence was admired by her siblings, but sometimes found intimidating. Rather than skimming through her books, she absorbed the material thoroughly and continually expanded her knowledge. Her books were filled with extensive highlights and notes, reflecting her deep engagement with the texts. Susan did not become lost in the books she read, instead using what she learned from them to follow her passions and benefit others. She had a deep compassion and concern for others, whether or not they were human. She became a vegetarian at the age of 8 out of concern for animals, and as an adult, she campaigned to save sea lions in San Francisco. She was well-versed in both national and international issues from a young age and remained highly politically aware and active throughout her life. While she was aware of and concerned about the variety of issues facing people across the United States and around the world, Susan never lost sight of those who were closest to her. She cared deeply about the well-being of the most important people in her life, particularly her brother and 2 sisters. Her family valued her complexity and the depth of her knowledge, and she drew attention from even mere acquaintances because she was so obviously an interesting person to speak with. Susan ultimately incorporated her love of language and literature into her career, working as a teacher for over 20 years. She was drawn to teaching English and language arts at the high school level because working with older students allowed her to fully and deeply dive into literature and explore language with them. She was very popular with her students because she made them feel confident in expressing their own opinions and viewpoints on the books they were studying rather than demanding a standard response. Susan's career as an educator had taken her to numerous places before she arrived at Academy Park High School in Sharon Hill, Pennsylvania, where she would teach for 13 years. She taught English for a year in Prague and then went on to earn her master's degree and teach in California for a number of years. Despite her travels, Susan's favorite place did not change. She felt the most like herself at the beaches of Stone Harbor, New Jersey, spending time with her family at her mother's home there. Susan's sister Meg would bring her family from California to the house at the shore for 3 weeks every July. And since Susan was off work for the summer, she was able to spend almost the entirety of their trip there with them. In 2019, that trip to the shore ended on July 20th for Susan, and she returned to the home she shared with her husband, Ben Ledyard, in Wilmington, Delaware. Just 3 days later, on July 23rd, at approximately 7:30 a.m., Susan's body was discovered in the Brandywine River near Northeast Boulevard in Wilmington. A short time later, her black 2016 Honda Civic was found parked on Walker's Mill Road near the Rising Sun Lane Bridge, approximately 3 miles upriver from where Susan's body had been found. Susan's body was taken to the State Division of Forensic Science to determine her cause and manner of death. Investigators stated early on that they did not believe Susan's death had been a suicide, although they could not comment further about what had caused her death without the full results from her post-mortem examination. Susan's loved ones initially believed her death had been an accident, largely because evening before Susan's body was found, he had gone to the movies with a friend. Susan was sitting on their porch, drinking wine and sending texts when he and his friend arrived home. The friend remained at the house for a brief time before going home. Susan called and texted friends and family members for the next several hours. She was having a conversation with her sister, Missy, over text until 12:30 a.m. on July 23rd. According to Missy, there was nothing unusual about their conversation. Susan continued calling and texting friends until 2:45 a.m. The friends she was texting during this time were all ones she had made while living in California. So while it was almost 3 a.m. on the East Coast, it was only approaching midnight for her friends on the West Coast. Susan being up so late and sending so many texts was perfectly normal behavior for her during the summer months. During the school year, she was dedicated to her students and kept a schedule that allowed her to get enough sleep to be ready for the early mornings she had for school. When school was not in session, however, Susan would regularly stay up late to focus more on spending time with her friends and family or communicating with them. What was unusual about Susan's behavior that night is the fact that she then left home. Her reason for leaving remains unknown. There is no record of her contacting someone and agreeing to meet with them. And while Susan occasionally smoked cigarettes in the evenings, her family does not believe that she would have left home at 3 in the morning to purchase them. Even if she had, she traveled in the opposite direction of the nearest place where she could buy them at that time of night. Authorities were able to use Susan's cell phone records as well as surveillance footage to determine that her vehicle had pulled out of her driveway at 3:02 a.m. 2 minutes later, it was parked on Walker's Mill Road, where it would be located later that morning after Susan's body was found. Since Susan's home was only about a mile away, it appears that the car was driven straight from the home to Walker's Mill Road. Because of the darkness of the surveillance footage and the distance of the cameras from the car, no one can be seen getting out of the car. No one can be seen getting out of the car after it was parked, and it cannot be determined if Susan was the person driving the car or if anyone else was in the car with her. One detail been as he was going up to bed. He and Susan both took sleep aids they had been prescribed. For Susan, that sleep aid was Ambien. In May of 2019, the Food and Drug Administration issued a warning about Ambien and several similar drugs after patients taking them began experiencing dangerous side effects. While these side effects are very rare, they have resulted in injury and death. The FDA found 66 cases in which patients who took this category of drug unknowingly engaged in dangerous activities like sleepwalking or driving while not fully awake. 46 of these incidents involved serious but non-fatal injuries like burns and the loss of limbs. 20 of them resulted in the patient's death caused by accidental drowning, falls, hypothermia, and carbon monoxide poisoning. No matter how unusual these severe side effects are, if Susan had taken Ambien, it opened up the possibility that she had been experiencing some of them leading up to her death. If she had not been fully awake, it could explain why she left her house for no identifiable reason, and she could have accidentally gone into the water after she parked her car. However, problems with this theory were identified quickly after Susan's death. The terrain between where Susan parked her car and the river would have made it very difficult for Susan to make it directly down to the water, especially at night, and while she was theoretically impaired. Additionally, Despite the proximity of Susan's car to the river, authorities quickly came to the realization that Susan most likely did not go into the river near where the vehicle was parked. That stretch of the river had exposed rocks due to low water levels and other obstructions that would have prevented her body from continuing down the river to where it was ultimately discovered. Susan most likely went into the water closer to where her body was ultimately located. Furthermore, Susan's death did not occur immediately after she left her home. Susan wore a Fitbit, which recorded activity in a heartbeat until around 7 a.m., 4 hours after Susan left home and half an hour before her body was discovered. Unfortunately, this model did not have a GPS system, meaning it could not be used to track Susan's movements. Susan's cell phone had been found inside her purse, which had been left inside of her car, and therefore it also could not be used to determine where Susan went during this period of time when her location and activities remain unaccounted for. The theory that Susan had experienced an adverse reaction to Ambien was fully discredited when her toxicology report was finalized. The report showed that she did have some alcohol in her system at the time of her death, but no Ambien or any illegal drugs. The theory that Susan's death was the result of an accident was also disproven a few months after she passed away. In early October, authorities informed Susan's family that the Delaware Division of Forensic Science had ruled that Susan's death had been a homicide. They found that the cause of her death had been blunt force trauma and drowning. Due to their ongoing investigation, the Delaware State Police have not disclosed the exact nature of Susan's injuries or where they were located on her body. These findings were made public on November 14, 2019. As confusing as the 4-hour gap between the time Susan left her house and the time she was killed is, it does offer a wider window of opportunity for witnesses to have seen her. Since Susan's death, her family has organized efforts that have distributed thousands of flyers in the area where her body was found, hoping that witnesses with information that could potentially identify Susan's killer will come forward. While the exact location where Susan entered the river has not been identified, the general area along the river has parks and condo buildings where early morning dog walkers and joggers may have seen Susan or something suspicious on the morning of July 23, 2019. Susan was 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighed 130 pounds, and was wearing a purple tank top at the time she was killed. Susan's family has partnered with $50,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest in the case. The Morrissey family is also preserving Susan's memory and her teaching legacy through the establishment of the Susan Morrissey Foundation. A major focus of the foundation is the Susan Morrissey Ledyard Prize for Achievement in English, a partial scholarship awarded to students from the high school where Susan was teaching at the time of her death who excel in the subject of English. The foundation awarded its first scholarship to one of Susan's former students in 2021. 2 additional students from Academy Park High School received scholarships in 2022. While Susan's family has found some comfort in honoring her legacy through the foundation, they struggle greatly with her death and the lack of answers in her case. Losing Susan and not knowing who is responsible for her murder has dramatically changed their lives individually, as well as their dynamic as a family. The Morrissey family has asked that anyone with information, no matter how insignificant it may seem, report it to police so that they can evaluate its importance. Even the smallest detail could potentially lead to the identification of Susan's killer. Today's case brings us to the small town of El Rancho, New Mexico. With a population of just 1,500, it's a close-knit community where everyone knows each other and families are known for their honesty and hard work. In 2011, the Ortiz family was a cherished part of this community. The family consisted of Dixie, the mother, Lloyd, the father, and their children, Sherry, Angela, and Stephen. Lloyd and Dixie had been married for 34 years and were seen as key figures in the town. Angela described Dixie and Lloyd as exceptional parents in countless ways. They never judged anyone, always embraced people for who they were, worked harder than anyone she knew, and supported everyone around them. Lloyd worked as a tile contractor, starting his day before dawn and often working past 9 at night. Dixie worked at a nursing home, a job she never viewed or spoke of as mere work. She just genuinely loved helping people. In 1989, when Angela and Sherry were teenagers, Dixie and Lloyd met 7-month-old Stephen and instantly fell in love with him. They soon adopted him, and his sisters said their family felt so perfect and complete. Stephen had cerebral palsy, and his left side was paralyzed. The family were told that it was a tough road ahead. He may never be able to walk or talk and would need assistance with a lot of things in life. Through immense hard work both physically and mentally, lots of love and encouragement, Stephen overcame everything. Doctors said he never would. He was soon walking and talking, as well as reaching huge developmental milestones. The family would attend church, and Stephen was always the star of the show. His pastor said he would walk in and greet every single person there. He was a joy to be around, and everyone adored him. 2/3 of the Ortiz family home was occupied by Dixie, Lloyd, and Stephen, and Sherry and her husband Jesse, and their 2 children lived in the other part of the home, which was separated by a fence. For the family that had always been so close, this was the perfect living arrangement. June 18, 2011. Sherry and Jesse spent some time at the casino before coming home and watching a film. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, Sherry and Jesse heard a noise outside, and the dog started barking. Jesse got up, grabbed his gun, and looked outside. He saw a gray car driving away and heard someone shouting, "Hurry up, let's go." He got in his truck and followed the car for a while before losing it. He then drove back home and the family went to sleep, thinking, although it was odd, it was likely just teenagers messing around. Several hours later, June 19th, Father's Day, when investigators arrived on scene, they discovered Dixie in the master bedroom in her pajamas with trauma to her head. Lloyd was found in the backyard and had sustained 7 injuries to his head and torso. 21-year-old Stephen was dead on the kitchen floor. It was clear that he had tried hard to fight off his killer, but he was struck 17 times in total and succumbed to his injuries. The ferocity and level of rage that the perpetrator had was shocking to everyone there. One officer said it was the worst crime scene he had ever been called to. Everyone in the community was frightened and shaken. Things like this just didn't happen. And the fact that a family like the Ortizes had been subjected to this left everyone fearing that their families could be next. Lloyd's wallet was on the kitchen counter next to Stephen's body, but it was still full of money. So initially, it seemed that robbery was not a motive. There was no DNA of an outsider inside the family home, and police knew they were up against it unless they could find the murder weapon. At the back of the property, behind a locked fence, were several marijuana plants. Angela and Sherry explained that their parents had a medical marijuana card for Stephen, as well as a license to grow it for him. After 2 brain surgeries, Stephen had been prescribed it to ease his constant and very debilitating headaches. Authorities wondered if the wrong person had found the plants and broken in to try and steal them rather than the money or valuables inside. But it soon came to light that Lloyd and Dixie had a secret safe hidden at the back of their closet. A safe so secret, even their children didn't know about it. And this presented more motive still. The autopsy results soon came in. The wounds were so deep that everyone initially thought it was a gun at point-blank range. But the results later revealed that the family had been killed with a pickaxe. Sherry said when she and her husband had heard someone outside that early morning, Jesse had jumped into his truck and started following the car. But Jesse's first story contradicted this, and he told officers he only went and stood outside. He didn't follow anyone. He then changed his story and said he might have missed that part out. Officers definitely found this odd as it was a pretty big thing to forget, and they wondered if Jesse had more to tell them. Jesse admitted that he and Lloyd had argued on occasion, but he said it was all over stupid and petty things, and they were forgotten as soon as they happened. Authorities couldn't rule anything out though. No matter how small something seemed, there could always be more to it. They searched Jesse and Sherry's part of the home. Nothing came back forensically, and the CCTV from the casino also lined up. With this, police were officially able to rule out Jesse and Sherry as playing any part in the deaths. Hoping the killer had just dumped the pickaxe somewhere near the home, authorities were looking everywhere for the murder weapon. And remarkably, they found it just a short distance away in a field near the Ortiz family home. It weighed 5 pounds and was still covered in blood. Praying this would be an open and shut case very soon, they sent it off for testing. But sadly, the only DNA that came back was from Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen. There was nothing else on it. Angela told the police that there was one person they might want to talk to, a 16-year-old called Nicholas Ortiz. There was no relation between him and the Ortiz family, but he was close with Sherry's son and the pair would hang out at school. He went to the same church as the family and his pastor said he was helpful, always staying late to tidy up and friendly. After frequent bouts of difficulty, volatility, and fighting at home, Sherry offered a room to him hoping it would help and give him some stability. Nicholas would also spend time at Lloyd and Dixie's, and they treated him well, often driving him around whenever he needed a lift and cooking him dinner. But this all changed when Sherry and Jesse noticed money was going missing before walking in on Nicholas going through their things. Instead of asking him to leave, they saw it as a cry for help and decided to give him money for the contributions he was making around the home, hoping this would stop the stealing. But Nicholas's attitude got worse, and his behavior was making Lloyd and Dixie more and more uncomfortable. After finding him hiding in the garden after jumping over the fence, eventually Lloyd told him to leave the family alone and go back to his parents' house. Nicholas was found and questioned. He appeared honest and open about everything, including the tension between them all when he was asked to leave the house. As well as this, he said he was at home that night. He woke up his dad to wish him a happy Father's Day just after midnight and saw his mom off to work at 7 a.m. This was corroborated by the family, and the police continued their searches. Time was slipping away fast. The Ortiz family murders was among the state's most disturbing unsolved cases, and police were worrying that with no DNA evidence, it might remain a cold case forever. But one call would finally come in that changed everything. A woman currently serving time in prison told police she had information on what had happened to Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen. She told law enforcement that there was a reason for the lack of evidence. She actually knew the attacker, and he had been wearing socks over his hands at the time of the assault. This caller was 24-year-old Ashley Roybal. She had a string of convictions including burglary and drugs-related charges. She claimed that on the night of the murders, she was smoking weed with her cousin, Jose, who was 15 at the time, and his friend, none other than Nicholas Ortiz. Jose and Nicholas decided they needed more money, so they hatched a plan to steal from the Ortiz family. Nicholas was somehow aware of the safe in the family home and was out to steal $20,000 from it. As well as this, he said he wanted to steal the plants too. Ashley drove them to a road near the Ortiz family residence at around 3 a.m. She then drove home. Ashley said she was in a gray car, a car similar to the one Jesse said he had seen driving that early morning. 45 minutes later, at 3:45, she got a call from Jose. He said he had panicked last minute and couldn't go through with it. He could hear dogs barking and some families were still awake. And although Nicholas had tried to convince him, he refused. He watched as Nicholas walked up to the back door and knocked. Jose said he realized the gravity of the situation and ran and hid behind the house. After this, Nicholas called Ashley, telling her she needed to pick him up from outside the Ortiz's house. As soon as the pair got in the car, it was obvious that something horrific had happened. He had blood on his trousers, a sock on his right hand, and a bin bag tied around his right leg. He was in a panic, saying over and over, "I messed up. I killed them." Ashley said she drove him to her grandparents' house so he could take a shower. His bloody clothes were put in a bag and disposed of, and he was given new clothes to walk home in. The next day, Nicholas called Ashley saying he killed the family with a pickaxe before discarding of it outside the house. But officers did have questions. Not only did Nicholas appear to have an alibi, the car in question had been sold on and later crushed at a scrapyard. 18 months had now passed since Father's Day 2011, and the vehicle was long gone. They started looking into the only thing that had lasted over the years: phone records. Records showed a lot of communication going back and forth between the three of them that night in June 2011. They called in Nicholas again and asked him about the text messages. He quickly asked to stop the interview. Over the next few months, they continued building their case. And 3 years after the killings, in 2014, officers turned their attention to Jose to get his side of the story. He told them the same story as Ashley. Eric Zabilla, another one of Nicholas' friends, became the third person to tell the officers the same thing. He said Nicholas had said he had killed people but would not specify who. It was only when he heard about the Ortiz family he thought he had connected the dots. He went straight to the police 2 days later, but the full story was still unknown. And although this was logged, it still took a long time to obtain an arrest warrant. But that day finally came. On February 12, 2015, Nicholas Ortiz was placed under arrest with 5 charges against him. When he was read out the charges, he said, "I don't agree with 2 of them." The detective recalled it was very telling that the only 2 he didn't agree with had nothing to do with murder. And he said this was as close to a confession as he could get. Sherry, Jesse, and Angela were in a state of shock. The teenager they had taken in as their own, fed, given money to, and a bed to sleep in, had turned on them all in such an unimaginable way. He was initially denied bail, but this was changed to $100,000, which was made, and he was let out. In June 2015, his trial began. Both Ashley and Jose were set to testify against him in exchange for plea deals. Ashley pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit aggravated burglary and tampering with evidence and was given 20 years in prison with 6 years of her sentence suspended. So she will remain in prison for 14 years, unless she gets parole any earlier. Jose was given full immunity and was never charged with any crimes. Although he was a minor at the time of the murders, given how disturbing the crime scene was, the district attorney fought for him to be tried as an adult, which allowed for them to push for a higher sentence if he was found guilty. To everyone's surprise, in the middle of the proceedings, Jose changed his testimony. He said that Ashley was the ringleader and she had instructed both him and Nicholas to rob the home and kill the family. He said she gave them socks to cover up their hands and plastic bags for their feet and gave Nicholas the pickaxe. Nicholas didn't take the stand the entire trial, leaving Ashley and Jose with opposite statements, fighting against each other. After 3 days of deliberations, the jury was stuck. They hadn't reached a verdict on any counts, and they simply couldn't agree. A mistrial was declared. Everyone thought that the case was as strong as it could possibly be, but it meant that a new trial would have to take place, leaving the family to go through it all again. The case went back to trial 17 months later, and this time there was a very different result. Nicholas Ortiz was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated burglary with a deadly weapon, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit aggravated burglary with a deadly weapon. Sherry started a petition, begging the judge to give Nicholas 3 consecutive life sentences. He got credit for time served since his first arrest and was required to serve 85% of his sentence. Nicholas filed an appeal, but it was denied. It's possible he could be out of prison in his early 40s, being able to apply for parole in late 2036 or early 2037. Angela said it was hard to feel like any closure had been gained and any justice had been served. The district attorney said while he was disappointed, he was happy that it had been categorized as a serious violent offense. The community of El Rancho and the family and friends of Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen will forever be affected by what happened back in June 2011. Sherry and Angela waited more than 8 years to get justice for them, but they are still left feeling that that justice simply didn't happen. Hardworking, giving, and doing everything they could for everyone they met. The deaths of Lloyd, Dixie, and Stephen Ortiz was and will always be a huge loss to the community and everyone that knew them. It is only right that they be remembered for the joy and happiness they brought to so many people, and not by the tragic way that they left this earth. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. 42-year-old Megan Morrone may not excel at small talk, but she thrives on exploring deeper concepts and grand ideas. Idealistic and fervently passionate about social issues such as climate change, she is actively involved in activism and regularly participates in demonstrations. Megan is highly intelligent with a profound appreciation for literature and poetry. While residing in Troy, New York, she launched the Troy Poem Project, where she set up a typewriter in public spaces and local events, crafting poems for passersby after engaging in brief conversations to understand them better. Megan has channeled her love for language into her career as an English teacher. In 2022, she was a teacher at Shaker High School in Latham, New York, where she had been employed for 3 years. She was dedicated to her students, but not all of the aspects of her job were positive. On March 24, 2022, she went on paid personal leave for the remainder of the school year. The exact reason Megan went on leave has not been publicly disclosed. The school district has only stated that the district did not request her to go on leave. It has been reported that a conflict with a coworker may have contributed to Megan going on leave, but this has not been confirmed. According to Megan's older brother, Peter Naple, at the time Megan went on leave from work, she was going through an emotional upset and needed a break. At the recommendation of some friends, she checked into the Red Lion Inn in Stockbridge, Massachusetts on the first day of her leave to get away and relax. She planned to stay at the inn until March 30th. Megan's time away seemed to be good for her. She seemed to be in good spirits and enjoying a relaxing evening on March 26th when she and her brother were communicating via text message. She told him that she had spoken to some friends earlier in the day and that she was in her room at the inn enjoying a book and some soup. As of August of 2022, this remains the last time Peter has heard from his sister. Peter tried contacting Megan the following day, March 27th, but never received any response from her. He then called the inn and asked the staff there to check on her. When they went into her room, her bed was made, and many of her belongings were still there, but Megan was not. Still unable to contact his sister, Peter went to the police to report her missing on the morning of Tuesday, March 29th. That same day, a resident of Lee, Massachusetts reported a vehicle that appeared to have been abandoned in the parking lot near the trailhead at Janet Long Cope Park. He had driven past the parking lot on the morning of Sunday, March 27th, and it had been empty. When he drove past the parking lot again just before noon that same day on his way home, he noticed a car parked there. He took note of it because he wasn't sure why anyone would want to be out hiking that day as it was cold, windy, raining, and snowing. He drove past the parking lot again on Tuesday, and the same car was in the same spot, which made him think something was wrong and led to him notifying authorities. The car was Megan Marone's black 2017 Subaru Impreza, and it had been left unlocked. Hiking was a perfectly normal activity for Megan, who had gone on hikes with her brother since she was young. However, in addition to the day's weather, other circumstances led investigators to believe that Megan may have never made it onto the trail. According to Megan's brother, Megan might leave her car door unlocked while she went to scope out a hiking location, but she always made sure to lock her car before actually beginning a hike. In addition, a pair of boots had been left behind in the car. The trail near where the car was found was not a particularly well-known hiking spot, and other locations would have turned up first had Megan been researching places to hike. Her family believes it is possible she may have come to the park because the woman it was named in honor of was a cousin of the poet William Alexander Percy, which may have piqued Megan's interest and led to her wanting to visit the park. Cell phone records showed that Megan had not gone onto the trail, and 3 pings from the afternoon of 27th showed that she had instead been on private property across the street from the park. The remote residential area had dense vegetation and streams that ran through it. Police began in searches, canine units, helicopters, and drones in the effort. They later conducted a search along the Housatonic River corridor from Lee into Stockbridge and nearby Glendale using kayaks, side-scan sonar, and underwater cameras to search the river. When the police were not out looking for Megan, her family and the volunteers they organized were. Despite days full of searching, Megan was not located, and no clues relating to her disappearance were found. Megan's family has continued to actively look for her. They've established a 24-hour tip line as well as a website with information on her case. They are offering a $50,000 reward for information, leading directly to the safe return of Megan. 67-year-old Scott Graham lives in Victoria, British Columbia. In 2022, his love of travel took him to Europe. On June 29th, he flew to Amsterdam to meet up with some old friends before continuing to travel on to Spain and Portugal on his own. For the first several days of his trip, he was in daily contact with his family back in Canada, and everything seemed fine. Things started going wrong for Scott on July 11th. He was traveling by bus from Vigo to San Sebastian in Spain when his bus left him behind at a rest stop. His bag containing his cell phone, passport, and critical medication was still on the bus when it left without him. Scott had received a kidney transplant in 2014 and was dependent on daily anti-rejection medicine. It appears that Scott was never able to get his bag back. It is unclear if Scott was ever able to obtain more of his medication. He was able to make his way to San Sebastian by an unknown means of transportation, and he contacted his brother to tell him about the lost bag and his inability to get it back from the bus company via WhatsApp, although again, it is unknown how he did so as he was without his phone. This is the last time he has been in contact with anyone in his family. On July 14th, he reported his bag missing to local police who advised him that he would need to go to the Canadian embassy in Madrid to get a replacement passport. Scott was in Madrid the following day, July 15th. But before he made it to the embassy, he had to visit a local hospital after sustaining minor injuries to his head and hand in a fall. Hospital records contradict themselves, so he may have been given his anti-rejection medications or he may have just been issued a paper prescription for them. A record of him filling such a prescription has not been found. A nurse from the Royal Jubilee Hospital Kidney Clinic in Victoria has confirmed that a nurse from Spain contacted them sometime around 15th inquiring about Scott, his medications, and their dosages. Scott then went to the Canadian embassy, where he applied for a new passport and paid the necessary fee. This trip to the embassy is the last place Scott has been seen. His family reported him missing the following day. Scott failed to come back to the embassy on July 18th for his appointment to pick up his new passport, and he missed his flight from Amsterdam back to Canada on July 29th. There has been no activity on his credit or debit cards. Scott's daughters have had a difficult time receiving support from the government in Canada and getting clear information from officials in Spain. Their efforts to locate their father have been hampered by bureaucratic and logistical constraints. Thanks to donations to a GoFundMe they set up, they were able to travel to Spain on August 10th to continue their search efforts there. Scott's family is concerned that the fall that brought him to the hospital on July 15th may have been the result of side effects of him being without his anti-rejection medication, which could have potentially been made worse by the extreme heat in Spain at the time. Scott has also previously suffered minor strokes, and if he has had another one and not received the necessary medical treatment, he may currently be cognitively impaired. Scott's daughters have not been able to find evidence confirming that their father is still in Madrid. They are therefore expanding their search into other European countries. Because Spain is part of the Schengen area, Scott could have crossed into the other member countries of the area even without his passport. Scott's missing person flyer has been translated into numerous languages and posted to a Facebook page, which will be linked in the description. Scott's family is hoping that individuals living in the countries where Scott could have traveled to will either share the post with the flyer written in their language or print the flyers and post them in their area. Kainelu Higby, who also goes by Kai, was born in Maui where his parents met. His mother is Hawaiian and his father is Caucasian and originally from California. Kai was 7 years old when his parents' marriage ended. And following the divorce, he, his twin brother, and younger sister moved to California with their father. He grew close with his father's side of the family over the following years, but ultimately decided to return to Hawaii as a teenager. He was able to still maintain a close relationship with his family in California. In 2003, when he was 22, Kai met the woman who would become his wife, Samantha, when he pointed out to her that she had dropped a $5 bill. Samantha was instantly smitten, drawn to Kai's laid-back and fun personality. The couple got married in 2005 and had 3 children. They settled in a small town on Maui, and Kai began working in landscaping, becoming popular with the owners of the properties where he worked. Kai is a dedicated father who loves spending time with his children. He regularly takes them out on outdoor excursions, including hunting, spearfishing, and hiking. While Kai has a loving family, not all of the aspects of his life are as ideal. Kai has a history of substance abuse. On May 6, 2022, he relapsed after months of being clean. His wife, Samantha, asked him to leave the home they share because she did not want their children to see him while he was under the influence. In previous instances when he was using, Kai Kai would either go stay with his mother at her home in the Haina or in a nearby rental property while he sobered up. His mother would be the last person to see Kai before he went missing on May 7th. Around 11:30 that night, Kai hugged his mother, gave her his phone, and told her Happy Mother's Day, which was the following day. He has not been seen since. Kai was formally reported missing on May 12th, the day his white Toyota Tacoma was found abandoned in a parking garage on Front Street near the Lahaina Harbor. The truck was sighted at that location as early as May 8th. The vehicle was left unlocked, and Kai's wallet containing his driver's license, credit cards, and debit cards was left on the front seat. According to Samantha, Kai abandoning the truck was highly out of character, as he is very proud of the vehicle because of how hard he worked to purchase it. Even more out of character was Kai's missing of his son's high school graduation on May 19th. Kai loved his son and had been looking forward to the event. Kai's family has become frustrated with how the Maui Police Department is handling the investigation into his disappearance. According to Samantha, the investigating officers made comments to her that she considers heartless, stating that her husband is probably off doing lots of drugs. Kai has had minor run-ins with law enforcement in the past, something his wife believes has led police to disregard his disappearance. Samantha acknowledges that her husband has made some poor choices in his life, but says that does not take away from the fact that he is a good person, and something has clearly happened to him. The family is still actively looking for Kai on their own, putting up flyers and trying to hire a private investigator. Kai's oldest son no longer sleeps in his bedroom, instead staying in the living room, waiting for his father to come home. 41-year-old Kai is 6 feet tall, has a number of traditional Hawaiian tattoos, and was last seen wearing a white shirt and dark-colored board shorts. Kai and his brother are identical twins who often get confused for one another, which could potentially complicate potential sightings of Kai. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Timothy Jones Jr. was born in 1981 to Timothy Jones Sr. and Cindy Jones, who was just 16 at the time of her pregnancy. Tragically, Cindy left when Jones Jr. was only 18 months old. Following her departure, Timothy Jones Sr. remarried. In 2001, Jones Jr. encountered legal issues when he was arrested in Illinois for cocaine possession, check forgery, and car theft. Although he was sentenced to 7 years in prison, he was released in 2003 after serving only 2 years. After this, his life seemed to take a turn for the better. He and Amber Kaiser had met as teenagers, and they got married in 2004. They soon had 3 children. Jones continued his education, eventually getting an engineering degree and graduating from Mississippi State University. The young family later moved to Blythewood seeking better opportunities of life. By 2014, they had 5 children who were 8-year-old Murrah Gracie, 7-year-old Elias, 6-year-old Nathan, 2-year-old Gabriel, and 1-year-old Abigail Elaine. As time went on, their marriage began to falter, and Jones' behavior changed drastically as he turned to drinking, smoking, and using synthetic marijuana. Amidst these challenges, Amber gave birth to their last child, Abigail Elaine. However, Jones had doubts about whether he was the father of the child due to this and other problems in their marriage. Jones and Amber got divorced in 2013. After the divorce, Jones won custody of the children. It was expected that Jones would be the model father and give his all to protect his children. But who could have predicted the horror that would come later? On Thursday, August 28, 2014, Jones picked up his 3 older children from school and the 2 youngest from their babysitter. He vanished the very next day. Jones and the children were gone for several days, prompting his family to reach out to the police, but only after they were unable to get in touch with him for several days. At 9:36 a.m. the next day, the babysitter, Elk, tried reaching him on the phone, but received no response. Unfazed, Elk decided to text Jones at 9:38, inquiring about dropping off the youngest children at daycare. Jones responded, "Don't worry about this morning. I'll see you next week." He assured her that the children would return on Tuesday, the day following Memorial Day. Meanwhile, Jones's grandmother, Roberta Thornsberry, desperately tried to reach him from Mississippi, but he declined her calls. On August 30th, Thornsberry grew increasingly concerned and sent a series of texts to Jones throughout the day, finally questioning him at 5:13 p.m. about his unresponsiveness. At 4:54 p.m., Elk gently reminded Jones to bring diapers when dropping off Gabriel and Abigail Elaine on September 1st. Later at 6:15 p.m., he made a call to Elk revealing his intentions to leave South Carolina with the children and start afresh. He asked Elk to clean up his mobile home and offered her whatever she wanted from the things he left behind. At 7 p.m., a call from Amber came in, but Jones didn't answer. His family reached out to the police as they couldn't reach him. A nationwide alert was released looking for Jones and indicated that he was missing and traveling with his 5 children. But it wouldn't be until September 6th that they received news on his whereabouts. On September 6, 2014, a routine traffic safety stop in Smith County, Mississippi led to a shocking discovery. Tim Jones Jr. was detained at around 7 p.m. Under Sheriff Marty Patterson went to the scene around 8 p.m. He noticed that Jones showed signs of intoxication as he approached Jones's car. An Escalade emitted a foul stench. Bleached stains along the baseboard caught Patterson's attention. Running Jones' ID and license plate revealed an alarming hit from the FBI's National Crime Information Center, indicating that Jones was supposed to be traveling from Lexington with his 5 children. Patterson immediately contacted the Lexington County Sheriff's Department. When questioned about his children, Jones initially denied having any, but when pressed further, he claimed to have only 3 children in South Carolina. Smith County investigators promptly reached out to Jones's father, Tim Jones Sr., who then informed Jones's grandmother, Roberta Thornsberry, and Amber Jones's ex-wife. On September 8, 2014, investigative officers from the Lexington County Sheriff's Department and SLED arrived in Mississippi to delve into the case. 2 days later, on September 9th, Jones agreed to lead investigators to the bodies of his children. The discovery unfolded on September 10th when the bodies of Murad Gracie, Elias, Nathan, Gabriel, and Abigail Elaine were recovered. The evidence collected from Jones' Escalade on September 11th was disturbing and haunting. Among the items logged were family photos, clothing, drawings made by the children, letters to the children penned by their mother, Amber, Bibles, Tim Jones's diploma from Mississippi State University, and his passport. Equally chilling were handwritten notes by Timothy Jones containing lists of disturbing tasks such as melt bodies, sand bones to dust or small pieces, and burn up bodies. The list also included items needed for these horrifying acts such as camping supplies, gas, and acid. It seemed unbelievable that this father had meticulously planned to kill and dispose of the bodies of all 5 of his children. On September 13, 2014, Jones was booked into Kirkland Correctional Facility, where he was placed in solitary confinement away from the general population. But what had transpired on that fateful day? Why did Jones kill the children, and what prompted him to hide their bodies? Jones's confession and the police's investigation led them to the dark truth of what Jones did in the week when he disappeared with his children. The afternoon of Thursday, August 28, 2014 set the stage for the chilling chain of events. Tim Jones picked up his 3 older children from school and retrieved his 2 youngest from the babysitter. Little did anyone know that the seemingly ordinary day would take a nightmarish turn. Before 7 p.m., a storm of anger engulfed the family's mobile home. Jones confronted his 6-year-old son, Nathan, about damaged power outlets. He beat Nathan and subjected the child to a punishing physical ordeal. Jones went further to rain down a barrage of questions on the young child. At 7:10 p.m., there was a phone call from his estranged wife, Amber. Nathan, in fear and distress, revealed that the incident had been an accident, but Jones intervened, accusing Amber of protecting their son before abruptly ending the conversation. As the evening wore on, the darkness deepened. Nathan was sent to bed, and Amber's desperate attempts to reach out went unanswered. The details here were unclear, but around 8:30 p.m., Jones either discovered Nathan's lifeless body or attempted to ruse the boy to no avail. Jones faced the grim reality that his child was gone forever. Jones, seemingly triggered by his own imagination, would later claim to the authorities that Nathan was trying to harm him through the mobile home's electricity. This paranoia pushed him to kill his children. In the early hours of the following day, Jones took his 8-year-old daughter, Murrah, to a convenience store to buy cigarettes. Upon returning home, a wave of violence consumed him. In his confession to the authorities, Jones admitted to choking Murrah and Elias, aged 87, with his bare hands while using a belt to end the lives of Gabriel and Abigail Elaine. He then wrapped the bodies of his children in sheets and blankets from their beds before placing them in the back seat of his vehicle. The authorities also went through Jones' search history and revealed an unusual interest in herbal incense and Atlanta. It became apparent that Jones was on the hunt for spice, a synthetic marijuana that happened to be legal in South Carolina but banned in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. Determined to get his hands on the substance, he scoured the internet for smoke shops or head shops across state borders. Around this time, he also declined calls from his grandmother, who he had made prior plans with. She had left up to 23 calls and texts. Tracking data suggested Jones's presence near Moody, Alabama at 2:20 p.m. In the late afternoon, between 3 and 5 p.m., Jones continued his search for smoke shops, this time focusing on Alabama and Mississippi. As the day progressed, Jones' location hopped from Lithium Springs, Georgia at 8:04 p.m. to Washington, Georgia at 10:29 p.m. It was clear that he was covering considerable ground. By August 30th, the location of Jones's phone indicated that he was in Red Bank. By August 31st, the search queries on Jones's phone revealed his plans to start anew. He looked up camping options in South Carolina, dumps in Lexington County, and animal services. On September 1st, a store receipt found in Jones's vehicle put him in Athens, Georgia. Surprisingly, data from his phone also indicated his presence in Spartansburg and Winsboro. At 1:20 a.m. that same day, the phone's location switched to Folly Beach. This situation took a darker turn on September 2nd at 10:35 a.m. when Jones conducted a series of concerning Google searches. He looked up body in landfill, muriatic acid burn, camping near Columbia, South Carolina. What does no extradition laws mean? And facing legal problems, where should you run? The phone was traced to West Columbia between 11 a.m. and noon. Jones and Elk exchanged texts about arrangements to clean his Red Bank mobile home. At 11:54 a.m., Jones' boss, Intel Jim McConnell, reached out to inquire about his absence from work. Additionally, there were unanswered calls from Sachs Gotha School regarding Murrah, Elias, and Nathan around 1:30 p.m. The situation escalated as an unanswered call from McConnell followed at 1:53 p.m. The phone's location was further traced to Clinton, South Carolina at 3:22 p.m., Athens, Georgia at 4:19 p.m., and Lawrenceville, Georgia at 6:04 p.m. Throughout this tumultuous day, Jones ignored 2 calls from Amber at 6 p.m. and Advanced Auto Store in Lake City and a Dollar General in Orangeburg. Disturbingly, the Walmart footage showed him purchasing items like a saw blades, muriatic acid, garbage bags, a 5-gallon bucket, and goggles. On September 4th at 3:37 a.m., when the phone powered on again, Jones Googled missing children, Tim Jones, and the phone was traced to James Island near Charleston. Later that day, Thornsberry and Sachs got this text went unanswered, and Jones' phone was traced to Camden and then Orangeburg at 5:17 p.m. At 6:33 p.m., Jones was spotted using the Augusta Road ATM in Lexington, depositing a check for $3,518.49. This money revealed to be proceeds from Intel stock he sold weeks prior. The climax occurred on September 6th. Jones would reveal to the authorities that he placed the decomposing bodies of his children in black plastic garbage bags along a logging road between Greenville and Camden, Alabama. The bodies had been in the back seat of his vehicle since August 29, 2014. At 9:14 a.m., the phone was located in Greenville, Alabama. Receipts and surveillance video from the same day showed Jones at the Bypass Food Mart in Camden, Alabama at 1:06 p.m. It is unusual for a father to commit such an act. This made the authorities seek to understand what pushed him to kill the children. Hence, An investigation was launched to verify his mental state. In the wake of his incarceration, mental health professionals closely examined Tim Jones Jr.'s psychological state. Clinical and forensic psychiatrists and psychologists were involved in the evaluation, but there were disagreement among them regarding his diagnosis. While others suggested he may have a schizoaffective disorder or a personality disorder. Additionally, they debated whether his mental state during the crime could have been influenced by the use of synthetic marijuana, or if a traumatic brain injury he suffered at age 15 played a role in underlying psychosis. These varying theories were presented to the jury during the trial. To shed light on the roots of Tim Jones Jr.'s mental state, the history of the Jones family spanning 3 generations was diagrammed and explored. The aim was to understand how a turbulent environment and a familial background mental illness could have impacted Tim Jr.'s mental health. During the trial, the jury learned about the circumstances surrounding the conception and birth of Tim Jones Sr. Roberta Thornsberry, Tim Sr.'s mother, had been assaulted by her stepfather, leading to her pregnancy at just 12 years old. Surprisingly, Tim Jr.'s mother, Cynthia, also had a family history of mental illness. Tim Jr. was born when the young couple were barely out of their teens. However, their relationship turned volatile, leading to Cynthia's attempt to take Tim Jr. away from his father. Ultimately, Tim Sr. gained custody, and as a result, Tim Jr. was raised by his grandmother, Roberta Thornsberry. Meanwhile, Tim Sr. had Cynthia confined to a mental hospital in New York after she was diagnosed with schizophrenia. These intricate family dynamics were presented as evidence to help the jury comprehend the complex web of factors that may have contributed to Tim Jones Jr.'s mental state. Thornberry's marriage had its fair share of woes. Numerous incidences of the marriage involved calls to the police for shootings, stabbings, drug possession, and physical and alcohol abuse. The environment seemed anything but stable. As the years passed, Tim Sr. went through multiple marriages, divorcing Cynthia and marrying Carolyn, with whom he had 2 more sons. By the time Tim was 9, he found himself in a broken family. And as the years went on, he witnessed his father marrying again, this time to a woman called Julie when Jones was 16. Upon his release, Jones met Amber and the two got married. Jones had a strained relationship with his father. This escalated during the Christmas holidays of 2012, leading to 18 months of silence between them. The Christmas holiday of 2012 would be the last time that Jones's father would see the children. The trial commenced on May 15, 2019. Testimonies poured in from various individuals shedding light on the heinous crime committed by Jones. Law enforcement officials, mental health experts, correctional officers, teachers, school administrators, babysitters, and even Jones's own family members took the stand to present their accounts. From the onset, Jones's guilt was undeniable. He had confessed to the crime and the evidence against him was overwhelming. Despite this, the defense sought to establish that the man was severely mentally ill and thus not entirely responsible for his actions. However, when the jury delivered the guilty verdict, they unequivocally rejected the defense's argument. With guilt established, the focus shifted to determining the appropriate punishment for the murders. During the sentencing phase, the prosecution called on teachers and former babysitters to describe the trauma inflicted upon them by the loss of these innocent children, even though they were not biologically related. Their accounts painted a picture of the impact of Jones's actions on those left behind. The defense did not present experts to bolster their case, but they heavily relied on pleas for mercy from Jones's relatives who advocated for a life sentence instead of death. Amidst the emotionally charged courtroom, Jones's father and grandmother took to the stand, recounting a disturbed adolescence and adulthood of Jones. Their tearful testimonies, however, firmly opposed the idea of him facing the death penalty. On the following day, Amber Kaiser, the mother of the children and Jones' wife, returned to the stand for a second time in the trial. While her first appearance was marked by tears and visible distress, this time she mustered the strength to request mercy for Jones. Despite her own feelings of wanting to inflict harm on him, she acknowledged her children's sentiments and believed that they would not have wanted their father to die. She bravely expressed her willingness to accept whatever decision the jury would reach. Solicitor Rick Hubbard delivered the closing arguments for the state in the penalty phase of the Timothy Jones Jr. murder trial. Hubbard confronted the jury, posing a striking question. Would you reserve death for the worst of the worst? Isn't he, pointing at Tim Jones, the worst of the worst? Tim Jones, a man who brutally murdered his 5 children. As Hubbard continued, he implored the jury to consider the kind of man Jones truly was, a murderer who callously betrayed the trust of his own flesh and blood, robbing them of their precious young lives. Reflecting on Jones's tumultuous childhood, Hubbard acknowledged that amidst the chaos his family had tried to shield him, recognizing something special in him. Jones's father, despite his own imperfections, had loved his son, and his grandmother had expressed her love for him too. Though also recognizing his selfish tendencies, Hubbard highlighted how Jones had learned to manipulate his family, knowing that they would always come to him and apologize, reinforcing a sense of entitlement. Hubbard showed 2 pictures. The first was one of Jones's joyful family, and the second was the children's lifeless bodies wrapped in black garbage bags. Hubbard drove home the point that Jones was responsible for destroying this loving family. He declared, "No father does this to his children." Hubbard highlighted that Jones's choices, not his family history, led to the tragic act of leaving his children's bodies exposed. With a display of crime scene and autopsy photos, Hubbard challenged the jury to confront the reality of Jones's actions. Throughout his closing arguments, Hubbard pressed the jury to contemplate whether a man who committed such an unfathomable act deserved mercy. With the weight of the evidence and the gravity of the crime before them, the jury was left to determine the fate of Jones. Jones' attorney, Casey Secker, passionately appealed to the jury's empathy for the Jones family. He prompted them to consider the family's ongoing suffering and heartache. Secker acknowledged the gravity of Jones's actions, urging a balanced decision that respected both severe punishment and compassion. It took the jury just over 6 hours to find Jones guilty. Despite the gravity of the situation, Jones chose not to testify in his defense during either the guilt or penalty phase. Instead, the courtroom was exposed to a haunting audio confession from 2014 that left no room for doubt. After just an hour and 45 minutes of intense deliberation, the 12-member panel delivered their verdict. The death penalty was not an automatic consequence in this case. The jurors carefully considered any extenuating circumstances before reaching their unanimous decision to condemn Jones to death. All 12 jurors had to be in agreement and signed a verdict form before the judge formally delivered the death sentence. As the Jones family solemnly exited the courthouse, they remained tight-lipped, offering no comment to the press. But this would not be the end of the case. In 2021, 2 years after receiving a death sentence, Jones sought a new trial and the removal of his death penalty, claiming that the exposure to distressing autopsy photos during the original trial prejudiced jurors against him. Lawyer Robert Dudek argued that Jones, who suffers from schizophrenia, was unfairly judged. The defense contended that the inclusion of gruesome autopsy images skewed the sentencing against Jones, and that prosecutors misrepresented the consequences of an insanity plea. These images taken 9 days after the children's deaths raised concerns about fairness. The defense also objected to excluding expert witness testimony, challenging Jones's mental health and diagnosis. Solicitor Rick Hubbard defended his decision to include the photos, facing criticism from justices for potentially manipulating the jurors' emotions. The court usually permits strong defense arguments in death penalty cases, but concerns were raised about the trial's handling. However, in March 2023, the South Carolina Supreme Court rejected Jones's appeal. The court acknowledged that 2 errors were made during the trial, but deemed them harmless errors that didn't warrant overturning the conviction or sentence. The initial mistake was excluding Dr. Adriana Flores' testimony, meant to challenge another doctor's claims about Jones faking mental issues. The court said her input should have been allowed. The second error involved showing disturbing autopsy photos. Despite this, the court noted Jones tried to hide the crime, so the images didn't greatly affect the jurors' death penalty decision. The emotions within Jones' family must have been unimaginable. Losing all 5 children and facing the possibility of Jones's execution must be a heavy burden to bear. The prosecutors and defense attorneys tasked with debating through the horrors of the case are surely haunted by the disturbing images and Jones's own confession. And above all, the children's mother, who has endured indescribable pain since that fateful day on August 28, 2014. Would she be able to pick up the pieces and start again? In the summer of 2009, 28-year-old David Gimmelfarb sought a break to unwind. He was pursuing a doctorate and about to start his 4th year of graduate studies at the Adler School of Professional Psychology in Chicago. Additionally, he volunteered as a counselor at a community health center on Chicago's West Side. Although David intended to make counseling his career, he found it to be a particularly stressful field. On top of this, David was dealing with the recent loss of his cherished grandmother, Valentina. Valentina had helped take care of David from the time he was an infant until he started kindergarten. One of David's mother's co-workers had suggested that David look into traveling to Costa Rica. It seemed like an ideal travel destination for David. He was fluent in Spanish and was an experienced hiker. The country was full of beautiful trails for him to explore. David decided that some time away in nature would do him good before he started school again, and he planned a trip to Costa Rica just a few days before he left on it. Solo travel was not out of character for David, who had gone on a similar hiking trip to Hawaii alone within the previous year. Solo travel and spending time alone in nature also fit in with David's personality, as he tended to be more introspective and reserved. These aspects of his personality may have been tied to events in his early childhood. When he started kindergarten, he struggled to speak in English with his classmates as he was used to speaking Russian with his parents and grandmother. David became slightly less reserved later in life when he began college at Beloit College and joined a fraternity. He had a wry sense of humor and a positive outlook on life and was skilled at writing out his thoughts about deep and philosophical topics. David began his 6-day trip to Costa Rica on August 9, 2009. David was his parents' only child and was in daily contact with them, whether he was at home in Illinois or traveling. He spoke to his mother, Luda, on August 10th from his room at the Hacienda Gacapelan in the Guanacaste province of northwest Costa Rica. David told her that the hotel was too far away from the beaches and most of the other area attractions he was interested in visiting, so he was considering moving to another hotel for part of his trip. He had met a girl at the beach and hoped to see her again. Luda wanted to know more about the girl, but David would only say that she seemed very nice. David told his mother that he would be spending the following day, August 11th, hiking in the nearby Rincon de la Vieja National Park. However, the following evening, he never called to tell her how his hike went, as she expected. By 10 p.m., she had grown concerned enough to try calling him, but he did not answer. She called the hotel's front desk the following morning, but they told her that he was not answering his room phone either. Luda insisted that hotel staff go into her son's room to see if he was all right. Several hours later, Luda received a phone call from the hotel's owner. It did not appear that David had slept in his room the previous night. His suitcase was still in the room, but the car he had rented had been located still in the parking lot of the national park where David had planned to go hiking the day before. Luda and her husband, Roma, immediately made plans to travel to Costa Rica to look for their son. By the time they arrived the following day, search efforts were already underway. Volunteers from the Red Cross were searching the national park on foot. Other hikers had gone missing in the park in the past, but all of them had eventually been found. Witnesses had seen David eating breakfast at his hotel on August 11th around 9 a.m., and he signed in at the national park shortly before 10 a.m. He told the park ranger on duty that he would be hiking along an easy and established loop that was not even 2 miles long but would take him past some of the thermal mud pots that were a famous feature of the park. Initial search efforts were therefore centered around this loop. However, when David was not located, search teams grew in size and rethought their strategy. Since David was an experienced hiker, they considered that he may have changed his mind and undertaken a more difficult hike. Had he done so, he potentially opted to hike up to the crater of the park's nearby volcano. This hike would take approximately 8 hours to complete round trip, and sundown had been at approximately 6 p.m. on August 11th, meaning that if David had started the hike after 10 a.m., he would have been caught in the dark and could have potentially run into trouble. The crater itself was searched from the air, but nothing was found there. The expanded search area did not turn up any signs of David. While David's parents worked to find him in Costa Rica, His other loved ones back in the United States were also contributing to the search effort. A Facebook group called Help Find David Gimmelfarb was established, and more than 1,000 people joined it within just a few days. David's parents were not receiving support from the American Embassy in Costa Rica, so members of the group were encouraged to contact their elected representatives to ask for government support for the search. David's friends also staged demonstrations in Chicago's Daily Plaza and outside local television stations with signs describing why David was important to them in hopes of garnering media coverage and, in turn, government support for the search effort. Their actions did finally pay off on August 19th, when the embassy sent 2 military helicopters equipped with infrared sensors to search the dense vegetation of the national park from the air, along with a dozen soldiers from Sotacano Air Base in Honduras. When David was not located during the search, concerns that he may have fallen victim to something more sinister than a simple hiking accident arose. Robberies within the park were not unheard of, and sections of the park were closed down in 2009 and then later in 2012 due to visitors being robbed, reportedly by individuals wielding machetes. Because the park was close to the border with Nicaragua, some of its more remote trails were known to be used by drug smugglers and poachers to move product into the neighboring country, opening up the possibility that David may have witnessed something illegal while out hiking and was killed to prevent him from reporting what he had seen. Alternatively, David could have stumbled onto private property bordering the national park and been killed by a property owner who mistook David as a poacher or smuggler encroaching on their land. The proximity of the park to Nicaragua also raised the possibility for some people that David may have voluntarily disappeared and traveled there to start a new life, as the cost of living in Nicaragua is fairly low and immigration laws are not strictly enforced. However, circumstances, as well as David's behavior, do not support this theory. The night before he went missing, he had called a friend back in Chicago to confirm dinner plans they had for after he returned home. David was understandably sad about his grandmother's recent death, but he was not depressed or distressed at the time of his trip. According to messages David wrote and conversations he had shortly before he disappeared, his grandmother's death appears to have highlighted the finiteness of life for him. However, this seems to have inspired him not to despair or give up on his life, but rather to make the most out of the time he had. The items David left behind at his hotel also indicate that he was not planning on leaving for more than a day. Inside the safe in his room were his cell phone, his passport, and $600 in cash. David had traveled to Costa Rica with $800 in cash, and taking into account his expenses during his travels and at the beginning of his trip, it is estimated that he would have only had around $100 with him when he went missing. It is believed David only had his backpack, a copy of his passport, water, protein bars, his journal, an inexpensive camera, and his wallet, which contained his driver's license and a few credit cards, in addition to the presumed amount of cash with him when he began his hike. None of David's financial accounts have been accessed since he disappeared, and there is no evidence of him opening any new ones. When David's disappearance was not quickly resolved, his parents continued to visit Costa Rica year after year to continue looking for their son. Potential clues and sightings were reported to them in the following years. A stack of crayon-drawn artwork, which bore stylistic similarities to drawings David was known to create, was found in an abandoned house in Quipos, which led to the Gimmelfarbs hoping that whoever drew them had come in contact with their son and could provide them with information if they could be located. There have been several potential sightings of David since he disappeared, but none of them have been confirmed to be David. A local farmer reported seeing a disheveled hiker who ran away and into the woods when he approached him. In February of 2010, a disheveled man matching David's general description wandered into a Coast Guard station. The man appeared confused and disoriented. Law enforcement contacted David's parents, but by the time they reached them, the man had left the station. The authorities had no legal reason to detain him. In October of 2012, an unkempt and confused man stumbled into a mini-mart in the coastal town of Limon, more than 200 miles away from the national park David visited on the day of his disappearance. The man could not talk but gestured that he needed something to drink. A family there had seen a television report about David's disappearance and believed this man was him, so they took him to the local police station. The police met with the man, but soon let him go without even taking a photograph of him, so there is no evidence besides the family's belief that the man was David. In 2013, while David's parents were in Costa Rica searching for David, They received calls and emails from someone telling them that David was being held hostage and would only be released if they paid a quarter of $1 million in ransom. They were sent a photo which was supposed to be of David, but it was too dark to tell if it was actually their son. Police ultimately determined the extortion to be a hoax, as the calls the Gillifarbs received were found to have been made from inside of a prison. In 2018, a woman called in a tip that David may have received treatment at the National Psychiatric Hospital, but an investigator who visited the facility found no sign of anyone matching David's description. David's parents hired for private investigators to work on their son's case, both in Costa Rica and from the United States. On November 6, 2009, Costa Rica's Organismo de Investigación Judicial formally closed their investigation into David's disappearance despite the lack of resolution to it. As of 2018, David's case had been transferred to the agency's Department of Criminal Investigations based out of their office in San Jose. David's parents, Roma and Luda, continued to make yearly trips to Costa Rica around the anniversary of David's disappearance to ensure David's case continues to be covered in the local media, follow up on tips, and meet with officials from the American Embassy and the OIJ about their son's case. They continued to believe that their son was still alive. In a 2018 interview, they vowed to continue making these annual trips until they were too old to travel. Unfortunately, Roma Gimmelfarb did not live to go on the next year's trip, passing away in March of 2019. He had spent 4 years battling cancer, but had not let it interfere with his travels to Costa Rica and his search for his son. Luda Gimmelfarb remains active in and dedicated to the search for David. A $100,000 reward is being offered for information that reveals David's whereabouts. Let's rewind the clock to February 6, 1960, the day a sweet little girl came into the world. Born to Edward and Norma Hutto in the charming town of Largo, Florida, she was named Carol Dean Hutto. As the youngest of the family, Carol was showered with affection and attention from everyone. Growing up, she attended Largo High School, where her kind and gentle nature made her a cherished figure among her peers. Carol's family was quite a crew. She had a half-brother, Jerry Irwin Hutto, and while details about him are limited, it's clear that Carol and Jerry shared a special and close bond. Jerry was devoted to his sister, always striving to fulfill her wishes and demonstrating their strong sibling connection. Carol also had 2 sisters, Pamela Beale Hutto and Melinda Darlene Hutto, and 2 other brothers, Maurice Barnett Hutto and Frank Hutto. Carol was a source of joy to her family, particularly to her mother. They enjoyed doing activities like going to thrilling NASCAR races and exciting wrestling matches. Her mom fondly remembers her as a devoted Christian who chose her friends carefully. Carol had big dreams and a heart full of adventure. But sadly, she didn't get the chance to fully experience them and live those dreams. On December 13, 1976, Carol Hutto was spending time at her home on Corvette Drive with her mother Norma and her half-brother, 17-year-old Jerry Irwin. Everything seemed like a usual evening. They were all enjoying themselves, sharing jokes and laughter. Norma was busy preparing dinner for the family, and Jerry was getting ready for a date. Their evening took an unexpected turn when the phone in the house started ringing. Norma went to pick up the call, and it turned out to be Carol's friend on the line, so she handed the phone to Carol and they spent a few minutes whispering to each other, but when Norma came back, she quickly ended the call. Strangely, after the call, Carol's mood took a sudden turn. She became incredibly happy and excited, which caught Norma's attention. Carol hurriedly went to her room, fixed her hair, and checked her appearance in the mirror. After about 15 minutes, she told her mom that she was heading to a store nearby, which was just a 10-minute walk away from their house. Even before Norma could ask what she needed from the store, Carol was already at the door. However, before leaving, Carol made a promise that she would be back soon. Later, Carol's half-brother Jerry also left the house for his date and said goodbye to Norma. And it usually took about 20 minutes or even less for Carol to walk there and back. So Norma expected Carol to return home in a half an hour. But after 1 hour had passed and Carol still hadn't come back, Norma started to wonder if Carol had bumped into her friends on the way and was chatting with them, which might be why she was taking longer. But after 2 hours had passed and Carol hadn't come back, Norma became even more anxious. It was getting dark outside, and Carol's absence was concerning because she had never missed her curfew before. At around 10 p.m., when Jerry arrived home, Norma, deeply concerned, asked if she had seen Carol. However, Jerry was clueless about her whereabouts, just like Norma. Upon learning that Carol hadn't returned home since she left, Jerry became even more worried. Norma urged him to go out and search for her. He started combing the streets calling out her name, but didn't receive any responses. He even went to the store near their house, where Carol was supposed to go. But the store staff mentioned that they hadn't seen her today, which led to the concerning questions of where Carol might be if she didn't go to the store as planned. Jerry sadly returned home and shared the unfortunate news with Norma that he couldn't find Carol anywhere. Despite their concern, they decided to wait until morning, hoping Carol might come back home on her own. However, as the morning sunlight arrived, Norma became even more anxious because there was still no sign of Carol. Without delaying any further, Norma decided to call the police to report Carol as missing. However, the police informed her that since less than 24 hours had passed since Carol went missing, they couldn't file a missing person report. At this point, they also considered the possibility that Carol might have run away from home. But Norma wasn't ready to accept that Carol would ever leave her home on her own or run away from her family. She had a strong feeling that something bad had happened to her daughter. Because of this, Norma and Jerry didn't want to sit and wait for the police to do something about it. They decided to take matters in their own hands and actively search for Carol themselves. They went around their neighborhood, talking to neighbors to see if anyone had seen Carol the previous night. Most of the neighbors remembered seeing Carol around 8 p.m. when she left home, but no one had spotted her coming back home that night. Norma and Jerry also visited all of Carol's friends' houses to find out if she had spoken to anyone or gone to their homes, but they couldn't find any trace of her. The sudden disappearance of Carol deeply affected Norma, and the entire community also came together after the news that their little Carol was missing to help in any way they could. At the same time, the police were also actively searching for Carol. They checked various stores, both nearby Carol's house and more distant, to see if she had visited any of them that night. Unfortunately, no one could confirm seeing her at any of those locations. The police noticed that there was a security camera outside the store that Carol was supposed to go. However, upon reviewing the footage, they couldn't find any evidence of Carol visiting the store on the night she disappeared. Back in those days, security cameras were not as common as it is today, so only a few stores had installed them, making it challenging to track Carol's movements. But it didn't take long for a tragic discovery to occur. On the evening of December 14, 1976, Carol's half-brother Jerry stumbled upon her lifeless body under unusual circumstances. He had been searching the neighborhood on his own, desperately trying to find Carol. His search led him to the end of the street near a building that was still under construction. This building was located at 418 Imperial Drive, close to a lake. It was there that Jerry claimed to have discovered Carol's body. The details surrounding how he came across her in this specific spot remain a mystery. Carol's lifeless body was found floating in the water, her clothes partially removed. This sight was shocking and deeply disturbing for Jerry. He immediately contacted the Largo police to report the discovery, and then had the difficult task of returning home to inform Norma about the heartbreaking news. When the police arrived, they carefully retrieved Carol's body from the lake to preserve any potential evidence. It became evident quite quickly that Carol's death wasn't accidental. The presence of injuries on her body and a concrete block used to submerge her indicated foul play, suggesting that someone intentionally killed her and attempted to hide her body. The police believed that the attack likely occurred at the under-construction house, and then her body was placed in the lake. A crucial clue was Carol's watch, which was stopped at 10:36 p.m., indicating the time of her murder was likely between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. After Carol's lifeless body was sent for a thorough autopsy, some unsettling facts came to light. The coroner found that Carol had been strangled, which likely made her lose consciousness but didn't kill her right away. Additionally, she had suffered from a blow to the head with a heavy object, resulting in a severe injury. Adding to the distressing findings, Carol also had a significant burn on her thigh. The medical examiner's report uncovered an even more horrifying detail. When Carol was thrown into the water and a heavy concrete block was placed over her body, she was still alive. Despite the harrowing circumstances, she remained conscious and tragically succumbed to drowning over time. During the examination of Carol's body, the coroner also discovered 3 long hairs that were of the same person but seemed to belong to someone other than her. Additionally, a 4th hair, unidentified and possibly belonging to the killer, was found on Carol's blue jeans. This discovery held the potential to be a crucial breakthrough in the case. However, the limitations of medical technology in the 1970s meant that not much could be done with the hairs at that time. So they were carefully stored away, awaiting the development of more advanced techniques that could help identify the person responsible for Carol's tragic fate. For a little while, the Largo police had their eyes on Jerry Irwin, Carol's half-brother, because he was also outside on the night Carol was killed. Even though Jerry said he was on a date, the police discovered he got done half an hour earlier than he claimed. This made them wonder what was he doing during that time gap. The restaurant he went to was only about 8 minutes away from home, so why didn't he return home soon? The police started thinking that Jerry might be involved in Carol's death, since he couldn't provide an alibi for that time gap. They concentrated their investigation on him, but it didn't lead to any solid evidence. They couldn't find any proof that Jerry could have hurt Carol. Norma, Carol's mother, was convinced that Jerry cared deeply for his sister that would never hurt her. Despite their initial suspicion, the focus on Jerry didn't bring them any closer to the truth. The police cleared Jerry of suspicion as they couldn't find any more evidence against him. For the next 18 months, the police put a lot of effort into exploring every lead. But unfortunately, they couldn't find any clues to solve the case, and the investigation only went in circles. As time went on, the investigation began to lose momentum and the case grew cold. This left the Hutto family with aching questions. What really happened to Carol on that fateful night? Who was responsible for her death? They not only suffered the loss of their beloved daughter, but also the frustration of not finding justice for her. For almost 20 years, the mystery of Carol's murder remained unsolved. But in March 1994, a twist of fate brought a fresh set of eyes to the case. Officer Brad Hoyes, sidelined by a work injury, found himself poring over cold case files during his desk duty. As he sifted through the forgotten files, he stumbled upon the haunting details of Carol Hutto's murder case, reigniting a dormant investigation. As Officer Brad delved into the case, he sensed that there were hidden layers that hadn't received thorough scrutiny during the original 1976 investigation. Driven by his intuition, he made the bold decision to reopen the case and retrieve the evidence box that had been stowed away for years. Among the contents, he stumbled across Carol's personal diary. Officer Brad saw potential in those pages, hoping the diary might hold the missing pieces needed to unravel the mystery of Carol's tragic end. A few pages into the diary, Carol wrote about her secret romance with her classmate. It was back in 1976 when Carol was 16 years old. She had a major crush on a 17-year-old boy, James Brian Kuhn, born July 20th, 1959, also known as Jimmy Kuhn. They both were juniors at Largo High School and used to talk to each other all the time at school. The whispers of their closeness spread among the school corridors, but they chose to play it cool and never openly acknowledged their relationship. It was Kuhn who asked Carol to keep the relationship a secret, as his family was really strict, so they decided to hide it from everyone. At one point, Carol also claimed that she was so in love with Kuhn. Kuhn was also among the attendees at Carol's funeral, who appeared genuinely sorrowful and far from a suspect. In 1976, during the initial investigation, Kuhn was also questioned as a friend of Carol, and he claimed he hadn't seen or spoken to her on the night of the murder, asserting that he was at home the entire time. However, in 1994, when cold case detectives revisited the case, they spotted a discrepancy between Kuhn's statements and what the Hutto family had originally told the police. They revealed that on the fateful night of December 13, 1976, Carol had received a phone call from none other than Jimmy Kuhn. By this time, Kuhn was 34 years old and had become a father to a daughter. Following his graduation, he pursued a path in the U.S. Navy where he achieved significant success. His military career was marked by his role as a submariner stationed at the U.S. Naval Submarine Base in Connecticut. age 43, had a personal connection to the case. He too had attended the same Largo High School as Coon and Carol, so when he got to know about the case, he took the lead in investigating Carol's murder. Working alongside him was Lieutenant John Carroll, who is currently Largo's deputy chief. In a bold move, they made an unexpected trip to Connecticut, where Coon, an 11-year military veteran, was stationed. During this encounter, Coon's story drastically changed. He contradicted his earlier statements and confessed that he had indeed seen Carol on the night of her disappearance. He barely remembered anything, Sergeant Mike Short recalled. According to Mike, Coon explained, "I put up walls. If I remember, I'm going to jail." These words left a strong impression on Mike, leading him to believe that he had identified Carol's killer. However, the following day, Coon changed his stance. He sought legal advice, refused further interviews, and declined to take a polygraph test. The police and prosecutors faced a challenge as they lacked enough evidence to definitively prove that Coon was the one who had killed Carol on the night of December 13, 1976. Convicting him of first-degree murder seemed unlikely. Due to the statute of limitations, anything less than first degree might result in Coon going free. The evidence box held an even more intriguing discovery. Among the items in the box, Detective Mike came across a collection of unfamiliar hairs, retrieved from both Carol's body and the crime scene, and these hairs had been diligently preserved. During the late 1980s, a pivotal moment in forensic science emerged, which was the utilization of DNA testing to establish whether someone was guilty or innocent in criminal investigations. As the 1990s progressed, the approach shifted towards examining mitochondrial DNA, which resides in small structures within human cells and is more likely to endure the test of time. Given these advancements, Mike was eager to conduct a genetic test on the hairs to potentially unveil the true identity of the perpetrator. However, there was a problem. They didn't have a sample of Coon's DNA, which was a crucial element for the testing. To obtain this vital piece of evidence, the detectives needed to obtain Coon's blood through a legal search warrant. With this plan in mind, they aimed to maximize the time spent with the suspect and decided to proceed strategically. In 1998, Detective Mike decided to bring in the reinforcements in the form of the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, or NCIS. They thought the presence of naval officials might make Coon nervous and lead him to a confession. On July 15, 1998, Detective Mike waited outside the police interrogation room, while Navy investigators Tom Asimos and Dave Early sat down with their murder suspect, James Coon. After obtaining the necessary warrant, they first collected a blood sample from Coon for further testing. Then Asimos and Early began their conversation with Coon, aiming to make him feel supported and comfortable. Their goal was to build trust, so that he might open up and gradually reveal the truth. At this moment, the NCIS agents were confident that Coon was on the verge of disclosing what happened on the night of December 13, 1976. Surprisingly, without any solid proof, they managed to make Coon break down as he wiped away his tears and finally revealed the heartbreaking truth about how he killed his girlfriend, Carol Hutto. Although Coon appeared emotional, the experienced cold case detectives weren't convinced of his honesty. The injuries Carol sustained, particularly to her neck and head, didn't align with a simple accident like tripping and falling. Instead, the nature of these injuries indicated blunt force trauma and strangulation. However, Coon had confessed to causing Carol's death. Although he claimed it was an accident, he took the responsibility for her demise, explaining that he failed to help her and attempted to conceal both the evidence and her body. As a result, Coon was taken into custody and anticipated his trial. However, on the eve of his trial, he presented a new version of events. In his alternative version of events, Coon initially claimed that there were no physical interactions between him and Carol, even though he wanted it. However, things took a different turn when Carol disagreed. Their disagreement escalated into a physical confrontation. Carol started screaming and fighting back by scratching and hitting him. Fearing her screams would draw attention, Coon struck her with a 2x4 piece of wood and even tightened his grip around her throat. When he finally let go, Carol fell to the floor, unconscious. Coon was panicked and unsure, so he made a hasty decision to hide her body. He also tried to create confusion by burning her thigh. hoping it would appear as though someone else had attacked her. Regardless of the details in Kuhn's different versions of events, detectives arrived at the same conclusion, that Carol had been assaulted, taken to the lake, and thrown face down. Her body was weighed down with a concrete block to keep it submerged. Interestingly, the second story Kuhn shared appeared more plausible and aligned better with the evidence discovered. This version of events seemed to match the physical evidence and circumstances surrounding Carol's tragic fate. As the trial day arrived on February 9, 2000, the prosecutors aimed for a first-degree murder conviction against Kuhn. His lawyers acknowledged that he had some involvement in the crime, but they argued that a more fitting verdict could be manslaughter or even third-degree murder. When the jury received the case, they took just 22 minutes to deliberate before reaching a verdict. Kuhn was found guilty of first-degree murder. There's a chance that Kuhn could experience freedom once more. Due to the fact that the crime occurred in 1976, Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court Judge Philip Federico applied the state laws from that year. These laws allow someone convicted of first-degree murder to be considered for parole after 25 years. Interestingly, Kuhn chose not to address the court during the sentencing. Carol's mother felt the need to address Kuhn. She expressed how Carol had trusted him and called him out, saying, "James Kuhn, you took the trust Carol gave you, and you used it for your depraved wants." Norma's words did not stop there. She pointed out that Kuhn had attended Carol's funeral, pretending to be upset and acting like her friend while hiding his true intentions. Norma hoped that he would never leave prison and didn't deserve a chance to start anew, emphasizing that he had taken that chance away from her daughter. Norma, a mother with high hopes for her young daughter Carol, had envisioned a bright future. She eagerly anticipated the day when Carol would proudly graduate from Largo High School. She had dreams of seeing her 16-year-old wearing a stunning white dress, walking down the aisle to embark on a joyful journey with her husband, and maybe even starting a family. However, all those dreams were shattered in a single night, and strongly desired that Kuhn would remain in prison forever, never to be released. So let's talk about Kuhn's case. What are your thoughts on whether he deserved a life sentence or not? And do you think he was really sorry about what he did? And do you believe Kuhn's actions towards Carol were accidental, or was it all planned out? Brenda Joyce Holland was born on July 8, 1947, as the second of Geraldine and Charles "Shotgun" Holland's 4 children. Raised in the mountains of western North Carolina, Brenda's family had deep roots in the area. The Hollands resided in Canton, a town whose economy was closely tied to the local paper mill where Brenda's father worked as a floor manager. Her parents felt secure in their community and hoped their children would stay within the safe confines of their mountain home. Although Brenda's ambitions led her away from Canton, she remained conscious of her parents' feelings and sought their approval as she pursued her goals. While some of her decisions might have seemed bold to her parents, Brenda took their concerns into account when planning her future. She was the first in her family to attend college, encouraged by her family physician, Dr. Matthews, to enroll at Campbell College. Although the small Baptist institution was located in North Carolina, it was nearly 300 miles away in Buys Creek. Brenda's father was not opposed to his daughter receiving a college education, but her mother was worried about paying for college and about her daughter being so far away from home. With the help of Dr. Matthews, Brenda was able to work out the logistical concerns of going away to school and got her mother to agree to letting her attend. Brenda eventually wanted to move off of campus and into a boarding house run by a local widow, but knew this would be pushing her parents' limits. She ultimately secured their permission by taking care of the necessary preparations and by appealing to the amount of money the move would save each month. Brenda became very active with the drama program at the school and soon got a paid position as a costumer for the Campbell players. She was successful in this position due to both her creativity and her hardworking nature. She considered staying on campus during a semester break to do more for the department because she was concerned that completing her assigned tasks alone did not merit the paycheck she received. Brenda dreamed of having a career in theater and considered moving to New York City to work odd jobs while making connections with the Broadway community. However, she knew that her parents would never approve of such a plan and, therefore, made slightly more local arrangements for her employment over the summer of 1967 following her sophomore year of college. Brenda had been hired to be the makeup supervisor for The Lost Colony, an outdoor symphonic drama that had been staged in the town of Manio in North Carolina's Outer Banks since 1937. While a local production may not seem comparable to a Broadway play, working on The Lost Colony was a major opportunity for Brenda. The play, which details the history and mystery of the Roanoke colony and the unexplained disappearance of more than 100 of its settlers, continues to be a major and respected production to this day. During the 1966 season, the year before Brenda was hired to work on the play, more than 145,000 tickets had been sold for the outdoor performance throughout its summer run. As of 2022, more than 4 million people have seen the production, and it received an honorary Tony Award in 2013. Working on The Lost Colony would allow Brenda to work with multiple individuals in the theater community with experience within and outside of North Carolina. Her position as the makeup supervisor gave her the chance to work under famed costumer Irene Smartrains, famous for her work as the costume director for the Carolina Playmakers at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Joe Layton, who directed and choreographed The Lost Colony for the 1967 season, had extensive credits working on Broadway and in television. One of the most popular television stars of the time also had ties to The Lost Colony and to Manio. Andy Griffith, who, in 1967, was near the end of the 8-season run of his successful eponymous television show, owned a home in Manio and spent time there when he wasn't filming. His love of the town stemmed from his time there working on The Lost Colony. One of his earliest stage roles had been as a soldier in the play, and he would return for several more seasons, eventually playing the role of Sir Walter Raleigh. As good of an opportunity, working on The Lost Colony would be for Brenda. Her parents did not want her moving even farther away from their home for the summer. They instead wanted her to come home to Kenton and go back to her job at a local drive-in, arguing that she would make more than the $45 a week she would earn working on the play by doing so. They eventually relented and signed off on her employment contract for the summer, as was required at the time. Brenda's parents were frustrated to learn that their daughter ultimately would be unable to come home to see them at the end of her spring semester before heading to the coast to start work on the play. The last time they had seen her was at the end of March for Easter. This meant they had not seen Brenda since she had decided to dramatically change her hair on May 12th, dyeing it blonde and cutting it into a stylish bob. On May 31st, 1967, Brenda caught a ride from Buys Creek to Manio from a fellow Campbell student who had occasionally taken Brenda out on dates and was a native of Manio. For the summer, Brenda would share an efficiency apartment on the upper level of a local family's home with another student working on The Lost Colony for the season. Brenda's dedication to her job quickly earned her the respect of those she worked with, and she built up a social life in Manio based largely around the play. She quickly began integrating into the Lost Colony community and the coastal community of Manio. While Brenda may not have been living a conservative lifestyle by her parents' standards, she was social and curious rather than wild and rebellious. She mainly attended parties, not to drink or cause trouble, but for the opportunity to speak to a variety of people, sometimes ending the night still holding the same beer she had started the night with. She went out on casual dates with a few men in the weeks following her arrival in Manio, with her supervisor from the play keeping a watchful eye on her and giving her advice on how to avoid being taken advantage of. Unable to spend time with her younger brother and sister as she was accustomed to, Brenda got to know the younger members of the cast and crew, including a 13-year-old boy who sold seat cushions at the theater. He had suffered from rheumatoid arthritis and had never learned to swim, so Brenda taught him how to at Nags Head Beach and reassured him when he struggled. Brenda kept in touch with her parents by regularly sending them letters. At the performance of The Lost Colony on July 1st, 1967, everything seemed perfectly normal to the audience, but backstage, the cast and crew was growing concerned. Brenda Holland had not shown up for work. While an unexplained absence may not have been cause for alarm when it came to some members of the crew, when it was Brenda involved, it was. While she had only been working on the play for a month, she had never missed a shift. Furthermore, Cora Twyford, who performed as a colonist in the play and was Brenda's landlady, reported that Brenda had not come home the night before. While it was common for some of her boarders to stay out all night, like Brenda's roommate who had not arrived home until 7 a.m. that morning, it was unheard of for Brenda to do so. Brenda had left after the previous night's performance with Danny Barber, a chorus singer in the play, to go out on a date. At intermission, Cora Twyford and the play's general manager asked Danny when he had last seen Brenda. At first, he stated that he had dropped her off in front of the house where she was staying. When Cora told him, she knew that this wasn't true because Brenda had never come home. He admitted that he and Brenda had gone back to his house after their date. They had been talking and reading magazines in his room, and he fell asleep. When he woke up that morning, Brenda was gone, and he assumed that at some point after he fell asleep, she had walked the few blocks back to where she was staying on her own. The general manager called the sheriff's office to report Brenda missing at 9:20 p.m. and drove over programs for the play, which contained a photo of Brenda, to the office after the conclusion of the night's performance. After a sleepless night, he called the sheriff's office again at 6 o'clock the following morning to reiterate his concerns and try to get the investigation pushed forward, even though it was a Sunday. The sheriff's investigation began that morning, and alerts about Brenda's disappearance went out throughout the state. However, notifying Brenda's family that she was missing proved difficult as no one was answering the phone at the family home. Brenda's older sister, and learned that her sister was missing through a radio broadcast she heard over the AM radio in her car on her way home from church Sunday evening, and knew why her family had not answered their phone and why no one in Canton was able to find them. The family had gone to stay at a remote trailer they owned near Lake Glenville, an hour west of Canton. The trailer had no phone, so once and notified the Hayward County Sheriff's Office of their location, a deputy was sent out to notify Brenda's parents of her disappearance. The Holland family had gone to bed early that night, so they were all asleep when the deputy arrived. After learning their daughter was missing, Brenda's parents quickly packed up and left for Canton so that they could drop off their two youngest children with their oldest daughter and her family before continuing on to Manio to help look for Brenda. On Monday morning, approximately 75 volunteers joined sheriff's deputies in a search for Brenda. Most of the volunteers were cast or crew members from the Lost Colony. The scale of the search increased over the following few days. Helicopters from the Coast Guard searched from the air, and soldiers from the Marines joined the effort. The search parties grew as Brenda's family members and fellow students at Campbell College arrived to help. On July 6th at 10:15 in the morning, a pilot with the Civil Air Patrol spotted something in the Albemarle Sound off the coast of a small fishing village northwest of Manio. When he circled back at a lower altitude to look again, he realized that the object in the water below was, in fact, a human body. He radioed in what he had found and circled the area so as to not lose sight of it until law enforcement arrived. The body was pulled from the water and confirmed to be Brenda Holland. Brenda's body was driven to Norfolk, Virginia, so that her autopsy could be performed at the office of the Virginia State Medical Examiner. North Carolina did not have a statewide medical examiner's office at the time, and the facility in Virginia was the closest one with the best equipment and experienced pathologists. Brenda had wounds around her neck, and the pathologist found that she had died as the result of ligature strangulation. He also found signs that Brenda had been raped. Whether or not rape was the motive for Brenda's murder is not entirely certain. Investigators were initially confused as to why her killer would redress her so exactly after raping her. When her body was found, she was still wearing her underwear, a bodysuit, and a tight skirt, still completely buttoned up. Furthermore, witness accounts of statements made by Brenda indicate that the injuries that pointed to her being raped may have been inflicted in a separate incident. Days before her death, Brenda had confided in her supervisor, Irene Rains, that she had a bad experience while on a date with a local man she had been seeing. Brenda stated, "I'm no good," and said that she would no longer be seeing the man. She further confided in Danny Barber, her date on her last evening alive, about the incident. During an interview with authorities, he stated that Brenda had told him about this man and his mistreatment of her. He said she told him about him going to bed with her about the rough treatment. It was very repulsive and it had changed her outlook on life. If Brenda had been raped by this man while on a date earlier on in the week, these injuries found on her body may not have been connected to her murder, but rather to the earlier assault, leaving the question of whether or not she had been raped just prior to her murder open. Brenda's body was taken back to Canton for her funeral and burial. Her parents received mourners at a local funeral home on the evening of July 8th, the day that should have been Brenda's 20th birthday. Her funeral was held the following afternoon at her family church, and she was buried in a lot in the cemetery her parents had purchased just a few years earlier with the belief that their children would be burying them there first. Some of the friends Brenda had made during her time in Manio while working on the Lost Colony traveled to Canton for her funeral. 100 other members of the cast and crew attended a memorial service held for her back in Mano, which was held at the same time as the service in Canton. Dare County Sheriff Frank Calhoun quickly zeroed in on Brenda's last date, Danny Barber, as his main suspect, and Danny was one of the first people he contacted when Brenda went missing. 24-year-old Danny had served 3 years in the Army, where he had been a member of the U.S. Army Band and was a student at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. 1967 was his third season as a singer in the Lost Colony. According to Danny, after the performance on June 30th, he and Brenda had gone to a bar where they each had 1 beer and then to Jeanette's Pier to watch people who were shark fishing. They returned to the home he was sharing with 2 housemates just after 2 a.m. and went up to Danny's bedroom because they did not want to make noise in the living room and disturb one of Danny's housemates, who they knew was home. Danny and Brenda then talked for a while and kissed but did not have sex. They then passed a magazine back and forth reading articles to each other. At some point, Danny fell asleep and woke up hours later to find Brenda gone. He assumed she had just walked home rather than wake him up to get a ride. When first asked about when he last saw Brenda by the play's general manager on July 1st, Danny at first lied and said he had dropped her off at the home where she was staying around 2 a.m. when he had in fact taken her to his place at that time and had never taken her home. This initial falsehood made him look suspicious, although it may have been the product of Danny's more conservative nature rather than him having something to hide. Danny would later tell the play's general manager that he was afraid of Brenda's boss, Irene Raines. Irene was very concerned about the young people who worked under her, and if she had thought that the interactions between crew members was inappropriate, she would not hesitate to confront them about it. Danny, unaware of the seriousness of the situation at the time of the questioning, may not have wanted Irene to find out that he had been alone in his bedroom with Brenda. Furthermore, Danny's failure to take Brenda home seems to have violated his own understanding of gentlemanly conduct. According to Cora Twyford's daughter Penny, Danny came to their house to apologize to her mother for failing to see Brenda safely back to the room Cora was renting out to her. He appeared to have recognized that he made a mistake and was upset over it. Regardless of the reason for this initial lie, Danny was still the last known person to have seen Brenda, and he admitted to being alone with her in his bedroom. It was not inconceivable to the sheriff that he may have wanted more from Brenda sexually and killed her when she did not consent. However, Danny's version of events did appear to be supported by a statement from his housemate who had been in his that night. He heard Danny and a girl go up to Danny's room and was woken up later that night by the sound of the front door opening and someone quietly exiting the house. He did not, however, hear any signs of a struggle inside the house or the sound of a car starting up after the door to the house was opened. If Danny had killed Brenda in his room, he would have needed to get her downstairs and transport her by car to the water to dispose of her body, which would have created a lot of noise. What the housemate heard sounds more in line with Brenda waking up and deciding to walk home rather than waking up Danny to drive her. While Brenda's parents were in town when her body was found and could have identified it in a more clinical setting, Sheriff Calhoun apparently hoped to rattle his prime suspect with the sight of Brenda's badly decomposed body. Danny Barber was therefore brought in to identify Brenda's body as it lay in a hearse near where it was found. Danny had to step away for a moment after seeing her, but then confirmed that it was Brenda. He based his identification off of a necklace Brenda always wore, which she had been given for winning Miss Congeniality in the Miss Hayward County Beauty Pageant the year before. Danny came in for multiple, often hours-long interviews, including one that kept him from attending Brenda's memorial service in the days after her body was found. Danny would later state that nothing he told the officers seemed to convince them that he hadn't killed Brenda. His brother eventually convinced him to hire a lawyer who placed limits on law enforcement's access to Danny. Authorities remained focused on Danny in their investigation and continued to put pressure on him. An agent from the State Bureau of Investigation was in the audience of every performance of the Lost Colony Danny sang in for the rest of the summer. Agents from the SBI interviewed Danny twice in Chapel Hill after he returned to school, once in November of 1967 and once in April of 1968. The SBI tracked his changes in residence and his employment as he entered the corporate world after graduation in the following years. Those who knew Danny and Brenda generally did not believe Danny could have had anything to do with Brenda's murder. Whispers of his involvement, nevertheless, persisted throughout town, with the popular rumor maintaining that Danny left Manio at the end of the summer of 1967 and never returned, which some believed pointed towards his guilt. This was not true, however. Dan, as he was known once he began his successful career in business, vacationed in Dare County with his family regularly, with their last trip occurring just months before he passed away. He took his wife Diane and later their 2 children to see the Lost Colony. He told Diane about Brenda's murder and how police had tried to pin the crime on him. She does not believe that her husband could have returned to Manio, much less brought his family there, had he been involved. The 2 main emotions he seems to have felt about the events of the summer of 1967 were genuine confusion over how anyone could have wanted to harm Brenda and gratitude for his brother insisting he retain a lawyer when he did not know what to do in the face of intense interrogation. Dan was contacted by the SBI again in 1985 and 1995, and according to the SBI files, he was open and cooperative. He retired as Vice President of National Sales for Sara Lee Hosiery in 1994 and turned his attention back to his love of singing and performing. Dan Barber passed away unexpectedly in January of 2011, just days after his 68th birthday. While Dan Barber was the most popular suspect with law enforcement years after Brenda's murder, new information would point to a new suspect who had no connection to Brenda at all and no chance of being convicted of the crime, as he was by then long since deceased. For many years, Dr. Linus Edwards was the only dentist in Manio. On Valentine's Day of 1971, Dr. Edwards went to the home of Dr. Harvey, Manio's general practitioner, to drop off the set of dentures he had ordered. Dr. Harvey and his wife were at a Valentine's Day party but had left their front door unlocked. So Dr. Edwards went inside and left the dentures on the dining room table. Early that evening, Dr. Edwards made 3 phone calls, one to his lawyer, one to Sheriff Cahoon, and one to Dr. Harvey, asking them to come to his house. He then shot himself in the head with his .22 caliber pistol. His lawyer discovered him lying on his kitchen floor. When he arrived at the house an hour after being called there, Dr. Edwards was taken to the Naval Hospital in Norfolk, Virginia, where he remained unconscious until 5 a.m. on February 16th when he finally died. He did not leave a suicide note. Edwards was a native of Durham, North Carolina, and a member of Mensa, something he was very proud of. He served as a dentist with the United States Army, eventually reaching the rank of lieutenant colonel. Edwards was also a violent drunk. While Edwards was still in the Army, he once choked his wife so savagely and intently that her young daughter had to threaten him with a mallet to get him to stop. He was granted an honorable discharge after undergoing psychiatric treatment just 3 years before he would have been eligible for his full military pension. Edwards' first wife, Ida, had divorced him after 20 years of marriage in 1956 and then remarried him in 1960, with this marriage lasting just a few years. It was during the second attempt at their marriage that Edwards came to Manio, which did not have a dental office at the time, and opened a successful practice. Following his second divorce from Ida, Edwards married Dottie Fry, a young widow with 2 children and a long-standing family history in Manio. He and Dottie were married from 1964 until 1969, during which time Dottie was subjected to violence and abuse. Edwards physically beat his wife, at least once so badly that she needed to be hospitalized, and she and her children had to flee the home they shared with Edwards on multiple occasions. Edwards would regularly get blackout drunk, which would lead to physical and/or verbal abuse. While Edwards himself had an ongoing affair during the marriage, he was very jealous and controlling of Dottie's interactions with others. He did not like her having any friends, whether they were male or female. Edwards was briefly considered a suspect in Brenda's murder after investigators received tips that he and his wife, who bore a strong physical resemblance to Brenda Holland, had domestic difficulties on the night of June 30th and that he had drunkenly gone out that night looking for her after she fled their home. Edwards agreed to undergo a polygraph examination and passed. However, while these exams are notoriously unreliable under the best of circumstances, Edwards may also have had advantages that helped him appear truthful during the test. Just after the time Brenda was killed, he began wearing an upper body cast for some sort of unexplained neck or back injury, and he secured a prescription for Demerol. As John Rayleigh would later write, blackout drunks, free of feelings of guilt and zonked out on Demerol, as Edwards might have been, can sail through the tests. Early on in the investigation, Edwards told law enforcement that his wife probably wouldn't talk to them, so they did not attempt to contact her. She might not have been forthcoming at that time because she was afraid of her husband, but investigators simply taking Edwards at his word shows an unusual amount of deference. Edwards' car and home were never searched. Edwards was formally ruled out as a suspect in September, however. They were not as interested in hearing from her. Former Manteo Police Chief Ken Whittingham never formally had jurisdiction over Brenda's case because her body had been found outside of city limits, but that did not diminish his interest in the case while he was with the department or after his departure from it in 1974. In 1979, while looking into the case on his own, Ken spoke to Dottie Fry. His notes indicate that on January 21st that year, she had told him that she had unsuccessfully tried to speak to both Sheriff Calhoun and an SBI agent named Lenny Wise multiple times about her ex-husband's potential involvement in Brenda's murder, but neither man was interested in speaking with her. It seemed to Dottie that they were both still convinced of Danny Barber's guilt. 6 years later, journalist Ray Pye was working on investigative pieces on Brenda's murder for the Outer Banks Current, and Ken was one of the people who spoke to him about the case. After learning about Ken's conversation with Dottie Fry, Ray contacted the SBI by phone in December of 1985 and told them of the importance of speaking with both Dottie and Ken. On April 7, 1986, almost 19 years after Brenda's murder, investigators finally interviewed Dottie Fry, and her statement provided important evidence pointing to her former husband being Brenda's killer. This interview was brief, and Dottie told her general theory of what she believed happened the night Brenda was killed, but she more fully elaborated on the events of that night in an article written by Ray Pye and published on August 7, 1986. Dottie's children spent a large part of their summers with their father's family in Carthage, North Carolina, some 200 miles away from Manteo. So Dottie was alone with Edwards on the evening of June 30, 1967, when he, not surprisingly, became belligerently drunk. He started yelling at Dottie, and she yelled back. He told her he was going to kill her. Dottie decided not to stay to see if he meant it. She fled the house before the altercation became physical. She got into her van and went to pick up her best friend. They drove around for the rest of the night, making a few stops throughout the Manteo area. At least the beginning of Dottie's account was corroborated by two of her neighbors. Because her windows had been open that night, their neighbors heard the fight, Edwards threatening Dottie, and Dottie's van driving away. They also later heard Edwards' car driving away. At least one of Dottie's friends also reported Edwards showing up at her house and angrily looking through each room in the home for Dottie that night. Dottie waited a few days for her husband to sober up before returning home. When Edwards came home and saw her there, he went pale and said, "I thought you were dead." According to Dottie, Edwards would later claim to have killed Brenda Holland on multiple occasions while he was intoxicated. Dottie believed her former husband killed Brenda in the case of mistaken identity. Husband killed Brenda in a case of mistaken identity. While Dottie was older than Brenda, both women were tall and thin, with long necks and bobbed blonde hair. If Edwards had come across Brenda from behind as she was walking home from Danny Barber's home, in his intoxicated state and with his headlights as his only source of light, he may have thought that Brenda was Dottie and attacked her, as he had a long history of doing to his wife. With so little light and in such an inebriated state, he may not have noticed that he had killed a different woman even after he strangled her, potentially with the braided rope straps of her handbag. Still drunk and still without light, he conceivably still could have believed the woman he killed was Dottie, even after putting her body in his car and taking it to a nearby bridge to throw it into the water. Edwards also would have had reason to believe his wife would have been in the neighborhood where he theoretically came across Brenda. Dottie was friends with both of Danny Barber's housemates and worked with one of them. Edwards did not like that his wife was friends with a young man and may have been in that area that night checking to see if she were at their house. Dottie had, in fact, stopped at the house earlier in the evening during her drive around town with her best friend. No one was at the house when she arrived, so she took a beer from the fridge and left a note before leaving. Edward's behavior seems to indicate that, for a time, he did believe that he had killed his wife. He had his mistress come over to the home he shared with Dottie, which was not something he typically did. Neighbors saw her car at his house on Sunday. Edwards went to the sheriff's office around 1 a.m. on the morning of Sunday, July 2nd, to report his wife missing, but claimed that she had left home after an argument just a few hours earlier when she had actually left more than 24 hours earlier. After making his report, he went home and went to bed after about 20 minutes, potentially indicating that he was not actually concerned about anything authorities might find looking for Dottie, and that he had just made the report with the incorrect timeline to make it appear as though he was appropriately concerned for his wife. He was never questioned about the inconsistencies between his timeline and the statements of his neighbors, despite the fact that they were obvious and known to investigators well before Edwards was cleared as a suspect. Former Sheriff Cahoon, who had retired a few years before Dottie Fry's claims were made public, did not support the theory that Brenda's murder had been the result of mistaken identity, arguing that Brenda had been smothered with a pillow or blanket, indicating he was still a proponent of the theory that she had been killed in someone, presumably Danny Barber's, house. However, the pathologist had found that Brenda had been strangled, not suffocated, and no evidence contradicted that finding. Brenda's family was not notified when Dottie made her statement to the SBI. They only learned of this alternative suspect in the case when a relative happened to read the newspaper article Ray Pye wrote after speaking with Dottie. The family had still received periodic phone calls from Sheriff Cahoon as the years passed, but he always told them that Danny Barber was the most likely suspect and they simply lacked enough evidence to file charges against him. Brenda's murder devastated her family, affecting her siblings and her parents in different but profound and painful ways. Her father, Charles, believing Sheriff Calhoun's assertion of Danny's probable guilt, grew angry with the sheriff for failing to make the case against the young man. He would also express his regret over not exacting revenge against the man he believed killed his daughter. Neither of Brenda's parents would live to see their daughter's case resolved. Charles Holland passed away in 2003, and his wife Geraldine followed a decade later. They are both buried near Brenda in their family plot. In 2018, in response to a series of articles written by John Rayleigh for the Coastland Times about Brenda's murder, the SBI assigned a specialized cold case investigator to the case. Unfortunately, Brenda's case may not benefit from the passage of time and the advancement of science the same way other older cases have in recent years. Problems with the evidence in Brenda's case began almost as soon as the investigation did. The necklace she always wore was removed, rinsed, and photographed after she was pulled from the water. The necklace was then given to her father just a few hours later. While this was, of course, an act of kindness towards Charles Holland, the necklace would have been of great evidentiary importance, especially given the fact that it was determined that Brenda had been strangled. The clothes Brenda was found wearing were washed shortly after her body was found, potentially eliminating trace evidence along with the strong smell that most likely led to them being cleaned. This is not currently relevant, however, as the clothes could not be tested now regardless of them having been washed. All of the physical evidence from Brenda's case has been lost. Previously, physical evidence from cases the SBI was involved in remained stored at the SBI laboratory. Following a policy change, evidence in these cases was returned to the local law enforcement agencies with whom the cases originated. It is not clear if the evidence from Brenda's case went missing while it was in the custody of the SBI or at the Deer County Sheriff's Office. It is not unheard of for evidence from older cases to be intentionally destroyed, but there is no record of this occurring, and it would be unusual for evidence from a case that had received so much statewide attention to have been destroyed. Ongoing efforts to solve the case are also hampered by the fact that there are no photos from the crime scene or of Brenda's body to examine. According to notes from the FBI file, a state trooper took photographs at the scene near where Brenda's body was found, but the exposures were all blank when they were developed. Renowned local photographer Aycock Brown also took photographs at the scene, and 2 witnesses have reported seeing the photos in the past, but the current whereabouts of the photos are unknown. They are not with the case files or with Mr. Brown's private collection of his photographs, which was donated to the Outer Banks History Center. No photos from Brenda's autopsy in Virginia can be located either. While the evidence against Dr. Linus Edwards is only circumstantial, Brenda's younger sister, Kim Holland Thorne, believes he is most likely the killer and that his connections to local law enforcement influenced the investigation into Brenda's murder. After speaking with Dottie and others in Manio, I concluded that Sheriff Calhoun's friendship with Dr. Edwards kept the whole truth from being divulged. When Dr. Edwards committed suicide, there was sort of an attitude of let sleeping dogs lie, she told the Raleigh News and Observer in 1997. Investigative efforts on the case did seem to die down following Edwards' death, except for the FBI keeping track of where Danny Barber was living and working. Kim Thorne has asked that the FBI formally declare Edwards as Brenda's killer based on Dottie Fry's statements, but the agency has not agreed to do so. They did offer to close Brenda's case without identifying her murderer, but Kim will not stand for that. I said, "Oh, hell no. It will not be closed until you say who the killer was," she said in 2018. She furthermore wants both her sister and the consequences of unprofessionalism to not be forgotten. "I want it remembered. I want it at the top of the list for unsolved murders in North Carolina. They need to remember that sometimes the good old boys club doesn't work and it's wrong," she told WTKR News in 2018. Brenda's memory, of course, lives on in the hearts and minds of her family and friends, but they hope to preserve her memory in Manio as well. For several years, there have been efforts to get a plaque memorializing Brenda installed somewhere on the property where the Lost Colony continues to be performed each summer. This process has been complicated by the fact that the property is a part of the National Park Service and subject to certain rules and regulations. Hopefully, these issues can be resolved so that whether or not her case is ever solved, Brenda can be remembered by all of those who come to see the play that, tragically, showcased her final work more than 50 years ago. 56-year-old John Lazaro lived in Rochdale, a suburb south of Brisbane. On April 11, 2012, he was in the living room of his home when two masked men burst inside and shot him multiple times. His 19-year-old daughter witnessed the shooting but was not harmed during the attack. She was able to immediately call for help, but despite her quick action, her father did not survive his injuries. John's dog, a Rottweiler mix named Kilo, was also shot during the attack but survived after undergoing surgery. Police would later describe John's murder as a brutal execution. While his murderers clearly targeted him, investigators could find no motive for the crime, despite interviewing more than 150 individuals in connection to their investigation. Years went on without an arrest in John's case. Police made a renewed appeal to the public for information in April of 2022, on the 10th anniversary of John's murder. At this time, they also released CCTV footage taken near John's home at the time of the murder. The footage shows a tray-back utility vehicle speeding away. The footage was taken less than 100 yards away from John's home, just moments after the time he was shot. Due to how quickly the vehicle left the scene, investigators believe that at least 3 people were involved in the crime, the 2 shooters and a getaway driver. A major break in the case came just months later in June of 2022 when authorities announced that they had located the gun used to kill John. Ballistics testing had confirmed that it was the weapon used in the case. The firearm in question was an unregistered Browning 1932 caliber semi-automatic. The 45-year-old man from New South Wales, who had been in possession of the gun, was questioned by authorities, and his home was searched. The weapon had been in the possession of numerous individuals since 2012, making it difficult to tie it to the person responsible for John's murder. However, Detective Acting Inspector Daniel Cunningham has stated that the discovery of the weapon has accelerated the investigation. Inquiries into the various individuals who had been in possession of the weapon are ongoing. When announcing the discovery of the gun, Queensland Police also stated that they now believe that the shooters had ties to the Bandidos outlaw motorcycle gang. John himself was not involved with the gang. Investigators are hoping that the quickly shifting loyalties amongst gangs like the Bandidos will result in someone with information finally coming forward. There is a $500,000 reward being offered for information that ties all of the new clues and information together to finally solve John's case. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.